When considering the scenario where Son Goku is female and does not suffer a head injury, would she still become the guardian of Earth? If Gohan were to find a baby who is Vegeta, how would the fate of the Saiyan prince be rewritten? Even more astonishing is the fusion of God and Demon King Piccolo. What kind of creature would emerge from such a union? These official what-if scenarios that have never been realized will completely overturn the Dragon Ball universe. From character traits to battle dynamics, we will explore the explosive developments of every divergent path. 001. Son Goku? Everything unfolds in the most bizarre and absurd manner. When Zhang Wutian regained his senses, he found himself amidst a dense forest. The quintessential Chinese mountains, coupled with a meandering stream, left him doubting whether he was still dreaming. Approaching the stream nearby, Zhang Wutian splashed some water on his face, the coolness gradually calming his racing thoughts. How I got here is irrelevant. What truly matters is that I am here now. The pressing question is how to survive. As a city dweller, Zhang Wutian acknowledged that despite the wildness of his name, he was utterly defenseless. In a real fight, he would likely struggle against even a goose, estimating his combat prowess at a mere 0.45 geese. I will probably perish in this wilderness if it truly is a dense forest. While his initial words were filled with despair, a sense of hope surged within him as he uttered the next. He had spotted a wisp of smoke. Growing up in the city, he could not definitively ascertain whether the rising column was indeed smoke. Nonetheless, it sparked his imagination. Even if it were not smoke, but rather a naturally occurring wildfire, it was still preferable to his current predicament. At least with fire, many possibilities would unfold. Zhang Wutian had momentarily forgotten that even if there were fire, he lacked the knowledge to cook, and he had also overlooked the fact that his combat abilities fell short. Even against a goose, hunting for food in this wilderness was utterly impossible. They say moths are drawn to flames similarly. When in dire straits, humans are also drawn to the flames that symbolize civilization. Thus, Zhang Wutian stumbled forward, navigating his way toward the smoke. Upon arrival, he beheld a fish skewered on a stick, roasting over a fire. This scene seems oddly familiar. Fleeting memories surfaced, and given that he was not particularly hungry nor fond of fish, especially the rustic specimen before him, Zhang Wutian merely approached without taking action. The presence of roasted fish indicated the existence of someone who had prepared it. Therefore, if he sought assistance, even if the person were somewhat aloof and reluctant to help, traits common among individuals in Zhang Wutian's city, believe he could at least glean some information about his surroundings and receive guidance on how to leave. With anticipation, he awaited the arrival of the fish's cook, and soon enough, the person appeared. Zhang Wutian recognized him almost instantly. Son Goku. This was not the mighty monkey king from Flower Fruit Mountain, our beloved Son Wukong, but rather the youthful monkey from the manga, who, despite possessing the bloodline of a warrior race, had grown up on Earth with a gentle heart. You know my name? Who are you? The curious figure inquired. Zhang Wutian began to ponder. The individual before him was clearly a younger Son Goku, innocent and naive in this era. With a few subtle lies, he could easily manipulate this little monkey, compelling him to serve Zhang Wutian like a loyal steed. However, he felt an intense aversion to deceiving this small creature. The reason was simple. Zhang Wutian's first encounter with the Dragon Ball series occurred in the first grade, and this little monkey had accompanied him throughout his childhood and into his youth, feeling akin to an old friend. Even after the series concluded, he often revisited the grand adventures of this monkey, each encounter rekindling the joy of reuniting with a childhood companion. Zhang Wutian knew everything about this little monkey, understood the trials he would face, and the person he would ultimately become. For this old friend, even if their connection was one-sided, Zhang Wutian did not wish to deceive him. Thus, suppressing his excitement, he earnestly stated, "I seem to be lost. Could you assist me?" "Sure. Grandpa said to help those who are lost." "Are you a person?" "Of course. And speaking of grandpas, where's yours?" "He passed away," little Goku replied cheerfully. So, this was the time period? Zhang Wutian mused, noting that this younger Goku appeared slightly smaller than in the manga, placing this moment between the time Goku transformed into a giant ape and crushed his grandfather, Son Gohan, and when Bulma arrived with the Dragon Radar. At this thought, Zhang Wutian felt a sudden chill. How odd it was that upon traversing into the Dragon Ball world, he felt no shock. He realized with surprise how resilient his nerves were, almost rivaling the tale of a Saiyan transformed into a giant ape. Perhaps it was the presence of Son Goku that made him feel as if he had encountered an old friend, and the surprise overshadowed any sense of dread. allowing him to finally remember his situation. Goku then invited Zhang Wutian to his home. Along the way, with Goku's help, they traversed mountains and valleys, sometimes with Goku carrying him on his back. Zhang Wutian asked, "Goku, aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? I think you're a good person." With a smile, the little Goku remarked, "Because you didn't steal my fish." Grandpa said that those who don't steal are good people. Zhang Wutian thought to himself that it was because he wasn't hungry yet and had no desire for Goku's fish. However, he would never voice such thoughts. After some time, Goku brought Zhang Wutian into his humble abode. "Grandpa, I'm back." Goku reverently addressed the Dragon Ball, the 4-star ball, the most potent cheat in the series. "Hello, Grandpa. My name is Zhang Wutian, a traveler lost in an alternate world." Zhang Wutian bowed to the Dragon Ball as well. After all, if it weren't for this deceased elder who raised Goku to be such a kind-hearted monkey, Zhang Wutian would not have been saved. "You can stay here today. Tomorrow I will take you out of the forest," little Goku informed Zhang Wutian. Zhang Wutian surveyed the simplicity of the small house before asking, "Goku, do you know martial arts?" "Martial arts? You mean fighting?" "Grandpa taught me before. Could you teach me? I think you are very strong, and I want to be strong like you." Had it been anyone else, Zhang Wutian would have carefully navigated his intentions. But with Goku, there was no need for embellishments. He could speak plainly. "Sure, I can teach you," little Goku responded brightly, precisely as Zhang Wutian had anticipated. Then they stepped outside, with Goku standing opposite Zhang Wutian. "I find your physique rather feeble, Zhang Wutian." "Let me gauge your strength," said the young Monkey King, raising his fist. "Wait, Wukong, you must be cautious. I am indeed quite weak in comparison to you." "I understand. I shall deliver a gentle punch to test your resilience." The diminutive figure, barely half Zhang Wutian's height, made such a declaration, prompting Zhang Wutian to cautiously cross his arms over his chest, bracing himself for the so-called gentle blow from the little Monkey King. As the light punch was about to make contact, a vivid montage of scenes flashed through Zhang Wutian's mind, reminiscent of a certain episode from the Dragon Ball manga. It was a moment long into the future when Trunks and Mr. Satan faced off at the World Martial Arts Tournament, where Trunks had also delivered a so-called gentle punch. "Wait, could it be? Wukong, hold on a moment." Then came a resounding thud. Without even a cry, Zhang Wutian was sent flying. At that moment, Zhang Wutian was enveloped in darkness, oblivious to the fact that the little Monkey King was frantically cradling him, attempting to revive him with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. When Zhang Wutian groggily regained consciousness, he discovered himself soaked. His last recollection was of the moment the little Monkey King's fist struck him, and he now acutely felt pain coursing through his body, as if every bone had been shattered. He managed to glance around and realized he was no longer at the entrance of the little Monkey King's home, but lying beside a stream. "You've awakened," he heard the little Monkey King say, appearing freshly emerged from the water, drenched. "Zhang Wutian, you are so weak I sent you flying with one punch, and you simply fainted." As he spoke, the little Monkey King began to remove his shirt, trying to wring out the wet fabric. "I did ask you to wait," Zhang Wutian gritted through clenched teeth. After wringing out his shirt, the little Monkey King proceeded to remove his trousers. At that moment, Zhang Wutian witnessed a shocking scene. The body of a 10-year-old child was not particularly appealing, but when the little Monkey King removed his trousers, Zhang Wutian felt as though he had glimpsed something astonishing. Ignoring the pain in his body, he sat up, trembling fingers pointing at the little Monkey King as he stammered, "Wukong, where is your little JJ? Little JJ?" The little Monkey King looked puzzled before responding. "Grandfather said that is something only boys have." "I'm a girl. Of course I do not have one." Zhang Wutian was utterly dumbfounded, as if the very earth had shifted beneath him. The little Monkey King was not equipped with a little JJ? You must be joking. He had seen it several times in a manga. How could it simply be gone? Was the world devoid of logic? "How? Can you be a girl?" "But my grandfather told me I'm a girl." Upon closer examination, Zhang Wutian noticed that this version of Son Wukong appeared somewhat more refined than the wild monkey depicted in the original work. However, his preconceived notions prevented him from considering this earlier. Now, he began to recognize the peculiarities. Accepting that the little Monkey King was indeed a girl, Zhang Wutian stammered, then, "Did your grandfather never tell you that you should not undress in front of boys?" "Zhang Wutian, you truly are a boy," the little Monkey King, now female, replied with carefree laughter. "Just now, I saved you using the method my grandfather taught me, which involved kissing you on the lips. He said girls can only kiss their husbands, so from this moment on, you are my husband. Grandfather said it is acceptable to be undressed in front of one's husband." In the depths of the netherworld, Son Gohan, what on earth have you taught your grandchild? Faced with such absurd logic, Zhang Wutian felt utterly defeated. By the way, Zhang Wutian, what is a husband? Is it tasty? Are you going to eat me? Zhang Wutian was both amused and exasperated. He felt utterly bested by the little monkey before him. Yet somehow, Son Wukong remained unchanged, aside from having acquired some basic knowledge of femininity. As he rose from the ground, Zhang Wutian suddenly sensed that his injuries felt somewhat diminished. According to the little monkey king No, it should be Son Wukong. He inquired again to clarify the many misconceptions he had about her, including her name. According to Son Wukong, Zhang Wutian had been launched into the air under such circumstances. He should have been more severely injured, with broken bones or internal bleeding being entirely plausible. However, at this moment, Zhang Wutian only felt pain without any indication of severe internal injury, nor did he feel any impediment to his movements. Strangely, he sensed that he, perhaps, had become a bit stronger. He picked up a pebble from a stream and hurled it into the distance. With a whoosh, the stone sailed across the water, landing deep within the forest on the opposite bank. How far? Was I ever able to throw stones that far? Zhang Wutian mused aloud. It seems I have become stronger. He then turned to Son Wukong, who had started a fire to cook fish and dry clothes. Wukong, strike me lightly once more with the same strength. You are far too weak. Zhang Wutian, I will just knock you out again. That's fine, this time I'll be prepared and won't faint. Really? Son Wukong assessed him before reluctantly agreeing. Then I shall strike you once more, you must be careful. Zhang Wutian assumed a defensive stance, awaiting the gentle punch. In the next moment, the punch once again made contact with his body. Zhang Wutian felt a tremendous force barreling toward him, almost overwhelming, but this time he did not fly away. Instead, he managed to keep himself grounded. Although he was pushed back a considerable distance, leaving a trail in the dirt, he neither flew away nor lost consciousness. He successfully absorbed Son Wukong's gentle punch. Indeed, I withstood it. Strange, Zhang Wutian. Why do I feel as though you have slightly grown stronger? I share that sentiment. How curious could it be that I have awakened some extraordinary physique? Is it possible that I grow stronger simply by enduring blows? What kind of masochistic trait is this? Realizing that his body seemed to have changed, Zhang Wutian gradually began to feel a sense of anticipation. In this world of Dragon Ball, the combat prowess and potential of Earthlings were, to say the least, completely unimpressive. Zhang Wutian was well aware that his own world was similarly mundane, where individual combat power equated to roughly 0.5 geese. Coming from such a world, Zhang Wutian had never harbored any expectations for his combat potential. Yet now, perhaps due to some mysterious transformation during his journey, might he entertain the notion of growth? With this thought, Zhang Wutian's spirit soared. He turned to Son Wukong and said, Wukong, let us engage in a match using your lightest strength. No, I wish to eat. Son Wukong promptly declined his request, not often one to be easily persuaded. All right then, after we eat, let us spar. Very well, though I believe I can easily win. You're quite blunt. What is bluntness? Is it tasty? After a dialogue of this nature, Zhao Wukong finished the fish he had just caught and positioned himself by the stream, aiming at Zhang Wutian. I'm coming now this time. Don't faint immediately, he declared. I'll do my best, Zhang Wutian replied. The battle commenced as Zhao Wukong dashed toward Zhang Wutian, soaring into the air to deliver a kick aimed at his body. I told you to go easy on me, Zhang Wutian exclaimed, twisting his body, which had become somewhat uncoordinated due to a lack of exercise, managing to narrowly evade Zhao Wukong's strike. However, upon landing, Zhao Wukong swiftly launched a second attack, executing a backward leap followed by an elbow strike directed at Zhang Wutian. Are you trying to kill me? Faced with such a perilous maneuver, Zhang Wutian flailed in a frantic effort to block with his arm, only to feel an overwhelming force that sent his arm flying aside. In that moment, an opening appeared before him, and Zhao Wukong's fist landed squarely on his chest. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Wutian was sent flying once more, crashing into the water. As he gulped down mouthfuls of water, he silently vowed, once I master martial arts and acquire the various inherent adventures of this narrative, I will surely defeat you, at least before you transform into a golden-haired delinquent. This latter half of his thought was consumed by Zhang Wutian, for it was indeed too lackluster a sentiment to harbor. 003. Daily life in the deep mountains. Upon awakening once more, Zhang Wutian finally witnessed the so-called rescue method employed by Zhao Wukong. It involved a fervent gnawing at his mouth by this monkey maiden. To be frank, being embraced and nibbled by such a creature was far from ambiguous, and of course, This unconventional form of artificial respiration could hardly possess any therapeutic effect. Zhang Wutian began to harbor suspicions regarding the intentions of the esteemed Master Rashi, who had taught his granddaughter such peculiar methods, especially considering the Master's questionable morals and well-known peculiarities. You're finally awake, Zhang Wutian. Didn't we agree that you wouldn't faint again? You've made me come here to perform first aid on you once more, Zeno Wukong complained. You've truly gone through a lot, but do refrain from using such methods on others in the future. Why not? Zeno Wukong tilted her head, gazing innocently with her large eyes at Zhang Wutian. Hasn't your grandfather told you? Such acts should only be done with one as husband. Did he not mention that one can only have one husband? Seems like he might have said something along those lines. Zeno Wukong pondered, her head cocked in thought. Now that I am your husband, you cannot do such things with anyone else. Zhang Wutian certainly did not entertain any strange thoughts about Zeno Wukong, at least at that moment. He had no intention of marrying this monkey maiden. However, he couldn't help but imagine the scene if Zeno Wukong were to suddenly pounce on a foe, like the transformed Frieza, and indulge in such antics after a battle. Such a visual was almost too exquisite, sending shivers down his spine. In any case, you must heed my words, do you understand? Though I don't fully grasp it, since you are my husband, I shall comply, Zeno Wukong replied, still struggling to understand the meaning of the term husband. Nonetheless, she felt a sense of respect for the term, having heard her grandfather mention it. Clutching his chest, Zhang Wutian shakily stood up and discovered that despite enduring Zeno Wukong's vigorous assault, his chest remained unscathed, and oddly enough, he felt stronger. Could it be that I truly possess the ability to grow stronger through being struck? It feels reminiscent of an old game, he mused, temporarily setting aside the urgency to return home, believing that he could rely on the Dragon Balls to return to his original world, and thus he lingered at Zeno Wukong's abode. Rise and shine, Zhang Wutian. The sun is already up. Ugh, just 5 more minutes. Zhang Wutian groaned, only to expel a mouthful of blood as Zeno Wukong head-butted his abdomen, propelling him into the air. Are you trying to kill me? You must be craving my flesh, you wretched monkey. I have no desire for your flesh. This is the only way to wake you up, Zeno Wukong retorted defiantly. As they gathered at the dining table, it was Zhang Wutian's turn to educate Zeno Wukong. No hands. Use chopsticks to eat. Didn't your grandfather leave you utensils? How bothersome, Zhang Wutian. You're even more nagging than my grandfather. Enough chatter. Just do as I say. I do not expect you to act like a lady, but at the very least, maintain the basic standards of humanity. After their meal, they ventured out together to hunt. The prey is yours to handle. Don't lose. Zeno Wukong calmly pointed at a gigantic bear towering over 4 meters. Are you sure I'm not just providing that creature with a meal? Don't worry. If you can withstand my punch, I believe you can defeat it. Besides, don't you want to grow stronger? If you conquer it, you will undoubtedly become more powerful. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Wutian fell silent and, under Zeno Wukong's watchful gaze, approached the alert bear. The bear stood upright, glaring fiercely at Zhang Wutian. I've heard that bears don't eat the dead. If I lie down and pretend to be lifeless, will you ignore me? In response, the bear delivered a merciless paw strike, sending Zhang Wutian staggering backward. Yet, having endured Zeno Wukong's attacks before, he managed to hold his ground and was not knocked away. Come at me again, you foolish bear. 3 minutes later, Zeno Wukong, with an expression of exasperation, defeated the bear and rescued Zhang Wutian, whose lower half was swallowed, leaving only his legs protruding from the bear's mouth. I thought I was done for, Zhang Wutian exclaimed, his head still bleeding. You're so weak. There's no way you can hunt alone. How did you survive before? Have you always been a vegetarian? Zhang Wutian had no words to respond. That night, after consuming bear paw, Zhang Wutian and Zeno Wukong, who devoured the rest of the bear, sat side by side beneath the eaves, gazing at the stars. I'm so full, Zeno Wukong said, cradling her rounded belly contentedly. You've ingested food several times larger than your own size. How does a Saiyan's stomach even work? Is this truly the secret behind a Saiyan's strength? What is a Saiyan? It's a term city dwellers use for mountain folk. Zhang Wutian redirected the conversation. Do you know about cities? Yes. I've heard my grandfather mention that there are many bad people in cities. I come from the city. Do you think I'm a bad person? Zeno Wukong shook her head and added, but you're so weak. Are all city dwellers as weak as you? Pretty much, Zhang Wutian replied, gazing up at the starry sky. Feeling the allure of the pristine night. Most city dwellers are quite indifferent. They would never casually host a stranger in their home like you do. Although I grew up in the city and am a genuine city dweller, I often feel as if I am trapped in a cage, devoid of any freedom. Wukong. To possess sufficient strength and live freely, unbound by anything. I envy you for that. A rhythmic snoring interrupted his thoughts. The monkey maiden had fallen asleep. Really now? Let me finish my thoughts. It's rare for me to express such sentiments, he sighed helplessly, gently lifting Zhao Wukong and laying her on the bed. As he gazed at the light figure of Zhao Wukong in his arms, Zhang Wutian muttered to himself, "Husband? This feels more like a father-daughter dynamic. Although I'm not yet married, if I had a daughter, she would probably look like this. I miss you, Grandpa," Zhao Wukong mumbled in her sleep, striking a tender chord within Zhang Wutian's heart. After all, she was still a child. Despite her boisterous demeanor, she surely missed her grandfather in her dreams. "Sleep well, little monkey," Zhang Wutian softly stroked her hair. The next moment, with a snap, Zhao Wukong bit down on Zhang Wutian's outstretched hand. "Grandpa tastes so good. Brat, I'm not your grandfather. And even if I were, you can't eat me." "Wait, did you actually eat your grandfather? You cannibalistic monkey. Release me." "Wait. Why are you biting down harder? Let go." The following day, when Son Wukong awoke, she was greeted by the sight of Zhang Wutian, his face filled with indignation and his arms marked with bite marks. "Come on, monkey maiden. Let us have a battle of 300 rounds. All right." With her grandfather gone, no one had practiced with her, so she was quite enthusiastic about Zhang Wutian's invitation. By the way, during the day's bout, Zhang Wutian didn't last even 3 rounds before being sent flying by a single punch from Zhao Wukong, never to rise again. 004. Zhang Wutian's abilities as Zhang Wutian was repeatedly sent flying. 6 months passed. On the open ground in front of the Sun family house, he declared, "Take this." With unreserved vigor, Zhao Wukong delivered a flying kick that struck Zhang Wutian's outstretched arm. Zhang Wutian merely swayed his upper body. He was not affected by Zhao Wukong's strike and swiftly launched a counterattack. What can a short-armed, short-legged monkey girl possibly do? Take this punch. However, Zhang Wutian's fist missed its mark. The monkey girl is capable of evading. With a beaming smile, Zhao Wukong entwined her tail around Zhang Wutian's swinging fist, deftly dodging his assault and simultaneously executing a lethal upward strike against him. "Behold my monkey fist." Adopting a monkey-like stance, Zhao Wukong relentlessly clawed at Zhang Wutian's face. "Damn it, I can't see anything." With his face marred by scratches, Zhang Wutian was forced to close his eyes and shield his head. Then, Zhao Wukong executed a sweeping leg maneuver, toppling Zhang Wutian to the ground and pressing her fist against his chest. "I have won again, Zhang Wutian." Looking down at the fallen Zhang Wutian, Zhao Wukong exclaimed excitedly, "You are improving so rapidly. Soon, I will have to fight you with my true abilities." "True abilities," Zhang Wutian mused while lying on the ground. "I do not share that sentiment." Over the past 6 months, he had gained a deeper understanding of the powers he seemingly acquired through his traversal. It appeared to be a unique ability to engage with opponents stronger than oneself, whereby survival, regardless of victory or defeat, would lead to increased strength. Zhang Wutian's ability was not merely about growing stronger after taking hits. Evidence lay in a previous encounter with a massive pack of wolves in the mountains, whose individual strength was inferior to his own. He sustained severe injuries in that battle but did not experience the same enhancement he felt after clashing with Zhao Wukong or the giant bear. Engaging with stronger opponents, regardless of the outcome, would ensure one's growth. However, this was not a convenient power. In the technologically advanced world Zhang Wutian hailed from, human resilience was limited. And without stronger adversaries, possessing such an ability would not allow him to infinitely amplify his strength. Yet, in this Dragon Ball universe, Zhang Wutian's abilities flourished. The reason was simple. He had a complementary ally in Son Wukong. Everyone knew of Son Wukong's prowess, even though the entity before Zhang Wutian was not the original monkey. But this female counterpart, she perfectly inherited the characteristics of the original Son Wukong. In battles against equals, this formidable monkey would grow stronger, ultimately transcending her limits. Thus, the abilities of Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong formed a harmonious cycle. Initially, Zhang Wutian fought against the stronger Son Wukong, growing in strength as his combat prowess approached hers. Their battles would lead her to surpass her own limits, leaving him behind. By challenging the enhanced Son Wukong, Zhang Wutian would again grow stronger, and in turn, she would further amplify her own power, creating an infinite loop. Together, their abilities could be described as a match made in heaven. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Wukong's combat power had begun to surge significantly, though due to Zhang Wutian being her only opponent and always in the role of the pursuer. She remained unaware that she had long surpassed her former self, possessing strength far greater than her so-called true abilities. This was the theory Zhang Wutian had developed over half a year of exploration. He found it tedious to explain to Zhao Wukong, as the intricacies were far beyond her comprehension. Thus, he chose silence, for the enhancement in combat power was genuine, and as long as both continued to grow stronger, with Zhao Wukong reaping the benefits, that sufficed. Yet, Zhang Wutian harbored a lingering concern. Was this seemingly cheating enhancement of combat power truly a blessing? This was not mere fanciful worry. Zhang Wutian had tangible reasons to validate his internal unease. He had never once defeated Zeno Wukong. This may sound self-evident, as Son Wukong belonged to the warrior race of Saiyans, inherently possessing combat instincts, and had trained under the tutelage of the esteemed Son Gohan from a young age. How could Zhang Wutian, a novice who had trained for only 6 months, possibly contend? However, throughout these 6 months, Zhang Wutian had felt his combat power nearly rivaling Zeno Wukong's on several occasions, lacking only in experience and instinct. Logically, he should have been able to at least put up a fight against her. Yet, the reality was different. Not only was there a gap in experience, but Zhang Wutian felt that his punches were no match for Zeno Wukong's prowess, his attacks failing to breach her defenses, while her strikes easily overwhelmed him. Under equal circumstances, this was no longer a matter of experience or instinct. Zhang Wutian perceived his combat power, acquired through challenges, as a castle built of sand, visually splendid, yet fundamentally fragile. A mere wave could cause it to collapse. Ultimately, the foundation was unstable. Suddenly endowed with combat power, Zhang Wutian could not fully harness this strength. While his body may have been enhanced imperceptibly, his movements, habits, breathing, and even thought processes remained stagnant, failing to align with his physical augmentation. His untrained actions squandered the power he possessed, rendering his attacks rife with vulnerabilities. Despite having formidable combat power, he could not unleash it. This encapsulated his current predicament. The conclusion was clear. I require extensive foundational practice to solidify this illusory base, transforming sand into soil and further refining it. While the notion of strengthening fundamentals is often a cliché in comics, Zhang Wutian found himself in a quintessential comic world. It would be folly to apply real-world theories to interpret a comic universe. Thus, employing the well-worn adages of this comic realm as a basis for action was entirely justifiable. Of course, none of this needed explaining to Zeno Wukong. Even if he did, she would not comprehend. Rising from the ground and brushing off the dust, Zhang Wutian declared, "It's your turn to hunt today. I shall remain here to continue my training. Next time, I will undoubtedly defeat you." "Kiki, you say that every time." Zeno Wukong replied with a playful grin, "Having never once triumphed over me. Enough chatter. Hurry there and back. We shall spar again upon your return." "Oh, then I shall take my leave." Zeno Wukong waved goodbye to Zhang Wutian and quickly departed. "Be careful on the way," Zhang Wutian called after her. At that moment, Zeno Wukong was reminded of a long-forgotten memory. When her grandfather was still alive, she would bid him farewell in the same manner. Back then, her grandfather's son Gohan would wave and say those same words, urging her to be cautious. How long had it been since she had heard such words? It seemed that Zeno Wukong herself was on the verge of forgetting, but since Zhang Wutian's arrival, such exchanges had returned. Leaping effortlessly from treetop to treetop, Zeno Wukong soon found herself at a distance. From this vantage point, the outline of her home was barely discernible. Little Wukong alighted upon a branch, turning back to gaze at her now blurred residence, and at Zhang Wutian, who was exercising in front of the house. "Grandpa, is this the husband you spoke of? He seems quite nice. I like husband." As she spoke, a pure smile graced little Wukong's face. Although she seemed to lack a full understanding of the term husband, it was evident that she had developed an affection for the individual it represented. As the sun dipped below the horizon, little Wukong returned home, not merely with prey. A cautious girl with purple hair followed closely behind her. "Zhang Wutian, I'm back. Look at what I caught," little Wukong boasted, carrying a large fish on her back. "A human girl? So you've finally revealed your true self, you cannibalistic monkey. I told you I don't eat people." Despite having been teased by Zhang Wutian numerous times, little Wukong still flustered as if it were her first encounter, retaliating playfully against Zhang Wutian. The purple-haired girl, however, appeared visibly horrified, retreating repeatedly. All right, I was just joking. Welcome back," Zhang Wutian laughed as he dodged her light punches. "Humph, really, don't joke around like that." Little Wukong gave Zhang Wutian an annoyed look and then addressed the purple-haired girl. "Bulma, this is Zhang Wutian. He is my husband." "Husband?" Bulma, the undisputed leading lady of the Dragon Ball saga, a 16-year-old prodigy, glanced between the young Son Wukong and the evidently adult Zhang Wutian. She then retrieved a submachine gun she had been concealing and aimed it at Zhang Wutian. "Pervert. Shameless. Despicable. What have you done? How dare you lay hands on a child? Stay away from me, you disgusting fiend." Miss Bulma, is it?" Jumping to conclusions without understanding the situation, "I must say, my first impression of you is rather poor." Zhang Wutian scratched his face, addressing her calmly. Although he was being threatened with a gun, he felt discomfort. Logically, since he could somewhat contend with little Wukong now, he should not fear firearms, yet having come from a technology-driven world, a healthy respect for weapons remained ingrained in him. "Could you please lower your weapon?" Being threatened with that thing is quite unpleasant. If I lower my gun, it will be me who feels unpleasant. What is this husband business? You must answer me honestly. A husband is someone who has shared kisses. Bulma, didn't he, you know? Little Wukong, still not fully grasping the situation, continued to stoke the fire. Kisses? I haven't even done that. Wait, you actually kissed such a young girl. You're a perverted, lowly lover. Bulma tightened her grip on the gun, now more convinced of Zhang Wutian's depravity. Could you please refrain from adding more chaos, monkey girl? But I'm only speaking the truth. I understand you're telling the truth, but the direction is incorrect. Oh, then I can just say it backward. With that, little Wukong swiftly hooked her tail onto a tree, grinning at both Zhang Wutian and Bulma. I think you should understand her lack of common sense, Miss Bulma. Zhang Wutian shrugged innocently. I think I'm starting to understand, Bulma sighed, lowering her weapon. After resolving this minor misunderstanding, the Sun household began to buzz with activity. Inside, Bulma discovered the 4-star Dragon Ball dedicated to Son Wukong's grandfather. Following a series of manipulations, Zhang Wutian observed with a detached gaze, choosing not to intervene. Interfering with the narrative here would be simple. Little Wukong's trust in Zhang Wutian undoubtedly surpassed that of Bulma. However, Zhang Wutian did not obstruct Bulma's attempts to persuade little Wukong to venture out, for this was the first step for her and the genesis of the Dragon Ball world. Without this initial step, who would confront the formidable foes that would inevitably appear on Earth? Zhang Wutian himself? He doubted his ability to defeat the Demon King Piccolo, Raditz, or Vegeta, let alone the cosmic tyrant Frieza that would follow, not to mention the androids in Cell. Uncertain of how long he would remain in this world, Zhang Wutian decided it was wiser to let the narrative unfold, allowing little Wukong to grow along the predetermined path, lest the formidable adversaries emerge without anyone to oppose them, leading to a tragic downfall for Earth. When little Wukong resolved to travel with Bulma, she turned to Zhang Wutian and said, Zhang Wutian, you should come with us. I will indeed leave, but not with you. Little Wukong looked astonished at Zhang Wutian. Zhang Wutian gently ruffled her pointed hair and replied, I had intended to leave for a while. Now that Miss Bulma is accompanying you, I feel reassured. But where are you going? Little Wukong questioned anxiously. You're lost, aren't you? You want to find your way back alone. Have you forgotten? I've grown stronger now. It doesn't matter how lost I get. I'll just move forward. But no buts. Let us make a promise. Kneeling to match little Wukong's gaze, Zhang Wutian said, a year from now, the World Martial Arts Tournament will commence, and I will participate. We shall settle this then. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Little Wukong echoed the unfamiliar term, gazing at Zhang Wutian in confusion. Miss Bulma will surely know. Just have her take you. Zhang Wutian turned to Bulma. As a favor for borrowing the 4-star Dragon Ball, could I entrust this matter to you, Miss Bulma? Once the wish is granted. The Dragon Balls scatter in all directions. Bulma, taking advantage of little Wukong's naivety, had deceived her into lending her Dragon Ball. Zhang Wutian seemed to have seen through this malevolent intent, and Bulma, realizing this, readily agreed, assuring him that it would pose no problem. I will grow stronger in a year and will certainly defeat you next time. Although reluctant, little Wukong's cheerful disposition quickly adjusted, and she smiled. That is not going to happen. I will also grow stronger, and the victor will surely be me. A year from now, at the World Martial Arts Tournament. We shall meet again. Indeed. Zhang Wutian and little Wukong's fists collided in a celebratory gesture. I say, can we eat now? I'm hungry. Bulma, feeling somewhat neglected, expressed her displeasure, acting as a third wheel. In truth, Zhang Wutian was unconcerned about little Wukong facing danger. Rather than worry about this monkey girl, he found it more prudent to be concerned for his own safety, especially given the current situation. A Tyrannosaurus Rex, at least 10 meters tall, was drooling and eyeing him hungrily. Are you hungry? Zhang Wutian inquired, to which the creature responded with a stream of foul-smelling saliva. By a stroke of coincidence, my stomach growled as well. A warm smile graced Zhang Wutian's face. In the next moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex lunged forward, attempting to devour the earth, grass, and Zhang Wutian himself. With a nimble leap backward, Zhang Wutian effortlessly evaded the dinosaur's jaws and, propelled by the rebound of his jump, surged forward like a bullet, delivering a powerful kick to the T-Rex's jaw. The force of that blow was nearly celestial, lifting the dinosaur's lowered head high into the air. Then came the fatal second strike. Seizing the opportunity while the Tyrannosaurus was momentarily stunned, Zhang Wutian positioned himself beside its leg, exerting all his strength to grasp the massive foot and hoist it upward. Subsequently, he spun around, tugging on the dinosaur's leg. Here comes the show. Utilizing the centrifugal force generated by a spin, Zhang Wutian hurled the colossal creature, many times his size, into the air. The T-Rex landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhang Wutian clapped his hands together, indicating that while his combat prowess might be somewhat exaggerated, it was certainly sufficient to handle a beast of this caliber. Moments later, Zhang Wutian skewered a piece of meat and set it over the fire. After spending half a year with Xiao Wukong, he had become quite adept at surviving in the wild. Xiao Wukong was never one for nurturing. Living in the mountains with that monkey girl, one had to learn to fend for oneself, for relying on others would not suffice. This lesson had been ingrained in Zhang Wutian during his time in the wilderness. Beside him, the towering Tyrannosaurus curled its body, tucking its neck in an attempt to appear inconspicuous, yet its immense size rendered its efforts laughable. The dinosaur was missing a portion of its tail, and Zhang Wutian was undoubtedly the most qualified to comment on where that piece of flesh had vanished to. Having resolved one meal, Zhang Wutian began to exploit the remaining value of the Tyrannosaurus. He treated it as his steed, sitting atop its head and guiding the now completely tamed beast forward. Days later, a collective panic erupted in the nearest village to the forest. A massive Tyrannosaurus, deemed the lord of the forest by local hunters, stomped heavily toward this peaceful hamlet. The men armed themselves with rifles and machetes, bracing for a desperate battle, while the elders, women, and children trembled, hiding within their homes, awaiting their fate. "What is that on the lord of the forest's head?" inquired a keen-eyed hunter of his anxious companion. "It seems to be a person." As Zhang Wutian rode into the village entrance atop the Tyrannosaurus, he was met by a group of half-armed villagers, too stunned to breathe. Leaping down from the dinosaur's back, he approached the leading man and asked, "Do you purchase game here?" "Game?" The man, gripping his rifle tightly, stammered, "We do." "Excellent. I have plenty of game to sell," Zhang Wutian responded with a smile. Perhaps a smile is the finest tool for bridging the gap between people. As he showcased the various game he carried on the back of the Tyrannosaurus, the tense atmosphere dissipated. The elders, women, and children emerged from their homes, transforming the village, once steeped in an air of desperation, into a bustling scene. Nearly everyone joined in the task of processing the game, assisting Zhang Wutian in the initial sorting of his catch. Meanwhile, he settled the monetary exchange with the village elder. The elder, embodying simplicity and honesty, lacked the cunning often found in merchants. Of course, this was also due to Zhang Wutian's imposing presence, after all. Even the strongest men of the village would likely struggle to contend with a Tyrannosaurus that seemed entirely subdued by this man. Curse it, even if I bought a plane, I wouldn't know how to fly it. Moreover, this money wouldn't even suffice for a plane. Had I known, I would have asked Miss Bulma for an automatically piloted aircraft. That young lady is a wealthy heiress who cares little for money. Having received the carefully handed sum from the elder, Zhang Wutian took the opportunity to replenish his supplies in the village before departing. He had no intention of staying overnight. Clearly, the presence of the Tyrannosaurus was too much of a strain on the villagers. After half a year of living alongside Xiao Wukong, Zhang Wutian had grown accustomed to life in the wild. He was not the type to impose on others, and since he had disrupted their normal lives without needing to stay overnight, he chose to move on rather than linger and become a nuisance. Thus, he passed through village after village, occasionally traversing bustling towns. As a prominent figure in this modern world, by the time Zhang Wutian reached the third village, news of a powerful man riding a Tyrannosaurus had already spread, and while subsequent villages remained tense, they were not as alarmed as the first. In fact, Zhang Wutian's exploits had become a topic of some discussion in the newspapers, circulating within human society. "Wukong, look, isn't that Zhang Wutian?" Bulma exclaimed, presenting a newspaper image to Xiao Wukong. "It really is Zhang Wutian. Bulma, can you read what it says?" Having traveled for some time, Xiao Wukong had learned a bit of literacy and no longer believed that tiny people were hidden within televisions. After Bulma read the article, Xiao Wukong asked, "Bulma, can I keep this newspaper?" With a teasing smile, Bulma watched as Xiao Wukong carefully folded the paper featuring Zhang Wutian's image and tucked it into her bosom. As night deepened in the house created by the capsule, Xiao Wukong retrieved the newspaper before bed. Gazing at the somewhat unclear image of Zhang Wutian, she murmured, "Good night." Zhang Wutian. After uttering those words to the newspaper, she lay down in bed. Suddenly, she jumped up and dashed to the bag containing the Dragon Balls. "I almost forgot. Good night, Grandpa," she said to the 4-star ball before returning to bed, where she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Wutian was a sentimental man. For instance, if he had a teacup that he had used for a long time, even if it became dirty and accumulated grime, as long as it remained intact, he would wash it and continue using it rather than simply buying a new one. Similarly, during his days as an online writer, despite facing dismissal from certain websites, he continued to post his articles on familiar platforms rather than migrating to those that valued his type of writing. Such was his nature. He cherished the past. Thus, It was evident that he could not bring himself to harm the Tyrannosaurus that had accompanied him for so long. Clearly, he was not a person of decisive action. If such a formidable beast were to intrude upon the realm of humanity, the consequences would be dire. Zhang Wutian was determined not to allow a tragedy to unfold due to his negligence, yet he found himself unable to simply eradicate the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fortunately, the wildlife of the Dragon Ball world appeared to be far more intelligent than the creatures of his original realm, and the T-Rex he had tamed stood out as a paragon among them. Thus, Zhang Wutian conceived a more prudent course of action. I believe you can comprehend my words. Let us establish a pact. From this day forth, you shall not consume humans nor initiate any attacks upon them. If you can acquiesce to my demands, I shall grant you your freedom. Upon hearing Zhang Wutian's words, the T-Rex fixed its vertical pupils upon him and slowly nodded in agreement. Excellent, Zhang Wutian remarked, relieved to set aside the burden of having to slay the companion that had been by his side for nearly half a month. Truth be told, by the 10th day, he had already found himself reluctant to take such drastic measures. As the night passed, Zhang Wutian watched the T-Rex, its tail swaying, albeit somewhat truncated, depart into the distance. He steeled himself and ventured deeper into the forest. Before long, he encountered a settlement composed of structures resembling Indian tents. Is anyone home? A robust man emerged from one of the tents, clad in traditional Native American attire, his upper body bare and his lower garments quite minimal. This was none other than Yuba's father, whose name Zhang Wutian could no longer recall. Who are you? What brings you here? The imposing man inquired sternly. I am a wandering martial artist, seeking to challenge the Gorinta behind you. A wandering martial artist? The man, whose true name was Brola, scrutinized Zhang Wutian for a moment before nodding. It has been quite some time since someone like you has appeared. I am the guardian of this sacred Gorinta, and it is my duty to guide martial artists who come here. Your reason is legitimate, and I shall show you the way. Please, follow me. Thank you very much. Zhang Wutian replied with a smile. However, before we proceed, may I engage in a brief contest with you? You wish to fight me? Brola seemed momentarily taken aback before responding. Not a fight, merely a small contest. I wish to assess my own combat abilities. Seeing Brola frown, Zhang Wutian added, rest assured. I am not one to push until someone is injured. We shall keep it light. Very well, I can agree to your request, but I have one of my own. Please, do share. Zhang Wutian gestured invitingly. I wish for my son to observe our contest. I want him to experience the valor of a warrior. Of course, that is not a problem. Soon, Yuba, who bore a striking resemblance to a girl and was even cuter than little Wukong, made his appearance. Your son? Zhang Wutian couldn't help but comment, glancing between the brawny Brola and the delicate Yuba. You seem to indulge your son quite a bit. Huh? Yuba is still too young. Once he grows up, I shall make him as strong as I am. Brola chuckled, then assumed a stance facing Zhang Wutian. Shall we begin? Indeed, Zhang Wutian replied, mirroring the stance he had observed from little Wukong, which bore a hint of Master Roshi's style. Though not particularly solid, it possessed some effectiveness. Faced with such a Zhang Wutian, Brola dared not be careless. With a fierce shout, he charged at Zhang Wutian. Why do I always find myself at a disadvantage? Am I being too cautious? Zhang Wutian mused inwardly as he met Brola's advance head-on. Brola launched a powerful straight punch at Zhang Wutian, who countered with an equally forceful strike. The two fists collided mid-air, sending shockwaves through both combatants. Yet Brola, appearing more robust, managed to overpower Zhang Wutian's punch. Zhang Wutian retracted his fist, executing a spinning kick aimed at Brola's temple. Brola blocked the kick with his arm, but in the next moment, Zhang Wutian hooked his heel around Brola's arm, leveraging the man's strength to propel himself skyward, delivering another kick to Brola's head. Brola tilted his head, evading Zhang Wutian's second attack, then seized the latter's leg, throwing him aside. Despite being thrown, Zhang Wutian maintained excellent control of his balance. In other words, Brola's throw had little effect. In midair, he adjusted his form, using the momentum from Brola's action to land atop a tree trunk. With a spring-like motion, he propelled himself forward, launching a punch at Brola. With the combined force of Brola's throw, the tree's rebound, and Zhang Wutian's counterattack, Brola understood the seriousness of the situation. He raised his arms defensively before his chest, bracing himself for the impact. The collision of Zhang Wutian's fist against Brola's arm did not produce a mere slap, but rather a resounding explosion. The mighty Brola was forced to retreat, sliding backward with a trail of dust, finally coming to a halt after approximately 10 meters. Upon landing, Zhang Wutian refrained from pursuing further attacks, choosing instead to observe the now still Brola. Perhaps this is sufficient. This was not an attempt on Zhang Wutian's part to gain an unfair advantage, but rather a recognition that both parties had been employing measured force suitable for a friendly contest. Should it escalate further, it would inevitably shift to combat strength, and injuries would likely ensue, contradicting Zhang Wutian's intention of merely testing his abilities. Broly appeared to understand this as well. He nodded and lowered his defensive stance. After the contest concluded, Yuba rushed to his father's side, wrapping his small arms around Broly's leg. Broly affectionately ruffled Yuba's hair and turned to Zhang Wutian. Though you are young, your strength is commendable. It is no wonder you possess the confidence to challenge the Garinta. What do you think, Mr. Broly? Will I succeed in my challenge and meet the immortal at the summit? Broly regarded Zhang Wutian thoughtfully before responding. To speak frankly, I believe not. At least, not at this moment. Upon hearing Broly's assessment, Zhang Wutian did not argue but smiled. Indeed, I share that sentiment. The reasoning was simple. In the original tale, Broly had once recounted to little Goku his own failure to conquer the Garinta in his youth. Zhang Wutian, at present, likely fell short of even the Goku who had trained under Master Roshi, and he was at best on par with Broly, who had yet to reach his prime. If Broly had struggled to scale the Garinta at full strength, Zhang Wutian now found himself in a similarly precarious position. However, this was not a reason for Zhang Wutian to abandon his aspirations of ascending the Garinta. As a martial artist, one must not shy away from challenges. Furthermore, the Garinta did not charge an entrance fee, so attempting the climb posed no harm. Very well, then, may you succeed, young martial artist. After offering his well wishes, Broly guided Zhang Wutian to the base of the Garinta. Zhang Wutian looked up and remarked, "Indeed, I cannot see the summit. Should I fall midway? I presume it would be fatal." With that, he stretched his body. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Broly. I shall commence my ascent. Please exercise caution. If you feel overwhelmed, do not push yourself beyond your limits. I appreciate your advice." Zhang Wutian then crouched deeply before propelling himself skyward, leaping nearly 15 meters into the air. As he reached the apex of his ascent, he grasped the tower's structure and began his arduous climb. He persevered for an hour, repeating the motion tirelessly until fatigue set into his fingers. After 5 hours, his hands, now entirely numb, suddenly lost strength, causing him to fall from the tower. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Wutian managed to secure his feet around the tower, precariously hanging upside down, though his hands were rendered temporarily useless. Indeed, it was as such. Cautiously descending to the ground after his failed attempt, Zhang Wutian did not succumb to despair. This failure reaffirmed a notion he had been contemplating. That is, the belief that engaging in combat with those stronger than oneself, regardless of the outcome, can lead to personal growth. This tower climbing experience made Zhang Wutian realize that formidable opponents need not be human or living beings. Certain inanimate objects can also serve as worthy challenges, with the Korin Tower being a prime example. Although he had fallen, Zhang Wutian distinctly sensed an enhancement in his combat abilities following this setback. Furthermore, the act of climbing the tower itself proved to be an exceptional form of training. Perhaps the tower's material benefited the human body, or its structure adhered to some unique principle. In any case, as he ascended, Zhang Wutian's fundamental qualities were improving at an unprecedented pace, providing him with invaluable benefits. This is it. The sensation of becoming stronger is utterly intoxicating. Is climbing tedious? Certainly, it is quite monotonous. Yet the strength gained from it more than compensates for any drudgery. Just as players in the past could become enamored with a mere change in data within a game, the joy of experiencing such transformation in one's own being is indescribable. Let us go again, for the second time. The third, the 10th, the 25th challenge this time. Success is assured. Approximately half a month later, a noticeably more robust Zhang Wutian embarked on yet another challenge. This time, he climbed for half a day without pause before gradually feeling exhaustion creeping in, prompting him to take a moment to rest. Upon halting his ascent, he inadvertently glanced downwards. How high? It was his first time reaching such altitudes, though the Korin Tower did not charge an entrance fee. It appeared not to be a place one could casually explore. A fall from such heights would undoubtedly result in fatality. Thus, it became evident that the true peril of challenging the Korin Tower lay not in the climbing itself, but in the daunting heights. Do not look down. Maintain momentum and continue upwards. And so, Zhang Wutian resumed his climb, taking breaks intermittently as the sky gradually darkened. Lacking the ability of the legendary Son Wukong to sleep while clinging to the tower, he resigned himself to climbing through the night. Unlike Son Wukong, who had the benefit of the Nimbus cloud as a safety net, Zhang Wutian understood that a fall from this height would spell his demise, compelling him to remain vigilant as he climbed under the cover of darkness. While Son Wukong first ascended the tower by dawn, Zhang Wutian's climb, marked by pauses, extended into the following evening without sighting the tower's pinnacle. Am I truly so inferior to the Son Wukong of that time? Is this disparity a result of Master Roshi's training? Indeed, as I have always known, foundational practice is of utmost importance. engaging in self-reflection amid the endless climb. Zhang Wutian summoned the perseverance of his late-night computer gaming sessions, enduring through another night. On the third day, with dark circles under his eyes and his mind dulled, he finally beheld the tower's summit. His 25th challenge culminated in success. Cautiously entering the room at the top of the tower, Zhang Wutian ascended a staircase leading to the central chamber. There, a cat awaited him, having anticipated his arrival. You have climbed the Korin Tower in just half a month. What remarkable talent you possess. No, I still have much to learn, Korin. Zhang Wutian bowed respectfully to the cat sage. The sage, observing him without surprise, seemed either inherently composed or perhaps aware of his existence from elsewhere. Korin regarded Zhang Wutian with a knowing look before speaking. Since you are aware of me, you must also know of the sacred water. I have no interest in that, Korin. I seek your guidance in martial arts. Not interested in the sacred water, but rather eager to learn martial arts from me. How peculiar. Because I come from a humble background and feel my movements lack precision without formal instruction. I hope to have a mentor who can guide me from the fundamentals. Starting from the basics? A young man as composed as you is indeed rare. Korin remarked with a characteristic smile. Since you have scaled the Korin Tower, it is customary for me to assist you in your martial arts training. If you disregard the sacred water, I shall impart some foundational knowledge. But first, would you care to introduce yourself? I am Zhang Wutian, a wandering martial artist, he replied. And what else? Is that all you wish to convey? Zhang Wutian fell silent, recalling that the Korin sage possessed the ability to read minds, having once perceived Son Wukong's thoughts. From you, I sense an aura that is distinctly different from the ordinary. Korin's tone shifted. However, you are a kind-hearted individual.
I have observed your actions, and I admire you, so I shall not question your origins. With that, Korin playfully winked at Zhang Wutian, continuing, 300 years ago.
Someone last reached the tower's peak. Since then, you are the first to do so. Oh dear, my body feels somewhat rusty. Would you assist me in loosening it up? I would be delighted, but first. In an instant, Zhang Wutian collapsed. Let me take a nap. I am so tired. My head aches. Observing Zhang Wutian, who had immediately fallen asleep after his burst of excitement, Korin couldn't help but laugh at the boy's lack of caution. Although his origins were somewhat mysterious, he seemed harmless. It should be no problem for me to guide him in martial arts. After a moment of contemplation, as if receiving some unspoken answer, Korin nodded in agreement, murmuring affirmatively before falling silent. He leaned on his cane, exuding an air of tranquility as he gazed down at the peacefully sleeping Zhang Wutian, resembling a gentle breeze or drifting cloud. 009. The cat teacher Zhang Wutian slept soundly until the following night, lifting his head to gaze at the myriad stars outside the tower before calmly closing his eyes to continue his slumber. After another day of rest, feeling unbearably hungry, he finally awakened. Here, eat one of these, and you won't need to eat for 10 days. The Korin sage presented him with a divine bean. Zhang Wutian curiously examined this extraordinary item, akin to a cheat in the Dragon Ball universe, sniffing it before brazenly stowing it in his pocket. Under Korin's watchful yet slightly discontented gaze, Zhang Wutian produced several transformation capsules from another pocket and released them with a puff, unleashing a cloud of smoke that revealed an array of pots, pans, kitchen utensils, and an abundance of fresh fish. Today, we feast on a complete fish banquet. Thus, the Korin sage, having lived atop the tower for what felt like an eternity without savoring the taste of fresh fish, found his spirits instantly lifted. The little fellow certainly possesses culinary skills. Very well, I shall entrust my daily meals to you from this day forth. Ultimately, it is still a cat. Even if it attains the status of an immortal, it cannot escape the instincts derived from its lineage. A creature of the feline kind invariably requires a master or servant. With prior promises made to Zhang Wutian and the bribe of a grand feast of fish, Master Korin's approach to teaching Zhang Wutian will naturally be far from perfunctory. In the original tale, this immortal's instruction to the young Wukong resembled a playful game, yet his guidance to Zhang Wutian appears to be exceptionally earnest. Of course, this is also tied to Zhang Wutian's notably fragile foundation. Young Wukong's skills were rigorously cultivated by his grandfather and Master Rashi, while Zhang Wutian, being a half-hearted practitioner, had never received any guidance from a true master. His combat prowess stemmed solely from his innate abilities, with his foundational skills entirely based on mimicking Wukong's movements. At that time, Wukong's foundation was already unstable following the loss of his grandfather, which inevitably led to Zhang Wutian's performance being viewed with disdain by Master Korin. During a spar with Master Korin, Zhang Wutian launched a punch at him. No, that is incorrect. Before Zhang Wutian could even comprehend the situation, he found his arm, chest, back, waist, and legs being assaulted by the staff in Master Korin's hands. His attack was utterly disorganized, his breath failing to synchronize with his movements. His steps as unsteady as if he were skating on ice. You claim to be self-taught, yet it appears you have not even found the path. No. Look at your movements. They resemble a dilapidated and rusted piece of scrap metal. You've squandered your full strength down to a mere fraction of it. Is this what it means to show mercy? No. Your punches are riddled with flaws. I have never witnessed such an exquisite display of reverse instruction. If one were to mimic your actions in reverse, one might unleash the strongest punch in the world. No. Do it again. As the god of martial arts, Master Karin, who always wore a smiling visage before others, found himself incensed. In his eyes, Zhang Wutian's very existence seemed to mock the essence of martial arts. Possessing an incredible amount of power, he paradoxically displayed an astonishing lack of mastery over martial techniques. Such a contradictory individual ought not to exist in this world. Yet Zhang Wutian stood before him, embodying the very desecration of his talents, igniting Master Karin's ire. Only the daily fish banquet could soothe the wounds to his spirit. With such unrefined skills, it is astonishing that you have acquired such formidable strength, Master Karin remarked while picking at his teeth. I am aware of my shortcomings in this regard, which is why I strive to improve, Zhang Wutian replied while tidying up. I have certainly grown stronger over the past few days. You are still far from it. Master Karin bluntly criticized Zhang Wutian, while your strength and speed have inexplicably increased. Your movements remain a chaotic mess. Uncontrolled power will ultimately become a burden. Regarding Zhang Wutian's growth in combat prowess, Master Karin speculated that perhaps the boy was simply undergoing a developmental phase. However, only Zhang Wutian himself understood that this was the manifestation of his abilities. During these days, he had been continuously sparring with the stronger Master Karin, and thus his strength had naturally improved. Nevertheless, Zhang Wutian was not there merely to gain power. His purpose was to solidify his foundation. The pursuit of strength alone is abundant in opportunities, but to prioritize it at the expense of fundamentals would be foolish. During their conversation, Master Karin suddenly fell silent, gazing intently into the distance. What is it, Teacher Cat? Someone has summoned the dragon Shinron. Wait, what did you call me? Teacher Cat? I believe that taking a master is a serious matter and cannot be decided lightly. However, since I am learning martial arts under your tutelage, I must refer to you with respect, hence I have chosen to call you Teacher Cat. What a ridiculous appellation. Simply call me Master Karin. No. The title of Master Karin is something anyone can use. It fails to convey my respect for you. Do you not agree that Teacher Cat has a certain grandeur to it? Not in the slightest. If you truly respected me, you would use the term you to express your regard. That is out of the question. Using you is far too distant. Please be a little more formal with me. I am an immortal, and you should show me respect. Thus, I shall call you Teacher Cat. Is this respect? From your title, I can only sense a great deal of absurdity. Haha, how could that be? You must be mistaken, Teacher Cat. Zhang Wutian chuckled, and then produced a transformation capsule from his pocket. With a puff of smoke, a ball of yarn appeared. He tossed the yarn ball toward Master Karin, and it rolled and rolled, ultimately falling off the edge of the tower, plummeting from the top. Master Karin squinted at Zhang Wutian, though he always squinted.
You evidently knew me from the very beginning, which is why you prepared so many strategies, did you not? Naturally, if I am to seek a master,
I must conduct thorough research first and cater to your preferences, Zhang Wutian replied nonchalantly. So that earlier farce was merely to mask your desire for the Dragon Balls? Before Zhang Wutian could respond, Master Karin's good-natured feline smile shattered, and he gritted his teeth, saying, ultimately, was it all just to mock me? You disrespectful little brat. Show some proper reverence to the immortal. In Master Karin's perception, he initially thought Zhang Wutian was employing jest to disguise his greed for the Dragon Balls and Shinron, only to discover that even that greed was a facade. In truth, Zhang Wutian merely wished to tease Master Karin's telepathy, reasoning that invading another's thoughts was an immoral act. However, is that truly the case? Perhaps that is merely a disguise. While what appears as a disguise is Zhang Wutian's genuine intention, when truth and deception intertwine, even telepathy proves powerless. Master Karin exclaimed, you need to train diligently. Do not stop until you are injured. Even if you exhaust yourself, there are still the magic beans to save you. As you command, Teacher Cat. Zhang Wutian saluted Master Karin and then began training vigorously, throwing punches and kicks with fervor. The emergence of Shinron means that Wukong is about to transform? I am somewhat concerned about that monkey girl. Thinking of how she will be exposed after transforming into a gorilla is indeed unpleasant. Is this what it means to have a father's love? Desiring to conceal such thoughts from Master Karin, Zhang Wutian exerted himself to appear endearing, attempting to mask his concerns, yet the weight of his worries only grew heavier. 010. Departure from Korin Tower. 010. Departure from Korin Tower. Once upon a time, Zhang Wutian was a person who could not survive without a computer. He once claimed that with a computer, a network cable, and a box of instant noodles, he could live anywhere. Yet, in Korin Tower, a place devoid of computers, network cables, and instant noodles, Zhang Wutian had stayed for an entire year. This year transformed him completely. Come now, young man, let me witness your strength. I am ready, Teacher Cat. Zhang Wutian and Master Karin faced each other. And in the next moment, Zhang Wutian struck first. He appeared before Master Karin in an instant, targeting him with a punch. Master Karin vanished with astonishing speed, appearing like a phantom behind Zhang Wutian, delivering a flying kick aimed at his back. Zhang Wutian suddenly turned, raising his hand to block the attack from the immortal Karin, followed by a series of rapid punches. Karin, nimble as a cat, evaded Zhang Wutian's fists with great agility, as if his strikes were merely slicing through the air, failing to connect with the elusive opponent before him. Is this all the progress you've made over the past year? I am quite disappointed, Karin exclaimed. Using rapid punches against a smaller opponent was my error. The next move will certainly not disappoint you, my feline instructor. With a leap backward to create distance, Zhang Wutian placed his right fist at his side, his left hand resting atop it, continuously gathering energy. To Karin's perception, a steady flow of qi was coalescing in that direction. Throughout the past year of training, Zhang Wutian's greatest achievement was mastering the application of qi. Every individual possesses qi within, and as one's combat prowess increases, Zhang Wutian had long been capable of executing attacks infused with qi. However, this was merely an instinctual application. Akin to walking, many might not comprehend the extent of muscle and bone engagement required for such an act, let alone manipulate it with intent. Karin's teachings aimed to clarify these principles for Zhang Wutian, enabling him to wield qi more efficiently, delivering stronger strikes with less energy, or, as now, concentrating more qi for a formidable blow. Is it acceptable not to intervene? This punch could obliterate the entire tower's peak, leaving you, my feline teacher, homeless, he declared. The qi surrounding Zhang Wutian's right fist became visibly intense, a fierce orange glow flickering around it. Once you manage to organize this chaotic energy, then perhaps you can boast to me, Karin retorted, twirling his staff and adopting a defensive stance. I assert that this punch won't even stir up dust. Underestimate me at your peril, Zhang Wutian shouted, and with a sudden burst, the glow erupted like a punctured balloon, his fist turning charred and emitting smoke. As you said, not even a speck of dust was disturbed. To attempt a technique that only succeeds once in 10 tries is quite embarrassing. With that, Karin tossed a magical bean to Zhang Wutian. As Zhang Wutian chewed the bean, feeling his right hand swiftly recover, he nonchalantly remarked, if I successfully execute it, I would win this battle. Besides, in a real fight, I would naturally restrain my power. Such all-out self-destructive efforts are reserved for training. Observing his disciple, Karin concluded, while your movements and breathing still show some dissonance, you are finally resembling a competent martial artist. Thanks to your guidance, my feline teacher, Zhang Wutian replied. However, you have yet to grasp the importance of respect. What I express is affection. Only those who are completely open-hearted behave thus. Do you wish for a rift between us? Unmoved, Karin incisively pointed out Zhang Wutian's current thoughts. You still resort to slick words when trying to mask your feelings. Let me guess, are you reluctant to part ways with your master, yet too shy to show it, hence the nonsensical chatter? Another instance of mind reading. My feline teacher. Are you aware you are invading my privacy? Is it so impressive to read minds? Beware, next time I might watch a dozen cat abuse videos before speaking with you. Of course, Zhang Wutian's threat bore no weight, and he had no intention of watching such videos. Having trained atop Korin Tower for nearly a year, the day of his rendezvous with Xu Wu was approaching, as was the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Zhang Wutian was about to leave this place he had called home for a year. This would likely be his final practice session with Karin. Will you not give me a parting gift? Perhaps a nimbus cloud or something similar. Go away. You would know that if you saw it. Giving you a nimbus cloud would be futile, Karin retorted. What about a jar of magical beans? At least provide me with a full barrel. You certainly are audacious. I possess only half a barrel, Zhang Wutian exclaimed, extending his hands towards Karin. Thank you for your generous gifts. I have not yet agreed to give it to you. If you do not, do you intend to take it with you to the grave? You truly have a knack for jesting, my feline teacher. You are the one jesting. I am an immortal. I shall not perish for another 3 centuries. Karin, infuriated, bristled at Zhang Wutian's teasing. Realizing the extent of the banter, Zhang Wutian ceased his playful demeanor, stepped back, bowed deeply to Karin, and said sincerely, Thank you for your guidance, Master Karin. I shall never forget your teachings. After a year of interaction, Garen had become immune to Zhang Wutian's sharp tongue. In truth, their verbal sparring was merely a reflection of their relationship. Observing the scene, Garen clasped his hands behind him and stated solemnly, "Zhang Wutian, I hope you will always walk the righteous path and not tarnish the skills I have imparted to you." "I understand," Zhang Wutian replied. Then, as he prepared to leap from the tower's peak to experience the delight of freefall, he suddenly sensed something hurtling towards him from behind. He extended his hand and caught an item thrown by Garen, a transformation capsule. "Use it sparingly. Come find me when it's depleted," Garen's voice echoed from behind. This was evidently a premeditated gift. After all, there were no surplus transformation capsules atop Korin Tower. Clearly, Garen had procured this capsule while Zhang Wutian slept, venturing to the lower realms for the purchase. As for its contents, aside from magical beans, what else could it contain? This old cat was indeed not forthright. Clutching the transformation capsule tightly, a smile graced Zhang Wutian's face, yet he did not look back or say anything further. He merely waved fervently before leaping from the tower. With that noisy fellow gone, it seems tranquility will return for a while, Garen mused. Leaning on his staff, he approached the tower's edge, gazing into the distance, silent, as if searching for Zhang Wutian's figure. At that moment, Zhang Wutian's face unexpectedly appeared before Garen, leading to a moment of wide-eyed astonishment between them. "Did you miss me even a little, my feline teacher?" In response, Garen swung his staff at Zhang Wutian. He deftly dodged and quickly said, "I merely wanted to mention that I have a gift for you too, hidden beside the water tank. Now, I truly must take my leave." In the next instant, Zhang Wutian released his grip on the railing and plummeted downward. With a disgruntled huff, Garen followed Zhang Wutian's directions, discovering the box housing the transformation capsule. Upon opening it, he found a complete solar-powered television set emerging from the smoke. Through this television, one should be able to watch the live broadcast of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. He thought, "Foolish boy, immortals do not require televisions. With magic, we can see events occurring miles away." Despite his words, Master Garen cautiously unfolded the television, set it up, and switched it on. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament was about to commence. Unlike a serious combat competition, this tournament resembled a grand celebration. Although its impact did not match that of future events, on the day of the competition, the venue buzzed with activity. The tournament format was peculiar, requiring all matches to be completed within a single day, a clearly impractical arrangement. Furthermore, the number of participants was relatively few. Nonetheless, this event could still be regarded as a significant clash of the strongest fighters in the world. With a shadowy descent, Zhang Wutian landed gracefully on the ground, making no dramatic entrance, which instead showcased his remarkable control. Bystanders nearby gaped in astonishment, while Zhang Wutian, unfazed by their attention, proceeded to the registration desk. Indeed, his name was Zhang Wutian. After inquiring if a contestant named Son Wukong had registered, he found Son Wukong and Xiaolan's names on the list and smiled slightly as he entered the designated area for competitors. Though the over 100 participants may seem few, they crowded the preliminary venue. Zhang Wutian managed to locate Son Wukong and Xiaolan at a distance, but refrained from approaching them. Observing Son Wukong, he mused, "It appears he hasn't grown at all. I expected that transforming into a girl would accelerate development." He then remarked, "Is that Xiaolan, the strongest earthling? Does he truly lack a nose? How does he breathe?" Next, Zhang Wutian sought out Lepin's presence. "Now that I am involved, how will the outcome of this tournament unfold? Is my current strength sufficient to surpass Master Roshi? I eagerly anticipate it. Contestant 144, please step onto the stage." The referee's call interrupted Zhang Wutian's reverie. As he ascended the platform, his opponent, a fearsome, muscular man, grinned menacingly. "Lucky me, a little brat," the brute sneered. "Surrender now, and I might let you off easy. You wouldn't want to end up with broken bones, would you?" "How obnoxious," Zhang Wutian retorted disdainfully. "The Dragon Ball world has its downsides. Even the extras are insufferable." Although he didn't grasp the first part of the man's taunt, the latter part was clear enough, inciting the brute's fury. "You dare call me an extra? Kid, don't think the rules can save you. I'll make you taste hell." Without acknowledging him further, Zhang Wutian turned to the referee. "Shall we begin?" "Begin." In an instant, the muscular man lunged at Zhang Wutian. "You little brat, how dare you look down on me? I'll crush your bones," he roared, only to be sent flying backward. Zhang Wutian's punch struck the brute's face, knocking out nearly 10 teeth and sending him crashing off the stage. Zhang Wutian then wiped his hands with a handkerchief. "So dirty, saliva on my fist." Contestant 144 wins. The referee stammered, clearly taken aback by Zhang Wutian's effortless victory. Below the stage, Lepin, having just finished his own battle, was astonished by Zhang Wutian's prowess. "Incredible. That punch was something even I would struggle to withstand. This truly is the World Martial Arts Tournament. The level of skill is exhilarating. Zhang Wutian noticed Lepin in the audience and smiled at him. Lepin, catching Zhang Wutian's gaze, responded with a teasing grin before turning away. In this moment, Lepin was still filled with youthful fervor, though later, harsh realities would dampen his ambition. It seemed that Lepin had not undergone any feminine transformation, nor had Xiaolin. As for Master Rashi, who had assumed the alias Jack Chun, he was yet to be seen, indicating that only Wukong had transformed into a girl. While Zhang Wutian stood lost in thought on the stage, a lean monk suddenly soared past him at remarkable speed, having been sent flying by Xiaolin from the adjacent platform. Unlike Zhang Wutian, who had merely knocked the brute off the stage, this monk had clearly taken the full brunt of Xiaolin's strike. If left unassisted, he might have flown out of the venue entirely. As Zhang Wutian stood directly in the monk's trajectory, he deftly pushed with his left hand and guided with his right, creating a circular motion beneath his feet to effortlessly dissipate the force acting on the monk, gently setting him down on the ground. The monk, having regained his footing thanks to Zhang Wutian's intervention, paused for a moment before collapsing, having lost consciousness prior to his flight. Xiaolin's strike was truly unforgiving. Had I not been present, that monk would have surely perished, Zhang Wutian pondered, retrieving a senzu bean and placing it in the monk's mouth. Though it's not my concern, he is alive nonetheless, and he has committed no great evil. I shall offer him a modicum of salvation. Upon consuming the senzu bean, the monk's eyes flew open, darting left and right before resting on Zhang Wutian, who explained, "You were knocked out, and I merely assisted you a bit." Meanwhile, the monk's companion, a rotund monk, hurried over and whispered in the lean monk's ear. Once informed, the lean monk clasped his hands together and expressed, "Thank you for saving my life, kind sir. I shall never forget your kindness. There's no need for thanks. Just do more good deeds in the future as repayment," Zhang Wutian replied. The lean monk nodded vigorously before retreating in apparent fright. The lean monk's fears were soon met by Xiaolin and the nearby Son Wukong, who approached Zhang Wutian. "I thought I was going to collide with someone." "That was truly impressive, right, Wukong?" Xiaolin remarked, but received no response. Excitedly, Son Wukong leaped towards Zhang Wutian, who, in a reflexive response, threw a punch at her. However, she easily dodged it. In the same instant, she retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Zhang Wutian, who also evaded. Thus, they engaged in a playful exchange, sparring all the way from the stage to the corridor, and then from one side of the venue to the other. How astonishing. Both Wukong and that guy are incredible. What are they doing? Is that youth competing against Wukong? Spectators wondered. That young man can contend with Wukong to such an extent? Wait. There's no aura of fighting spirit or malice. They're not truly using their full strength, merely playing. A mature woman in a red martial arts outfit squinted, observing the two figures that were entirely invisible to ordinary eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. She had initially believed that Wukong alone could represent the wave of a new era. It appeared there was another contender. How intriguing. Let me, the elder, measure the essence of this new generation. The collision of fists echoed through the venue as Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong whirled like human tornadoes, captivating the entire audience at the World Martial Arts Tournament's preliminary round. The less formidable competitors willingly made way for the two, allowing their figures to glide through the crowd like grand vessels navigating a flowing river. During this exchange, Son Wukong's fist grazed Zhang Wutian's cheek, while a sidekick from Zhang Wutian tore through the martial arts uniform at Son Wukong's waist, with a red mark now adorning his cheek. Zhang Wutian looked at the equally halted Son Wukong and smiled. That punch had quite the power, leaving a mark just from a brush. Your kick wasn't too shabby either. I thought I could evade it. In the next moment, the two dropped their stances and shared a laugh. It's been a long time, little Wukong. Yes, it has been a while, Zhang Wutian. Your skills have improved. They exchanged a fist bump, reminiscent of their farewell, marking a cyclical return to their paths, parting with a fist bump and reuniting with the same gesture. After a year apart, they found themselves together once more. Wukong, is he your friend? Asked the astonished Xiaolin, watching from the sidelines. Not quite, Son Wukong replied with an innocent smile. Zhang Wutian is my husband. Husband? Xiaolin's gaze instantly shifted, scrutinizing Zhang Wutian with a disapproving expression. Actually, it's more like father and daughter, Zhang Wutian calmly interjected. That's not true. Zhang Wutian, you are definitely my husband. Do you even know what husband means? I do. The old lady from the Turtle Hermit taught me that a husband is someone who lives and sleeps with me. We've lived together for quite some time. It's just that we haven't shared a bed yet. Zhang Wutian, do you find the bed too small? If this were uttered by a scheming woman, the implications would be endless. However, before indulging in that thought, Son Wukong had already used a word that left one astonished. What did you say about the turtle hermit? The old lady from the turtle hermit, Son Wukong repeated, puzzled. Zhang Wutian was momentarily stunned, realizing he was in a truly absurd world. While the transformation of Lepin and Xiaolin was not surprising, imagining the lecherous old turtle hermit as a woman was simply unfathomable. Noticing Zhang Wutian's daze, Son Wukong took his hand and introduced her companion. This is Xiaolin, my fellow disciple. Hello, Xiaolin. I am Zhang Wutian. He introduced himself, having been roused from his stupor. That punch earlier was too heavy for an ordinary person. Xiaolin awkwardly scratched his smooth head, realizing he regretted throwing that punch and was grateful Zhang Wutian had helped him salvage the situation. Thus, even after receiving a lesson from a stranger, he bore no resentment. Wukong, so he is your friend? No wonder he is so formidable. Just then, an unfamiliar voice interjected. Who are you? Son Wukong inquired, eyeing the short-haired man before her. Did you not recognize me after I cut my hair? Behold, Wolf Fong Fist. The man struck a pose. Instantly, Son Wukong recognized him. You are Lepin. Haha. You also came to participate in the tournament. I heard from Bulma that you would be here, so I wanted to test my skills against you. I didn't expect the level of competition to be so high. It seems even placing second will be a challenge. Lepin extended his hand to Zhang Wutian. We met earlier. I am Lepin. Please guide me. I am Zhang Wutian. Nice to meet you. Zhang Wutian replied, shaking his hand briefly before letting go. He had hoped Lepin would engage him in a bit of a struggle during the handshake, but it appeared that was not Lepin's intention, and Zhang Wutian dismissed the thought. Contestant number 144, is Zhang Wutian present? The referee's voice echoed across the arena. It's my turn, so I shall head to the competition now. We will meet again shortly. Good luck, Zhang Wutian. Son Wukong cheered loudly. Zhang Wutian waved his fist at her and then leaped onto the stage. His opponent this time was a female character who had appeared in the original story. In that narrative, this woman, named Lan Fong, possessed skills that were passable for an ordinary person and was adept at seduction. However, her opponent, who entered the tournament to save a drought-stricken village, had set his sights on the championship prize. Lan Fong's seduction tactics failed against such a serious contender, leading to her ultimate defeat. What a cute little thing. Would you like me to teach you something fun? Clearly having witnessed Zhang Wutian's earlier battle with Son Wukong, Lan Fong, realizing she had no chance in a straightforward fight, decided to employ her seductive techniques from the very beginning. Facing Lan Fong's seduction, Zhang Wutian calmly inquired of the drooling referee, can we begin? Yes. Start. The referee wiped his mouth and responded. Zhang Wutian smiled and steadied his stance. Wait. Don't be in such a hurry. The big sister isn't ready yet. Boys who rush things won't be liked by girls, she said, removing her outer clothing to reveal her form-fitting undergarments. What do you think? Is the big sister's body nice? Shameless vixen. How can she do such a thing? It's a disgrace to martial arts. Lepin exclaimed, though his eyes remained fixated on Lan Fong's figure. Oh no, Wukong, your friend is in danger. Xiaolin said anxiously. What's wrong? That girl is clearly weak. She cannot possibly be Zhang Wutian's opponent. But why is she undressing? Does she think it's hot? Xiaolin fell silent, feeling utterly unable to explain. Meanwhile, Zhang Wutian observed his opponent with keen interest. How simplistic. I wonder if that lingerie was purchased from a supermarket, he mused, clenching his right fist and momentarily gathering his strength before launching a punch into the air. His fist struck nothing but air, yet Lan Fong, standing opposite him, seemed to be struck by an invisible force flying off the stage. Even after landing below the arena, Lan Fong remained in a daze, staring up at Zhang Wutian, utterly bewildered as to how she ended up outside the ring. While Lan Fong might not comprehend the significance of what had transpired, there were many who did. To achieve such a feat with key manipulation is impressive, Lepin exclaimed. It resembles the turtle hermit's Kamehameha, Son Wukong unconsciously mimicked, her fist clenched. How powerful! How did he do that? Xiaolin, who had never encountered the Kamehameha before, felt his eyes opened wide in wonder. To be able to execute such techniques at a young age, these youngsters truly are remarkable, remarked a woman in a red martial arts outfit. Amidst the myriad of gazes, Zhang Wutian left the stage and returned to Son Wukong's side. Now it's your turn. See you in the finals. Yes, let us have a proper match then. Son Wukong replied confidently. Having undergone a year of training under the turtle hermit, she radiated the essence of a true martial artist, a stark contrast to the monkey girl she had once been. This sense of her blossoming maturity prompted Zhang Wutian to affectionately ruffle Son Wukong's hair. Very well. Do your best. Feeling elated from the gesture, Son Wukong eagerly anticipated showcasing her skills before Zhang Wutian. Thus, another opponent was sent flying. I told you to go easy. You brainless monkey girl. Zhang Wutian exclaimed, rushing over to rescue her. Indeed, they were father and daughter. At this moment, whether it be Xiaolin or Lepin, they finally confirmed the relationship between Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong. After spending half a day, the preliminaries concluded, yielding the list of the top 8 for the 21st martial arts tournament. Notably, Zhang Wutian replaced Lan Fong from the original story, and there was another individual who piqued his interest. Surely, there was no Jack Chen or Mary Sue. Comparing the names on the list, Zhang Wutian discerned some inconsistencies. However, as the finals had yet to commence, he could not see the actual contenders on the list, so he suppressed his curiosity and, together with Son Wukong, sought out Bulma to deliver the good news of their advancement. Bulma, do you see who this is? Son Wukong cheerfully presented Zhang Wutian, a perverted scumbag with a lowly complex. Bulma exclaimed candidly, is this the impression I leave you with, Miss Bulma? My opinion of you has only worsened. I couldn't care less about your opinion. Bulma retorted sharply, her aristocratic demeanor evident. Beside Bulma, Zhang Wutian finally encountered the female version of the turtle hermit in this world. Describing her, she stood at about half the height of an average person, slightly plump, and leaning on a cane, exuding a rather amiable aura. Is this truly the turtle hermit here? I wonder how such a figure would disguise herself. Naturally, Zhang Wutian kept this thought to himself. Respectfully bowing to the elderly turtle hermit, thank you for taking care of my Wukong. Ha ha ha, so you are the husband Wukong spoke of? What a spirited young man. How about enjoying a cup of tea with me later? Thank you, but no, Zhang Wutian thought. Feeling his hair stand on end at the drooling old man, he quickly grasped Son Wukong's arm, using the finals as an excuse to leave the area. Upon returning to the venue of the world's premier martial arts tournament, the riffraff had been cleared, rendering the hall significantly more spacious and tranquil. The host of the tournament, the same blonde man in a black suit who had diligently held his post for 30 years, approached the contestants with a lottery barrel in hand. The facilities were shockingly rudimentary. Could this really be the world's foremost martial arts tournament? Even a village internal examination utilized electronic displays. Zhang Wutian voiced this sentiment, leaving the host visibly embarrassed. Funding has been allocated to refurbishing the venue and awarding prizes. Please understand, contestant Zhang. Of course, Zhang Wutian was merely making a habitual quip. He had no intention of furthering the debate with the host. His gaze swept over a female martial artist who had never existed in the original tale. Is this truly the prior turtle hermit? The transformation is astounding. His focus fixed on a graceful young woman, entirely devoid of the previous turtle hermit's features. As her height was comparable to that of an ordinary person, contrasting sharply with the diminutive stature of the elderly turtle hermit. Now, Zhang Wutian could not ascertain whether this individual was indeed the turtle hermit in disguise, without the original story as a reference. He might never have associated her with the former turtle hermit. Noticing Zhang Wutian's discreet scrutiny, the woman clad in a red martial arts uniform smiled subtly and nodded. Zhang Wutian returned the smile, redirecting his attention. Contestants, please come forth to draw lots, the host announced. Is this the outcome? After the draw concluded, Zhang Wutian examined the matchups and mused, is this what they call the inevitability of history? The matchups mirrored the original story almost precisely, with the only alteration being Zhang Wutian in place of Lan Fong. His first opponent was a character emerging from a destitute village, while the one replacing the turtle hermit, Mary Sue, retained her match against Lepin. Without further ado, following an opening ceremony that felt like a cruel joke, the competition officially commenced. In the first round, Xiaolin faced off against a stench-ridden buck. I am not one to disrupt the established order, Zhang Wutian frowned, holding his breath as he regarded the man exuding a bizarre aura. This time, it is simply intolerable. Gathering energy in his right fist, Zhang Wutian subtly waved forward. Buck, who had been provoking Xiaolin, seemed to be struck by an unseen force, standing frozen for about 3 seconds before collapsing with a thud. What just happened? Did Mr. Buck suddenly faint from the heat? The host queried in astonishment. Zhang Wutian, with his hands in his pockets, cast his eyes upward at a 45-degree angle, whistling nonchalantly. Buck, unconscious, was eventually carried away by staff members donning gas masks, leaving Xiaolin to win the first round without a fight. Finally free from the necessity of showcasing his lack of a nose. How could he faint out of nowhere? Xiaolin queried Son Wukong, perplexed. Is he feeling unwell? If it were a matter of strength, Son Wukong should have been able to discern Zhang Wutian's subtle movements. But this honest monkey girl had not considered such a direction and, thus, remained oblivious to Zhang Wutian's actions. Others were similarly unaware, save for Mary Sue, who seemed to have sensed Zhang Wutian's maneuver. However, she said nothing. As a woman, she evidently empathized with Zhang Wutian's actions. Following Buck's exit, the second round featured Lepin against Mary Sue. Mary Sue? I haven't heard of such a formidable opponent. She should be easy to handle. At that moment, Zhang Wutian offered a well-meaning warning. Lepin, your opponent is quite strong. Do not underestimate her. Give it your all from the start. Zhang Wutian. Lepin paused, slightly displeased. What do you mean? Do you think I will lose? I simply hope you do not regret it. Zhang Wutian replied calmly to the flirtatious male. Just watch from below. After I defeat this opponent, I look forward to facing you in the competition. I believe that young man is correct. Mary Sue interjected unexpectedly. It is a rare opportunity to step onto the stage. Young people should avoid regrets. What is this? Lepin displayed a sinister grin. Why does everyone believe I am the weak one? Do I appear particularly easy to deal with? You emanate an aura of weakness. If one were to refer to a weakling, you would indeed serve as the benchmark. Zhang Wutian refrained from uttering these words, as doing so would surely incite enmity with Lepin. Thus, the match between Lepin and Mary Sue commenced. The battle unfolded in a decidedly one-sided manner from the outset. All of Lepin's attacks proved futile, failing to even graze the hem of his opponent's attire, while Mary Sue's strikes landed repeatedly, leaving Lepin in disarray. Under Zhang Wutian's guidance, Lepin did not take the opponent lightly. He resolved to give his all against this seemingly unremarkable adversary from the very beginning. Yet, his efforts failed to yield any success, as he found himself thoroughly suppressed with no opportunity to retaliate. What is the matter? Is that all you've got? Such feeble punches, Mary Sue taunted. Enough chatter. Let us see your skills. Lu Ping unleashed all his strength in a punch, yet Mary Sue effortlessly evaded it once more, despite being within arm's reach. She appeared to him as a mere illusion, as if she existed in a realm beyond his grasp. All his strikes found only the void, leaving him feeling like a mere infant being toyed with. Don't underestimate me, you scoundrel, he exclaimed. In the next moment, Lu Ping assumed the stance for his wolf-fang fist. Like a ravenous wolf pouncing upon its prey, he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, increasing his speed by nearly half through the application of technique. Yet, he still failed to inflict any harm upon Mary Sue. Futile, remarked Zhang Wutian, who observed the match. I cannot ascertain how formidable the Turtle Sage is in the original story, but this Mary Sue is undoubtedly terrifyingly strong. If she is on par with the Turtle Sage, one can only imagine the might of the Demon King Piccolo, who effortlessly defeated him. Or could it be that Mary Sue surpasses the Turtle Sage altogether? Zhang Wutian pondered, while Lu Ping's assault reached its limit. An intriguing style of combat, but this performance is drawing to a close. The audience will soon lose interest. Suddenly, Mary Sue darted into Lu Ping's attack range, deflecting his strikes before swiftly closing the distance to embrace him. This marked the first time Lu Ping's attacks made contact with her body. However, rather than feeling elated, he was caught off guard and sent sprawling by an overwhelming force. As he landed on the grass outside the ring, he remained dazed, his body seemingly unscathed. The soft power of his opponent had gently pushed him down. Yet this only served to highlight Mary Sue's extraordinary prowess. Incredible, he thought, gazing at his older female adversary in awe. Truly remarkable. Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. That lady is so powerful. I long to face her in battle. But what about my next opponent? I feel utterly hopeless. In contrast, Xiaolan's fighting spirit dwindled. She is indeed strong, and she hasn't even employed her true abilities. Has she truly assumed the mantle of the Turtle Sage? What a bizarre world this is. Then, the third match commenced as Zhang Wutian ceased his contemplation and leaped onto the stage. The competitor, named Nappa, had traveled great distances to participate in the tournament. Driven by the dire water shortage in his hometown, he vowed to fight with all his might, without resorting to lethal force. A spirited opponent. Let us engage in a battle that leaves no regrets, Zhang Wutian declared, signaling his intent for a fair contest. I must win this battle. Nappa responded earnestly. Hands clasped together. Begin. With the host's command, Nappa launched a ferocious attack, but his punch struck nothing but air. What? Nappa exclaimed, bewildered, as he frantically searched for his opponent, only to find Zhang Wutian had seemingly vanished into thin air. So swift, Mary Sue remarked, lifting her gaze from the edge of the ring. Another spectator who had spotted Zhang Wutian's figure also shouted, Up there! Monkey girl, be quiet! Zhang Wutian shouted from the air, having leaped high above. Nappa, prompted by Son Wukong's warning, squinted upward, blinded by the glaring sunlight, preventing him from discerning the scene above. Where? Struggling against the brightness, Nappa half closed his eyes to track Zhang Wutian's movements. At that moment, Zhang Wutian descended, targeting Nappa's abdomen with a powerful punch. It wasn't until Zhang Wutian's fist made contact that Nappa finally reacted, but by then, he was already propelled away, landing outside the ring. The battle transpired in a flash, leaving most, including Nappa, stunned and unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Standing triumphantly on the stage, Zhang Wutian raised his fist high, eliciting thunderous applause from the crowd. Incredible! Zhang Wutian is remarkable. Son Wukong cheered, filled with excitement. How strong? When did he strike? I didn't see a thing. Xiaolin exclaimed in astonishment. Although she knew he was powerful, she never imagined he could be so formidable. Mary Sue regarded Zhang Wutian with a serious demeanor. Her previous levity completely vanished. I have lost, Namuk lamented, his spirit crushed as the plight of his village resurfaced in his mind, leaving him despondent. Hey, here. Zhang Wutian's voice called out as he tossed an empty capsule towards Namuk. Confused, Namuk caught it and looked at Zhang Wutian. Zhang Wutian detested tragedies. He recalled that in the original story, the turtle sage had extended a helping hand. If his presence were to worsen Namuk's situation compared to the original, it would be most ironic. He resolutely declared, to hell with that. I, Zhang Wutian, will ensure you thrive. The region boasted abundant water resources. There was no need to purchase it, simply draw from the lake or well. How do you know about my situation? Namuk questioned. Is it fate guiding you? He added, bewildered. Are you the reincarnation of Buddha? Clearly not, Zhang Wutian replied, ruffling his thick, dark hair with a smile. After bidding farewell to the eager Namuk, it was now Son Wukong's turn to compete. Son Wukong faced the same opponent as in the original, a dragon that ensnared foes with soft gel. In the original tale, Son Wukong easily triumphed over this adversary, and now, thanks to Zhang Wutian's interference, Son Wukong seemed even more formidable. With overwhelming strength, the gel posed no challenge. He effortlessly broke free. Faced with an opponent of such a different caliber, Kirin promptly surrendered, granting victory to Son Wukong. The tournament then progressed to the second round of semifinals, beginning with Xiaolin against Mary Sue. Go, Xiaolin. Son Wukong cheered for his fellow disciple. Mr. Zhang Wutian, do you have any advice? Xiaolin inquired, seeking guidance from Zhang Wutian, whose strength appeared enigmatic, especially after he had previously advised Lu Ping. Your opponent is formidable. Do your utmost. Even in defeat, it will be a valuable learning experience. I feel utterly devoid of motivation, Xiaolin sighed as she ascended the stage. Nonetheless, the match unfolded with considerable intrigue. After a rather enlightening battle, Xiaolin ultimately fell short, allowing Mary Sue to secure yet another victory. Engaging in such a teaching match with Xiaolin, could this person truly be the turtle sage? But what of her appearance? A half-sized elderly woman and a mature lady in her 40s. This isn't something easily dismissed with a pair of sunglasses. With these thoughts swirling, Zhang Wutian stepped onto the stage once more, facing an eager Son Wukong who could hardly contain his excitement. At last, I have the chance to battle you, Zhang Wutian. During my training under the turtle sage, I often dreamt of this day. It's finally come to fruition. In your dreams, what was the outcome of our battles? Zhang Wutian inquired. I don't know, Son Wukong chuckled. Every time we exchanged just a couple of blows, the dream would end. This time, I guarantee you'll have plenty of opportunities to strike. Indeed, Son Wukong nodded vigorously. In the next instant, before the host could announce the beginning, both figures vanished, colliding fiercely at the center of the stage. A shockwave erupted, sending the host staggering backward. 015. The resilient Zhang Wutian, a powerful shockwave erupted from the center of the arena. Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong clashed, each seemingly evenly matched. They engaged in a stalemate, neither willing to yield. Impressive. You've grown significantly stronger compared to a year ago. Is this the result of training under Master Roshi? You too. You seem like a completely different person compared to before. How have you trained? While grappling, the two engaged in conversation, their combat devoid of hostility. For these frequent sparring partners, this so-called battle was merely a form of daily play. Me? In response to Son Wukong's inquiry, Zhang Wutian replied, I've been training under Master Galen for the past year. Master Galen, Son Wukong questioned, are all the powerful ones masters? Upon hearing Zhang Wutian speak, Mary Sue, watching from the sidelines, could hardly contain herself. She was evidently familiar with Master Galen's reputation. As their momentum began to wane in the stalemate, Zhang Wutian suggested, shall we continue like this? It's a rare opportunity to fight. Shouldn't we move a bit? Sounds good, Son Wukong readily agreed. Both retreated simultaneously, initiating a dazzling series of offensive and defensive maneuvers. Son Wukong threw a punch at Zhang Wutian, who swiftly vanished from her sight. Behind you. Son Wukong instinctively kicked backward in a piercing strike, but Zhang Wutian seemed to have anticipated her move, ducking to evade while executing a sweeping kick that sent Son Wukong tumbling. Though she fell, Son Wukong was undeterred. She propped herself up and leaped into the air. Too naive, Zhang Wutian had been waiting, appearing above her with his fists clenched, preparing to strike downward. Not naive at all. Son Wukong swiftly altered her movement, transforming her defense into an offense, kicking upward toward Zhang Wutian's fists. The two strikes collided, and Zhang Wutian's force sent Son Wukong crashing back to the ground. The arena floor shattered beneath her impact, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Son Wukong supported herself on the ground, rising again, while Zhang Wutian refrained from pursuing, allowing her to regain her footing. "Keep it up, Wukong. Don't let him suppress you," shouted Xiaolin from the sidelines. Unfazed, Son Wukong brushed off the dust and cheerfully remarked, "Incredible, Zhang Wutian. I thought I had made significant progress this year, but you've surpassed me even more. It was worth the wait. If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeve, I might just win." "Not even close," Zhang Wutian retorted. "Watch me." With that declaration, Son Wukong struck a pose for the Kamehameha technique. Indeed, this was it. Anyone who has seen the Dragon Ball manga has likely fantasized about performing the Kamehameha, and nearly every child has imitated the pose at some point, Zhang Wutian included. For him, being in the Dragon Ball world without learning this technique would feel like a missed opportunity. Thus, Zhang Wutian mirrored the Kamehameha stance. However, his internal energy manipulation differed entirely since he had not trained under Master Roshi. Nonetheless, having learned the principles of energy movement under Master Galen, Zhang Wutian was capable of executing a similar technique, albeit not as effectively as the original Kamehameha, which was intricately linked to Roshi's unique energy manipulation. "That boy is rather cheeky, mimicking his opponent's technique. What about your own creation?" Master Galen chuckled from a distance, watching the live broadcast on the television left by Zhang Wutian. "Using Kamehameha against Kamehameha? How amusing." Mary Sue observed the match with keen interest. Son Wukong remained undeterred, her focus unwavering as she silently gathered her energy into her palms. In the next moment, an orange-yellow beam erupted from her hands. Shockwave. At the same time, Zhang Wutian unleashed his imitation Kamehameha, a beam that appeared nearly identical to Son Wukong's. The two beams collided at the arena's center, clashing against one another. There was no deafening explosion. Instead, Zhang Wutian's shockwave and Son Wukong's Kamehameha met and engaged in a stalemate. This represented a different level of confrontation. More perilous than a physical struggle, here, the loser would suffer double the consequences, facing not only the opponent's energy but also their own rebounding back upon them. Is that all? While contesting their energy attacks, Zhang Wutian still found the leisure to speak. Though his imitation Kamehameha was inferior in energy efficiency compared to Son Wukong's, his combat prowess triumphed, overpowering her with a battle strength of 80 to 100 against her 50 to 50. Son Wukong's face flushed as she remained silent, pouring all her effort into her attack. The point of intersection between their energy beams gradually shifted towards Son Wukong, indicating she was at a disadvantage. "Come on, Wukong. Don't lose to him," Xiaolin shouted encouragingly. "Wukong, you can do it," cheered Bulma and her companions from the audience. "Is it over?" Lepin anxiously watched. Ugh. Son Wukong exerted every ounce of strength to push back the energy, but the intersection of their beams continued to advance steadily toward her. Yet in the next moment, Zhang Wutian felt an unexpected void, the resistance suddenly vanishing. His energy surged forward. A violent explosion obliterated half of the arena, flames, debris, and smoke engulfing Son Wukong's form. "Oh no, I got too carried away," Zhang Wutian thought, sensing he may have gone too far. "Wukong, you killed Wukong," Xiaolin cried out in despair. "Wukong." Bulma and the others screamed in alarm. Why had Son Wukong's energy suddenly faltered? Had she exhausted herself? Lepin pondered in astonishment. Zhang Wutian, however, was not overly concerned for Son Wukong's safety. After all, she was a Saiyan, the descendant of a warrior race, and thus not so easily defeated. Furthermore, his instincts told him that her sudden relinquishing of the energy contest was a voluntary choice rather than a result of exhaustion. With Son Wukong's Kamehameha dissipated, only Zhang Wutian's shockwave struck her. By forfeiting the energy clash, she had managed to avoid a combined impact, resulting in merely being hit by a single shockwave. Moreover, having been the first to concede in the Kamehameha contest, Son Wukong still had the presence of mind to defend herself at the last moment. A smile crept across Mary Sue's face as she watched from the sidelines. "When to cut is to cut. Well done, kid. Now counterattack." In the next instant, a small figure burst forth from the smoke, darting towards the opponent like an arrow. 016, achievement unlocked. Conquering once before transforming into a blonde bad girl. A shadow swiftly emerged from the smoke. At that moment, it was indeed Son Wukong. Her outer garment, the orange martial arts uniform of the Turtle School, lay in tatters, revealing a black bodysuit beneath. Of course, there was little to see on the undeveloped body of a young girl barely in her teens. This mention serves merely to emphasize that Son Wukong had not yet burst her clothing. She contracted her body, following the trajectory of the shockwave to stand before Zhang Wutian, delivering a punch aimed at his abdomen. However, this strike failed to connect, as Zhang Wutian vanished before her like a mirage. Unfazed, Son Wukong seemed to perceive his movements, launching a relentless series of attacks. That's it. Well done, Wukong, strike him, cheered Kobayashi from ringside, his enthusiasm palpable. Truly, Wukong displayed remarkable resilience, able to counterattack even after enduring such formidable blows. A smile crept across Lepin's face as well. Go for it, little girl. The audience rallied behind the seemingly disadvantaged Son Wukong, their cheers transforming the arena into her home ground. This style of movement is undoubtedly a legacy from Master Karin, mused Mary Sue quietly. Despite her valor, Son Wukong's efforts seemed futile. Zhang Wutian stood right before her, yet for reasons unknown, her punches and kicks could not land a single blow on his figure. It was as if he were a slippery eel. But to liken him to such would be an insult to Master Karin's teachings. It was more akin to clouds floating in the sky, visible yet intangible, present yet elusive like vapor dispersing in the air. Zhang Wutian's evasiveness rendered Son Wukong utterly ineffective. What's with this dodging? Be a man and face Wukong head-on. Are you even less than a little girl? Boomed Bulma from below the stage, her indignation evident. Yet, Miss Bulma did not grasp the gravity of the situation. Goodness. He's growing stronger even while fighting me? It seemed as if Son Wukong was on the verge of unleashing all the potential she had accrued under the Turtle Master's tutelage, rapidly evolving with each missed punch and every evaded kick. As the battle intensified, the true essence of combat began to manifest. Perhaps this sensation could only be felt when facing Son Wukong, and whether Zhang Wutian shared this sentiment was uncertain, yet he found himself reveling in the experience. Oh, that kick seems familiar. I've seen it in the manga before. Indeed, my old friend, who has accompanied me since childhood, is already showcasing her prowess at such a young age. At this rate, she might just hit me soon. However, Bulma's voice roused Zhang Wutian from his combat reverie, reminding him of a particular plot point from the original story. Oh no, I can't let this drag on any longer. The moon will rise soon. The thought of transforming into a giant ape and wreaking havoc at the tournament, causing chaos, was something Zhang Wutian wished to avoid. Deep down, he also harbored a desire to shield little Wukong from exposure before the crowd, a thought he kept buried within, realizing that prolonging the fight might summon the moon. Zhang Wutian acknowledged that, despite the enjoyment of battling Son Wukong, it was time to conclude. All right, Wukong, it's time to end this. Regrettably, today's battle must come to a close. In an instant, he appeared behind her, delivering a decisive chop to her neck, causing Son Wukong to collapse. Referee, begin the countdown. The referee, momentarily dazed by the flurry of exchanges, snapped back to reality and started the count. Impressive. Can I take down Wukong in a single blow? Mary Sue pondered, only to shake her head in disbelief. Stronger than I anticipated. Is this what they call a new era? Wukong, get up. Don't let him win. Wukong. It's time for dinner. Even Bulma unleashed her ultimate tactic, yet nothing could rouse Son Wukong from her stupor. 9-10. The winner is Zhang Wutian. Until the referee completed the count, Son Wukong remained on the ground, unable to rise. Though you have made swift progress, defeating me is still a distant goal. Zhang Wutian declared victoriously. Did he mean 3 years? The audience, hearing his words, assumed he had misspoken, yet only Zhang Wutian understood the true intent behind his statement. In the original tale, Son Wukong had gone from being utterly helpless to surpassing Master Karin in merely 3 days. He did not believe that he, a mere imitation with combat prowess comparable to Karin-S, could indefinitely suppress the little monkey before him. Applause erupted all around, the high-caliber martial arts display thrilling the spectators to their core. Amidst the cheers, Zhang Wutian lifted the still unconscious Son Wukong and exited the arena. So small. Still just a little monkey, but how will she change when she grows up? A female version of Kakarot? I can hardly wait. In Zhang Wutian's embrace, Son Wukong suddenly stirred awake, instinctively landing a punch on his face. Did I hit? She exclaimed, her delight evident as if she had achieved something monumental. Fool. The match is over. Zhang Wutian bellowed, his face resembling a green-skinned egg. Realizing she was being held by Zhang Wutian, Son Wukong peeked around, still under the impression that the match was ongoing. Have I lost? What do you think? Zhang Wutian replied coldly. So that's it, I lost. Son Wukong felt a brief pang of disappointment, but quickly brightened. But you're so strong, Zhang Wutian. When you get serious, I couldn't land a single punch on you. I was almost there, though. I just need to train a bit harder. All right. Once my training is complete, I will challenge you again. Next time, I will surely win. You foolish little monkey girl. I too shall train, and I will be the victor next time. No, it will be me. I am certain of it. The two continued their playful banter as they descended from the stage, yet Zhang Wutian showed no intention of releasing Son Wukong from his grasp, as if he wished to hold on to her until the end of time. Unbeknownst to Zhang Wutian, Son Wukong was equally oblivious to this sentiment, and the two remained entwined, exchanging words as if they were the only ones present. What a situation. I can't even interject, thought Kobayashi, awkwardly stepping back. They truly resembled a father and daughter. Yet, what would happen if Wukong grew a bit more? Imagining that scene, Mary Sue wore a gossipy smile. 017, the finals begin. 017, the finals begin. Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong continued their conversation, oblivious to the black-suited host with sunglasses who abruptly interrupted. Zhang Wutian, the finals are about to start. Could you please head to the stage? Upon lifting his gaze, Zhang Wutian noticed his final opponent, Mary Sue, standing on the platform with a cheerful smile. Just moments ago, he had seemingly endless words for Son Wukong, but now he found himself at a loss, still holding her in full view of the audience. Son Wukong remained unaware of any unusualness. Once released, she stretched her limbs and said to Zhang Wutian, "Now that you've beaten me, carry on and win it all." "Indeed," Zhang Wutian replied, eyeing his opponent on the stage. "But it seems they are quite formidable." "You are strong too," Son Wukong responded. "Indeed, I am strong." Gently ruffling Son Wukong's hair, Zhang Wutian then turned and leapt onto the arena. It was only after Zhang Wutian had departed that Xiaolin approached. "Wukong, is that fellow truly your husband?" "Yes, indeed," Son Wukong replied nonchalantly. A pang of sorrow struck Xiaolin's heart. Clearly, this little sister from the same sect, who fancied herself a budding monk, harbored unspoken feelings. Yet, in this moment, all emotions coalesced into a deep melancholy. "Have you finished your conversation with your little wife?" "If you wish, I can wait a bit longer," Mary Sue said to Zhang Wutian from the stage. "More like a daughter to me," Zhang Wutian corrected her. "So you would have your daughter call you husband? What a peculiar preference. Are menopausal women all this irrational? Or do you intend to sway me with mere words?" "Haha, you have touched upon a forbidden topic with women, young man." "Forbidden? What is that? I am not aware. Could you enlighten me, auntie?" Originally intending to guide him gently, she now resolved to teach him a lesson. "I look forward to your instruction, esteemed elder." The atmosphere between the two turned sinister in mere moments, prompting the host to sense that if he did not announce the start of the match soon, they might engage in combat prematurely. The final of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament begins. Without hesitation, the host exercised his authority. In the next instant, the two combatants vanished from their original positions. They appeared and disappeared repeatedly, darting back and forth, exchanging blows, yet neither landed a strike on the other. Though they were intimately close, they seemed like two transparent entities, unable to touch. So fast. Over here? No, over there? Xiaolin's eyes struggled to keep pace with their movements, feeling dizzy as multiple figures blurred before him, making it impossible to discern reality. Is this truly Zhang Wutian's true prowess? Has he not yet unleashed his full strength? They fought their way from the ground to the heavens and back, returning to their original positions as if they had never moved. The audience below was left in awe. Despite their inability to see clearly, they understood the formidable skills of the two martial artists on stage. Thunderous applause erupted around them. "How was your warm-up? Do you need me to accompany you a while longer?" Zhang Wutian inquired of his opponent. "No, that was quite sufficient. Let us commence with the main event," Mary Sue replied. The next moment, Zhang Wutian felt a palpable pressure emanating from his opponent. Has her aura intensified? Damn it. I still have not learned how to sense my opponent's energy. I must rely on my rudimentary experience to gauge their strength. How inconvenient. Gazing at his adversary, Zhang Wutian began to elevate his own aura. The air seemed to thicken. Even ordinary individuals devoid of any combat prowess could instinctively feel the heavy pressure emanating from the two on stage. Was this merely a warm-up? What a joke. Xiaolin exclaimed in astonishment. Son Wukong remained silent, fist clenched, eyes fixed upon the duel. Indeed, she still has reserves. No wonder I have taken a liking to this young man. I do not wish to attract the attention of the older aunt. Do you prefer younger girls? Certainly not someone like you, old-timer. Zhang Wutian finally made his move, not entirely provoked by Mary Sue's words, but rather weary of her incessant chatter, thus initiating his attack. "Come at me." The goal of luring him into action achieved, a sly smile flickered across Mary Sue's face as she extended her hands, finally engaging her opponent in this decisive match. In a swift motion, Mary Sue caught Zhang Wutian's incoming fist, effortlessly redirecting his strength as she twisted and turned. Reversal. What? Zhang Wutian felt the world spin. Logically, his punch should not be so easily intercepted, yet Mary Sue had evidently been preparing for this moment. From the outset, she had maintained a defensive stance, and her earlier provocations seemed strategically planned for this very instance. A seemingly simple defense concealed a wealth of technique, verging on the extraordinary. Zhang Wutian found himself inverted mid-air, losing his balance, and Mary Sue seized the opportunity, her shoulder crashing into his chest. The impact sent Zhang Wutian hurtling backward. But Mary Sue was unwilling to let the matter end there. She grasped his clothing, yanking him back, before delivering a punch to his nose. Reeling from the blow, Zhang Wutian leaned back, only for Mary Sue to pull him in once more, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. A beautifully executed flying knee sent Zhang Wutian soaring like a cannonball. Behind him lay the edge of the arena. According to the rules, if he fell from the stage, he would be declared the loser. Witnessing victory within reach, Mary Sue raised her right hand in triumph. Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Wutian executed a backflip, landing firmly on the arena once again. One hand pressed against his abdomen while the other covered his bleeding nose. He wore a pained expression, glaring resentfully at his opponent. To Mary Sue's surprise, she marveled, "I struck with all my might." Given Zhang Wutian's earlier combat approach, she had assumed him to be fragile. But now his resilience shattered that impression. Is that the technique called reversal? It certainly hurt. Wiping away the blood from his nose, Zhang Wutian remarked. Then yield gracefully. Do not force yourself. Force myself? I was often sent flying by Son Wukong, even as an ordinary person. According to Zhang Wutian's inherent ability, growing stronger through battling formidable opponents, experiencing blows was an inevitable part of facing those stronger than himself. He had become accustomed to the pain, almost making it a top-tier skill of his own. Releasing his grip on his abdomen, Zhang Wutian clenched his fists and assumed a fighting stance. You shall soon discern whether this is forcing myself. Ha! Then bring it on, little one. Combat is not merely child's play. Let me teach you this lesson. Committed to a staunch defense, Mary Sue clearly intended to withstand Zhang Wutian's onslaught, awaiting him behind an impenetrable shell. Zhang Wutian began to believe Mary Sue resembled the turtle sage, as no other school displayed such mastery in defense. 018. You truly are the turtle sage. Mary Sue once again adopted her defensive posture, seemingly resolved to defend without attacking. Still resorting to the turtle shell tactic? Zhang Wutian scoffed. As long as it is effective. Any strategy is valid, Mary Sue retorted stubbornly. In truth, Zhang Wutian possessed a straightforward method to dismantle Mary Sue's defensive strategy, launching ki blasts from a distance. If he opted for a ranged attack, any countermeasure would be mere folly. Yet, Zhang Wutian felt that such an action would seem like conceding defeat. Thus, he chose to confront his opponent head-on, determined to breach her defenses. Though this might seem a foolhardy approach in actual combat, this was merely a match. And Zhang Wutian reveled in the challenge. Thoroughly wiping the blood from his face, Zhang Wutian clenched his fists at his sides, his muscles taut, and let out a resounding shout. Ah! An astonishing surge of energy erupted, sending debris and rubble flying from the shattered arena. Is it possible to strengthen further? What a jest! Did Master Galen train a monster? It seems I can hear Mary Sue's whisper, as the explosive Zhang Wutian proclaimed, a monster? That is merely because you are utterly oblivious to that cad's true prowess. At present, I am merely his equal. In terms of energy, I barely keep pace. But in every other regard, I am leagues ahead, Miel. Far away in Korin Tower, Master Galen commented while watching television, leisurely enjoying some dried fish. Exuding an air of comfort. Did that foul cat hold back against me? Mary Sue gritted her teeth and then turned to Zhang Wutian, declaring, Indeed, your energy is formidable. But this level still cannot surpass my earth-shattering style. Is that so? Zhang Wutian did not refute her. He resolved to let his actions speak. In the next instant, leveraging the recoil from the shattered ground, Zhang Wutian lunged forward with ferocity, aiming at the poised Mary Sue, extending his fist to its utmost. He unleashed a powerful punch directed at her. Once again, Mary Sue's hands met Zhang Wutian's fist, their bodies colliding. In the following moment, a series of crackling sounds erupted from the impact. The fabric of Mary Sue's sleeve instantly turned to dust, and her muscular arm burst forth with countless tiny droplets of blood. Still, she steadfastly resisted Zhang Wutian's punch before retracting and pulling. What followed was a swift reversal. However, within that minuscule fraction of a second, Zhang Wutian struck first. An explosive energy erupted from his fist. Give it to me. Unrestrained, Mary Sue, too, fought fiercely. In the face of Zhang Wutian's explosive assault, she desperately clamped her hands together, ensuring he could not escape her grasp, channeling her energy to its utmost. A vast and profound force surged from within Mary Sue, finally suppressing the energy on Zhang Wutian's fist. Once the opportunity passed, her earth-shattering style activated again, causing Zhang Wutian's body to be flipped, disoriented by the force of the world turning upside down. Just as he was about to faceplant, Zhang Wutian saw a shoe growing larger before his eyes. Boom! With a sound akin to a drumbeat, Mary Sue's kick struck his head, sending his body flying backward. As he soared through the air, Zhang Wutian, with half-open eyes, beheld the incoming additional attack from Mary Sue, who leaped into the air, aiming to drive her knee into him. If that blow connected, it could very well obliterate his insides. In an instant, Zhang Wutian extended his arms, barely managing to defend against Mary Sue's knee strike, yet he was still forced into the ground. The arena suffered yet another severe blow, becoming even more fragmented. Although he had managed to block Mary Sue's attack head-on, Zhang Wutian's back endured yet another injury upon hitting the ground, compounded by the heavy blow to his head and waves of dizziness. To describe his current state as battered and bruised would be an understatement. Nevertheless, Zhang Wutian's fighting spirit remained unyielded. Instead, he felt exhilarated as the battle intensified. However, at that moment, a minor interruption disrupted the rhythm of the fight. What is happening? Mary Sue's appearance has undergone a remarkable transformation. Who is this young and beautiful girl in the arena? Has Mary Sue stealthily switched places with someone while everyone was distracted? The host's voice resonated throughout the venue. With a youthful and radiant face, seemingly shifting from a middle-aged woman to a captivating young lady, Mary Sue furrowed her brow, gazing at Zhang Wutian, who had narrowly escaped disaster. Truly tenacious. If this continues, it will be endless. No, more importantly, what changes have occurred within you? Have you returned to youth? Is this a manifestation of energy harnessed to its fullest? By utilizing excessive energy, have your cellular activities been temporarily rejuvenated, creating a false youthfulness? Mary Sue spoke with conviction. Transformed into a younger self, she could indeed be considered a striking martial artist. Yet, Zhang Wutian remained entirely unmoved, and the reason was simple. You truly transformed like Master came. The disparity is overwhelming. Is it a natural talent of yours to change so impressively? If you can use energy to transform from a 40-year-old ant to a 20-year-old woman, then conversely, it should be no challenge to shift from a 400-year-old crone to a 40-year-old ant. That wrinkled old lady would certainly dispel any fantasies. I shall not develop feelings for a crone over 400 years old. Oh dear, have you seen through me? This matter must remain a secret from my disciples, please. Mary Sue, as Master came, made an endearing request, her actions incongruously aligning with her background, creating a strikingly jarring scene. That is of little consequence. Zhang Wutian stated, you are currently at your peak, correct? Indeed, Mary Sue replied readily. I intend to defeat you here while you still maintain this optimal state. It is commendable for the youth to be spirited, but it is wise to avoid overexertion. Challenging limits is indeed the prerogative of the young. What could be wrong with that? Zhang Wutian drew his right fist to his side, extending his left hand, palm resting upon the right fist. As a torrent of energy surged into it, Mary Sue observed Zhang Wutian's movements with solemnity, silently preparing her stance. Energy gathered and expanded in Zhang Wutian's hand, forming a visible radiance. That is enough. If you continue, you will lose control of that power, Master Galen remarked from in front of the television. But his voice could not reach the arena, where Zhang Wutian persisted in gathering strength. I cannot allow him to continue accumulating energy. Realizing this, Mary Sue launched a preemptive attack. A crescent-shaped strike landed on Zhang Wutian's body, but no, she did not hit him. Her attack passed through him, striking nothing but air. A shadow. Recognizing the tactic employed by her opponent, Mary Sue instantly understood Zhang Wutian's strategy. However, the delay from realization to action proved crucial. Zhang Wutian's speed was inherently swift, granting him the opportunity to counterattack. Now you cannot defend against my assault, can you? Your proud counterattack is rendered useless. Behold my fist. The radiant fist loomed larger before Mary Sue. Yet, just as Mary Sue had previously pierced Zhang Wutian's illusion, this time, Zhang Wutian's fully concentrated strike merely shattered her illusion as well, leaving a phantom of himself at an incredible speed. Mary Sue's true form had already darted to the other side. Just as I suspected. However, it was Zhang Wutian who wore a smile. In a contest of equals, employing strategy became the key to gaining the upper hand. Zhang Wutian had deliberately utilized a technique akin to the shadow punch to evade Mary Sue's attack, betting that upon witnessing this tactic, she would retaliate with a similar move. All of this relied upon Zhang Wutian's understanding of Mary Sue, or rather, Master Kame. For he was aware that Master Kame possessed such techniques, which is why he led the encounter in this direction. At the moment when Mary Sue employed the phantom fist to evade the attack, Zhang Wutian abruptly retracted his fist and forcefully twisted his foot, utilizing the immense power that nearly shattered the stones of the arena to pivot his body, positioning himself to face Mary Sue. In the next instant, a long-prepared finishing move surged forth. Got you. A spherical energy blast shot from Zhang Wutian's fist, contrasting sharply with the earlier ostentatious Kamehameha. This technique was one that Zhang Wutian had honed through relentless practice. Though it appeared unremarkable, it was perfectly suited to Zhang Wutian, enabling him to unleash a combat power of 100-100. The watermelon-sized sphere hurtled toward Mary Sue. Theoretically, This attack could be compressed further to amplify its power. But Zhang Wutian had yet to master that skill. Forcing such precision had led to a previous failure during his encounter at Galinta, and in actual combat, he seldom demanded perfection from himself. This level of force was already sufficient. Fresh from executing the Phantom Fist, and still in a state of rigidity, Mary Sue gazed in astonishment at the rapidly approaching energy blast. At this moment, evasion was no longer an option. Her only recourse was to defend. Reluctantly, Mary Sue crossed her arms before her chest, bracing herself for the impact. Oh! Accompanied by the roar of the crowd, Mary Sue was pushed backward by the energy blast, leaving the arena severely battered. Following various destructive strikes, 2 deep trenches were carved into the ground once more. With all her might, Mary Sue expelled energy to counter the blast's force, striving to adjust the angle of her arms. Ultimately, just before being propelled from the arena, she redirected the energy blast upwards. As the sphere ascended, approximately 3 seconds later, Zhang Wutian relinquished his control over it. The imbalanced energy blast erupted in a tremendous explosion, a blinding flash engulfing the sky above the martial arts tournament, resembling a cataclysmic event that instinctively caused all spectators to shield their eyes. Just after deflecting the energy blast, the still breathless Mary Sue sensed the danger lurking beneath the explosion. Zhang Wutian was coming. She shook her arms but found them too weakened to rise. The prior defense had depleted her energy, leaving her arms numb and immobilized beyond their limits. A flying kick struck Mary Sue squarely in the chest, sending the unguarded fighter soaring off the edge of the arena. As the audience regained their senses from the explosion's aftermath, they were astonished to find only Zhang Wutian standing atop the stage, while Mary Sue had fallen beneath it. The victor is Zhang Wutian, the host. Seemingly faster than anyone else to recover, invigorated the atmosphere with his words. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament has emerged, young Zhang Wutian, who has triumphed over Mary Sue, claiming the title of the world's greatest martial artist. A new era has dawned. The age of the elders has come to an end. Below the stage, a melancholic smile graced Mary Sue's face. Seizing the moment amidst the audience's fervor, she slipped into an unoccupied corner. In the next instant, her form underwent a dramatic transformation. Her youthful, curvaceous figure gradually shrank, ultimately morphing into that of a short, plump old woman. Oh dear, I truly am getting old. Just a moment of exertion leaves me sore all over. It seems the time for retirement has indeed come. After a gentle stretch to ease her back, she resumed her guise as Master Roshi and leisurely strolled toward the audience. On stage, amid cheers, Zhang Wutian was engaged in an interview with the host. As the world's greatest martial artist, how do you feel? World's greatest? I still have a long way to go. The path of martial arts is endless, and my journey has only just begun. You are truly humble. The host had scarcely finished when Son Wukong rushed onto the stage. She leaped into Zhang Wutian's arms, laughing joyfully. Incredible, Zhang Wutian, you are the champion. Congratulations on becoming the world champion. Xiaolin also approached, still feeling a bit sore. Yet she expressed her respect for the formidable Zhang Wutian. Well said. Zhang Wutian smiled at Xiaolin, then playfully lifted Son Wukong from his embrace, holding her before him. Enough of this. We're all sweaty, and it's quite hot being so close. Hee hee. Being held in front of him, Son Wukong grinned widely, clearly overjoyed by Zhang Wutian's victory. Observing her sheer delight, Zhang Wutian's expression softened, and he too smiled. A genuine smile, unlike the polite one he had offered Xiaolin. Are you hungry? Let me take you out to eat. Sure. Son Wukong's response was immediate. For a Saiyan, the prospect of eating was perhaps only rivaled by the thrill of battle. You should join us too, along with the others, Zhang Wutian suggested to Xiaolin. Is that all right? No problem. After all, there are plenty of prize winnings from the tournament. Enough for everyone to enjoy a meal. After accepting 50 from the host, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially concluded. Soon after, the group, comprising Son Wukong, Xiaolin, Bulma, Lu Ping, Oolong, Pu'er, and the old Master Roshi, made their way to a nearby Chinese restaurant, leading to a feast of indulgence. Although Zhang Wutian had expended considerable energy during the tournament, he could not consume food in the same prodigious quantities as Son Wukong. Thus, by the end of the meal, it had mostly turned into a showcase of Son Wukong's appetite. Just as she picked up a chicken leg and took a bite, Son Wukong suddenly halted. Glancing at Zhang Wutian, who had already set down his utensils and was sitting aside, puzzled. Zhang Wutian, aren't you going to eat? I'm full. That won't do. Son Wukong frowned. You can't grow strong if you don't eat. Come on, open wide. With that, she held the partially bitten chicken leg toward Zhang Wutian's mouth. Wait. She's actually concerned about someone else while eating? Ms. Bulma quipped, suspecting a romantic interest. No, the most astonishing thing is that she is sharing her food? Oolong, who had traveled alongside Son Wukong, deemed it illogical. Gazing at the chicken leg with her bite marks, Zhang Wutian couldn't help but chuckle, resignedly taking another bite to cover Son Wukong's imprint. Hee, delighted by her successful feeding, Son Wukong bit into the chicken leg, covering Zhang Wutian's mark with her own teeth. Before once again offering the leg to him, Zhang Wutian could only comply and take another bite. In this manner, they alternated bites, swiftly reducing the chicken leg to a mere bone. So dazzling, I can hardly keep my eyes open. Oolong shielded his eyes in jealousy. Bulma, we should. Lu Ping suggested. No, let's not, Ms. Bulma replied. Her face slightly flushed, yet she declined Lu Ping's unspoken proposal. It was simply too embarrassing. She was no mountain monkey. Observing the two, Xiaolin suddenly felt the world was filled with malice. Perhaps it was time to take refuge in Buddhism. The old Master Rashi, meanwhile, wore a deeply satisfied smile, regarding Zhang Wutian with approving eyes. 020, the dawn of Zhang Wutian's career. 020, the dawn of Zhang Wutian's career. After a hearty meal, Zhang Wutian's prize money had nearly dwindled, signaling the end of the festivities. What are everyone's plans now? Ms. Bulma inquired. I intend to seek out my grandfather's 4-star Dragon Ball, Son Wukong declared, raising her hand. A Dragon Ball, Zhang Wutian mused internally. If Zhang Wutian were to consult with Son Wukong, given their mutual friendship, she would likely be inclined to part with the Dragon Balls, allowing him to utilize them to fulfill a certain wish. However, at this juncture, having grown accustomed to life here, the longing to return home has gradually faded, and Zhang Wutian finds himself devoid of any particularly significant desires to realize. The notion of transforming his bloodline to that of a Saiyan seems unnecessary. After all, the inherent ability to grow stronger through battles with superior opponents remains unbounded. As long as the conditions are met, he can continue to gain strength without limit, rendering the Saiyan lineage somewhat superfluous. As for other wishes, such as immortality, Zhang Wutian feels no immediate need for them and decides to defer such aspirations until a future necessity arises. Without desire, there is little motivation, and thus Zhang Wutian finds himself disinterested in the Dragon Balls. If by chance he encounters them, he wouldn't mind making a trivial wish like obtaining a Haagen-Dazs treat. But the effort to seek them out is not something he is willing to undertake. He would rather invest his time honing his ultimate techniques. At that moment, Son Wukong suddenly inquired, Zhang Wutian, would you accompany me in the search for the Dragon Balls? What? Came his surprised response. Let us embark on a journey together. Son Wukong seemed to find this a splendid idea, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, we can train along the way. It should be quite enjoyable to travel as a pair. The prospect of a shared adventure was initiated by her, revealing unexpected depths to her character. Ignoring the whispers from Bulma and others, Zhang Wutian pondered for a moment before replying. I have other matters to attend to and cannot accompany you at this time. However, I do have a suggestion. He then turned to Bulma, saying, Miss Bulma, as we will be parting ways, it may become cumbersome to stay in touch. Could you assist us in creating portable communication devices for each of us? With these, we could easily remain connected at all times. Ah, I hadn't considered that, Bulma exclaimed, realizing the simplicity of such a device. In the Dragon Ball world, there were no mobile phones, and thanks to Zhang Wutian's insight, Bulma quickly understood how easy it would be to create them. Provided she had enough materials, she could construct them almost instantly. It would be ideal to include a positioning feature as well, making it easy to locate one another, Zhang Wutian added. Ah, I see. Quite brilliant. Bulma chuckled, nudging Zhang Wutian playfully, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he remained unaware of the implications behind her expression. Bulma had exhibited a somewhat infatuated demeanor in the earlier chapters, but unbeknownst to Zhang Wutian, she perceived him as someone exhibiting a possessive streak, attempting to monitor Son Wukong's every move. Setting aside Bulma's misconceptions about him, Zhang Wutian's request also held a hint of personal interest. He was aware that Son Wukong would encounter various experiences during her journey, particularly intrigued by a specific destination she would reach. Consequently, the group traveled together to Bulma's residence in West City to facilitate the creation of the communication devices. As one of the pivotal locations in the Dragon Ball universe, Bulma adeptly crafted the devices, engraving a bitten tomato logo onto the exterior of each communicator, thus birthing the first mobile communication tool of the Dragon Ball world, the tomato phone. Here you go. Everyone gets one. Make sure to hold on to them. Bulma distributed the devices, and the group, having been enveloped in the opulence of her home, graciously accepted her generous gift. As Zhang Wutian received his phone, he remarked to Lu Ping, Miss Bulma is not only beautiful and talented, but her wealth is impressive as well. Truly, a perfect young lady. Apologies. But this perfect young lady is already taken, Lu Ping replied, wrapping his arm around Bulma's shoulders as she leaned against him, embodying an endearing, delicate presence. Zhang Wutian chuckled and began to familiarize himself with the phone's functionalities. Eventually, under Bulma's guidance, even Son Wukong, despite her complete lack of technical knowledge, learned how to operate the device and communicate with Zhang Wutian, as well as locate each other's positions. However, the time for their parting had arrived. "Are you truly not coming with me?" Son Wukong expressed her reluctance to leave. "I cannot ride the Nimbus, so I cannot accompany you," Zhang Wutian explained. "You could fly alongside me." "Do not mention flying. I have never even driven a car in this world." Despite their reluctance, Son Wukong, being a free-spirited individual, quickly resolved to depart. After all, her primary goal was to find her grandfather's 4-star ball, which wouldn't take much time, and she could return to seek out Zhang Wutian afterward. By the way, Zhang Wutian suddenly interjected, "If you happen to arrive at a place called Penguin Village during your travels, remember to contact me." "Penguin Village? What is that place?" "It's a small town on the border," Zhang Wutian shrugged. "I have a slight interest in that location, with rules and worldviews starkly different from this world, where even the sun is a living entity, yet seamlessly integrated into the realm of Dragon Ball." It would be disingenuous to claim Zhang Wutian held no curiosity about Penguin Village. Son Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, promising to adhere to Zhang Wutian's request. After bidding farewell to everyone, they dispersed, and Zhang Wutian returned once more to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Having resolved to remain in this world, he intended to establish a stable career for himself. He certainly did not wish to replicate the farming life of the original character, Son Wukong. Fortuitously, he located the host in a black suit and articulated his intentions. "Mr. Zhang Wutian, do you plan to secure a loan from us and establish your martial arts school under the auspices of the World Martial Arts Tournament champion? I hope to collaborate with you to enhance the prestige of the tournament while simultaneously expanding its influence," Zhang Wutian expressed. This appeared to be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Although it seemed the tournament's organizing body was investing resources for Zhang Wutian's benefit, in reality, there had been no proficient fighters like him or Mary Sue in past tournaments. Zhang Wutian himself represented a monopoly on resources, and with strategic management, he could undoubtedly become a prominent figure associated with the World Martial Arts Tournament. After negotiations with the tournament's organizing body, they agreed to finance the establishment of Zhang Wutian's martial arts school. In return, Zhang Wutian, as the reigning champion, was obliged to promote the tournament and participate in at least the next 3 events. Should he fail to retain his championship title, the organizing body would withdraw their support, leaving Zhang Wutian to find alternative means to repay the loan. In truth, Zhang Wutian could easily impose his will on these relatively weak individuals if he resorted to violence. He could make them capitulate, even compel them to kneel and call him father. However, he was determined to adhere to the rules. Since he had enjoyed the conveniences afforded by this world's regulations, he felt a corresponding obligation to uphold them. Zhang Wutian believed that maintaining integrity was a fundamental principle of existence. Those who recklessly disrupt the established order are typically labeled as criminals, while those with greater prowess may be dubbed as demons. Zhang Wutian harbored no interest in either vocation and ultimately signed his name on the contract. In fact, aside from establishing a martial arts dojo, Zhang Wutian had a more lucrative opportunity at hand: to utilize the mobile communication device newly created by Miss Bulma and establish the world's first mobile phone manufacturing company in a realm devoid of smartphones. This venture could potentially lead to immense profits, allowing him to become the Apple of the Dragon Ball universe. However, this path seemed misaligned with his expertise, and Zhang Wutian lacked interest in pursuing it. He believed that since he had traversed into the Dragon Ball world, he ought to engage in endeavors that resonated with the essence of this universe. Pursuing a venture akin to Zhang Bus would be utterly incongruous. As for becoming the champion of the next 3 martial arts tournaments, this implied that he would need to surpass the likes of Tien Shinhan and King Piccolo in the coming years, not to mention that monkey, Son Goku. With such thoughts in mind, a smile of excitement graced Zhang Wutian's face. How intriguing, let it be. After signing a contract with the organizers of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Zhang Wutian embarked on his busy schedule. This path was one he had chosen for himself, and it was a vocation he genuinely enjoyed, thus he embraced it wholeheartedly. Before officially commencing his work, he visited a particular location in accordance with the tournament's roster. Although he intended to pay a compliment, he had to admit, this was not a pleasant place. "You are right, my friend, but this is my hometown after all." Zhang Wutian arrived at the hometown of his former rival, Nam, witnessing him and the other villagers irrigating the parched land. Nam welcomed Zhang Wutian warmly and invited him to his home. After a meal of lovingly prepared radish rice by Nam's wife, Zhang Wutian, speaking in a manner reminiscent of a pitchman, inquired, Do you wish to change the fate of this village, Nam? Do you aspire for a better life for the villagers? If so, come with me. Thus, the decision for the assistant instructor of the dojo was made. Zhang Wutian held Nam's combat prowess in considerable regard. While not on par with the disciples of Master Roshi, for an ordinary person, being able to leap over 20 meters was akin to superhuman ability. Having him assist in training future disciples would surely be more than sufficient. With the recruitment of talent secured, Zhang Wutian's dojo officially opened its doors. At that moment, the tournament organizers began to exert their influence, promoting Zhang Wutian in various aspects. Leveraging their power, Zhang Wutian was granted a chance to appear on television. Sitting before the screen were Bulma, Oolong, and Puar, intently watching the recorded program. On the newly constructed stage of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Zhang Wutian solemnly placed a satchel in the center. From this satchel, he extracted a stack of tiles, methodically stacking them one atop the other. Surely he does not intend to break those tiles, scoffed a certain Krillin, watching the broadcast alongside Master Roshi and Yamcha on the latter's island. Instead of traveling with Goku, he chooses to engage in such trivialities. How dull. Observe quietly before speaking, Master Roshi remarked, casting a glance at Krillin. He is quite the restless one, chuckled Korin. Also watching the televised event. After stacking a total of 15 tiles, the height reached approximately to Zhang Wutian's waist, an insurmountable weight for an ordinary person. He took a deep breath, raised his right fist, and gathered energy. The camera captured an unusual glow emanating from his fist. The human body possesses no luminescent organs, and this radiance elicited exclamations of disbelief from the viewers at home. Simultaneously, it captured the audience's hearts, igniting their anticipation for what was to come. The light coalesced into a stable sphere upon Zhang Wutian's fist. In the next moment, he shouted and struck down. The tiles shattered effortlessly, disintegrating into dust. Yet that was no longer significant. The audience held their breath, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The area where the tiles had been, centered around the stage, transformed into a vast pit extending 5 meters outward. The tournament stage had once again suffered devastation, resembling the aftermath of a meteor strike, leaving behind a circular crater. Zhang Wutian stood at the bottom of the pit, remnants of a glow lingering on his hand. Thus, a legend was born. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, with many questioning whether Zhang Wutian had concealed explosives beneath the stage. His response was straightforward. He visited the homes of his skeptics, demonstrating the feat on their grounds, repeating this several times until the entire world buzzed with excitement. When Zhang Wutian's dojo officially opened in West City, it was met with an overwhelming influx of visitors. Master Wutian, please accept me as your disciple. Master Zhang, allow me to be your student. Aside from aspiring disciples, many challengers arrived to confront Zhang Wutian. I am Dan from the Eastern City. Your recent arrogance is quite pronounced. The martial arts community does not require a performer like you. Allow me to demonstrate what a true martial artist is. Aura, aura, aura. Ah! The first cry was that of the martial artist as he charged at Zhang Wutian. The latter's counterattack sent him flying headfirst into the ground with a resounding thud. I am Sagat from the Tai village. Zhang Wutian, face me in battle. Tiger. Ah! I am a wandering martial artist named Long, hoping to discover true meaning through combat. Please teach me, Master Zhang. Hadouken. Athe. Come, serve under me, Vega. In return, I shall spare your life. Lightning strike. Athe. After enduring numerous challenges from various individuals, Zhang Wutian's status within the martial arts community was solidified. To the world, he had truly become the number one. With the number of disciples swelling to an astounding 10,000 within a mere week, a number that continued to rise swiftly. As a result, disciples had to be admitted in batches for training. Naturally, Zhang Wutian reaped substantial rewards from this success. All in all, the situation was as it stood for the time being. He would seek out true martial talent among this group of disciples to elevate them to inner disciples in due course. At the home of Miss Bulma in West City. Now a neighbor, Zhang Wutian sipped juice while sharing his plans. You have truly embarked on a remarkable venture. The television is abuzz with news of you. Is it acceptable for you to be slacking off at my house? What of your dojo? Hee, the staff I hired is quite diligent. I shall reward them handsomely upon my return. In the dojo, amidst the throngs of disciples, Nam was earnestly imparting the secrets of martial arts. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. When Lu Ping returns from the old lady on Master Roshi's island, let him join you. Make him work harder to curb his wandering ways. I fear he may entice my female disciples. He dares. Bulma exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in a fierce expression. As the dojo flourished and Zhang Wutian's career soared, the number of disciples continued to swell. And the tuition fees collected were sufficient for him to build a house in the heart of West City, rivaling Bulma's residence, as long as his strength remained. his position would remain unshakable. Once everything fell into place, a message arrived from Son Goku through Bulma's customized tomato phone. Zhang Wutian, I have located the penguin village you mentioned. 022. The peculiar space. After receiving a communication from Son Wukong, Zhang Wutian purchased a semi-autonomous hovering car from a shop. Finally able to afford a vehicle, he then followed the signal towards Son Wukong's location. The so-called Penguin Village is a place depicted in another comic by Akira Toriyama, the creator of Dragon Ball, where the characters of Dr. Slump reside. This village made a brief cameo in Dragon Ball. And while such crossovers pose no issues within the realm of comics, the disparities in worldviews, such as a living sun, various supernatural beings, and a planet that has been shattered multiple times, can all be humorously explained. However, Zhang Wutian now finds himself in a complete world, where disparate realms coexist. And he is immensely curious about how this place integrates into the broader universe. Will the nonsensical entities of Penguin Village compromise and vanish within this world? Or will Penguin Village exist as an independent microcosm, untouched by external influences? At least, in the memories of the inhabitants, Earth has never shattered, though the future seems grim. How does one explain this phenomenon? Until the very moment he stepped into Penguin Village, Zhang Wutian pondered these intriguing questions. Is this truly Penguin Village? The sight before him made him hesitate. Was it an optical illusion created by light and shadow, or perhaps a result of tectonic shifts from an earthquake, or merely the result of fatigue from too much television? To Zhang Wutian's eyes, the entire Penguin Village appeared to be tilted at about a 15-degree angle, resembling a discordant block embedded in the earth. From a distance, the villagers were all slightly askew, save for Son Wukong, who stood at the village entrance, perfectly upright despite the slanted ground, beaming as she approached Zhang Wutian. I've been waiting for you, Zhang Wutian. Is this the Penguin Village you were looking for? Perhaps prompted by the sight of a pig perched atop a tree, exclaiming, "This is Penguin Village." Zhang Wutian replied, "What's wrong? Why are you just standing there? Come over here. I'll introduce you to my new friends." As she spoke, Son Wukong reached out to grab Zhang Wutian's hand. Instinctively, Zhang Wutian took a step forward, and suddenly, the world flipped upside down. The previous 15-degree tilt intensified, and the entire realm turned over. Zhang Wutian felt the ground vanish beneath him, and with a 180-degree reversal, the ground became the sky, and the sky became the earth. He felt himself plummeting. And the last thing he saw was Son Wukong's outstretched hand. Zhang Wutian. A voice echoed in his ears, jolting him awake. Had he fainted? Realizing he had momentarily lost consciousness, Zhang Wutian sat up, only to find himself enveloped in complete darkness. This was an utterly black space, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. I was just in Penguin Village. Where am I now? Is this related to the bizarre situation in Penguin Village? Zhang Wutian mused, feeling around until he managed to stand. It seemed that Son Wukong had not noticed any abnormalities in Penguin Village. Was it normal for her? This suggested that only he could perceive such oddities. Damn it. There is no such scenario in Dragon Ball. Where am I? Sitting idle was utterly futile. Even if he remained still, all he could observe was darkness. Thus, Zhang Wutian resolved to move forward. Perhaps he was indeed walking. He extended his hand tentatively, but encountered no obstacles. This place felt like an infinitely vast expanse, and he could not guarantee he was walking in a straight line. After all, for someone accustomed to navigating by sight, being plunged into darkness was undeniably disorienting. Zhang Wutian lost track of time, becoming ensnared in confusion about whether he was truly moving. Occasionally, he thought he glimpsed something, but it always turned out to be mere figments of his imagination. The darkness remained unchanged. Finally, he let out a primal scream of frustration. Hey. Thankfully, his voice seemed unimpeded in this space, and he could hear his own cries, devoid of echoes, which attested to the vastness around him. What is this place? I was just in the Dragon Ball world. Have I crossed over again? Wait, the Dragon Ball world? Oh yes, I can use that trick. In his moment of instinctual self-doubt, Zhang Wutian suddenly remembered he was a man who had traversed the Dragon Ball universe. Illuminate for me. He concentrated his energy into his fist, ensuring a balanced output. In the next moment, Zhang Wutian's fist radiated a gentle glow, illuminating the surroundings like a light bulb. His energy lit up an area of about 5 meters, but beyond that, the darkness persisted. Using the light to inspect the ground beneath him, he found it equally shrouded in black, devoid of any tangible substance. So what am I standing on? Just as he contemplated this direction, he felt the ground give way beneath him, and he began to fall once more, plummeting, falling, in endless descent. Initially, Zhang Wutian felt panic, but after about a minute, he regained his composure. At first, in the absence of sight, he believed he stood upon solid ground. Upon seeing, his perspective shifted, and with that shift, the support vanished, and he began to fall. Was this a world where outcomes depended solely on his thoughts? Let us see. I want to stop. In the next instant, his descent abruptly ceased, and Zhang Wutian found himself floating as if he were a balloon. Then, light burst forth. The dark space transformed into a pure white, allowing Zhang Wutian to see his own body. The world remained blank, devoid of any objects within his line of sight, presenting no difference from before. Save for his own visibility. A strange place. I must find an exit. In the next moment, a black circular hole opened before him. How straightforward an exit. Zhang Wutian leaned halfway through the circular opening and discovered that beyond it lay a sunlit, normal world. Yet it was not the previous penguin village, but rather some other place entirely. Wishing to leave but uncertain if he could return after stepping out, he became intrigued by this wondrous space. I want to return here after I leave. Drawing from his previous experiences, Zhang Wutian began to contemplate this matter. Suddenly, he felt an extraordinary connection to this space. It was an ineffable sensation, with no material or phenomenon to substantiate it. Yet Zhang Wutian sensed he had become intertwined with this realm. Embracing this feeling, Zhang Wutian resolved to crawl through the black circular hole. Upon his departure, the black hole vanished, leaving the space in its pure white state, as if time itself had frozen. This was the origin of all things, as well as the terminus of everything, a gap between worlds, belonging neither to this realm nor that one. How wondrous that beings capable of freely manipulating this space exist. It was something even I could not accomplish. A voice, slightly effeminate, suddenly resonated through the stillness of the space, shattering its tranquility. Very well. The events unfolding here have transcended my authority, and even if I wish to intervene, I find myself powerless. Everything shall be addressed once Lord Beerus awakens. Until then, I shall exercise my solitary prerogative and quietly observe the transformations within this realm. The voice echoed faintly throughout the space before fading into silence, and soon, an expansive stillness enveloped the entire area once more. Upon emerging from the obsidian circular void, Zhang Wutian was greeted by a world that appeared perfectly normal. Verdant trees, flowing waters, the melodies of birds, and the chirping of insects. Everything that constitutes a typical world was present. Zhang Wutian felt he had nearly escaped that bizarre dimension and returned to the familiar realm. However, the term nearly was apt, for he detected an anomaly. Miss Bulma's portable communicator, designed for all, possessed both communication and location features. Despite others having their location functions turned off, Zhang Wutian knew that at least Son Wukong's should be active. Yet, his device failed to locate Son Wukong's position, which was undeniably peculiar. He then attempted to dial other numbers, but every effort proved futile. All attempts at communication ended in failure. Bulma, with her remarkable ingenuity often deemed black technology, once boasted that her phones had no dead zones. One could communicate freely from any corner of Earth. Thus, the inability to connect led Zhang Wutian to conclude that either his phone was malfunctioning, this place was not Earth, or there were no communicable entities here. A malfunctioning phone could be dismissed, as he had recently used it to locate Son Wukong in Penguin Village. As for the notion of it being a different world, the mountains, waters, skies, and trees all bore the unmistakable characteristics of Earth, leaving Zhang Wutian unable to find evidence of an alien planet. With a burgeoning hypothesis, Zhang Wutian swiftly departed from the familiar forest reminiscent of Son Wukong's homeland. Had it been struck by a meteor? Upon reaching the outskirts of the woods, he quickly discovered a village of humanity. However, the settlement before him had become almost a relic. A massive meteor crater marred the village's center, and the remaining structures lay in utter disarray, with nature reclaiming most of the man-made edifices. The village was eerily silent, resembling a ghostly domain devoid of human presence. Gazing at the desolate village, Zhang Wutian remained contemplative and eventually stepped inside. After a thorough exploration, he discovered a map in the ruins of a collapsed house at the edge of the crater. Indeed, he was still within the Dragon Ball universe. Recognizing familiar landmarks on the map, he pinpointed his location and established a route to West City. Stowing the map away, Zhang Wutian embarked on his arduous journey. Compared to the days when he had just emerged from the forest, relying on a Tyrannosaurus for transportation, his current speed was exponentially superior. Within mere days, he arrived at the familiar West City. Along the way, he encountered scarce human life. Vast expanses of the city had vanished, replaced by craters of varying sizes. The desolation rendered the land devoid of human activity, as if the entire world had transformed into a paradise for flora and fauna. With humanity, once at the pinnacle of the food chain, vanished without a trace. Had aliens invaded, or was it something else? The situation was utterly bewildering. Only upon reaching West City did Zhang Wutian finally see remnants of humanity amidst this once thriving metropolis. However, the state of West City was dire. Far removed from the vibrant international hub, he remembered, Ruins were scattered everywhere, and dilapidated structures seemed to narrate the tragic tales of humanity. Most inhabitants scavenged among the wreckage like refuse in a wasteland, the apocalyptic scene clashing starkly with the name West City. Following his memories, Zhang Wutian first proceeded to the location of the martial arts dojo, only to discover it was nothing but a heap of debris, remnants of unrelated buildings. Subsequently, he made his way to Bulma's residence. Here, the place retained some semblance to Zhang Wutian's memories, though much of it had collapsed, and the once magnificent garden lay untended, now a desolate expanse. At an entrance to the basement, Zhang Wutian found a communication screen. Upon pressing a button, the visage of Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, appeared, his expression gaunt and weary. "Long time no see, Dr. Brief. Who are you? I do not recognize you. I am a friend of Bulma. Where is she?" Dr. Brief's demeanor shifted to one of malevolence, almost unrecognizable from the mild-mannered scientist Zhang Wutian once knew. "You claim to be my daughter's friend? Do you have any proof?" Zhang Wutian pondered briefly before retrieving his tomato phone and presenting it to the screen. "Does this count?" Dr. Brief hesitated before responding. "It does resemble my daughter's handiwork, but merely judging by the exterior does not confirm it was created by her. Moreover, even if it is indeed her creation, it does not substantiate your claim of friendship. When did you become so suspicious?" "This is not the Dr. Brief I remember," Zhang Wutian remarked. "In such dire times, anyone can change. I would become a devil if it meant defeating that monster." "A monster?" Zhang Wutian queried, perplexed. Reflecting on recent events, he tentatively suggested, "Are you referring to King Piccolo?" "King Piccolo? That useless green waste?" "No, he is not even a match for that monster." "Very well, it seems we have significant differences in our perspectives. But before that, could you let me in?" "No, I cannot trust you." Scratching his head, Zhang Wutian again activated his phone, pulling up a photo to display on the screen. It was a family picture taken after the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, featuring Zhang Wutian, Son Wukong, Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha, Master Roshi, Oolong, and Puar. "Surely this proves I am indeed Bulma's friend." Yet, Dr. Brief's expression shifted dramatically. "How can this be possible? That monster. How could he possibly be with my daughter? You must have forged this photo. What is your true intent? What are you talking about? What do you mean by monster?" Zhang Wutian was utterly bewildered, but Dr. Brief offered no further opportunity for discourse. "Suspicious individual, take your inquiries to the Red Ribbon Army defending the world." The screen abruptly shut off, leaving Zhang Wutian standing there, pondering the cryptic information Dr. Brief had unintentionally revealed. The Red Ribbon Army defending the world? Had this old man succumbed to senility? Or was there another possibility? Approximately 5 minutes later, as Zhang Wutian lingered before the ruins of Bulma's home, contemplating whether to forcibly breach the ground to extract Dr. Brief from his hiding place, 5 small airships, each the size of a car, descended from the sky, surrounding him. On the uniform exterior of the vessels, he discerned a red emblem composed of letters. The Red Ribbon Army makes a grand entrance. 024, the Guardians of the World. The Red Ribbon Army. In the Dragon Ball universe, how does Zhang Wutian typically confront the advancing Red Ribbon Army? The answer is simple. He would subdue them with a decisive blow. Indeed, Zhang Wutian proceeded to do just that. As a small airship hovered above, its twin gun barrels aimed at him, Zhang Wutian leaped into action, landing on the exterior of the vessel and delivering a powerful punch to its steel frame. One airship plummeted to the ground in a shower of sparks, and Zhang Wutian continued his assault, sending the remaining airships crashing over the horizon. For an ordinary person, a fall from 30 meters could be fatal. However, the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army were at least trained warriors. They rolled upon landing to dissipate the impact and swiftly drew their firearms, aiming at Zhang Wutian to open fire. Would Zhang Wutian still fear firearms as he once did? The answer is indeed affirmative. He still harbored a strong aversion to those who pointed guns at him. Facing the enemy shooting at him, Zhang Wutian showed no mercy, dispatching the Red Ribbon Army soldiers one by one with swift precision. Could they now engage in a proper conversation? Zhang Wutian found an unscathed soldier and seized him by the collar, preparing to ask questions. Yet, before he could utter a word, a bullet whizzed toward his head. He tilted aside just in time to evade it. To his surprise, a throng of civilians had surrounded him. Previously mere background figures, they now wielded various firearms, aggressively encircling Zhang Wutian. "Villain, release the members of the Red Ribbon Army." What was happening? When did attacking the Red Ribbon Army become a wrongdoing? The Guardians of the World, as Dr. Brief once proclaimed, a statement Zhang Wutian had always considered ironic. Akin to the meaningless claims of the galactic center of the Great Han Empire or the hope of humanity in the American Empire. Yet, now it seemed that his words held truth. Surrounded by countless gun barrels, Zhang Wutian contemplated the potential for indiscriminate slaughter against the unarmed. Yet he was not a man devoid of conscience. With a sigh, he released the red ribbon soldier he had been holding. All right. Can anyone tell me what has happened in this world? I just came down from the mountains and know nothing. No one answered his query, and the tension in the air reached a breaking point. At that moment, a figure that appeared somewhat familiar entered Zhang Wutian's line of sight. Without any means of transportation, a man soared above him, looking down at Zhang Wutian, who was now engulfed by the masses. Is it you? The one who attempted to approach Dr. Brief and incite chaos in the city? As he spoke, the handsome man with golden hair descended before Zhang Wutian. Is that you, Blue General? Zhang Wutian exclaimed, taken aback. You seem eager for your demise. The golden-haired man replied with a sinister grin. Allow me to introduce you to Android 11. Android 11? Aren't you the Blue General of the Red Ribbon Army? The Blue General? Ah, that brings back memories. Those days are long gone. Let us skip the pleasantries. You must pay for your actions. The man, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Blue General from Dragon Ball that once posed a formidable challenge to Goku, took a stance against Zhang Wutian. One of the most frustrating aspects of the Dragon Ball universe is that dialogue cannot occur without first engaging in battle. Even a flamboyant individual like this one is a violent maniac, which is intolerable. I shall tear that foul mouth of yours apart. Android 11 charged at Zhang Wutian with a speed that far surpassed that of an ordinary human. For an average person, his movements would be mere blurs. But was Zhang Wutian an ordinary person? How slow. I'm nearly bored to tears, he remarked, amused at the time he had to contemplate gathering the 7 Dragon Balls. Summoning the dragon, fulfilling his wish for Agendas, and enjoying it all. He thrust his fist towards Android 11's face. With a resounding crack, it was as if Android 11 had collided with Zhang Wutian's fist himself. Nosebleed. How dare you strike my beautiful nose? Android 11 exclaimed, clutching his face in shock. Now, can we have a calm conversation? Are you jesting? I will end you. Android 11 glared fiercely at Zhang Wutian. And in the next instant, Zhang Wutian felt himself ensnared by an unseen force. His body became rigid, unable to move, as if bound by an invisible restraint. Superpowers? Heh. How does it feel to be immobile? Thanks to Dr. Gero's modifications, I've attained powers far beyond my previous limits. Consider yourself honored. You are my first opponent since my transformation. Not even that ferocious wild monkey stands a chance against me now. Ferocious wild monkey? Zhang Wutian pondered. Are you still concerned about others, you fool? A punch landed squarely on Zhang Wutian's face, causing his cheek to swell slightly. That was quite a hit. But it's merely the beginning. I have much more in store for you. Such bravado, and yet this is all he can muster? After taking a punch. Zhang Wutian regarded him with indifference. What is that look? You damned fool. I'll gouge your eyes out. Claiming to be an android, Zhang Wutian had expected something formidable. Yet it seemed that before Android 16, they were all mere useless drags. What is so impressive about exceeding the powers of a weakling with a combat level of just 5? As he spoke, Zhang Wutian's muscles swelled with power. Energy surged within him, culminating in a dazzling eruption of translucent aura that enveloped him. Get out of my way, you nuisances. What? Ugh. Android 11 staggered. Blood streaming from his eyes, ears, and nostrils. How could this be? He stood for a few moments before collapsing, raising a cloud of dust. Dr. Gero had chosen the wrong test subject. Even with modifications, someone who was killed by the likes of Tao Pai Pai would have limited potential. Now, I am stronger than Goku after climbing Korin Tower and defeating Tao Pai Pai. Having boasted excessively, Zhang Wutian suddenly realized, hey, wake up. I still have questions for you. However, Android 11, rendered unconscious by the backlash of his own powers, offered no response, no matter how many slaps Zhang Wutian delivered to his handsome face, transforming it into a swollen mess. Of course, Zhang Wutian merely sought to rouse him. He harbored no intentions of revenge for that single punch. Release him. At that moment, another voice emerged, one that was unmistakably familiar to Zhang Wutian. He dropped Android 11 and turned to face the newcomer whose appearance was unexpectedly intriguing. Zhang Wutian's acquaintance, Shaolin, donned a uniform reminiscent of military attire, with the glaring emblem of the Red Ribbon Army emblazoned across his chest. At this moment, he fixed Zhang Wutian with a cold, piercing gaze. Finally, we can sit down and have a conversation, Zhang Wutian remarked. Shaolin, your uniform is quite fashionable. Don't try to ingratiate yourself with me. You are the one who incited the chaos here. Shaolin retorted, his expression grave as he scrutinized Zhang Wutian. Easy now. I have no intention of fighting you. I've had enough of that today, Zhang Wutian replied. I believe you are someone who can calm down and engage in a proper discussion. Discuss? Shaolin frowned, regarding Zhang Wutian skeptically. What is there to talk about? Simply put, I hail from another world, completely unrelated to this one. Zhang Wutian declared boldly. What? Shaolin's expression was one of confusion and disbelief as he processed the claim of this self-proclaimed interdimensional traveler. Let me show you some evidence. With that, Zhang Wutian retrieved his tomato-shaped phone once more, displaying a family photo taken after the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Is that me as a child? And beside me are Lepin and Pure. Wait, why is that person also in the picture? Shaolin exclaimed. That person? Given the current circumstances. It was impossible for Shaolin not to have gathered some clues from the snippets of information exchanged. Are you referring to her? Zhang Wutian pointed at Son Wukong in the photo. Her name is Son Wukong, and she is our companion. Her? You mean she's a girl? Indeed. She is a kind-hearted girl, quite spirited as well. Such a thing could happen. In the photo, both I and that person are wearing Turtle School martial arts uniforms. Could she also be a disciple of the Turtle School? What are you talking about? Zhang Wutian delivered his final blow. Isn't Master Roshi also in the picture? That old lady? Zhang Wutian had been eagerly anticipating this reaction, suppressing laughter as he nodded. That lecherous old man is actually a woman in another world? In that realm, she must fancy handsome boys, right? Unlike Dr. Brief, Shaolin was now largely convinced by Zhang Wutian's words. But the gravity of the situation kept him on his guard. Who are you waiting for? Lepin or Master Roshi? They should be here as well. You caught on, didn't you? Shaolin replied candidly. After all, you over there are quite fond of showing off your cleverness. You're the sharpest mind in the entire Turtle School. Turtle School? There is hardly a Turtle School left now. As Shaolin spoke, another figure descended from the sky, joining Shaolin and Zhang Wutian. Why is there no fighting? Instead, you were conversing with the enemy? The newcomer, Tian Xinhan, who possessed 3 eyes and had yet to make his debut in Zhang Wutian's world, questioned Shaolin with a stern demeanor. If he is not lying, then he should not be our enemy. Tian Xinhan of the Crane School? Though theoretically, Zhang Wutian should not have encountered Tian. Everyone understood the nature of his origins. Tian Xinhan regarded Zhang Wutian with a cold stare and said, I don't know what you told Shaolin, but I am not easily deceived. Don't think you can fool my third eye. His tone was quite displeased. Yet given Tian Xinhan's current superiority over Zhang Wutian, the latter refrained from retorting, merely planning to repay the affronts once he grew stronger. And he intended to repay them twice, once in this world and once more during the next martial arts tournament upon his return to his original realm. Can you inform me about the situation here? Zhang Wutian ignored Tian Xinhan and turned to Shaolin. Our monkey girl in this world is a boy, right? What has he done? Zhang Wutian's question elicited a deep sigh from Shaolin. I truly envy your world. With that, Shaolin began to recount the developments in this world. At some point, a creature with a tail emerged, wreaking havoc on cities and slaughtering humans. In a bid to combat this monster, the entire human military was mobilized, but the long debilitated forces were no match for the beast, suffering a crushing defeat. Once the military was decimated, the Red Ribbon Army, far more formidable than the military, took charge, standing at the forefront to repel the creature's onslaught. Although the former Red Ribbon Army was an ambitious and nefarious organization, they were still human. If humanity were to be annihilated, they would perish as well. In a bid for survival, the Red Ribbon Army has now become humanity's last defense. So, have you and the Crane School also joined forces? There was no choice. That monster is simply too powerful. Master Roshi, Master Crane, Lepin, and many other remarkable martial artists have been slain. Only through a united front of all humanity, backed by a strong organization, can we barely contend with it. Always calling it a monster, doesn't that creature have a name? Who knows? That kind of creature exists solitary in this world, so no name is needed. There was a fellow who called himself King Piccolo, but he was dispatched in no time. King Piccolo was defeated? Zhang Wutian was taken aback. Did that fellow not spew forth any eggs or the like before he was vanquished? Eggs? Shaolin glanced at Tian Xinhan, who shook his head in response. Are you familiar with the Dragon Balls? Dragon Balls? Shaolin paused, then replied. The Red Ribbon Army once found mention of them in documents, but in some underground tomb, only a single stone ball was discovered, proving it to be an elusive legend. This is troublesome. I had hoped to utilize the power of the Dragon Balls to rectify the situation, but it seems the King Piccolo here was ineffective. He was dispatched so quickly that the god associated with him lost his chance to appear. The god is dead. The Dragon Balls have become stone balls, and thus wishes have become mere fantasies. Having grasped the general situation, Zhang Wutian reflected for a moment before addressing Shaolin. I now have an unrefined idea that necessitates a return to our world for verification. If fortune favors us, perhaps we might save this world and resurrect everyone. Absurd. How could that be possible? Before Shaolin could respond, Tian Xinhan growled. Do not speak recklessly if you do not understand. Zhang Wutian cast a sidelong glance at Tian Xinhan, then turned back to Shaolin. I will return for now. After verifying my idea, I shall seek you out again. Let us hope for the success of my plan. Can you freely traverse between the two worlds? Shouldn't be a problem, though I have yet to try. As he spoke, an inexplicable black circular void suddenly manifested behind Zhang Wutian. Light could not penetrate the circle, and no one could discern what lay within. All right, that should do it. With that, Zhang Wutian turned and leaned half his body into the void. I bid you farewell for now. We shall meet again. With those words, Zhang Wutian fully entered the void, which then closed before Shaolin and Tian Xinhan, reducing to a fine line before vanishing into the air. Am I dreaming? Could there truly be another world? Tian Xinhan pondered, clenching his fists tightly.
My third eye tells me it is neither an illusion nor a trick. Master, Tofu, and Dumpling, will I see you again? 026, Son Wukong's first journey to another world.
Once again, the pure white void stretched before him, identical to the realm Zhang Wutian had left behind. Zhang Wutian, of course, could not perceive the lingering essence left by a certain effeminate individual in this space. In truth, he found himself utterly blinded in this unfamiliar realm, embodying the notion of knowing the existence of something without understanding its essence. At this moment, he had not yet grasped even the former. He remained uncertain whether he could adeptly navigate this space. All he could do was incessantly repeat in his mind, "Let me return, let me return, let me return." The return he yearned for was not to the world prior to his journey, but rather the image of Son Wukong surfaced in his thoughts. Then, the black hole reappeared before him, and upon crossing it, he directly beheld the frantic figure of Son Wukong, who was anxiously darting about. "Oh, Wukong!" he exclaimed, as he caught sight of her, with one hand resting on the edge of the black hole and one foot poised atop it. Zhang Wutian called out to the bewildered Son Wukong. "Zhang Wutian!" she cried, leaping down from the black hole to stand before him. "What's wrong? You appear flustered." Suddenly, Son Wukong lunged at Zhang Wutian, her arms encircling his face. "This is wonderful. You haven't vanished. Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Zhang Wutian mused, feeling the warmth of her body pressed against his face, and noticed, "Wukong, have you perhaps developed a bit?" Her exuberance was palpable, as she recalled a time when her grandfather had disappeared without a trace. "I thought you two would suddenly fade away." Son Wukong seemed oblivious to the implications of their physical contact, or perhaps in her mind, such taboos simply did not exist. She clung to Zhang Wutian with all her might, as if fearing that if she loosened her grip, he would vanish forever. It was only due to Zhang Wutian's sturdy physique that he could withstand her exuberant embrace. Had it been someone of ordinary strength, their bones might have been easily crushed by her unrestrained affection. All right, I'm right here, aren't I? And if I truly disappeared, you could always wish for my return from the dragon." "Oh, I hadn't thought of that," she replied, a look of realization dawning upon her. "Wukong, do you have the Dragon Balls with you?" After Son Wukong released him, Zhang Wutian began to address more serious matters. "Indeed. Although I have yet to locate the 4-star ball belonging to my grandfather, I have gathered several others." "Excellent. Accompany me to a location. I wish to conduct an experiment using your Dragon Balls." "Sure." Zhang Wutian silently marveled at Son Wukong's generosity in lending such a precious treasure. He then chanted in his mind, "Open, open, open." A black circular void materialized before them, and as Zhang Wutian took Son Wukong's hand, she followed him without hesitation, her unwavering trust evident as they stepped into the dubious portal together. Upon entering the strange space, Son Wukong was momentarily stunned by the pristine white scenery. "What is this place?" "It is a peculiar realm, seemingly capable of transporting us to other worlds." Son Wukong appeared perplexed, expressing her confusion over Zhang Wutian's complex words. However, within this unusual space, Zhang Wutian sensed her grip on his hand tighten. Even she, upon entering such an odd environment, felt a twinge of nervousness. "In any case, we are heading to a world where you have become a villain, wreaking havoc upon the city. I have never committed wrongdoing nor destroyed any city. Why would I become a villain?" Son Wukong questioned, her voice tinged with bewilderment. "I'm not referring to you, but rather another version of you from a different world." Son Wukong tilted her head, her innocent gaze fixed upon Zhang Wutian. "All right, you'll understand once you arrive." Zhang Wutian, finding it impossible to fully explain, decided to simply open the portal. Together, he and Son Wukong traversed the black hole, landing once more in that other realm.
With the experience of their previous journey fresh in his mind, Zhang Wutian was able to pinpoint this new world with remarkable accuracy. As he opened the door,
the image of the alternate version of Shaolin flashed in his mind. Upon crossing the threshold, he indeed beheld Shaolin's form. "It's that monster. Why is that monster here?" The cries and screams around were not from Shaolin, but from the panicked voices of those nearby. "Wait, they aren't the enemy," Shaolin shouted, hastily attempting to calm the onlookers. Inside the cockpit of the large airship, Zhang Wutian, and Son Wukong emerged from the black hole, only to find numerous crew members drawing their weapons, aiming at the two unexpected visitors, most notably at Son Wukong. I can now fully believe that alternate worlds truly exist. Xiaolin remarked with a bitter smile. Had I not been mentally prepared, I might have been the first to attack. Is she the monster from your world? Bringing her here is surely unwise. Her name is Son Wukong. My apologies, Miss Son Wukong, Xiaolin quickly amended, sensing the awkwardness of the situation. Were you not shorter before? Son Wukong asked curiously, gazing at the familiar figure of Xiaolin. This is another world. He is another Xiaolin, though they share the same name. They are not the same individual, Zhang Wutian clarified. In that instant, Son Wukong recalled the 5 ninja siblings she had recently defeated. Not the same person? Could he be Xiaolin's brother? He is also Xiaolin, merely from an alternate realm. How do you wish for me to explain this? Ah, just as you said. He is an honest child. Xiaolin chuckled at Zhang Wutian's bewildered expression facing Son Wukong. With that, Xiaolin extended his hand. Hello, I am the Xiaolin from another world. And like you, I am a disciple of the Turtle Hermit. Let us get along well. Xiaolin's brother, are you also a disciple of the Turtle Hermit? Son Wukong asked as she shook his hand. So you've twisted my brain, you silly monkey. I'm not silly. I can already perform addition and subtraction within 100. That's merely a basic human skill. At the very least, you should learn multiplication and division. Multiplication and division are too difficult. The Turtle Hermit told me that mastering addition and subtraction suffices. The Turtle Hermit is leading you astray. Yet Xiaolin, who studies with me, quickly learned multiplication and division. So you were essentially abandoned in your education by the Turtle Hermit. You silly monkey. I'm not silly. As they exchanged playful banter, Xiaolin laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face. How enviable your world is. Outside the cockpit, Tianjin Fan silently retracted his suppressed aura of killing intent. It's not her. He inhaled deeply before stepping into the cockpit. 027, solution. What are you doing? A cold voice resonated from the doorway. Return to your posts. Though the words lacked severity, the frigid tone, akin to the northern winds, was enough to disperse any onlookers. This command came from Tianjin Fan, the renowned ice-cold general of the Red Ribbon Army. The onlookers obediently returned to their duties, not daring to openly scrutinize Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong. While Tianjin Fan approached Zhang Wutian with a stern expression. I do not know your intentions, but bringing her to our world is evidently a reckless decision, serving no purpose but to incite panic and chaos. Do you intend to leverage her similar appearance to negotiate with that monster? How foolish. Since you are unaware of my intentions, it would be prudent for you to remain silent, Zhang Wutian remarked bluntly. Then turning to Son Wukong, he continued, Wukong, please retrieve the Dragon Balls for us to inspect. Certainly, Son Wukong responded, producing the Dragon Balls from a pocket at his side. 3 yellow-orange, semi-transparent orbs tumbled out, rolling across the table's surface. Even in this disparate realm, the Dragon Balls retained their potency, bound by an extraordinary connection that sustained their inherent power. It seemed that a thought struck Xiaolin, causing him to stutter somewhat. These are the Dragon Balls. Collecting all 7 can grant any wish. How about we wish for the resurrection of all those slain by that fiend? Any wish? Xiaolin inhaled deeply. Is it truly possible to wish for anything? In your world, such Dragon Balls exist as well, but alas, your misfortune lies in the fact that their creator was vanquished, rendering the Dragon Balls powerless, mere stones. The creator of the Dragon Balls, could it be King Piccolo? Xiaolin quickly deduced. Half correct, Zhang Wutian replied, disinterested in recounting the tumultuous history between the gods and the Demon King. He glanced at Tianjin Fan before continuing. The pressing issue is that even if we could resurrect the people of this world, that monster could simply kill them again. Therefore, before utilizing the Dragon Balls, our immediate priority should be to eliminate that fiend. Wait, since the Dragon Balls can grant any wish, why not wish for the annihilation of that monster? Xiaolin suggested. There are 2 reasons. Zhang Wutian raised 2 fingers. First, the eternal dragon cannot slay an entity stronger than its creator. He then retracted 1 finger. Second, as a martial artist, I refuse to engage in such a cowardly act. Having come to this world, I must confront that fiend directly. You have no comprehension of the terror that creature embodies. Tianjin Fan exclaimed, his voice strained as if bursting forth from clenched teeth. You are mistaken. Zhang Wutian shot a glance at Tianjin Fan. I fully understand, for I have a companion by my side who is nearly as formidable. At this, Zhang Wutian's gaze fell upon a bewildered Son Wukong. Her? Tianjin Fan hesitated before asserting, she is no match for that monster. Perhaps not now, but what of her potential after training? In that time, do you comprehend how many lives could be lost? Everything could be restored with the Dragon Balls. Although Zhang Wutian had never actively used the Dragon Balls, He had evidently succumbed to the unique dependency that afflicted those from the Dragon Ball world. And he was in the advanced stages of this condition. Tianjin Fan, having never encountered the Dragon Balls, could not grasp the reckless manner in which some individuals had abused them. However, Zhang Wutian's next word silenced him. Are you misunderstanding something, Tianjin Fan?
As beings from another world, we are willing to assist this realm, yet it is not our obligatory duty.
My proactive stance may have led you to misconstrue our goodwill as an obligation. Tianjin Fan clenched his teeth, glaring at Zhang Wutian. I apologize. Tianjin Fan has lost too many comrades in his battle against that monster, which has rendered him somewhat neurotic. Please do not take it to heart, Xiaolin interjected, seeking to mediate. Yet, in truth, Xiaolin had lost comrades no less than Tianjin Fan. Zhang Wutian admired Xiaolin's spirit more than Tianjin Fan's, and with a smile, he stated, let us proceed. I shall lead you to an excellent training location, one that I hope remains unscathed. Though they were in a different world, the structure of this realm mirrored that of his own. Following Zhang Wutian's guidance, their airship arrived at the sacred land of Korin. Here it appeared unscathed, with the Guardian tribe, the Indianas, continuing their tranquil existence. The arrival of the airship disturbed the serenity of the sacred land. Bra and the now teenaged Ub looked up, gazing at the enormous flying vessel overshadowing the sky. Zhang Wutian, Son Wukong, and Xiaolin leaped down to the ground, while Tianjin Fan descended gracefully using the flight technique. Is this the Crane School's flight technique? Teach me this move if you manage to save the world, Tianjin Fan remarked coldly. Who are you? Bra asked steadily, observing the unexpected visitors to the sacred land. 2 martial artists from another world, and 2 from this realm. We seek to ascend this tower and meet the Korin sage at its summit. Another world? Though unclear about Zhang Wutian's self-introduction, Bra's duty as the Guardian was to expel any troublemakers or destroyers from the sacred land. She would not impede anyone wishing to climb Korin Tower. While the airship could have taken them directly to the top, the sage preferred not to employ shortcuts, and the climb itself was a form of training. Particularly the flight technique. Undertaking such training would yield benefits. You say a sage resides at the top of the tower? Xiaolin inquired. Your master Rashi has evidently omitted much information. The Korin sage atop this tower was once revered as the god of martial arts. In our world, I trained under him for a time. I have heard similar legends, Tianjin Fan murmured. The god of martial arts? Although she had yet to fully grasp the situation, Son Wukong was no fool. She understood enough of the conversation to ask, is there someone incredibly powerful residing at the top of the tower? More powerful than Master Rashi's wife? Not necessarily more powerful, but he is exceptionally skilled at training disciples and is a remarkable teacher. With no more words exchanged, Tianjin Fan took the lead, beginning the ascent, followed by Xiaolin, then Son Wukong, with Zhang Wutian bringing up the rear, the last to scale the tower. Their figures swiftly vanished from Bra's line of sight. 028, in the Dragon Ball world, everyone is a training enthusiast. 028, in the Dragon Ball world. Everyone is a training enthusiast for those lacking sufficient strength. Climbing Korin Tower was a lengthy endeavor. If it were Zhang Wutian himself, he could easily reach the summit in a few moments, just as Tianjin Fan and Xiaolin had already done. However, he chose to follow behind Son Wukong, remaining with the slowest climber. Zhang Wutian, you go ahead. I need to rest for a moment and we'll catch up shortly. What nonsense is this? One does not abandon a companion mid-ascent. I am not your daughter. Open wide. Oh, delicious. I want more. Zhang Wutian did not feed Son Wukong the magical beans during the climb. He provided only ordinary food, as this too constituted a form of training. If he had offered her the magical beans, it would have rendered the effort meaningless. Thus, under Zhang Wutian's constant companionship, Son Wukong successfully reached the tower's pinnacle by the following evening. Upon their arrival, they found Tianjin Fan and Xiaolin, who had already reached the summit, meditating in their own space, while the Korin sage looked on in silence. Apologies for the delay, Zhang Wutian greeted the two, supporting the nearly exhausted Son Wukong as they approached. Finally, you arrived, Tianjin Fan remarked brusquely. Is this the so-called training ground you spoke of? I do not believe this place can enhance my strength. Tianjin Fan, you are being unreasonable, Xiaolin interjected, turning to the Korin sage. Forgive my companion's rudeness. He is merely anxious. Please excuse his impoliteness. He speaks the truth. With a sigh, the venerable Master Karin, leaning on his cane, remarked, throughout these years, I have observed the events unfolding in the mortal realm. Your battles have not escaped my gaze. You have surpassed your mentors, Master Rashi and Master Crane, and even transcended my own legacy as the so-called god of martial arts. I find myself unable to impart any further knowledge to you. The elder continued. I shall tend to my beans atop this tower and enjoy some television. If you wish for me to engage in combat, it would be a disgrace to your youth. Zhang Wutian interjected. And who informed you that this place is the sacred ground of cultivation? I merely mentioned that the revered Master Karin resides in the Korin Tower. I never stated that we sought his assistance for our training. It is one thing to be sentimental, but must you be so utterly oblivious? Though there were many more jibes to be made. Observing the stoic figure before him, whose face was flushed with restrained fury, Zhang Wutian felt a sense of satisfaction. He approached Master Karin and humbly asked, Master Karin, might you escort us to the temple? You are aware of the temple? Master Karin's eyes opened wide, revealing their previously squinted state. After all, we hail from another world, Zhang Wutian declared, attributing everything to the peculiarities of this alternate reality, while producing a mystical bean from his pocket and handing it to Son Wukong. Consume this. Oh, Son Wukong complied without hesitation, devouring the offered bean, and was immediately invigorated. Incredible. What is this? My body feels completely restored. Watching Son Wukong's revitalization, Master Karin squinted once more, sighing. Indeed, that was one of my sacred beans. Though I do not recall bestowing it upon anyone. It seems there is truth to your claims of another world. Have you brought the Dragon Balls from there? Although only 2 were in their possession, Zhang Wutian believed that tangible evidence would lend greater credence to their assertions. The sight of Son Wukong producing the Dragon Balls prompted Master Karin to ponder for a moment before nodding in agreement. This is the first time in many years that I feel hope so near. Very well, I will make an exception and take you to the temple. But I must forewarn you, the deity is deceased. The deity is dead. Little Lin, a resident of this world, was profoundly shaken. While he did not fully comprehend the nature of the deity, he was nonetheless aware of its status as the most formidable entity in their realm. I am aware, Zhang Wutian said nonchalantly. I am not seeking the deity. It appears you have a purpose. I was overly concerned. Follow me, Master Karin instructed. Under his guidance, the 4 ascended to the pinnacle of the Korin Tower. Clouds arise. Zhang Wutian refrained from flaunting his knowledge of the plot by requesting Son Wukong retrieve the golden staff. And Master Karin did not mention it either. Clearly, aside from the golden staff, which served as a narrative device, Master Karin possessed alternative means to access the temple. After raising his cane high and calling out with great authority, soft yet resilient clouds appeared beneath their feet, akin to a cushion, like an elevator. The pale yellow clouds lifted them higher into the sky. There, they encountered a vast, semicircular platform, the realm of the deity, where a dark figure resembling an Arabian genie awaited their arrival. Long time no see, Mr. Popo, Master Karin greeted. Indeed, long time no see. Master Karin, Mr. Popo replied, as they exchanged bows. Master Karin then introduced Zhang Wutian and the others to this peculiar individual known as Mr. Popo, who was responsible for overseeing the temple and had attended to several deities throughout the ages. Mr. Popo acknowledged Tianjin Fan and Little Lin, stating, You 2 are warriors who safeguard the world. The deity praised the turtle and crane schools for their valor in confronting evil. Here, there is no need for formalities. Zhang Wutian stepped forward, preempting Mr. Popo's words to him and Son Wukong. Let me be direct. I wish to utilize the room of spirit and time within the temple. That is not permitted, Mr. Popo replied succinctly. Zhang Wutian was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a response. Is it not the end of the world? Surely, you cannot still be concerned with regulations. You are not yet prepared to enter that chamber. Even if you were to force your way in, it would merely squander your time and lives, Mr. Popo stated in a tone that was both flat and peculiar. Before you enter, allow me to train you. Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong readily agreed, while Little Lin and Tianjin Fan, particularly the latter, seemed to harbor reservations. However, after a firm reprimand from Mr. Popo, they quickly acquiesced. Zhang Wutian had never encountered a deity and was uncertain how Mr. Popo compared to one, but he recognized that Mr. Popo was undoubtedly stronger than himself and Son Wukong at present. Thus, training under him was an ideal opportunity. With the mindset that this was not his world and that any damage incurred during their training would not weigh heavily on him, Zhang Wutian felt no urgency. He was content to train alongside Son Wukong. Mr. Popo is incredibly powerful. With relentless training, we shall surpass him, Zhang Wutian asserted. Indeed, since departing from Son Wukong's hometown, this marked the first time the two had engaged in extended training together. The infinite loop technique commenced once more, propelling them along an extraordinary path of enhancement. Initially, Zhang Wutian outperformed Son Wukong, but the latter's unparalleled potential soon equalized their strengths and began to tilt in his favor. After Son Wukong surpassed him, Zhang Wutian's abilities activated, launching him onto a similar trajectory of exponential growth. As he sensed Son Wukong's footsteps closing in from behind, the latter experienced another surge. effortlessly surpassing his previous limits and leaving Zhang Wutian in the dust. Undeterred, Zhang Wutian recommenced his pursuit, igniting yet another explosive burst of power. Before long, Tianjin Fan, who had previously tolerated Zhang Wutian due to the necessity of obtaining the Dragon Balls from another world, was alarmed to witness the astonishing rate at which the two were enhancing their combat prowess. Although they had yet to reach his level, it was merely a matter of time before they would catch up or even surpass him, much like that monster. Faced with such an unorthodox escalation, Tianjin Fan felt urgency. He had already pushed himself to his limits and was now beginning to subject his body to further strain. Without the aid of the sacred beings, he might have collapsed before achieving any growth. Under the duress of such extreme training and Mr. Popo's guidance, Tianjin Fan and Little Lin finally broke through their limits. Their combat strength, once thought to have reached its peak, experienced a significant enhancement. You are now qualified to enter the room of spirit and time. Mr. Popo will unlock its doors for you, he announced one day, halting their fervent training. On a starry night in the realm of the divine, Zhang Wutian, Son Wukong, and Little Lin gathered around an electronic grill that Zhang Wutian had produced, roasting meat. The meat is ready, Son Wukong exclaimed cheerfully, seizing a large piece and snuggling comfortably into Zhang Wutian's embrace as he began to munch on it. This meat tastes exquisite. Is it a special kind? I merely added some seasoning beforehand. Zhang Wutian, a wealthy individual capable of erecting villas in the city center, casually remarked that embarking on a journey was merely the most basic of arrangements. Could you please refrain from sitting on me? It's rather cramped, he added. I'd rather not. Son Wukong promptly declined. But your scent is quite pleasant, he continued, seemingly unsatisfied with his initial statement. It's even more delightful than the aroma of barbecued meat. Is it true that your favorite is human flesh? Zhang Wutian teased. I do not relish human flesh. You constantly jest at my expense. Son Wukong pouted, yet moments later, her spirits lifted. Zhang Wutian, please don't move. What for? He queried. In the next instant, Son Wukong leaned in, extending her tongue to lick the grease from the corner of Zhang Wutian's mouth. Done. What are you doing? Zhang Wutian, slightly flustered, glared at Son Wukong, who was nestled in his arms. I was merely wiping the grease from your mouth, she replied nonchalantly. You used to help me with that. Didn't you? I thought I'd return the favor. Often, Xiao Lin, observing from a distance, regarded Zhang Wutian with an expression that conveyed a sudden understanding. His gaze piercing. I typically used a handkerchief or tissue to assist you, Zhang Wutian sighed in resignation. But I don't have a handkerchief or tissue. Son Wukong retorted defiantly. Zhang Wutian suddenly felt exhausted. Was it his educational approach that was flawed? He felt utterly drained. Xiao Lin, suppressing laughter, called out to the still training Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan, come eat something. If you don't hurry, the meat will be gone. From a distance, Tianjin Fan's voice responded coolly. You all eat. I only need a senza bean. What a solitary fellow. I wonder if our Tianjin Fan is always this morose. Zhang Wutian remarked. His master and fellow disciples have all perished. It's understandable he has become this way. In contrast, I appear somewhat lackadaisical, Xiao Lin self-deprecatingly noted. No. You are doing just fine. His actions are merely self-inflicted suffering. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Wutian felt another lick from Son Wukong at the other corner of his mouth. Please, no more licking. But there's grease here too. Son Wukong protested, her tone filled with innocence. I merely wish to help. Well, I truly appreciate it, Zhang Wutian replied, gazing at Son Wukong's forlorn expression and Xiao Lin's face, which bore the strain of suppressing laughter. He found himself at a loss for words. In a shadowy corner, the weary Tianjin Fan consumed a senza bean and resumed his grueling training regimen. The days of training passed swiftly, and Mr. Popo's words signaled a pause in their endeavors. You are now eligible to enter the room of spirit and time. Mr. Popo will unlock the door for you, he announced. The four ceased their training and, after a brief respite, followed Mr. Popo to a door adorned with exotic motifs. This is the room of spirit and time. Mr. Popo elaborated. Inside and outside the door existed as two distinct realms. 1 year within equated to 1 day outside. The internal atmosphere was stifling, coupled with a gravity 4 times that of Earth, an undeniably harsh environment for humans. However, all verbal explanations were rendered moot once the four truly entered the doorway. Feeling the palpable weight of this space. What is this sensation? Shaolin questioned, reminiscent of time spent training under Master Rashi, as he struggled to straighten his bent back under the oppressive weight. Is this what is referred to as 4 times gravity? Remarkable. How is Wukong holding up? Zhang Wutian seemed even more burdened, finding it challenging to walk. This is exhausting and unbearably hot. Do we really have to stay here for a year? Even Son Wukong could not withstand such extreme conditions, especially considering her pampered upbringing under Master Roshi and the abundance of food provided by Zhang Wutian. This is excellent. It's precisely this kind of challenge that makes training worthwhile. Only Tianjin Fan offered praise for the environment. What followed was an adaptation to the gravity, with Tianjin Fan being the first to adjust despite the weight of his burdens. Shaolin soon followed, and Zhang Wutian was the third to acclimate, his combat prowess soaring under the pressure, eventually surpassing Shaolin, who had trained for several additional years in this realm. Son Wukong was the last to adapt, her youthful form and lack of full development hindering her from experiencing significant growth and strength. At times, Zhang Wutian pondered whether bringing her here was premature. What if the gravitational forces stunted her growth? Yet fleeting thoughts of her petite figure being adorably charming would also cross his mind. Once everyone adapted to the gravity, combat became an essential daily practice. So, today's matchup is me against Tianjin Fan, and Shaolin against Wukong. Please be gentle, my dear brother. Son Wukong still referred to Shaolin in such a manner. Very well, I shall oblige, Shaolin replied with a wry smile, having resigned himself to his stubborn sister's ways. Come on, Tianjin Fan. Show me your full strength. After training together for so long, Zhang Wutian no longer felt the urge to provoke Tianjin Fan, who was now able to converse with him amicably. They both entered a state of high speed, appearing to vanish from the eyes of onlookers. How fast? To move so quickly under 4 times gravity, I can only imagine how much faster one could be outside. The sounds of their clashes echoed like thunder, resonating from above and behind as they engaged in rapid combat. Then, with a single punch, Tianjin Fan struck Zhang Wutian from the air. Zhang Wutian tumbled to the ground, caught off guard, and soon found himself under relentless assault. Despite several attempts to counterattack, he was continually suppressed by Tianjin Fan's superior strength, akin to a prey ensnared in a web, unable to break free. In this moment, Tianjin Fan comprehensively outmatched Zhang Wutian in attack, speed, defense, and battle experience, leaving Zhang Wutian in a state of despair. Breakthrough. Zhang Wutian's fist radiated light as he launched a powerful strike toward Tianjin Fan, who neither dodged nor evaded, simply absorbing the blow. Is that all you have? Tianjin Fan merely trembled slightly at the impact before retaliating with a punch that sent Zhang Wutian flying once more. Volleyball punch. Tianjin Fan leaped beneath the airborne Zhang Wutian, executing a series of moves, a set, a spike, and a final slam. With a thunderous crash reminiscent of a meteorite landing, Zhang Wutian was forcefully driven to the ground, unable to rise. This is outrageous, Tianjin Fan. It's just training. There's no need to resort to such techniques. As Son Wukong rushed to the prostrate Zhang Wutian, utilizing a Senzu bean-breathing technique she had learned from an unknown source, Shaolin approached Tianjin Fan, a hint of reproach in his demeanor. Faced with Shaolin's inquiry, Tianjin Fan gazed at his clenched fist in silence. Only through combat with Zhang Wutian could one truly comprehend the rapidity of his progress. A pressure so immense that only by giving their all could they hope to contend against an opponent of equal caliber. This weight of expectation compelled Tianjin Fan to unleash his full strength in the face of Zhang Wutian, who had rapidly grown stronger within mere months. Despite engaging in the same training, Tianjin Fan found his own progress markedly slower, overwhelmed by the uncertainty of when he might be surpassed. He struggled to quell the turmoil within his heart. Is this truly the chasm that separates us? I refuse to accept it. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists tightly. 030. Training concluded. 030. Training concluded. Kamehameha. Son Wukong joined his hands, unleashing a wave of energy from his palms. Xiaolin was immediately propelled away, landing on the ground, relaxed and clearly having abandoned any intent to continue fighting. This battle is my defeat, he lamented, gazing at the pale sky above. But Xiaolin, you haven't even unleashed your true power. How can you concede defeat? Let us go again. Haha, defeat is defeat. There is no need to make excuses. Xiaolin, exhausted from defending his own identity, remarked, Wukong, you're truly impressive. Even at such a young age, you can battle me to this extent. You truly are a prodigy from another world. With a smile at the compliment, Son Wukong turned his gaze to another battlefield in the distance. Air punch. Dong Dong wave. The collision of fist prints and a linear shockwave ensued, with Tianjin Fan's Dong Dong wave piercing through Zhang Wutian's air punch, relentlessly advancing. Yet, Zhang Wutian had already evaded the previous air punch merely a feint. He dashed to a position diagonally above Tianjin Fan with astonishing speed, his fist glowing as he struck downward with a cross motion. Double palms air punch, spin. 2 rotating fist prints intertwined, creating a vortex-like force that barreled toward Tianjin Fan, who remained rooted in his Dong Dong wave stance. To ensure his attack penetrated Zhang Wutian's air punch, Tianjin Fan had expended a considerable amount of energy, causing his recovery speed to lag behind that of Zhang Wutian. Now, faced with Zhang Wutian's true lethal strike, Tianjin Fan was compelled to adopt a defensive posture. With his hands raised before him, Tianjin Fan braced for Zhang Wutian's blow. This level of attack, he shouted, is obviously beyond my capability to counter, right? Zhang Wutian's voice echoed from behind him. Forward strike. The force of Zhang Wutian's fist aligned with Tianjin Fan's spine, resting lightly against his back. Game over. Tianjin Fan's body stiffened momentarily before he relaxed, surrendering his combat stance. I have lost, he murmured, head bowed. Finally, I've won once. At least I have regained a modicum of face. Noticing Tianjin Fan's rigid expression, Zhang Wutian patted his shoulder and asked, what does that expression mean? This is my first victory over you. Are you so unable to accept it? You've bested me hundreds of times before. Can't you just win back next time? Tianjin Fan fell silent, knowing well that in their previous encounter, he should have lost. He had been pushed to his limits by Zhang Wutian, ultimately resorting to techniques that should not have been employed during practice. Even so, after the battle, his injuries had been more severe than Zhang Wutian's. Had it not been a practice governed by rules, he would have already been defeated. He had desperately delayed the outcome until the next time, enduring even harsher training, only to meet with a delayed failure, which now foretold Zhang Wutian's comprehensive superiority over him. Tianjin Fan could no longer surpass Zhang Wutian, a reality he found difficult to confront. Not only Zhang Wutian, but even Son Wukong had made significant strides, with Xiaolan's defeat serving as the clearest testament to this. Wukong, shall we have a round? Sure, I want to hold back. Watching the two engage in spirited combat, Tianjin Fan silently approached Xiaolan. If it were those two, could they defeat that fellow? After a moment of silence, Tianjin Fan replied, when facing that guy, I once felt unparalleled despair, loathing my own powerlessness. Now, another has bestowed upon me the same sense of hopelessness. Don't speak such dismal words. Xiaolan, gazing at the ongoing battle, remarked, I believe those two should be our world's hope. In Xiaolan's view, the practice duel between Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong was rapidly evolving. Zhang Wutian threw a punch that, although it did not connect with Son Wukong, created a gust that shredded Wukong's already tattered martial arts uniform. The growth resulting from his physical development had already placed a strain on his slightly small outfit, and with Zhang Wutian's follow-up, Wukong's jacket finally fell away, revealing his still developing physique. Impressive, you've even damaged my clothes. Let us go again. Oh, please. Zhang Wutian, flustered, removed his own shirt and draped it over Son Wukong. Wukong, awkwardly wrapped in the oversized garment, retorted, so what if my clothes are ruined? I often went hunting without a shirt back in the mountains. That was then. You've grown up now. So, Son Wukong looked at Zhang Wutian, puzzled. You're a young lady now. Didn't Team Master Roshi tell you not to expose your body? Master Roshi said it was fine to show my body in front of my husband. Zhang Wutian, you're my husband, right? You still haven't forgotten that joke? Has Master Roshi not yet explained the meaning of husband to you? He did. Master Roshi told me a husband is someone who ensures I am well fed. Zhang Wutian, you always make sure I eat well. Truly my husband. Your father can also feed you. You foolish girl. Accept your father's weighty love like a mountain. Take this. Hellish paradise cradle. Ha ha ha. What a spin. Let me go, Zhang Wutian. With playful grappling, Zhang Wutian embraced Son Wukong, rolling playfully on the ground, eliciting melodious laughter from Wukong. Hope for the world? Tianjin Fan observed the scene, a dark expression crossing his face. Perhaps, Xiaolan sighed, covering his face with a resigned smile. As their clothing lay in tatters, and their training seemed to have reached an impasse, most importantly, Tianjin Fan and Xiaolan assessed that everyone's strength appeared to have caught up with that destructive being. Thus, after half a year of rigorous training in the realm of mental and temporal confinement, Zhang Wutian and his companions finally emerged from that space, returning to the divine realm of the outside world. Outside, Mr. Popo had been waiting patiently, his demeanor unchanged, as if he had not moved at all. Appearing just as he had half a year prior, or rather, half a day ago, when he had ushered the Four into that realm. Observing the return of the Four, Mr. Popo spoke in his distinctive tone. Did you escape the harsh environment, or have you cultivated sufficient strength to overcome all obstacles? The Four exchanged glances, then stood side by side before Mr. Popo. Having returned to normal gravity, shouldn't we let out a few shouts? Zhang Wutian suggested. Son Wukong readily supported him. That's a splendid idea, Xiaolan chimed in. What do you say, Tianjin Fan? Whatever. In the next moment, the Four erupted into loud shouts. Hiya! A tremendous surge of energy erupted from their bodies, generating a shockwave that left Mr. Popo astonished. Just half a day ago, he had been able to restrain the Four. Yet now, Faced with their unleashed combat prowess, he was forced to retreat repeatedly to evade the pressure they exerted. After stepping back 5 paces, finding a relatively safe distance, Mr. Popo finally steadied himself with his own strength. Clearly, the answer required no further elaboration. In the comment section, those who have signed in should refrain from further entries to maintain its tidiness. After the training concluded, a flying airship summoned by Saiyan transported Zhang Wutian and his companions to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Little did I expect to enter this place in such a manner, Zhang Wutian remarked, believing he would have to fight his way in. Shoo, refrain from speaking recklessly here. After all, this is our headquarters. Xiaolin quickly interjected, noticing the unfriendly gazes directed at Zhang Wutian following his words. Is that enough to incite anger? Truly fragile hearts. No wonder Dr. Gero has been obsessed with avenging himself against Son Wukong for so many years after the Red Ribbon Army's downfall. With his talents, he could have achieved much greater things if he had focused on other pursuits. Ah, is that the future of our Red Ribbon Army in another world? Sitting on a throne-like platform, flanked by officers of the Red Ribbon Army dressed in white, a middle-aged man, unmistakably Dr. Gero, regarded Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong with a cold stare as they entered the room. I am genuinely astonished. I thought I would see the short commander and the black general here, he stated. Are you referring to those 2 useless fools? In times of peace, I would have them step forward as puppets, but now, in these extraordinary times, it is only I who can unleash the full potential of the Red Ribbon Army. Welcome to my organization, Interdimensional Beings. As you can see, I am Dr. Gero, the leader of the Red Ribbon Army, and I hope you will bring me new perspectives. Quite the imposing presence, Dr. Gero. Allow me to share some good news. At least 2 individuals in this world will create a time machine. Dr. Gero's demeanor faltered abruptly. Zhang Wutian's tone was laced with provocation. The implication was clear: time machines, such unscientific contrivances, were somewhat beyond even a genius like him. Furrowing his brow, he slowly replied, Is one of them Dr. Brief? Who knows? Zhang Wutian smirked, having thoroughly irritated Dr. Gero. We did not come to this world to discuss this. Tell me where that fellow is. Provoked by Zhang Wutian's words, Dr. Gero pressed a few buttons, and a screen displayed the location of the individual they sought. It's not far. Let us go meet him. Wait. Dr. Gero halted Zhang Wutian's advance. Concerning the safety of this world, I must proceed with caution. Before allowing you to engage with that individual, I must first assess your strength. At Dr. Gero's signal, a woman referred to as Colonel Violet in the original work stepped forward, standing before Zhang Wutian and his companions. This is my latest creation, Android 12. If you can defeat her, I will grant you access to that individual. Is that creature your pet? Does engaging with him require your permission? Did he also have your permission when he destroyed cities and took lives? Fool. Engaging with that individual without caution could enrage him, unleashing his destructive tendencies. Can you bear the weight of such sins? Zhang Wutian paused, scratching his head. I can't believe you've convinced me. Very well, let us resolve this swiftly. A moment later, a tremendous explosion echoed through the Red Ribbon Army's base, as the fortified outer wall of the headquarters was breached. In Dr. Gero's chamber, Colonel Violet had vanished, and the gaping hole in the wall, with cold wind blowing through, signified the recent events. Alas, I intended to hold back. But having become accustomed to 4 times the gravity, I have yet to adjust to combat under normal conditions, Dr. Gero observed Zhang Wutian. A twitch at the corner of his eye. Yet, bearing the weight of this vast organization, Dr. Gero composed himself and declared, from now on, I will arrange for the entire Red Ribbon Army to act alongside you. Warriors of the Red Ribbon Army, the final moment has arrived. This will be our ultimate battle. Let us vanquish that monster and save this world, forging a future for us all. Through the loudspeakers, Dr. Gero's voice resonated throughout the base. Ho ho ho. The warriors erupted in fervor. This world had been oppressed for too long, and humanity needed to unleash their pent-up fury. With the mobilization order issued, the military base was engulfed in a flurry of organized activity. Never did I anticipate a day when I would fight alongside the Red Ribbon Army. What if, upon returning, I encounter the Red Ribbon Army of our world? What then? Why would we ever confront the Red Ribbon Army? I believe everyone here is good. Son Wukong expressed his confusion in response to Zhang Wutian's words. I find it difficult to explain, Zhang Wutian replied. You call me stupid again, Son Wukong pouted, casting an annoyed glance at Zhang Wutian. You noticed? Impossible. My Wukong cannot be that clever. Bite you, Son Wukong snarled, lunging at Zhang Wutian and sinking his teeth into his arm. You've bitten me. You man-eating monkey. Let go of me at once. Can we truly trust such a character? Dr. Gero pondered, observing the antics of the two through the monitor, his brow furrowing deeply. Trust them, at least they are strong. Tian Xinhan chimed in beside him. After a cacophony, the ultimate weapon, A colossal flying airship brimming with thousands of beam cannons and a massive main cannon hovered in the air, heading towards the location of the individual they sought. I believe it would be more prudent to construct 1,000 small airships than to waste resources on this enormous target. At least the latter wouldn't be obliterated by a single shockwave, Zhang Wutian assessed. 1,000 small airships cannot deliver an attack potent enough to annihilate a city. Even that individual cannot withstand the firepower of the battle fortress's main cannon, Dr. Gero scoffed. Provided he stands there obediently for you to strike, Zhang Wutian retorted. Humph, Doctor. Gero snorted, ceasing further conversation. With Dr. Gero remaining silent, Zhang Wutian fell into a momentary quietude. Though he had heard tales of that individual's various exploits, this was the first time he would engage with him since entering this world. Anticipation surged within him, excitement coursing through his veins. Meanwhile, on a street half destroyed, where nearly all shops had ceased operations, one lone restaurant continued to serve customers. Where's my food? If you dawdle any longer, I'll kill you all. Wearing tattered clothes, a disheveled young man with a furry tail lounged, his hair spiky like that of a crab, as he impatiently threatened. Surrounded by a heap of bowls while devouring leftover food with his hands. It'll be ready shortly. The staff, from servers to chefs, appeared terrified. After a moment, a trembling waitress pushed a cart filled with food towards the young man. Your meal. So slow. You've made me hungrier. With a careless wave, the young man struck, shattering the waitress's waist, her body splitting in two, the upper and lower halves crashing against the wall in a bloody mess. In the green depths of his eyes, unwillingness and fear gradually dissipated, ultimately succumbing to a chilling silence. Others dared not utter a single scream, for fear of inciting the wrath of the beast. They trembled, weeping, desperately covering their mouths, praying for divine salvation. How pathetic these wretches are. Has this world truly run out of even a semblance of worthy beings? Licking the blood from his palm, the young man with the tail grinned wickedly and resumed his gluttonous feast. A colossal airship loomed overhead, a fortress of battle armed with 1,000 beam cannons and a main cannon capable of obliterating a city with a single shot. This massive weapon of war floated in the sky, casting shadows that blotted out the sun. Its enormous size, deafening noise, and the wind pressure it generated could be sensed from hundreds of kilometers away. Something immense approaches. Could it be those red creatures again? Truly, they never learn. Muttering to himself, the young man with the tail wiped his oily, blood-stained hands on his trousers and rose to his feet. I've had my fill. Thank you for the hospitality. I believe that is how one should express gratitude. With that, he pretended to leave. As the demon's figure faded from view, a collective sigh of relief escaped the patrons of the restaurant. All right. Upon stepping outside, the young man suddenly halted, as if recalling something important. I have yet to pay for my meal. Saying this, he extended his palm. A radiant light began to coalesce there. In the next moment, a beam of light pierced through the restaurant's wall, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion within. Accompanied by a deafening roar and soaring flames, the once thriving establishment, along with all its inhabitants, vanished in an instant. No need to search for me. Ha 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 ha. The young man cackled, admiring the crater he had wrought. There is an immense power nearby. Mr. Popo had taught Kobayashi to sense energy, and he suddenly exclaimed, It's him. He has begun to move. Tension tensed, sensing a faint energy dissipating. Has someone perished? Zhang Wutian furrowed his brow, straining to employ his newly acquired skill. That energy resembles mine, yet it carries an unpleasant aura. Son Wukong was likewise attuned to the sensation. A slightly chaotic wave of energy arose, remnants of the explosion, reported the monitoring staff. It seems we are closing in on him. Lock onto the target with satellites and radar, and fire the main cannon in that direction, Dr. Gero commanded impassively from his command seat. Wait, Dr. Gero, do you intend to annihilate that city? Kobayashi interjected. There are other survivors there. For the future of humanity. Sacrificing those lives is regrettable but necessary. Besides, didn't our otherworldly ally bring the Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish? We can use them to resurrect the fallen later. Our wish is to revive all those slain by that monster. Those obliterated by your main cannon will not return. More importantly, I disapprove of your methods. Perhaps our wish will end up being for Dr. Gero's IQ to drop to 5, Zhang Wutian retorted with a cold smirk. Dr. Gero narrowed his eyes, staring at the sneering Zhang Wutian. So, do not provoke me. I can be quite capricious. In response to the silent Dr. Gero, Zhang Wutian raised a contemptuous middle finger. Indeed, quite capricious, Kobayashi agreed. Very capricious, Tenshinhan concurred. When Zhang Wutian is being willful, he hardly resembles an adult, noted Son Wukong. Nevertheless, the three still stood by Zhang Wutian's side. Dr. Gero, we implore you to grant us some time to confront that being. We have trained tirelessly for this moment. Kobayashi earnestly pleaded with Dr. Gero. That is the spirit of a martial artist. Tenshinhan added. I support Zhang Wutian. I too believe we must fight, Son Wukong declared, unconditionally aligning himself with Zhang Wutian. Observing the quartet standing together, two of whom were his subordinates, Dr. Gero took a deep breath to quell the boiling fury that threatened to consume his reason. Very well. Do as you wish. Should you fail, I will unleash the main cannon upon them. In that case, I shall simply escape through a portal and curse you from another world. Zhang Wutian issued his most genuine threat. Dr. Gero gritted his teeth, speechless. All right, let us temper our words, Zhang Wutian, Kobayashi interjected, assuming the role of peacemaker. Sometimes, one must intimidate him a little, Zhang Wutian replied nonchalantly, finally conceding to Kobayashi and refraining from further provocation. However, this was enough to further ignite Dr. Gero's rage. Subsequently, the four departed the battle fortress, utilizing the flight technique acquired from Tenshinhan to soar toward the site of escalating energy. The airship's large screen tracked their figures as Dr. Gero clenched his teeth, various malevolent thoughts flashing through his mind. Yet he could not unleash them due to the threat posed by the group. Following the palpable energy that surged like a beacon in the dark, the four arrived above a city. Much of the urban landscape lay in ruins, with the remaining humans clinging to life in the corners of the devastated area. On a street, half destroyed, they located their intended target. Upon descending, Zhang Wutian finally confronted the long-imagined adversary he had never met. Except for expression and atmosphere, the two were identical. Should we call him Evil Son Wukong? With a tail and signature crab-shaped hair, a cruel smile gracing his face, and a physique robust and towering. Evil Son Wukong stood before them, having matured into adulthood, unlike the childlike Son Wukong. Ah, you've arrived. Is there a fresh face among you? I hope you can provide me with some entertainment. Like an old friend to Kobayashi and Tenshinhan, Evil Son Wukong greeted them with a sinister grin. Today marks your end, monster. This time, we shall eradicate you, Kobayashi proclaimed loudly. Ha ha ha, you always enjoy a good joke. Let me explain why I eliminated those wretches yet spared you too. It is because you both grow stronger each time, providing me with unique amusement, making it hard for me to bring about your demise. As for the new face, if you prove strong enough, I might spare you a life. With that, Evil Son Wukong turned his gaze toward Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong. Upon noticing Son Wukong, he paused momentarily. You have a tail and resemble me closely. Who might you be? Son Wukong did not respond, consumed by rage. Scanning the ruins behind Evil Son Wukong and the scattered corpses of humanity, she solemnly inquired. Did you kill those people? Why did you slay them? Why do I do it? Because it's amusing. Evil Son Wukong replied with a grin. Do you not find it entertaining to watch those ants tremble in fear and flee in panic? Son Wukong erupted, vanishing from her original position. In the next instant, she delivered a powerful punch to Evil Son Wukong's face, causing him to stagger back. Having suddenly appeared before Evil Son Wukong, filled with deep animosity, raised her fist and declared, You villain, I shall defeat you. What a splendid punch. This is what makes the game truly enjoyable. It is now my turn. As the words left his mouth, the malevolent Son Wukong unleashed a powerful straight punch towards the Son Wukong standing ahead. This Son Wukong, despite resembling the evil version almost entirely, was merely a child in stature, quickly vanishing and reappearing behind his adversary to launch an attack. However,
her kick also missed its mark. Although the evil Son Wukong possessed a significantly larger adult physique, his speed was not to be underestimated.
He too disappeared from Son Wukong's view, the extreme velocity causing her gaze to sharpen. Son Wukong tilted her head to the left, narrowly dodging the counterattack, and simultaneously launched her own retaliation. With a resounding smack, the two finally clashed for the first time in this battle. As the fight intensified, the area of combat expanded beyond the confines of the street corner, drawing the attention of spectators Zhang Wutian, Kobayashi, and Tianjin Fan, who floated in the air for a better view. It appeared to be a stalemate, an astonishing sight, as that petite figure possessed strength rivaling that of the beastly opponent. In the past, my comrade, Lepin, could not withstand even a single punch from that fiend, resulting in a shattered arm, Kobayashi remarked while observing the battle. It is all due to her rigorous training. You two now possess such strength, Tianjin Fan replied. Zhang Wutian, observing the clash, furrowed his brow and offered a different perspective. A stalemate? No, that is incorrect. In terms of combat prowess, Son Wukong is indeed stronger, having undergone fourfold gravity training alongside us. Yet she seems to be at a disadvantage. As the battle reached a fever pitch, both Son Wukong and the evil Son Wukong gradually abandoned defense in favor of offense, allowing them to land blows on one another. While the scene appeared evenly matched, with both sides capable of effective strikes, Zhang Wutian discerned a subtle imbalance. Are you suggesting it is a matter of attack range? Tianjin Fan began to grasp the situation. At that moment, both Son Wukong and the evil Son Wukong struck each other simultaneously. The evil Son Wukong's fist landed solidly on Son Wukong's body, while her kick barely grazed him, merely tearing a small rip in his tattered clothing. Clutching her abdomen, Son Wukong fell to the ground, sustaining some injury. As she raised her head, another attack from the front came barreling in. Aha, is that all you've got? Die. Son Wukong braced herself, prepared to absorb the full force of the evil Son Wukong's strike as the grinning fiend approached rapidly. But in the next instant, a figure intervened, blocking the sinister grin and positioning itself in front of Son Wukong. Zhang Wutian appeared abruptly, using his hand to deflect the incoming punch from the evil Son Wukong, subsequently grasping his fist. Get lost. Don't interfere with our game. The evil Son Wukong snarled in anger. Who allowed you to lay a hand on my Son Wukong? Came the resolute reply, unyielding and fierce. TCH, trash? The evil Son Wukong felt a wave of irritation wash over him as he gazed at Zhang Wutian's expression, reminiscent of someone who once protected him long ago. Angrily, he began to amplify his energy, attempting to power through Zhang Wutian's grip. Yet Zhang Wutian too summoned his strength, resulting in a deadlock between the two. The ground beneath them began to crack, debris floating against gravity before shattering under their immense power. An overwhelming aura emanated from both, compelling Son Wukong, shielded by Zhang Wutian, to take a step back in response to the two opposing forces. After a period of confrontation, the evil Son Wukong found himself unable to budge his fist. You possess quite the audacity. Very well, I shall consider you my opponent. I hope you maintain such bravado moving forward. Is this your final farewell? If you have the chance to leave this world intact, I shall inscribe the words courageous upon your gravestone. Humph. The evil Son Wukong ceased speaking, launching a headbutt towards Zhang Wutian. Taken by surprise, Zhang Wutian was struck in the face and staggered backward, releasing his hold on the evil Son Wukong's hand. Seizing the opportunity, the evil Son Wukong unleashed a flurry of relentless attacks. The first punch landed squarely in Zhang Wutian's abdomen, sending him flying backward, contorting his body in the process. Following this, an elbow strike aimed at his face left Zhang Wutian reeling. The evil Son Wukong then seized Zhang Wutian's foot, forcefully slamming him into the ground, causing the earth to fracture dramatically, and Zhang Wutian sprawled across the rubble. With a swift rotation, the evil Son Wukong launched Zhang Wutian into the air. Die. He raised his palm skyward, gathering energy that transformed into a luminous force, a shockwave tearing through the sky towards the airborne Zhang Wutian. The radiant beam enveloped Zhang Wutian's form, the air around him turning a brilliant blue before fading into nothingness. In the sky, Zhang Wutian's battered body plummeted to the ground, landing with a heavy thud. Observing the fallen figure, the evil Son Wukong sneered. I expected something formidable, yet it turns out you are merely a boastful fool. However, just as the evil Son Wukong's taunts faded, Zhang Wutian performed a swift roll, springing back to his feet with vitality. Dusting himself off and tearing away the charred remnants of his clothing to reveal his muscular physique, he grinned at the astonished evil Son Wukong. Now I feel reassured, he declared. Your punches are so feeble they cannot harm Son Wukong. Was Zhang Wutian merely testing the strength of his opponent? Kobayashi gasped in disbelief. You frighten me. Humph. An oblivious fool, Tianjin Fan scoffed. Son Wukong breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a mix of gratitude and concern for Zhang Wutian, who had stolen her battle yet also provided protection. You're just putting on a show. Soon, you won't be able to rise again. The evil Son Wukong clenched his fists, seething with rage. If your strength is truly this lacking, the one who will remain down will be you, Zhang Wutian retorted, standing his ground. 034, an incomplete conclusion. You claim my attacks are entirely ineffective? The evil Son Wukong glared intensely at his adversary. Not quite. Your blows do inflict a bit of pain, though it is merely a slight discomfort, Zhang Wutian replied, patting his abdomen. Don't feign strength. You must be in excruciating agony right now. You pretentious fool. Don't think you can deceive me. If you wish to find out, then come at me, Son Wukong. How do you know my name? The evil Son Wukong paused, astonished as he stared at Zhang Wutian. You truly are named Son Wukong. Then Son Gohan must indeed be your grandfather. My grandfather, that old fool, is not my grandfather. He abandoned me long ago. Suddenly enraged, the evil Son Wukong unleashed all his might in a downward chop towards Zhang Wutian. In a swift maneuver, Zhang Wutian disarmed him, catching the evil Son Wukong's arm with both hands, then retreated and fell back, using his foot to propel the evil Son Wukong upward into the sky. Lying on the ground, Zhang Wutian exerted himself to prop up the earth with his hands, the muscles in his arms bulging fiercely. with a powerful push. He leaped into the air, stretching his body and extending his right leg like a spear piercing the heavens, launching a flying kick aimed squarely at the malevolent Son Wukong. The kick struck true, connecting with Wukong's chin, and the already airborne trickster was dealt another heavy blow, stars dancing before his eyes. Yet Zhang Wutian's assault did not cease. Possessing the art of flight, he was unbound by gravity, moving freely through the sky, with a flurry of left and right punches. Followed by a spinning embrace of his fists, he sent the wicked Son Wukong crashing into the ground. Don't underestimate me. The fallen Wukong managed to brace himself. Avoiding a complete descent into the earth, he gasped for breath, enduring his injuries, and sprung back up like a coiled spring, his target still the airborne Zhang Wutian. In response to the charging Wukong, Zhang Wutian met him head-on, refusing to yield. In an instant, they clashed. Wukong's fist struck Zhang Wutian's chest just as Zhang Wutian's fist landed on Wukong's face. Remarkably, Zhang Wutian appeared unscathed, while Wukong plummeted once more, crashing to the ground like a meteorite, creating a human-shaped crater. I have trained beyond the limits, enduring 4 times the gravitational force. And with my battles alongside the art of flight, my combat prowess now surpasses yours. Alone, devoid of companions to train with, lacking a mentor to guide him in martial arts, without anyone recommending suitable training grounds, having never tasted the divine elixir of Galinta, and even without anyone to teach him the signature Kamehameha, these are the reasons for your downfall. Upon landing, Zhang Wutian made a definitive proclamation over the dust-covered, seemingly unconscious Wukong. Fool. Suddenly, the fallen Wukong sprang to life, delivering a punch to Zhang Wutian's face. Zhang Wutian reeled back slightly, but did not fall or retreat. Instead, he gazed with pity at this version of Wukong, who resembled more the man from his memories than the one before him. How pitiful you are, Wukong. You have tarnished that name. Fool, fool, fool. The enraged Wukong, feeling the sting of pity as a profound insult, unleashed a barrage of punches at Zhang Wutian. Each one deftly blocked. Let us end this farce. In the face of Wukong's dazzling flurry of strikes, Zhang Wutian retaliated with a headbutt. Wukong's relentless punches were shattered like nails against a hammer, his head taking a heavy blow as he staggered back. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Wutian delivered a punch to Wukong's abdomen, followed by an elbow strike to his cheek, sending him flying. Zhang Wutian then seized Wukong's leg, flinging him to the ground before launching him skyward again. Up until this point, it was merely a reflection of Wukong's previous attacks on Zhang Wutian, but the final blow would be entirely different. Zhang Wutian prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, Kamehameha. Zhang Wutian brought his hands together at his waist. Energy began to coalesce within his palms, transforming into a radiant orange glow that spilled forth, forming a sphere. Kamehameha. A beam thicker than a human struck Wukong's body. The shockwave hit Wukong, his cries echoing through the skies. In the next moment, a violent explosion erupted, engulfing Wukong in a torrent of energy. Though Zhang Wutian's imitation of the Kamehameha could only muster 70 to 80% of its power, it was sufficient to conclude the battle. Moments later, the battered form of Wukong fell from the heavens, crashing to the ground. Unlike Zhang Wutian, who stood up immediately, the injured Wukong could no longer rise. As the fight concluded, onlookers gathered. I can't believe it was that simple to defeat him. Is it just an illusion? Why do I feel he's suddenly weakened? He hasn't weakened. Rather, you have grown stronger through your training, Tianjin Fan reassured the doubtful Shaolin. He looks just like me, and his grandfather is also Son Wukong. How did he become a villain? Through their earlier conversations, Zhang Wutian had begun to piece together the truth. The malevolent Wukong claimed to have been abandoned by his grandfather. Yet that was not entirely accurate. Like any Wukong from any world, he had been influenced by the full moon, transforming him into a mindless beast, inadvertently causing the death of his grandfather, Son Gohan. Zhang Wutian could not voice this, for Son Wukong was right beside him. Would he reveal to her that they were both the culprits behind their grandfather's demise? Thus, he could only skirt the issue, hinting, "Is your vengeance against the world because you were abandoned by your grandfather? Truly a wild monkey, my Wukong is far more virtuous." Lying on the ground, unable to move, the malevolent Wukong resembled a fish on a chopping block. Yet, even now, the elder who had promised to protect him had not appeared. Liars. The feeble Wukong gasped, grandfathers. Women, even those who claim to be my friends, they are all deceivers. Humanity is filled with liars, and they all deserve to die. A flicker of jealousy stirred within him for the girl who resembled him yet was protected by others. Women? Zhang Wutian attempted to delve deeper into dialogue when a beam, as thick as a finger, descended from the sky, piercing Wukong's heart. Wukong coughed up a stream of blood, reaching out as if to grasp something. But it was all in vain. Ultimately, his hand fell to the ground, his body ceasing to struggle. The man,
branded as a monster by the world for his destructive path, who had always stood alone, finally drew his last breath, never to take another life again.
A beam shot through the heart of the malevolent Wukong. All heads turned skyward, where a barely perceptible presence lingered, so faint it went unnoticed. A figure clad in advanced iron armor, with a hand cannon affixed to its arm, hovered in the air. Another one. In the next moment, the hand cannon charged again, this time targeting Wukong. Unprepared, Son Wukong was struck, her body punctured. By instinctively shifting her position, she avoided a shot to the heart. But a hole was still blasted through her lung. "You curse being!" Zhang Wutian roared, soaring into the sky and delivering a punch to the armored figure's abdomen. A protective shield flickered briefly, slightly impeding his punch before shattering like glass, taking the armor with it. With those defenses obliterated, Zhang Wutian unleashed a vengeful blow, narrowly avoiding splitting the figure in two. Die! He followed up with a kick, striking downwards with his heel. The armored figure, already compromised from the damaged power system, plummeted to the ground, bouncing once before lying still. After completing this, Zhang Wutian hastened to Son Wukong's side, feeding her a Sinza bean. Son Wukong, appearing to be in considerable distress, gradually regained a steady breath. Meanwhile, both Xiaolin and Tianjin Fan, who had been anxiously waiting nearby, could not help but exhale in relief. Their concern for Son Wukong was palpable, but their thoughts evidently drifted toward a deeper query. Who are you? Why did you attack Wukong? Observing the armored figure lying on the ground, seemingly still alive, Zhang Wutian approached with a stern expression and removed the mask from the individual. Although the mask was tightly affixed to the armor, it succumbed to Zhang Wutian's forceful dismantling. Whether it was due to Zhang Wutian's violent actions or the unbearable pain of the neck being stretched, the helmet was ultimately dislodged, revealing the true identity within. "Dr. Brief?" Xiaolin exclaimed in astonishment. This was the first individual Zhang Wutian encountered upon arriving in this world, the father of Bulma, and a genius in his own right. "Why did you attack Wukong? If attacking that individual was somewhat justifiable, what about the subsequent aggression?" Lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, Dr. Brief spoke. "Monster. She is also a monster. How detestable. Visiting, Bulma, I cannot avenge you. Isn't he Bulma's father? Why is he attacking me?" Recovering his normal state after consuming a Sinza bean, Son Wukong approached Zhang Wutian, clutching the wound on his chest, clearly unable to grasp the unfolding events. "No. He is not the person we once knew. He has become a mad and consumed by vengeance. A pitiful wretch, indeed. What a tragic world we inhabit." Having achieved the greatest objective since arriving in this world, Zhang Wutian's mood grew increasingly somber. If his deductions were correct, the occurrences in this world were lamentably dire. The root of all tragedy stemmed from the initial encounter between a youth from the mountains and a girl from the city. "Let us go?" After casting one last glance at Dr. Brief, who, though incapacitated, appeared to be alive for the moment, Zhang Wutian beckoned to Son Wukong. "Where are you going?" Xiaolin inquired. "Fear not, I will not go back on my promise. Once we gather the 7 Dragon Balls in that world, we shall return here to make our wish." After a brief pause, Zhang Wutian added, "Or do you intend to hold our 3 Dragon Balls as collateral to permit our departure?" "No, of course not." Xiaolin vehemently shook his head, stepping forward earnestly to Zhang Wutian. "But we are friends, right?" Upon hearing Xiaolin's words, Zhang Wutian was momentarily taken aback. He inhaled deeply and replied, "I apologize. I was angry earlier and spoke harshly. Please do not take it to heart. You are right, we are friends." With that, Zhang Wutian extended his hand for a handshake with Xiaolin, followed by a fist bump with Tianjin Fan. Until next time, Zhang Wutian took Son Wukong's hand, while she turned to Xiaolin and remarked, "Now I finally understand. You are Xiaolin, the grown-up version. Wasn't your earlier demeanor just an act?" Xiaolin exclaimed, astonished. "I thought that was merely a comedic routine. Indeed, Wukong is a straightforward child. Without her father around, I genuinely worry she might be deceived by someone. Not father, but husband." Chuckling at their playful banter, even the stoic Tianjin Fan couldn't help but smile. "Xiaolin, Tianjin Fan, we shall settle our scores next time," Son Wukong declared. "Same here." Zhang Wutian waved goodbye to them. "Ah, I look forward to our next meeting." Both Xiaolin and Tianjin Fan waved farewell. In the next moment, a black hole opened behind them, swallowing Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong. The black hole transformed into a slender thread, ultimately vanishing before Xiaolin and Tianjin Fan. As they watched the two depart, Xiaolin's smile faded, and he remarked to Tianjin Fan, "Now comes the most troublesome part. Zhang Wutian is indeed clever." He decisively slipped away, leaving us to deal with the most complicated matters. This was originally an internal affair of our world. As visitors from another realm, Zhang Wutian had no obligation to interfere. With the oppressive force that had dominated the world now defeated, the real challenges lay ahead: the ambitious Red Ribbon Army, discontented citizens unwilling to remain under their control, the beleaguered king, Dr. Gero's aspirations, and the impending arrival of Dragon Balls capable of granting any wish. The troubles were just beginning. Yet all of this was now irrelevant to Zhang Wutian. Whether Xiaolin and Tianjin Fan could vanquish the Red Ribbon Army, or if Dr. Gero would seize power had no bearing on Zhang Wutian from another world. Taking Son Wukong's hand, Zhang Wutian returned to their own realm. Upon returning to their original world, Zhang Wutian suddenly paused, bewildered by his surroundings. Where has Penguin Village gone? Indeed, the village is missing. The two found themselves in a valley not far from the coastline. Yet the penguin village that had once existed there had vanished without a trace. Did we take a wrong turn? Son Wukong inquired of her companion. No, I don't believe so. Although I have not utilized it frequently, since mastering that space, I navigate it with the same ease as moving my own limbs. So I cannot be mistaken. What could have happened then? The village was here just a moment ago. I had even made friends within it. Did everyone move away? Even Zhang Wutian was at a loss, and Son Wukong found herself equally perplexed. Behind them, merely 10 paces away, a strangely dressed individual floated in midair. Smiling at the bewildered pair, despite having mastered the detection of ki, neither Zhang Wutian nor Son Wukong could sense the presence of another being so near. Parts of worlds had adhered together. While it was manageable to leave it be, having noticed it, one must act to restore it to its original state. It is, after all, the duty of a deity. Ho 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 ho. Casting a curious glance at Zhang Wutian, who was staring blankly alongside Son Wukong, the effeminate figure vanished silently behind them. Throughout the encounter, no one detected his existence. 036. Rest is for the journey ahead. Though this world's Son Wukong had transformed into a female, her character remained fundamentally unchanged. She was still a straightforward individual. When faced with the incomprehensible, she addressed it with a nonchalant attitude. Zhang Wutian's thoughts were more intricate, yet he was not one to dwell on minutiae. Confronted with the inexplicable disappearance of Penguin Village, he reasoned that since this place was inherently peculiar enough to facilitate his crossing into another world, it was not wholly unacceptable for it to exhibit even stranger phenomena, such as vanishing entirely. Perhaps Dr. Chia Bing had devised some extraordinary machine that rendered the entire Penguin Village invisible. If he entertained such thoughts, there seemed little reason to linger on the matter. Having set aside that concern, Zhang Wutian looked at Son Wukong beside him and then at himself, realizing that both were in a rather disheveled state. Though Son Wukong had donned a specially tailored turtle school martial arts uniform from the Red Ribbon era, it had become tattered during her battle with the evil Son Wukong, leaving a gaping hole that pierced through her back. As for Zhang Wutian, he was left bare-chested. Both were in poor spirits, having endured 6 months of rigorous training followed by intense battles. Uncertain of Wukong's current thoughts, Zhang Wutian simply longed to soak in a hot bath and then collapse onto his bed. Why don't you come over to my place to rest? Zhang Wutian's home? Where is it located? I mentioned before that I opened a martial arts school in West City, right next to Bulma's house. Oh, is that so? I had no idea. Do you only think about eating, training, and fighting? As this conversation unfolded, Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong utilized the technique of flight, soaring towards West City. As they approached their destination, the sky became increasingly populated with various flying vehicles. Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong, who could fly freely, soon became an eyesore, startling several pilots, who gaped in astonishment as Zhang Wutian landed with Son Wukong at his home. The two spent roughly 3 months in the other world, half a day in the realm of spirit and time, and since time flowed synchronously in both realms, Zhang Wutian had not returned home for 3 months. The servants employed at his residence were somewhat puzzled by his prolonged absence. However, since Zhang Wutian had generously compensated them, they remained dedicated to serving him diligently until the end of their contract. Thus, upon returning home with Son Wukong, Zhang Wutian was immediately met with attentive service. New clothes? No problem. They were promptly provided. Various dishes? Prepared immediately. Bathwater? I have a grander bathhouse than a swimming pool. Amid the flurry of activity, Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong comfortably settled into the warm embrace of the bathtub. Relaxed in content, Zhang Wutian closed his eyes in bliss. Son Wukong, utilizing her tail, wrapped a brush to scrub her back beside the tub. That's about my limit, Zhang Wutian mused to himself, observing Son Wukong's figure from behind. If you grow any bigger, we might not be able to bathe together. What did you say? Son Wukong inquired curiously. Oh, nothing. Let me help you with your back. Okay. Son Wukong stood obediently in front of him, displaying no sense of shame as she presented her body. However, during their time in the mountains, such situations were quite common, and Zhang Wutian was not a perverse individual who would become infatuated with a childlike physique. He stepped out of the tub, wrapped a towel around himself, and began to assist Son Wukong with her back. Your tail is quite troublesome. Son Wukong appeared to enjoy the moment, causing her tail to swish back and forth in front of Zhang Wutian, undoubtedly complicating his task. Zhang Wutian pinched her tail lightly. Ah, Son Wukong gasped, her body softening. Zhang Wutian, don't pinch my tail. It feels strange. Oh, right. I almost forgot about that detail. Your tail seems to be your weakness, doesn't it? Mischievous thoughts surged within him as he grasped Son Wukong's fluffy tail. This won't do. What if an enemy exploits your weakness and grabs your tail during battle? Let me train your tail to help you eliminate this vulnerability. Wait, don't touch there. Rather than weakness, it seemed to evoke a peculiar sensation, causing Son Wukong to tremble as Zhang Wutian gripped her tail, her skin flushing an unusual shade of red as she struggled weakly, her voice thick with nasal tones. Zhang Wutian remained oblivious to the subtle distinction between her reaction and the established norms. What might happen if I do this? He pondered, as he stroked her tail back and forth. Each gentle caress elicited more intense shivers from Son Wukong. No, don't Finally, Son Wukong experienced a violent tremor, her body becoming unusually limp as she leaned against Zhang Wutian, gasping for breath, her gaze vacant. Zhang Wutian sensed something was amiss. Hey, Wukong, are you all right? Her dazed appearance prompted concern. It was supposed to be a simple matter of weakness, but upon release, she should have recovered immediately. This situation was far from normal. Had he unintentionally uncovered a hidden vulnerability of the Saiyans? Zhang Wutian's eyes widened in realization as he gazed at the seemingly unconscious form nestled against him, enveloped in a suspicious atmosphere that stirred something inappropriate within him. Calm down. How could I possibly feel such things for a childlike figure? In truth, Son Wukong had begun to develop slightly, yet Zhang Wutian was too preoccupied to consider that. He turned on the cold water faucet, vigorously rinsing himself to suppress those feelings. After hastily finishing his bath, he dried Son Wukong's body and carried her to the guest room, tucking her under the covers. She is still just a little girl. If I were to seek companionship, it would surely be with someone like Bulma or Launch, who possess more mature figures, he mused, gently tapping Son Wukong's delicate cheek. Yet, the unusual feelings within him persisted, as the previous perception of Son Wukong as a mere child seemed to be fading. Perhaps I should find myself a girlfriend, he contemplated. The following morning, after a restful sleep, Son Wukong appeared to have completely forgotten the events of the previous day in the bath. Such a scandalous occurrence, Zhang Wutian decided to consider as his own black history, so her amnesia was welcomed, and he was relieved not to bring it up. After indulging in an extravagant breakfast, Zhang Wutian finally set about his serious business. Having promised to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill wishes, he was determined to act swiftly. Utilizing the Dragon Ball radar, he discovered that aside from the Dragon Balls he possessed, the remaining 3 had been conveniently gathered together, clearly without Son Wukong's interference in the narrative. The Red Ribbon Army had successfully located the 3 Dragon Balls over the past 3 months. Thus, Zhang Wutian found a public telephone booth and dialed the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. The number was easily obtained by inquiring with a high-ranking member of the Red Ribbon Army from another world, with the intention of collecting the Dragon Balls clear. He hoped the phone numbers between the 2 worlds would match. If he dialed a disconnected number, it would be quite awkward. Fortunately, the phone rang only twice before connecting. Who is this? A stranger's voice emerged on the other end. Is this the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army? Who are you? The tone was markedly different from before, now laced with a sharp edge. I am a mysterious martial artist with a message for the leader of the Red Ribbon Army. A mysterious martial artist? Your ability to acquire this phone number suggests you are no ordinary individual. Speak, I am listening. Zhang Wutian smiled slightly, realizing he had reached the main figure with a simple phone call. Let me be direct. I know you are collecting the Dragon Balls, and I am doing the same. And then, the voice on the other end grew tense. I currently possess 3 Dragon Balls, which you can verify with your radar. You also have 3 Dragon Balls. Since our conditions are equal, let us make a wager. You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge. Would you care to wager with me? A bet with the commander of the formidable Red Ribbon Army? Who do you think you are to presume equality with me? I do, for I am exceptionally strong. Zhang Wutian casually remarked. Ha, such an arrogant youth. Very well, I shall indulge in your jest. Next Monday, I will personally visit your headquarters. Let us engage in a fair battle then. You may arrange your troops, be it aircraft, tanks, or missiles, as you wish. If I manage to breach your defenses and stand before you, or compel your surrender, I shall be the victor. Should I fail, I concede defeat. The winner shall claim the Dragon Balls from the loser, and the defeated shall have no grievances. Enough. On the other end of the line, a serious-looking figure responded. The Red Commander, though not particularly tall, spoke with fury. Do you intend to mock me, the Supreme Commander of the Red Ribbon Army? Do not presume that obtaining this phone number grants you arrogance. I shall ensure your demise. I am neither mocking you nor jesting. I am conversing with utmost seriousness. Zhang Wutian replied. Then you must be mad. The Red Commander coldly retorted. You wish to fight the Red Ribbon Army? Are you bringing an army with you? No. Merely 2 individuals. Huh, I understand now. It seems we of the Red Ribbon Army have not sufficiently demonstrated our terror to the world. Young man, you have invited great trouble upon yourself, to perish so young. Even now, I shall not forgive you, should you apologize. You still fail to comprehend, as a martial artist. I am truly formidable. While I may not destroy a city with a single punch, I can certainly obliterate your base with ease, Zhang Wutian endeavored to explain. Enough. I no longer wish to engage in conversation with you. Prepare for the retribution of the Red Ribbon Army. The call was abruptly terminated, yet Zhang Wutian promptly redialed. Who is this? The same voice, the Red Commander, appeared furious. It is I, the enigmatic martial artist. You seem quite eager for death. How could that be? I practice martial arts to grow stronger and face various dangers, Zhang Wutian replied. Your martial arts cannot save you. The Red Commander coldly stated. I will find you and kill you. So be it. However, do not forget, I will indeed visit your headquarters next Monday. Please ensure your defenses are adequately arranged. Should you treat this lightly, do not seek excuses in defeat. I shall bring 3 Dragon Balls as stakes. Let us meet as agreed. Very well, I shall remember your words. I hope that when we meet, you will still possess your current composure. The Red Commander said through gritted teeth. He slammed the receiver down and summoned his subordinates. Investigate the origin of that call. The subordinate, trembling, departed and returned shortly. Reporting, Commander, the call originated from a public phone booth in West City. West City? The Red Commander snarled. Are today's city youths so ignorant of our Red Ribbon Army's fearsome reputation that they dare speak such insolence? Is our reign of terror insufficient? The tall and imposing black aide, standing beside the Red Commander, spoke up. However, radar indicates that 3 Dragon Balls are indeed converging. If what they say is true, we can easily obtain their Dragon Balls. I do not require your reminders, fool. How could they so easily present themselves? This must be a conspiracy. Even if it is a conspiracy, it will reveal their intentions. As long as they reveal themselves, with the might of the Red Ribbon Army, no issue is insurmountable. The Black Aide asserted confidently. You speak well. No one can stand against the Red Ribbon Army. The Red Commander echoed, brimming with confidence. Notify all commanders to assemble immediately at headquarters. Next Monday, no matter who arrives, I shall ensure they witness a grand welcoming ceremony from the Red Ribbon Army. Understood, Commander. The Black Aide departed to make arrangements. In his solitary chamber, the Red Commander greedily gazed at the 3 Dragon Balls on the table and fervently declared, just a little more. Soon I shall gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Boy, no matter your origins, I will find you swiftly. The Dragon Balls are rightfully mine. My wishes, my ambitions, shall soon come to fruition. Ha ha ha. The room echoed with laughter. Meanwhile, after being disconnected once more, Zhang Wutian exited the public phone booth. Next Monday, let us venture into the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters with Wukong. After obliterating the Red Ribbon Army, how shall I find the final Dragon Ball? Let me ponder. It seems I must seek the guidance of Master Roshi's sister, the Crystal Granny, to divine the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Where's the Crystal Granny? Should I consult Master Roshi again? How bothersome, akin to the games of yore. Completely dismissing the Red Ribbon Army, Zhang Wutian had already begun contemplating matters far beyond. On Monday, the Red Ribbon Army headquarters was fully armed. Soldiers from various bases stood ready under the leadership of their commanders, awaiting the enemy's approach. Though they were entirely ignorant of who their adversary might be, how many forces they would bring, or from whence they hailed. What kind of battle is this? Utterly absurd. More than one commander commented thus. Yet under the Supreme Commander's oppressive rule, none dared defy orders. Have we yet to discover any trace of the enemy? The Supreme Commander of the Red Ribbon Army, the Red Commander, inquired impatiently. No signs, Commander. The subordinate replied, trembling. Damn it, you incompetent fools deserve to be executed. This confident commander of the Red Ribbon Army completely disbelieved the notion of only 2 individuals launching an attack. In his view, should any foolhardy individual attempt to assault the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, they would need to muster an army of at least 1,000 to have the audacity to threaten him. If a force of over 1,000 approached the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, such a massive presence would undoubtedly attract attention. Yet now, not even radar or the most omnipresent satellites had detected any anomalies. Of course, it was more likely that the enemy was entirely lying, or planning a diversion to achieve some strategic aim. The Red Ribbon Army's command staff unanimously believed this to be the enemy's true intent. However, early that day, 3 Dragon Balls appeared on the radar, moving rapidly toward headquarters, delivering a sharp slap to the face of the command staff. The Dragon Balls were indeed approaching. Yet the anticipated enemy forces had yet to materialize, plunging the Red Ribbon Army into confusion. What is happening? Could the enemy be cloaked? Or is there another scheme afoot? Just as the Red Commander began to grow impatient, a subordinate suddenly reported, "We have a situation. Satellites have detected unidentified flying objects approaching our position. Display it on the big screen." The Red Commander ordered. The image that appeared on the screen caused everyone present to gasp in shock. Is that a human? A human flying without any equipment? Wait, I recognize that little brat. He is the one who recently opposed the Red Ribbon Army. One of the commanders suddenly exclaimed. The Red Commander recalled the recent events. Indeed, a pesky little brat had emerged during the collection of Dragon Balls, opposing the Red Ribbon Army. That brat had suddenly vanished not long ago, but now he had reappeared once more. Who was that person beside her? Shortly after, a subordinate replied, "He is the champion of the world's greatest martial arts tournament, named Zhang Wutian." A tournament champion? A mysterious martial artist, perhaps? Well, I have found you. A sinister smile crept across the face of the Red Marshal. Find out all his social connections, including his family and friends. I want him to understand the consequences of offending the Red Ribbon Army. The subordinate took his orders and departed, leaving the Red Marshal to return to his seat. Little did he expect that only 2 individuals would come here, mere martial artists with only a few tricks up their sleeves. Did they truly believe themselves to be invincible superheroes? Underestimating the Red Ribbon Army would come at a price. Meanwhile, satellites captured images of Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong as they flew towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, guided by the Dragon Radar. After all, they were once comrades who fought side by side. Zhang Wutian thought it best to go easy on them. Are the Red Ribbon Army the villains here? Son Wukong inquired, having finally grasped the differences between the 2 worlds through first-hand experience. To be honest, the Red Ribbon over there isn't exactly virtuous either. They simply stand on the side of good due to a greater enemy looming over them. Although Zhang Wutian endeavored to explain in the simplest terms, Son Wukong still appeared somewhat puzzled. In any case, let them witness our prowess. All right. This statement was easy to comprehend, causing Son Wukong to smile. Soon, the 2 arrived in the airspace above the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, pausing momentarily before the fully armed military fortress. A small, unmanned aircraft approached them, equipped with a communication device. On the device's screen, the malevolent face of the Red Marshal materialized. Zhang Wutian, I have been waiting for you. I apologize for the wait. The location is somewhat remote, and it took time to arrive, Zhang Wutian replied candidly, avoiding trivial excuses like oversleeping or getting stuck in traffic. Do you have the Dragon Balls? Son Wukong opened the pouch at his side, revealing the Dragon Balls within. Excellent. The Red Marshal's sinister grin widened. You can go die now. In the next moment, a blinding light erupted from the small aircraft, leading to a minor explosion near Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong. As the smoke cleared, the duo emerged, slightly dusty but unharmed. However, this was merely an appetizer. The Red Ribbon Army was not foolish. Upon learning that their foes consisted of only 2 individuals, the strategists concluded that their opponents might possess extraordinary combat capabilities. After all, the Red Ribbon Army also had officers who exceeded the limits of ordinary humans. Thus, they prepared a grand surprise for the 2. Just 2 individuals? Let them perish. Countless missiles, trailing long plumes of smoke, surged toward Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong. Are they attempting to play with time-space fortresses? I'm afraid I am no fragile aircraft. Facing the incoming barrage, Zhang Wutian clenched his fists, which began to emanate a radiant glow. Fist of the Void. In the next instant, his fists connected as one, and with each strike, a golden imprint shot forward. Countless fist imprints collided with numerous missiles, creating a series of explosions that painted the sky a vivid crimson. Once the chaos subsided, Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong remained unscathed, having rendered the massive missile barrage entirely ineffective. No, that's impossible. What is that? How could they achieve this? The officers of the Red Ribbon Army, endowed with superhuman strength, were left dumbfounded. Even they lacked the confidence to emerge unscathed from such an assault. Just a trivial trick. Are you still the invincible Red Ribbon Army? Attack. I demand an offensive. The Red Marshal shouted in frustration. That was quite the display. I've seen the might of the Red Ribbon. Now it's our turn. Observing the multitude of aircraft, tanks, robots, and armed infantry surging forth from the enemy base, Zhang Wutian, who had previously shown a hint of apprehension towards heat-based weaponry, now bore a relaxed smile. Unleashing my full power would be too cumbersome. I'll handle you all with one punch. 039. How do we deal with those who are too weak to even fight back? Zhang Wutian declared, and with that, he readied himself. A radiant sphere of light, reminiscent of the sun, formed at his fist. The air seemed to be drawn towards him, continuously flowing into his hand. In the face of the Red Ribbon Army, akin to ants swarming from their nest, Zhang Wutian unleashed a single punch. A colossal, radiant fist soared above the dense military ranks. crashing into the mountainous terrain behind the base. The earth trembled, as if the sky itself were ablaze. A mushroom cloud began to rise. Zhang Wutian observed his creation, caught between anticipation and disbelief. Indeed, there exists a significant gap between theoretical capability and practical execution. He had always known that one punch could yield such earth-shattering results. Yet this was his first time truly exerting force upon the earth. If he were to return to his original world, or even venture into the realm of a Marvel blockbuster, such power would undoubtedly be deemed invincible. The explosive shockwaves spread rapidly through the base, sending infantry flying. While aircraft struggled to remain airborne, many ill-fated pilots, unable to make emergency landings, were caught in the turbulent winds, resulting in utter chaos. At this moment, the defensive line constructed by the Red Ribbon Army was effectively shattered, and this was still Zhang Wutian showing restraint, intentionally striking at a distance to mitigate the damage. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, the landscape behind the Red Ribbon Army airspace had been irrevocably altered. The mountain that Zhang Wutian had demolished was completely gone, leaving behind a crater over 300 meters in diameter. At that moment, no soldier dared to stand in Zhang Wutian's path. The scene fell silent as the remaining defeated soldiers watched, as if they were characters in a silent film. While Zhang Wutian descended towards the main building of the Red Ribbon headquarters, suddenly the silence was shattered by the sound of a gunshot. Zhang Wutian extended 2 fingers, effortlessly halting a bullet that spun in a last-ditch effort to escape his grasp. Being hit is not the end of the world, but this way certainly looks more impressive. Don't you agree, Wukong? Zhang Wutian remarked, glancing at Son Wukong. I don't quite understand, but if there is a chance to avoid being hit, it's better not to get hit at all, Son Wukong replied. I was once shot at by Miss Bulma, and being hit by a bullet hurts a lot. Haha. You surely won't feel that pain anymore, for you have grown stronger. With that, Zhang Wutian pinched the bullet between his thumb and forefinger and returned it towards the direction it had come from, before the sniper, stationed 500 meters away, could react. The bullet sped back with precision, causing the rifle to tremble violently and sending shockwaves through the sniper's arm. Ah, my hand. With just that one moment, the sniper's arm was fractured. In the stillness of the background, the sniper's anguished cries echoed far and wide. Having completed all these tasks, Zhang Wutian arrived at the main building of the Red Ribbon Army. With a single punch, he shattered the outer wall, revealing the interior of the room. What are you doing? Attack them. The Red Marshal, flustered, pointed at Zhang Wutian. The gathered cadres, the few exceptional combatants of the Red Ribbon Army, steeled themselves to engage. Recognizing familiar faces, the boxer, the quintuplet ninjas, and the superpowered germaphobe who had once put Son Wukong in a tough spot, Zhang Wutian turned to Son Wukong and remarked, "This is your mess. You should handle it." Thus, Son Wukong sprang into action. Unlike Zhang Wutian, Son Wukong had only recently learned to refrain from lethal force, albeit still somewhat clumsily, with a series of resounding strikes. The approaching cadres of the Red Ribbon Army were sent flying, including even the most troublesome superpowered individual. Only one hand managed to intercept Son Wukong's attack, Zhang Wutian's. He caught her fist, leaving Colonel Violet, the sole female cadre among them, pale and defenseless against the imminent blow. Seemingly drained of strength, Colonel Violet sank to the ground, staring blankly at the man who had shielded her from harm. Last time, I inadvertently sent you flying due to my lack of control. As compensation, I'll let you go this time. Zhang Wutian recalled an incident from another world, where he had unintentionally knocked Colonel Violet, transformed into Android 12. Away after just departing the realm of mind and time. He had intended to show some restraint. After all, she was a rare beauty in the Dragon Ball universe, and a gentleman should maintain a modicum of decorum. Taken aback by Zhang Wutian's intervention, Son Wukong paused and, after a moment of silence, suddenly asked, Zhang Wutian, do you prefer women with large breasts? What? Why would you think that? Zhang Wutian was genuinely startled by this unexpected query. Son Wukong's transformation was more alarming than her sudden shift to a rebellious blonde. I heard from Miss Bulma that men like women with large breasts. Son Wukong gestured to her own chest, a hint of disappointment in her voice. So you don't like me? That chatty woman. Zhang Wutian gritted his teeth and replied, don't listen to Bulma. How could I possibly dislike you? So you do like me? Yes, of course I like you. Zhang Wutian declared emphatically. Hee, I like you too. Zhang Wutian, very much, Son Wukong replied with a silly grin. Realizing he had been somewhat coerced into a declaration, Zhang Wutian quickly corrected himself. No. I mean the kind of liking one has for a daughter. How could I be interested in a flat-chested little girl? Miss Bulma said my chest has potential for growth. Son Wukong pouted. What exactly did Bulma tell you? Zhang Wutian, what does it mean to eat someone? Did Bulma say you would eat me? Do you want to eat me? Faced with Son Wukong's wide, innocent eyes, Zhang Wutian became exasperated, pulling at his hair and shouting, we're going back to West City. No more fighting the Red Ribbon Army, and forget the Dragon Balls. I need to have a serious talk with that woman and teach her to watch her mouth. Meanwhile, the Red Marshal, who had been left out for quite some time, awkwardly interjected, can we please get back to business? Unfortunately, the Red Marshal met a grim fate. Akin to his counterpart in the original story, falling victim to his most trusted subordinate. His declaration, even if all the Red Ribbon Army perishes, I will fight alongside you to the end, seemed to have offended someone. Thus, he was slain, with blood still dripping from his hand. The tall black deputy who had once stood by the Red Marshal stepped forward and addressed Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong. The leader of the Red Ribbon Army must prioritize the interests of the army itself. Anyone who would sacrifice the future of the entire organization for personal gain is unworthy to lead. Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong were not bloodthirsty, but they were no strangers to violence. Zhang Wutian calmly regarded the bloodied black deputy and replied, so, is it your turn to speak with us now? Indeed. The deputy affirmed, but I do not wish to converse with you. Zhang Wutian observed him closely and remarked, I have no interest in dialoguing with a puppet. It's time for you to reveal yourself, Dr. Gero. In truth, Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong had already discerned the anomaly about the black deputy. He lacked the essence of humanity. For those who had encountered androids in another world, such abnormalities were glaringly evident. Oh, you know of me? How surprising. This exceeds my calculations. After a brief silence, a large screen on the wall illuminated, revealing a version of Dr. Gero that closely resembled his counterpart from another world. There are many things that exceed your calculations. The true mastermind behind the Red Ribbon Army. I trust you don't mind if I take the Dragon Balls. The legendary Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. Alas, I have no need for them. Dr. Gero confidently declared, such magical artifacts are unnecessary for my research. A result devoid of process holds no value. My studies must be achieved through intellect and effort. Therefore, you may take the Dragon Balls, but do not annihilate my Red Ribbon Army. They serve as convenient assets for my research. So, the Red Ribbon Army is merely a support and funding organization for your research? Indeed, Dr. Gero admitted, glancing at the fallen Red Marshal with indifference. The technology was not sufficiently advanced at the time to produce satisfactory androids, so I allowed this man to assume command for convenience. However, he seems to have developed unnecessary ambitions, thus it is time for a change. Will androids lead the Red Ribbon Army from now on? Zhang Wutian mused, very well. Considering our past alliance, as long as the Red Ribbon Army no longer threatens civilians, I will refrain from taking action against you. I have no interest in world domination. I merely wish to conduct my research in peace. I can agree to your terms. With negotiations concluded, Zhang Wutian collected 3 Dragon Balls and prepared to depart. At that moment, Dr. Gero inquired, you mentioned having fought alongside the Red Ribbon Army, yet I find no record of such an event. When did this occur? Not long ago, Zhang Wutian replied, giving a thumbs up to the screen. In another world. Ignoring Dr. Gero's puzzled expression, Zhang Wutian left the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army with the 3 Dragon Balls and dialed Master Roshi's number. Is this Master Roshi? This is Zhang Wutian, and I seek your assistance. With that, Zhang Wutian began to inquire about Master Roshi's sister, the Crystal Grandma. Master Roshi chuckled on the other end. It seems you've heard tales of my sister. Are you in need of her help in your quest for the Dragon Balls? Just a minor issue, Zhang Wutian replied. Since you are aware of my sister's matters, you surely know the 2 ways to obtain answers, either pay a hefty sum or engage in battle. Zhang Wutian continued. While I could pay, I find fighting far more entertaining, so I choose battle. The ethereal dance of the void surrounds you. Yet the presence of merely 2 individuals proves insufficient. Unbeknownst to us, events unfold in another realm, as the venerable Master Roshi, having witnessed the remarkable accomplishments of Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong, suggested via telephone, let Lu Ping and Xiao Lin lend their assistance. It would serve as an excellent opportunity for them to hone their skills. Zhang Wutian readily concurred, asserting that friends ought to frequently engage with one another, lest their bonds grow distant. Thus, a grand assembly commenced, with all deciding to convene in West City. Due to Lu Ping's involvement, even Bulma ultimately joined this gathering. In Zhang Wutian's abode in West City, the gathering comprised Bulma, Master Roshi, Lu Ping, Xiao Lin, Oolong, Puar, along with Son Wukong and Zhang Wutian. Miss Bulma, it appears you have imparted a wealth of frivolous knowledge to Wukong, Zhang Wutian remarked, his expression less than amiable upon Bulma's arrival. What do you mean by frivolous knowledge? Wukong is simply too naive, which is why someone like you, a deviant with a penchant for younger girls, takes advantage of him, Bulma retorted, cradling Son Wukong in her arms, standing defiantly against Zhang Wutian. Son Wukong attempted to clarify, Zhang Wutian has not bullied me. He treats me very well. You men always wish for girls to be a touch dim-witted, making them easier to deceive. My Wukong is far too charming. I shall not permit your schemes to succeed." With the valor of a sister shielding her less savvy sibling, Bulma confronted Zhang Wutian, then leaned closer to whisper to Son Wukong. Exchanging hushed inquiries, "Has that lecherous man ever touched your chest? Did he kiss you?" "What? You initiated the kiss? Surely you haven't gone that far." The nature of their conversation was so scandalous that Zhang Wutian found it unbearable to listen, yet interrupting the intimate exchange between friends seemed even more base. So he could only manage a wry smile as he withdrew. Having faced defeat among the girls, Zhang Wutian shifted his focus to the boys' group. "Lu Ping, have you also embraced the ways of the Turtle School?" He inquired of Lu Ping, who donned the traditional Turtle School martial arts attire. "Indeed, after much pleading, and with Shaolin's assistance, Master Roshi finally agreed to teach me," Lu Ping replied. "I refuse to remain weaker than you and Wukong. At the next martial arts tournament, I will showcase my true strength. You had best prepare," Zhang Wutian warned. "Wukong and I have grown significantly stronger recently. Catching up to us will be no easy feat." Lu Ping, still unacquainted with sensing the strength of others through ki, optimistically proclaimed, "It won't be long before I catch up to you." Zhang Wutian shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "To catch up to us, you first must ascend the Korin Tower." Master Roshi, with a discerning eye, scrutinized the duo. Perceiving the latent combat prowess concealed beneath their calm exteriors, an extraordinary strength that even she could not fully comprehend. After the modest gathering concluded, the group either flew individually or utilized flying devices, guided by Master Roshi, towards the abode of the enigmatic Crystal Grandma. Observing Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong's aerial maneuvers, Shaolin and Lu Ping expressed envy, while Master Roshi, recognizing the technique as the Crane School's aerial method, remarked indifferently that it was quite simple and that Wukong could teach everyone how to employ it when time permitted. Well done. Let all Turtle School disciples master the aerial technique and infuriate that foolish Crane. Master Roshi privately chuckled with satisfaction. In a desolate expanse, an oasis emerged, crowned by a lake that glimmered like a pearl, upon which stood a grand palace, Crystal Grandma's ancestral home. How magnificent! How much must it cost to construct such a palace? Is fortune truly so bountiful in divination? One must possess a skill to thrive, Zhang Wutian mused as they approached the entrance. After enduring a lengthy wait, the group finally stood before Crystal Grandma. "Ah, is that my sister? I am surprised you decided to visit. Such a rare occasion. Let me make it clear. I shan't lend you any money," she said, perched upon a floating crystal, resembling a quintessential old sorceress. "You must have amassed considerable wealth from your divination over the years. Sister, have any unexpected events transpired?" Master Roshi inquired of his sister. "Haha, I wouldn't waste my time divining trivial matters. My services are quite costly," Crystal Grandma replied, before turning her attention to Zhang Wutian and his companions. "So, you seek my assistance, do you? Even if you are brought by my sister. I shall not perform divination for free. You are aware of my rules, I trust? Shall we pay or engage in combat?" Zhang Wutian proposed. How delightfully youthful and brash. "This is precisely what makes it interesting," she chuckled, leading them to a circular arena at the lake center. The specifications of this arena closely resembled that of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and as they arrived, the first battle commenced. "Allow me to take the lead," Zhang Wutian declared, sending Shaolin into the fray, while Crystal Grandma summoned a vampire adept in Muay Thai, capable of transforming between human and bat forms. Once the adversary transformed into a bat, it moved with such speed that Shaolin struggled to keep pace, finding himself in a dire predicament. "Is the opponent that swift?" Son Wukong queried, standing beside Zhang Wutian, puzzled. Why does Shaolin seem so flustered? He could easily land a punch on the opponent. "That is because you have grown stronger," Zhang Wutian explained, ruffling Son Wukong's defiant hair. "You have engaged with more formidable foes, expanding your horizons, and thus no longer regard such weaklings. However, Shaolin has yet to experience battles at a higher level." "Is that so?" Son Wukong pondered before shouting towards the arena, "Shaolin, you can do it. The opponent is nothing to worry about." Such encouragement, however, proved simplistic. Shaolin, disoriented by the flying bat, found himself both defending against aerial assaults and attempting to heed Son Wukong's shouts, ultimately revealing his vulnerability. Shaolin, defeat. The drained Shaolin was whisked away for an emergency blood transfusion, while Zhang Wutian, curious, poked at the ghost administering the transfusion. "Incredible! I can actually touch this? It feels like gelatin. What is the principle behind this?" "Dear guest, please refrain from disturbing my work," the ghost replied, exasperated. The second contestant from Zhang Wutian's team was Lu Ping. Against the swift vampire bat, Lu Ping held a distinct advantage. The reason was simple: Wolfang Fist. Having trained under Master Roshi for a time, Lu Ping was stronger than in the original tale, utilizing his martial arts to enhance his speed. The vampire, previously agile before Shaolin, was rendered helpless against Lu Ping's superior velocity, and its frail body could not withstand a single blow. Thus, the vampire bat was sent plummeting to the lake's depths. Lu Ping emerges victorious, he declared proudly, casting a glance at Zhang Wutian, only to find him engrossed in examining the ghost's anatomy alongside Son Wukong, while Bulma cheered for her boyfriend. The disparity in combat skill rendered this bout rather trivial. After having faced the malevolent Son Wukong, Zhang Wutian could now handle even the second-generation Demon King Piccolo with ease. When might the second-generation Demon King Piccolo make his appearance? That would be no less than 6 years hence, during which time Zhang Wutian would remain nearly invincible, with Son Wukong as his sole rival in this world. Approaching this adventure with a leisurely spirit, Zhang Wutian found himself at odds with Lu Ping, who, feeling underestimated, channeled all his frustration into his next opponent, only to discover that his adversary played by an entirely different set of rules, an invisible opponent. Lu Ping found himself in a grueling battle against a foe he could not perceive. Despite enduring several attacks, Lu Ping managed to grasp his opponent's movements through his hearing. However, once the Crystal Grandma opened her raspy voice to sing, the overwhelming noise drowned out the sounds of the invisible man's movements, robbing Lu Ping of his only chance. On the other side, upon hearing the song, Zhang Wutian, feeling that external assistance would render the battle fair, advised, Lu Ping, do not rely on sight or sound, but rather on your instincts. What? Lu Ping, slightly dizzy from the blows he had received, paused at Zhang Wutian's words. The opponent was merely invisible. Not completely absent, he still existed in form. By closing his eyes and focusing on sensing the opponent's every move, he should be able to do it. Having trained in the Turtle School, I feel underestimated. I have always aimed to surpass you. Following Zhang Wutian's guidance, Lu Ping calmed himself, closed his eyes, and, having mastered the basics of qi through his training, instinctively released it outward. He then sensed the air currents caused by the opponent's movements. This time, there was no need for Bulma to resort to the antics of the original story. He finally caught hold of the opponent's tail and unleashed his ultimate move without hesitation. Wolfang Fist. After a series of strikes, yet another opponent, relying not on true strength but rather on underhanded tactics, was sent flying into the lake. Fantastic, Lu Ping! Bulma cheered, completely unaware that she had narrowly escaped a crisis. The turtle hermit nodded in approval. So that is how it is. Every movement of the opponent causes a change in the air currents. I had never realized this before. Thank you, Zhang Wutian. Faced with Lu Ping's sincere gratitude, Zhang Wutian felt a bit embarrassed. His intention was to guide Lu Ping on how to perceive the qi within the opponent, which was far removed from what Lu Ping had learned. Well, whatever makes you happy, he shrugged, conceding. After dealing with the invisible man, the Crystal Grandma shifted the battlefield to the so-called demon toilet. Below was a pool of toxic water, and the fighters had to battle atop the demon statue's tongue. Lu Ping, you fought twice. Let me take over now. What are you talking about? I can still fight. Lu Ping, full of fighting spirit after 2 victories, protested. But I can fly, Zhang Wutian said, floating effortlessly. I won't fall. It's safer for me to go. Watching Zhang Wutian hovering in midair, Lu Ping suddenly felt the wisdom in his words. To maintain his winning streak in front of Bulma and avoid leaving like a defeated loser, Zhang Wutian could only assist up to this point. With that thought, Zhang Wutian floated to the battlefield. Seeing him fly, the Crystal Grandma raised an eyebrow. When did your disciple start mingling with the Crane School? Have you two reconciled? Zhang Wutian is not my disciple, nor that foolish Crane's. The Turtle Hermit said with a smile. He might just surprise you, sister. Ha ha ha. I'm eager to see just how formidable this kid is. Thus, Zhang Wutian's opponent, a seemingly robust mummy, entered the fray. Is this little bean sprout my opponent? Too weak. I won't care if I kill him. Compared to the mummy's massive frame, Zhang Wutian, although muscular, appeared notably smaller, and thus was mocked by the mummy. Your bandages will come in handy very soon. Zhang Wutian replied calmly. Heh, you're a dead man, the mummy laughed. Let the match begin, the Crystal Grandma declared. Before the announcement even finished, the match was over. In an instant, Zhang Wutian appeared before the mummy and struck him, sending him flying. With no reaction, the mummy fell into the toxic pond. But his bandages saved him, as one end was grasped by Zhang Wutian, preventing the fall. I told you, your bandages will come in handy right away. Pulling the mummy back onto the demon's tongue, Zhang Wutian said nonchalantly, Can we move him now? Let the next opponent come out. What is that? Shaolin exclaimed, staring at the distant Zhang Wutian. Lu Ping, did you see that? How is that possible? In a blink, the enemy had already taken to the air. Little turtle. Who is that kid? The crystal grandma gasped in astonishment. With such strength, he must be stronger than your deceased master by now. It wasn't until Zhang Wutian threw a punch that anyone managed to catch a glimpse of his movements. When did this young man become so powerful? The silent turtle hermit pondered gravely. What is wrong with everyone? Only Son Wukong looked confused, glancing at his companions. Zhang Wutian barely moved. That hardly counts as a warm-up. You can see his movements? The turtle hermit turned sharply to inquire of Son Wukong. Not only the turtle hermit, but Lu Ping and Shaolin also focused on Son Wukong's expression. Son Wukong nodded earnestly, suggesting that his strength was only slightly inferior to Zhang Wutian's. And he would soon catch up. How could he be so strong? How did you train? Shaolin asked eagerly. Meanwhile, Lu Ping fell into despair. So there's that much of a gap? I thought hard work alone would suffice. Only Bulma and the non-combatants had yet to grasp the situation. They recognized Zhang Wutian as formidable but had no conception of the extent of his power. Is this the new era I've been waiting for? The turtle hermit closed his eyes. Yet, rather than feeling any frustration at being surpassed, her heart brimmed with optimism and ease. Demon King Piccolo. Even if you break your seal now, there will be outstanding young individuals to thwart your malevolence. My mission is finally complete. With that thought, a relieved smile graced the turtle hermit's face. 042, Son Gohan has died, and his killer is Son Gohan, Part 1, after the mummy was defeated. It was time for the winged demon to appear. Incredible, there are such powerful beings in the human realm, but this is where your journey ends. I am a demon from hell, completely different from that previous fool. Don't think you can win as easily as before. The demon sneered at Zhang Wutian. Even if his punches could not match Zhang Wutian's, the demon was confident in his reserved techniques. Completely different? Is it because you belong to the demon race while he is of the undead? I see. I could use the soul-sucking sword against you, Zhang Wutian mused. Don't impose your Japanese worldview onto me. What I mean by different is the gap in strength. Underestimating me will lead to regret. It's all the same. What difference does it make? Zhang Wutian calmly regarded the demon. How dare you underestimate a demon, you damned brat. Let me show you the power of my technique. With that, the demon positioned his hands beside his head, preparing his stance. Behold my demon beam. At that moment, Zhang Wutian's fist had already plunged into the demon's abdomen. What? Clutching his belly, the demon staggered back 2 steps before losing consciousness, collapsing to the ground with his eyes rolled back. Next, Zhang Wutian stated, I didn't expect him to be this strong. I miscalculated. I was hoping for a good show, the crystal grandma remarked expressionlessly. Next comes the final warrior. If you can defeat him, I will give you a free divination. Subsequently, an old man wearing a rabbit mask entered the stage. Having familiarized himself with the original plot, Zhang Wutian knew the identity of this old man and did not rush to attack. Instead, he quietly observed him. I have an ungrateful request. With hands clasped together, the elder bowed respectfully to Zhang Wutian and spoke in a calm tone, though it may seem untimely. Might I request the opportunity to engage in a battle with that young lady over there? This is not an unreasonable request, but rather a most reasonable one. Zhang Wutian chuckled softly. However, at your current state, it is likely you would not prevail against her. The elder replied with a smile, if that is the case, I would only feel gratified. Zhang Wutian did not elaborate further, and the masked elder chose to remain silent as well. Then, Zhang Wutian floated into the air and addressed Son Wukong. It's time for a change, Wukong. Are you tired, Zhang Wutian? She inquired. No. It is merely that the old gentleman wishes to battle with the lovely young lady. He can't possibly be a pervert, can he, Zhang Wutian? How could you allow Wukong to fight someone like that? Bulma expressed her discontent. Rest assured, I assure you that he is not a pervert. There is a rationale behind this. After addressing Bulma's concerns, Zhang Wutian turned back to Son Wukong. Go on, Wukong, unleash your full power and show him your might. Understood. Trusting Zhang Wutian's words completely, Son Wukong nodded and soared towards the demonic restroom. Wait, the masked elder suddenly interjected. Crystal Granny, I have a request. I wish to fight this child without restraint, but this space is too confined. Might we move to the arena outside for our battle? That is quite acceptable. Do you have confidence in defeating this child? Hee, it may be difficult, but I wish to give it a try, the elder said humbly, stroking his white beard beneath the mask. Thus, the group relocated outside, where the contemplative Master Roshi had an epiphany. He observed the figure ahead, particularly the halo above his head, and nodded silently in understanding. Upon reaching the outdoor arena, Son Wukong stood opposite the masked elder. After exchanging formalities, the match commenced. I'm ready to begin. With Zhang Wutian's encouragement, Son Wukong intended to exert her utmost effort from the outset. She vanished from the sight of everyone except Zhang Wutian and delivered a powerful punch. The speed of her strike rivaled that of Zhang Wutian. However, the masked elder successfully intercepted her blow. Can he see Wukong's movements? Could that elder also be a master? Shaolin and Lu Ping speculated. While Master Roshi furrowed his brow once more, what is happening? If he were truly that person, he should have been unable to catch Wukong's earlier strike. Have I made a mistake? Oh, I see. As Master Roshi was lost in confusion, Zhang Wutian suddenly remarked, he is not perceiving Wukong's movements, rather. He is relying on his familiarity with her to anticipate her target and preemptively defend. The timing of his defense is likely informed by my earlier actions. Familiarity with Wukong? You are her closest companion. Who else could achieve such a level? Shaolin inquired. No, even I cannot accomplish that. However, there exists another who cares for and cherishes Wukong. Someone who exerted great effort to return from the afterlife for just one day, simply to behold his granddaughter once more. The masked elder, Son Wukong's grandfather, was struggling to withstand each of Wukong's relentless attacks. With every strike, Wukong seemed to be colliding with an immovable object, yet despite this, her assaults were not easily countered. Even with full defense, the elder was forced to retreat repeatedly. You speak of a granddaughter? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. As far as I know, Wukong indeed has a grandfather, but he has been deceased for quite some time, has he not? He has indeed passed away, Master Roshi confirmed. Observe the halo above his head, a sign of the deceased. My sister can traverse between the realms. If it were her, she would be able to bring back the deceased for a day. Then that person must be Wukong's grandfather, my disciple Son Gohan. Master Roshi concluded. Such revelations left everyone momentarily astonished, with the exception of Zhang Wutian, who was well aware of the narrative. You know he is Wukong's grandfather and still allowed her to attack him with all her might. Was that intentional? Bulma immediately linked Zhang Wutian's prior actions. You deliberately had Wukong fully engage her own grandfather? This was to showcase Wukong's abilities before him, allowing him to feel at ease. Zhang Wutian responded. You are quite the provocateur, Bulma remarked disdainfully. Fear not. Wukong is not foolish. She is merely earnest, particularly in battle, where her instincts are remarkably sharp. Zhang Wutian confidently reassured. Look, she has sensed something and has begun to slow her movements. Is she slowing down? Bulma squinted at the arena, unsure. Ah, I forgot. You are merely a mortal with a power level of 5, so of course, you cannot discern it. You, Lu Ping, feeling exasperated, was urged by Bulma to take action against Zhang Wutian. I truly cannot accomplish that. He lamented, nearly on the verge of tears. On the arena, the masked elder, Son Gohan, was forced to the edge under Son Wukong's fierce onslaught. Yet, in truth, Wukong had been showing restraint. She was utilizing powers suited for a competition rather than combat. If she had truly unleashed her full strength, Gohan's defensive arm would have long been shattered. For Son Wukong, this was an intriguing contest. Although her opponent was weaker, he was tenacious, seeming to see through her every move. Conversely, for the masked elder, Son Gohan, this was a life-or-death struggle, even though he was already deceased. As Wukong's grandfather, his familiarity with her, combined with his training under Master Roshi, sustained him in this battle. Yet the vast disparity in their combat prowess was insurmountable. Gohan could not counterattack and was gradually succumbing to defeat. After being knocked down once more, the masked elder finally ceased his resistance. You are remarkably strong, he said, lying on the ground, gazing up at the sky with a tinge of melancholy and a hint of relief. Wukong is now capable of living independently, even without me. What are you saying? Son Wukong, facing her surrendered opponent, could not possibly continue her assault and asked in confusion. It is truly disheartening. In the end, you did not recognize me? Rising from the ground and brushing dust from his clothes, Son Gohan removed his rabbit mask. It is I, Grandpa. Upon seeing that face she thought she would never encounter again, Son Wukong trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Grandpa. She lunged into Son Gohan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Are you not going to call him Grandpa? Meanwhile, Bulma remarked to Zhang Wutian. Beware, or I shall strike your boyfriend, Zhang Wutian replied, casting a casual glance at Bulma. Bulma, please, do not say any more. Lu Ping's tears flowed freely. Son Gohan held Son Wukong's hand as they approached the crowd. He first greeted his master, Master Roshi. It's been a while, Master. Long time no see. Though it may sound strange to say this, how have you fared in the afterlife? Hee. I have lived quite happily in the afterlife. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Son Gohan approached Zhang Wutian. You are Zhang Wutian? Wukong has told me much about you. He patted Zhang Wutian's shoulder. Not bad. A sturdy young man. A promising youth. Thank you for looking after Wukong. Actually, it is Wukong who has been taking care of me. Without her, I would have perished in the mountains when I first got lost. Lost traveler. I heard from Son Wukong that she once performed artificial respiration to save you. That kind and gentle face suddenly made a playful wink. At this moment, Zhang Wutian recalled the events of the past. This old man before him did not appear as serious as he looked. It was indeed he who had taught Son Wukong the technique of artificial respiration. So it was you who encouraged Wukong to do it? Son Gohan chuckled with pride, stroking Son Wukong's hair as he continued. If I hadn't taught her this trick, my foolish granddaughter might never find a suitable husband. Now, this is quite satisfactory. Yes, you are qualified. As Wukong's only relative, I approve of your union. Wait, what union? Do not make decisions on your own. I regard Wukong as a daughter to cherish. And she has her own thoughts. Son Wukong, do you wish to be with Zhang Wutian forever? Yes. Upon hearing her grandfather's question, Son Wukong nodded vigorously. Then go and embrace him, using the method I taught you to perform artificial respiration. In the next moment, obedient Son Wukong immediately leapt onto Zhang Wutian, showering his face with kisses. Fool! Stop it! Zhang Wutian, caught in her embrace, had to awkwardly dodge, exclaiming, No, I must listen to Grandpa. You've already embraced and kissed him. Young man, are you planning to shirk your responsibilities? Son Gohan pretended to be angry from the side. Zhang Wutian, do you not wish to be with me? In his arms, Son Wukong spoke pitifully, like a small cat about to be abandoned. Zhang Wutian found this version of Wukong endearing, softening his heart and making him want to comply with her every request. Yet, he was still hindered by Son Wukong Kakarot. The challenge of the young girl obsession, feeling troubled by his wavering resolve. He blurted out, I treat you like a daughter. You actually want to be with me? Little Wukong, it's still 10 years too early for you to think about marriage. This was merely a casual retort, akin to the saying, a mere hero. Thinking of defeating me is still 10 years too early. Yet, this very phrase was seized upon by the old man, Son Gohan. So, you intend to marry my Wukong in 10 years? Although a bit late, by then Wukong will only be 23 or 24, which is an acceptable marrying age. Zhang Wutian, can we always be together? Though Son Wukong did not fully comprehend the meaning of marriage, she had evidently made up her mind to be with Zhang Wutian. Observing such a Wukong, gazing at the smiling Son Gohan, and the various expressions of the onlookers, Zhang Wutian's expression was quite remarkable. To say he did not want to be with Son Wukong would be a lie. Having gone through many experiences, he had long grown accustomed to Wukong being by his side. Although he often joked that Wukong was his daughter, if this daughter truly brought a boyfriend home, Zhang Wutian, as a father, could only imagine his feelings. However, looking at the small stature and completely childlike spirit of Son Wukong, Zhang Wutian felt that one must not be too perverse. There should be a fundamental line one does not cross. Wukong was still too young. This matter could be discussed later. You're blushing. Though Miss Bulma possessed a combat power of merely 5, her gaze was quite astute this time. Indeed, even her ears are red. Lu Ping's companion, Puar, who had been floating in the air, sensed Zhang Wutian's unusual demeanor from a different angle. Congratulations to you both on your everlasting union. Zhang Wutian, you must treat Wukong well. At least wait 5 years before doing that sort of thing. Lu Ping, are you trying to get yourself killed? Zhang Wutian gritted his teeth at the raucous crowd, but the next moment, soft lips pressed against his. His anger and embarrassment were immersed and dissipated by a refreshing aura. Lowering his gaze, he saw Wukong, who kissed him innocently, completely unaware of the implications of her actions. Smiling sweetly at him, Zhang Wutian's heart softened. Zhang Wutian, I entrust Wukong to you. Please take care of her, Son Gohan said earnestly. As if he was entrusting his most precious treasure to Zhang Wutian, appearing incredibly solemn this time. Observing the old man who continued to worry about his granddaughter even in death, Zhang Wutian found himself unable to refuse. You are all a bunch of disarrayed fools. I won't concern myself with it. He spoke awkwardly, yet Zhang Wutian continued to hold Wukong, never letting her go. Witnessing this scene, Son Gohan stroked his white beard with satisfaction, smiling contentedly. It was truly regrettable not to see Wukong's wedding. If they had children, they would surely be a robust little one, but regrettably, they would not bear the surname Son. The old man felt a profound sense of loss for this fleeting existence. Though reluctant, Son Gohan ultimately had to return to the afterlife, having entrusted his only concern, his granddaughter. He resolutely rejected the idea of using the Dragon Balls to resurrect himself and departed from the mortal realm gracefully. Remember to burn your wedding photos for me. The old man with thick brows and big eyes said with a smile in his final moments. Such an inauspicious statement, given the current circumstances, somehow seemed entirely appropriate, making Zhang Wutian feel the hidden malice of a devoted grandfather. The intersection between the living and the dead thus came to a close, and according to agreement, the Crystal Granny began to divine the location of the final Dragon Ball for Zhang Wutian. What you seek is in a town 2,000 kilometers away from here. The Crystal Granny's crystal ball revealed the location of the Dragon Ball, and Zhang Wutian committed the appearance of that house to memory. Let us go, Wukong, and retrieve the last Dragon Ball. Yes, Son Wukong nodded, and the two of them flew towards the direction indicated by the Crystal Granny using Wukong's technique. How convenient it is to be able to fly freely, Leping exclaimed, gazing at the two as they vanished into the distance. The Crane School's Wukong technique requires an extremely profound understanding of Qi to execute. You still have a long way to go, Master Roshi timely admonished his disciple. Do you still have the right to say such things? Though the lad named Zhang is not your disciple, the little girl wears the Turtle School's martial arts uniform. You have already been surpassed by your own students, the Crystal Granny teased from the sidelines. Every master will eventually be surpassed by their disciples, Master Roshi stated calmly. You two should also strive to surpass your teacher as soon as possible. Yes, Master. Lu Ping and Xiaolin responded energetically. Unbeknownst to them, Master Roshi was secretly shedding tears within. Those two little creatures are simply monsters. They are my number one. Meanwhile, Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong were flying towards the direction divined by the Crystal Granny, although the holder of the Dragon Balls had yet to appear. Based on the original storyline, Zhang Wutian knew that it was likely the Pilaf gang, regardless of how these people might act in the future or how they might propel the plot. Including one individual who was old enough to be a grandmother yet would be romantically involved with Bulma's young master, at least for now. This group was inconsequential to Zhang Wutian. What do we do? That guy is coming. Because their castle had been destroyed by Son Wukong during the last appearance of the dragon, Pilaf and his gang were now living in a small town, anxiously watching the 6 Dragon Balls approaching on their radar. What do we do, Lord Pilaf? That person was able to handle the Red Ribbon Army. We are no match for her, one of Pilaf's underlings exclaimed. Calm down. Did we not formulate a plan to deal with that person? We do not need to confront her. We can easily obtain the Dragon Balls by relying on our plan. But, Lord Pilaf, will our plan really work? At present, still in her 20s, a certain woman inquired about the prospect of an older man having children with significantly younger women decades hence. Rest assured, our plan is bound to succeed. That young girl cannot escape the grasp of Master Pilaf, she said, as Pilaf smirked sinisterly. Soon, Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong descended into the small town, arriving at the abode of Pilaf and his cohorts. I've been waiting for you, Son Wukong. Is your companion the only one who has come? Recognition dawned on Son Wukong as he recalled their previous encounter while gathering the Dragon Balls. So the last Dragon Ball is in your possession. Do you intend to cause trouble again? What's wrong with ruling the world? It is an honor for everyone to be governed by me, King Pilaf. Hand over the Dragon Balls. I will not surrender the Dragon Balls to you. You ought to relinquish them instead, Son Wukong proclaimed defiantly. I anticipated your response, which is why I prepared a trap for you, Pilaf retorted. A trap? Indeed, Pilaf exclaimed, pulling a remote control from his pocket. I have planted numerous bombs beneath this town. With the press of this button, they will detonate, and everyone will perish. If you wish to spare the townsfolk from dying because of you, hand over the Dragon Balls. Despicable. Son Wukong gritted her teeth, instinctively assuming a defensive stance. Don't move. Stay right there, Pilaf shrieked. Throw the Dragon Balls over, or I will detonate them. You. Although furious, Son Wukong felt utterly powerless and dared not move. You see. There is no need for combat. Dealing with a self-righteous fool like you merely requires a bit of cunning. Truly, I, Master Pilaf, am a genius. This farce was intolerable. Zhang Wutian scratched his head and stepped forward, saying, You do realize you're in this town as well. If the bombs explode, do you think you can escape the blast? Pilaf's laughter caught in his throat. What shall we do, Master Pilaf? We will be blown to bits too, cried his henchman. I'm still young. I don't want to be blown up. Cold sweat began to bead on Pilaf's forehead. Moreover, there's another way, Zhang Wutian continued, his form flickering momentarily before solidifying. Pilaf felt an emptiness in his hand. The remote control he once held was now in Zhang Wutian's grasp. Do you understand now? Wukong, when faced with such individuals, there is no need for politeness. If threatened, turn the threat back upon them. We need not fear their hostages, we only fear them remaining hidden. Once they reveal themselves, our prowess can swiftly eliminate them. This is too difficult. As long as I have you by my side, Wutian, you will help me resolve these issues, right? You certainly do not hold back, Zhang Wutian chuckled, then turned to the 3 would-be villains attempting to sneak away. How long do you think it would take me to reach you? Twist your limbs into pretzel shapes and stuff them into your mouths. Please forgive us. We know we were wrong. Spare our lives. The 3 immediately knelt, weeping and pleading for mercy. For someone as good-hearted as Son Wukong, they might have struggled for a moment, knowing that a well-timed surrender would spare them from the good-hearted's wrath. However, from the moment Zhang Wutian appeared, he had maintained a villainous demeanor. For petty evildoers, dealing with a good person was not difficult, but truly wicked individuals were their real nemesis. Thus, the last Dragon Ball fell into the hands of Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong. With all 7 Dragon Balls finally assembled, the moment had arrived as all obstacles were cleared. A dark, circular portal emerged before them, the gateway to another world opening to the two as they held hands. Upon stepping out of the black hole, Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong found themselves before the island where Kame Sennin was training a now grown-up Krillin. Wow, could you at least stop appearing out of nowhere like that? Krillin exclaimed, startled by their sudden arrival. Rest assured, I took a peek beforehand and confirmed you were not in the bathroom or toilet. Your words make me even less at ease. Krillin shivered. After exchanging pleasantries, Krillin briefed Zhang Wutian on the events in this world. After years of devastation wrought by the malevolent Son Goku, the world's population had dwindled to a perilous level. In this atmosphere of war weariness, no one had the heart or strength to reignite battles for power. This ensured that any changes in the upper echelons would remain orderly, preventing the resurgence of conflict, which was the aspiration of powerful beings like Krillin and Tien. In this context, the former Dog King announced his abdication, whether to account for his inept rule or to seek a retreat through such means. A new era was dawning. Through various compromises, the leader of the world's strongest military faction, the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero, would assume the presidency of this new world. Naturally, this position could not be inherited and was bound by term limits. Dr. Gero expressed acceptance of this outcome, stating, "If I cannot achieve success with my research within my presidential term, then I shall relinquish this office." Zhang Wutian, considering the original plot, surmised Dr. Gero's research direction, utilizing the powers of the world for experimentation? Could Dr. Gero's ultimate goal involve the premature emergence of the ultimate life form, Cell? Imagining the scene of the Earth's guardian, the artificial being Cell, confronting the cosmic overlord Frieza, Zhang Wutian felt confident that if that cosmic tyrant dared to come to Earth, he would be crushed into oblivion. Finally, Zhang Wutian articulated the purpose of their visit to this world. We have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. It is time to make our wish. No? Is there no ritual required? Should we not summon others? Krillin was taken aback by Zhang Wutian's straightforwardness. There is no need. The fewer people present during the wish, the better. With that, Zhang Wutian placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. He then proclaimed loudly, "Dragon of the Gods, appear." The sky darkened. The 7 Dragon Balls began to emit a brilliant light, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as a beam shot into the heavens, coalescing into the form of a dragon. The Earth's sky was enveloped in darkness, an extraordinary phenomenon affecting all, both in the northern and southern hemispheres. Is this the dragon capable of granting all wishes? It is my first time witnessing such a grand entity. Naturally, it carries an air of dominance, Zhang Wutian marveled, gazing up at the living dragon. Son Wukong, having seen the dragon from a distance once before, did not display excessive astonishment. State your wish, the dragon proclaimed. Looking down at Zhang Wutian and the others, I can fulfill any one of your desires. Zhang Wutian glanced at Krillin, his mind racing with thoughts of dark scenarios, wondering, what if Krillin suddenly turned evil and seized the wish for himself? Or if I became malevolent? That would be quite amusing, but it would sadden Wukong. He then stepped forward, articulating, "Dragon, I wish for all those killed by this world's Son Goku to be revived. There are many, but it is not difficult. I can fulfill your wish." As he spoke, the dragon fell into silence. After a brief moment, he finally uttered, "The one killed by Son Wukong has been resurrected. Your wish has been granted." Suddenly, Zhang Wutian interrupted the dragon, saying, "Dragon, I believe you are aware that this is a different world." The dragon fixed his blood-red eyes on Zhang Wutian and, after a moment, nodded. "I understand what you wish to convey. I have a proposal," Zhang Wutian continued. "I intend to return the Dragon Balls to their original world intact. Therefore, after the wish is fulfilled, could you ensure the Dragon Balls do not scatter aimlessly?" "Regrettably." The dragon replied, "My energy has been entirely depleted from the recent wish, and thus I am unable to alter the rules set by my creator. That is quite awkward. Could you hold on for a moment while I confer with my companions?" Zhang Wutian asked. "Very well, I shall endeavor to prolong my existence." He then turned to the 2 individuals beside him, saying, "Shaolin, Wukong, when the wish concludes and the Dragon Balls disperse, let us leap into the air to capture the flying Dragon Balls. Are you capable of this?" "I suppose we could attempt it," Shaolin replied, lacking confidence. "The Dragon Balls won't fly too swiftly, will they?" "Not at all. I have witnessed them fly away before. Wukong and I will each take 3, while you, Shaolin, will take 2. I believe we can manage this," Wukong stated with confidence. "Foolish monkey, when we return home, I shall teach you arithmetic properly. Now, count again using your fingers," Zhang Wutian remarked awkwardly at Shaolin, who offered a tolerant smile in response. In any case, let us all strive to collect as many Dragon Balls as possible. After their discussion, Zhang Wutian addressed the dragon. Thank you, dragon. You may now vanish. I hope to see you again in our original world. I cannot fulfill your second wish, but I will bless you, hoping your desires come to fruition. Farewell. The dragon replied. In the next moment, the Dragon Balls ascended into the sky. Wukong, Shaolin. Yes. Understood. The three leaped into the air. And at the precise moment the brilliance emanating from the surface of the Dragon Balls faded, they swiftly reached out to grasp the scattered Dragon Balls. Oh no. There's still one. Shaolin's fingertips brushed against a Dragon Ball, but he failed to secure it. In the next instant, there was a loud thud as Zhang Wutian executed a kick, retrieving the Dragon Ball that had been sent flying due to Shaolin's miscalculation. Subsequently, the three landed back on the ground. How did we fare? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ultimately, the 7 Dragon Balls, temporarily transformed into stone eggs post-wish, were gathered together. Have they truly been resurrected? It feels somewhat surreal, Shaolin mused, gazing at the illuminating sky. To be honest, ever since the two of you appeared, I often feel as though I am dreaming, he continued. Yet you have indeed grown stronger. Such strength cannot merely be a figment of imagination, Zhang Wutian encouraged. As Shaolin lowered his gaze and clenched his fists, use your power to confirm whether or not you are dreaming, Zhang Wutian suggested. Shaolin released his energy, and in the next moment, he felt a familiar presence behind him, one he had never encountered before but recognized instinctively. The resurrected Master Roshi stood behind Shaolin, smiling warmly at him. Wutian, I learned of your deeds in the afterlife. You saved the world. Well done, Shaolin, you are truly my disciple. Master Roshi wore a proud smile, genuinely delighted that his disciple accomplished what he could not. Haha, this is not a dream. I can feel it. A powerful aura has emerged beside Tianjin Fan. It's chaos, and Kame Sennin has also returned. Over there, that aura must belong to Lu Ping. There's also an evil aura over there. Is it King Piccolo? He has been resurrected as well. With your current strength alongside Tianjin Fan, you should easily be able to handle King Piccolo. However, consider this advice. Before you confront him, it would be wise to visit the Divine Realm. You may discover something intriguing. Haha. Shaolin laughed so heartily that his nose seemed to vanish, although he never had one to begin with. Thank you, Zhang Wutian. And Wukong, I truly appreciate all that you have done on behalf of those who have been resurrected. Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong exchanged glances and shared a smile. Zhang Wutian then playfully punched Shaolin, saying, Aren't we friends? There is no need to be so formal. Master Roshi stepped forward, observing the two with curiosity, particularly focusing on Son Wukong, who donned a Kame Sennin martial arts uniform, yet bore an uncanny resemblance to the wicked Son Wukong. After all, that individual had left an indelible impression on this world. Haha, that's a long story, Shaolin responded, and the conversation flowed freely. 046, another Son Gohan, whether in death or in another world. Life is indeed full of various extraordinary encounters, Master Roshi reflected, stroking his grizzled beard. Son Wukong expressed curiosity towards the male Kame Sennin. My master is also a Kame Sennin, but she is an elderly lady. Your grandfather, the male Kame Sennin, is quite peculiar. Young lady. Allow me to guess, your grandfather is Son Gohan? How did you know? Son Wukong asked in surprise. Indeed. I once heard this world's Son Gohan mention that he found a temperamental baby with a tail. I imagine the Son Gohan of that world must have had a similar experience. However, in our world, that baby with a tail grew up to become a villain. Shaolin lamented. The differences between the two worlds are truly fascinating. Am I a female in the other world? Master Roshi pondered, hee. I would love to see what the female version of myself would look like. Look here, Zhang Wutian said, pulling out his phone and displaying a family photo. Look at all these familiar faces, and there are children I don't recognize. Oh, is this what I look like in the other world? I'm entirely an old lady, but if one strives with all their might, one's body can become youthful. Oh. Will I become a voluptuous beauty? Master Roshi eagerly inquired, gazing at Zhang Wutian. Do not harbor any aspirations for your counterpart in another world, Zhang Wutian replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he tucked his phone away, affirming that the elderly Kame Sennin of his own world was indeed more principled. Next, Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong lingered in this world for a while longer, reuniting with Tianjin Fan and a series of other resurrected individuals. Some struggled to come to terms with Wukong's existence, to which Zhang Wutian simply smiled, knowing they would soon leave this world and that what they did not see would not trouble their hearts. During this time, the resurrected King Piccolo wisely refrained from making an appearance, and no one wished to confront him. The entire world seemed to have entered a brief period of tranquility, with no one eager to disrupt this hard-won peace. After some time, Zhang Wutian bid farewell to Shaolin and the others, then used the instant transmission technique to fly to a certain location. The two journeyed to the hometown of this world's Son Wukong, the very place where Zhang Wutian had first traversed dimensions. In a nearly identical spot, they discovered the small dwelling belonging to Son Wukong. An elderly man stood behind the house, offering incense at a grave. This solitary tomb was the purpose of their visit before departing this world. They wished to pay a final homage to the deceased wicked Son Wukong. After inquiring with relevant parties, they had arrived here. Wukong? The elderly man, surprised by their descent, gazed at Son Wukong beside Zhang Wutian. He blinked, sighed, and spoke. No, you two must be visitors from another world. I have heard Master Roshi mention you. Grandfather. No, you are the grandfather of this world. Having already encountered the elderly Son Gohan brought back to the living world by the crystal grandma in his own realm, Son Wukong managed to maintain his composure. In this world, Son Wukong has been resurrected, having evidently perished at the hands, or rather, the feet, of the malevolent Son Goku. It is important to note that the wicked Son Goku did not act with intention, like his counterparts in other realms. It was a tragic accident. This unfortunate circumstance allowed the elder to fulfill the conditions for resurrection and return to the mortal realm. Despite being adversaries, the evil Son Goku shares a profound connection with Wukong. For Zhang Wutian, Son Goku is an exceptionally significant figure. As beings from alternate realities, both harbor no animosity towards the malevolent Son Goku. Therefore, before the grave of the deceased, they respectfully offered incense and paid their respects. In their battle, Zhang Wutian had previously declared his intention to inscribe the word evil upon the other's tombstone, yet out of reverence for the dead, he ultimately refrained. Upon entering the dwelling, he poured a cup of water for both of them, and, holding his own teacup, the elder Son Wukong gazed at Wukong, his voice tinged with melancholy. In that world, I excelled in nurturing you into a remarkable child. Wukong smiled cheerfully, yet I faltered, resulting in Goku becoming what he is now, lamented Son Wukong, his spirits visibly dampened. Do you regret adopting Son Goku? Zhang Wutian inquired. No, I do not regret it. I am grateful to have taken that child in. Although his temper is volatile and he is prone to impatience, he possesses a kind heart. Had I been able to remain by his side, guiding him along the righteous path, perhaps the future would not have unfolded in such a manner. But I failed. I overestimated my strength and departed too early, leaving him to face this world alone. All of this is my fault. This was an elder who attributed all tragedies to himself, whose love for his grandson persisted until the end. However, in this world, his grandson no longer existed. Even with the Dragon Balls, which could resurrect the wicked Son Goku, the world had no place for him. Zhang Wutian pondered the Son Wukong of his own world. Which of them was truly happier? The one who had lost his life but entrusted the most significant aspects of his existence without regrets? Or the one who had been granted a new life yet lost that which he sought to protect? The answer seemed evident. Grandpa. Wukong suddenly broke away from Zhang Wutian's side and exclaimed before Son Wukong, I will be a good child. I will grow up well and will never commit evil deeds. I will live on for both of us and help more people. So please, do not be sad anymore. In that moment, Son Wukong seemed to glimpse the shadow of his grandson and the young girl before him. That tempestuous, restless, and often disobedient little monkey, who always clung to him, appeared to have been reborn in Wukong. Yes, Grandpa is not sad. You are a good child, he replied, striving to wear a smile, though tears streamed down his face. After a brief respite, this world's Son Wukong invited them to partake in a modest meal in the mountains. Naturally, for Wukong, this simple fare was imbued with the familiar flavors of her grandfather. After lingering in the mountains for several days, Zhang Wutian and Wukong prepared to take their leave. Come visit again. Son Wukong waved, his emotions now stable. If you get married, remember to bring a wedding photo. Grandpa said the same thing as the other grandpa. Wukong remarked, because we are all your grandfathers. Son Wukong laughed heartily, seemingly having set aside his sorrow. Zhang Wutian, please take good care of Wukong, he implored. Rest assured, I will not allow any harm to come to Wukong. Zhang Wutian replied earnestly. What? Zhang Wutian, do you mean to say you will no longer let me fight? Wukong suddenly replied, realizing that only by refraining from combat could she remain unscathed. How could you be so perceptive at such a time? I was merely making polite conversation. You should continue to daze as usual. So you were deceiving Grandpa? That is not good. It is merely human nature. A white lie of kindness. So you are still lying? I told you, this is not lying. It is the wisdom of adults. Zhang Wutian, you are a great deceiver. I can't take it anymore. Let us settle this with a duel, Wukong. I will convince you with my fists. Bring it on. Let us see who is stronger. Their playful banter elicited continuous smiles from the elder Son Wukong, whose laughter echoed over the treetops and through the forest, reaching far-off places. Ah, home sweet home. Zhang Wutian stretched his arms wide, languidly reclining on his soft, large bed. Home sweet home. Wukong exclaimed as she performed a somersault, diving onto the bed, her body colliding with Zhang Wutian's abdomen, before bouncing off to one side. Zhang Wutian acknowledged that his sturdy frame could withstand the antics of this little monkey. But she mustn't bring such frolics onto his bed. Did I not prepare a separate room for you? Go, sleep over there. No, I want to sleep with you.
Wukong insisted. Grandpa told me I should sleep on the same bed as my husband. I want to drift off to sleep with your scent.
I know you mean no harm, but that notion is rather peculiar. What on earth did that old man teach you? I'm sleepy. Good night, Zhang Wutian. Like a koala. She clung to Zhang Wutian, ignoring his protests, yawning before swiftly succumbing to slumber. Had she truly decided to take advantage of him? Zhang Wutian realized, as he felt the softness of her small, freshly bathed body in his embrace, that the feminine traits beneath her nightgown had become increasingly pronounced. Wukong was only 14 this year. If this trend of development continued, the future could indeed hold great promise. As he contemplated this, Zhang Wutian instinctively placed his hand gently upon Wukong's chest, pressing down lightly. Only then did he realize what he had just done. No. What am I doing? Stop, Zhang Wutian. It is a crime to make advances on a 14-year-old. Wukong trusted him, so how could he possibly take advantage of her? He must maintain his composure. At least until she turns 16. He regards her as a daughter deserving of love. How could he behave in such a manner toward his own daughter? Even if he had met her parents, it would still be inappropriate. How noisy, Zhang Wutian. Wukong mumbled sleepily, embracing him tightly as she continued to rest. At that moment, the two prominent points of her chest pressed directly against him. Zhang Wutian froze for a moment before suddenly relaxing. What am I even fretting about? Let things unfold naturally. He skillfully levitated his body using Wukong's technique to adjust their sleeping positions for greater comfort. After completing this, Zhang Wutian closed his eyes, soon falling into a peaceful slumber. Thus, the grand adventure of Zhang Wutian and Wukong, initiated by her second quest for the Dragon Balls, reached a temporary conclusion, ushering in a period of rest. They agreed to reunite at the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, set to occur 2.5 years later. Following their separation from their companions, Wukong decided to live alongside Zhang Wutian during this interval, leading them to the city of Shidu, which could nearly be deemed Zhang Wutian's second home. For outsiders, the two sharing a bed might seem scandalous, as Zhang Wutian had completely crossed the line of propriety in their eyes. The servants he employed began to cast judgmental glances towards their master. During this interval of leisure, Zhang Wutian immersed himself in the work at the martial arts school. After all, this is a lucrative cash cow. To maintain his comfortable lifestyle, Zhang Wutian naturally devotes considerable effort to it. The martial arts coach he hired, Nemo, has excelled during this period, producing a remarkable group of disciples under his careful guidance. Ultimately, Zhang Wutian selected several talented and diligent children who were eager to endure hardships to take under his wing after communicating with them. Among these, the most outstanding 3 disciples are Rao, Tosi, and Quan Sailang, whose potential is nearly on par with Xiaolin. Others, such as Ken, Robert, and Nikaido K. Maru, though slightly lesser, were also welcomed into his fold, as Zhang Wutian believes the more capable disciples he has, the better. Rao, Tosi, and Quan Sailang often felt as if there was someone else missing. Zhang Wutian generously shared his martial knowledge, meticulously imparting everything he had mastered. It is worth noting that Zhang Wutian once trained under the esteemed Master Galen, revered as the god of martial arts, and thus possesses substantial expertise. The martial arts school thrived, attracting an increasing number of disciples and generating significant profits. However, after enduring 6 months of tranquil life, Zhang Wutian began to feel restless once more. Wukong, let us embark on an adventure. Sure. When shall we depart? Occasionally appearing at the martial arts school, Son Wukong, currently engaged in finger push-up training in the vast courtyard, suddenly sprang up, joyfully inquiring, clearly not one to remain idle. Allow me to scout the path first. If there is no danger, I shall return for you. Zhang Wutian's concerns were not unfounded, although he controlled this wondrous space. He could not ascertain what lay beyond the door, as that realm was beyond his jurisdiction. Should a wild Frieza unexpectedly leap forth upon opening the door, it would spell disaster. Opening the black hole and entering the expanse, he faced a realm of pristine white. An idea struck him, and he experimentally thought, return to the original world, return to the original world, return to the original world. Of course, he did not refer to the world where Wukong resided, though he regarded that realm as his second home. At that moment, Zhang Wutian sought to access his true hometown, a place devoid of any anomalous powers, where the laws of physics were exceptionally robust. The black hole opened, yet Zhang Wutian found himself unable to enter. An inexplicable barrier obstructed the black hole, hindering his advancement. On the other side lay his homeland, and Zhang Wutian could even press against that transparent barrier, catching glimpses of familiar high-rise buildings. Yet, he could not cross. The barrier seemed intent on thwarting him, resolutely keeping him on this side. Is this how you wish to play with me? Zhang Wutian struck the transparent barrier with increasing force, each punch more powerful than the last, eventually producing sonic booms. Yet, it was futile. Though it felt as fragile as glass, the barrier was indestructibly solid, impervious to his might. Even when he struck with sufficient force to create a crater in the ground. Clenching his fists, Zhang Wutian sighed. Is the conclusion that I still lack strength? If I could shatter space like Majin Buu in his later stages, such a barrier would likely be easily broken. Pressing against the cold barrier, he gazed greedily at everything on the other side of the black hole. The emotion he felt was nostalgia. Only when Zhang Wutian realized he should not linger any longer did he reluctantly depart from the black hole. Let me find a new world to explore. Retaining the previous black hole, another emerged before Zhang Wutian. This time, there were no barriers, allowing him to enter effortlessly. I hope this world isn't too troublesome. With that thought, Zhang Wutian stepped into the black hole. 048. The 22nd Martial Arts Tournament begins early. The location where Zhang Wutian emerged was a remote mountainous area. The ground appearing desolate, with only a few patches of greenery dotting the landscape. It was certain that this was still Earth, and seemingly without notable dangers. Prompting Zhang Wutian to open another portal and bring Son Wukong over. Can we visit Grandpa and the other Xiaolins? Son Wukong seemed unclear about the situation, as she assumed this was the same world where the malevolent Son Wukong resided, having crossed through the black hole. No, this is not the previous world. While you might encounter similar individuals here, they are entirely different beings from those we met before. You can consider this as alternate world number 2. Son Wukong tilted her head, looking at Zhang Wutian with a puzzled expression. In summary, the Xiaolin you trained with is Xiaolin number 1. While the Xiaolin encountered in the world of the evil Son Wukong is Xiaolin number 2. If we encounter another Xiaolin here, he shall be Xiaolin number 3. Zhang Wutian explained in the simplest terms, and after hearing his clarification, Son Wukong nodded in partial understanding. The two then took to the skies, commencing their exploration of this world. They flew to the northern city at the edge of the mountains, gathered various intelligence, and Zhang Wutian finally confirmed the nature of this world. Indeed, it was still the Dragon Ball universe. A keyword he spotted in a newspaper helped affirm this. The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. How intriguing. This world's timeline has advanced 2 years beyond ours. Could this be the authentic Dragon Ball universe? Might we finally encounter the genuine Kakarot? Pondering over the newspaper, Zhang Wutian turned to Son Wukong. It seems we will meet many familiar faces here. Shall we go greet them? Yes, they will undoubtedly find my expression amusing. Having experienced a similar situation in the world of the evil Son Wukong, Son Wukong was quite at ease with the prospect. All right, let us participate in the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament and give them a fright. Giggling as if envisioning an amusing scenario, Son Wukong covered her mouth with her hand. The two replenished their supplies, calculated the date, and set off towards the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Arriving punctually on the day of the tournament, despite their early arrival, the venue was still teeming with people, bustling like a festive celebration. Having prior experience in competitions, the two approached the registration area and wrote down their names. Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong, is it? The staff, unfamiliar with Zhang Wutian, a champion from another world, harbored no doubts about his existence. However, when it was Son Wukong's turn to register, the staff paused momentarily. Son Wukong? A girl? That name is quite similar to that of the previous champion. Saying this, the staff looked up at Son Wukong beside Zhang Wutian and, with realization, remarked, "Ah, I see. You must be an admirer of the last champion." Who was the last champion? The last champion was contestant Son Wukong. The staff gave Zhang Wutian a puzzled glance, seemingly perplexed as to why he, as a supposed admirer of the last champion, was unaware of her name. In the previous tournament, contestant Son Wukong achieved victory with overwhelming superiority. He is recognized as the strongest among all champions. Zhang Wutian then inquired, who was Son Wukong's opponent in the finals of the last tournament? Was it Mr. Jackson? Indeed, that old gentleman was the opponent. The staff gestured for the other registrants to step aside, allowing Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong access to the athlete's exclusive passage. As they walked, Zhang Wutian mused, did Son Wukong defeat Master Roshi? It can be considered a rare and unforeseen event. It remains uncertain whether this is indeed the authentic Dragon Ball universe. However, with both Son Goku and Master Roshi present, the narrative is unlikely to deviate significantly. In this era, with my combat prowess far surpassing that of the old PICCOLO, I, along with Wukong, should be able to dominate this martial arts tournament. After the random drawing of participant numbers, Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong found themselves placed in separate brackets, leading to their temporary separation. Zhang Wutian was then called to the stage. As he leaped onto the arena, Zhang Wutian was momentarily taken aback upon seeing his opponent, then broke into a smile. Lu Ping, I never expected my adversary to be you. Of course, this version of Lu Ping had no knowledge of Zhang Wutian. But having participated in the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, Lu Ping assumed Zhang Wutian must have known him from that time. He smiled and replied, "Hello. Let us settle this quickly." Observing Lu Ping's somewhat arrogant demeanor, Zhang Wutian chuckled softly and assumed his stance. As you wish. This incarnation of Lu Ping was not a friend of Zhang Wutian, thus he could strike without reservation. The match commenced. With the referee's command, Zhang Wutian suddenly vanished, reappearing before Lu Ping. A gust of wind shall carry you to the heavens. With a powerful punch, he halted just before Lu Ping's chest. The ensuing force of the punch sent Lu Ping hurtling off the stage, landing on the ground below with a bewildered expression. He had not anticipated that just moments ago he had boasted to Tian Shinhan about defeating him in the finals, yet here he was, failing to even pass the preliminaries. How humiliating. How strong. How could this be? Who are you? Zhang Wutian grinned and replied, I am your opponent in the preliminaries. My name is Zhang Wutian. I look forward to your guidance. Leaving the dazed Lu Ping behind, Zhang Wutian seized the opportunity to move towards Wukong's arena. Wukong was presently engaged in a battle with an unknown competitor, easily dispatching him and sending him off the stage. I won, Zhang Wutian. Well done, Zhang Wutian said, patting Son Wukong on the head. I just encountered Lu Ping. It seems this world is not vastly different from ours. Have you come across any familiar faces? Son Wukong nodded, replying, I think I caught a glimpse of Kuririn from a distance. Did you see anyone resembling an evil Goku? Wukong shook his head. At that moment, an unpleasant voice interrupted from behind Zhang Wutian. There are Kame House brats everywhere. Is this little girl also a disciple of Kame House? At 14 and a half, Wukong had begun to mature, her appearance now clearly distinguishable as feminine. Dressed in Kame House attire, she was indeed mistaken for a disciple of that school. Tian Shinhan approached, harboring disdain for Kame House due to his affiliations. Tian Shinhan. In the realm of the evil Goku, Tian Shinhan had become a taciturn individual after witnessing the deaths of his master and fellow disciples. In contrast, this version of Tian Shinhan exuded youthful vigor and aggression. I believe verbal disputes are pointless. Let us resolve our grievances in the arena. Having trained alongside another Tian Shinhan, Zhang Wutian was reluctant to engage in conflict with this one, so he responded mildly. Are you also a disciple of Kame House? No, I am not. I see. Tian Shinhan scrutinized Zhang Wutian and remarked, you possess a certain bravado, but one must have the strength to back it up. You are correct. Martial artists should seek victory in battle. If you make it to the finals, I will demonstrate the prowess of the Crane School. Then you will understand how foolish it is to associate with Kame House disciples. It seems this Tian Shinhan dislikes me, Son Wukong observed with confusion once Tian Shinhan departed. That's because he is a disciple of the Crane School. They inherently oppose you Kame House folks. This is the true nature of Tian Shinhan. The one we met earlier had strayed from that path, Zhang Wutian explained. As the preliminaries resumed, Zhang Wutian faced several more battles, this time encountering no familiar faces. After effortlessly defeating his opponents, he secured his place in the finals. Similarly, Son Wukong triumphed over a few challengers, successfully advancing to the finals as well. Ultimately, 8 contestants emerged, gathering before the bespectacled host to draw lots determining the final matchups. The finalists included Zhang Wutian, Son Wukong, Tian Shinhan, Chaozi, Kuririn, Son Goku, Chaba Wang, and Pumper. The last two were inconsequential, but the earlier names were well known to Zhang Wutian. However, upon seeing this world's Son Goku, Zhang Wutian was abruptly rendered immobile, as if petrified. For him, this incarnation of Son Goku was eerily familiar, the signature spiky black hair, the arrogant smirk, and the piercing gaze, all adorned with the Kame House GI that seemed utterly mismatched with this youth, painted a grim reality. What manner of world is this? How far must the timeline deviate for such a distortion to occur? Everything is in disarray. 049, first match, Zhang Wutian versus Tian Shinhan. With sharp, spiky black hair. Though still bearing bangs, it would evolve into a receding hairline in adulthood, possessing an innate and formidable battle power, the prodigious Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. At this moment, he donned a Kame House GI that would be utterly impossible in the authentic Dragon Ball universe, bearing the name Son Goku while whispering with Kuririn. Is the universe playing tricks on me? Forcing Vegeta to be called Son Goku is akin to depicting a woman and insisting she is a man. If Vegeta is here, What fate awaits the true Kakarot? The narrative is being utterly distorted. Observing Zhang Wutian's intense gaze and incredulous expression, Vegeta, now known as Son Goku in this world, scoffed and said, "What are you staring at? Is my face so extraordinary?" Indeed, it was quite extraordinary, to the point of startling Zhang Wutian. A cold smirk gracing his lips, Son Goku replied, "You'll be even more astonished soon, like this." In an instant, Son Goku appeared before Zhang Wutian at lightning speed, throwing a punch. Yet, his fist was intercepted by someone else. Son Wukong had similarly vanished and reappeared, blocking Son Goku's advance with her arm. Two individuals clad in Kame House GI, sharing a resemblance, stood poised against one another. You are clearly a woman. Yet your strength is commendable, unlike the feeble Bulma. Who are you? Under pressure, Son Goku's cold smirk shifted to a scrutinizing gaze as he inquired. I am Son Wukong, and you shall not lay a hand on Zhang Wutian. With puffed cheeks, Son Wukong firmly resisted the force emanating from Son Goku. Son Wukong? How intriguing. Son Goku suddenly withdrew, taking a step back while addressing Son Wukong. You are not a Kame House disciple, yet you wear its GI and share a tail like mine. Son Wukong, is it? Even your name is reminiscent of mine. I shall remember you. He then turned his disdainful gaze back to Zhang Wutian, sneering, and you, coward hiding behind a woman, should we meet in the ring, I will teach you a lesson. Prepare yourself. Zhang Wutian is no coward. His combat prowess surpasses mine. Should we encounter each other, the one to lose would undoubtedly be you. Son Wukong shouted in dissatisfaction. One can only hope for otherwise. This martial arts tournament would prove exceedingly dull. With a cold smirk, Son Wukong returned to Shaolin's side. Come now, Wukong. He merely glanced your way. There's no need to make a fuss, Shaolin advised, bowing apologetically to Zhang Wutian. Humph. I detest such gazes, as if I were some rare specimen. Anyone who dares to look at me like that, I'll knock them down. Son Wukong retorted with displeasure. Zhang Wutian then addressed Son Wukong. So, is that fellow strong? Very much so, Son Wukong replied, rubbing his arms. I exerted considerable effort, but couldn't budge him at all. It seems he is still holding back. I never anticipated encountering someone so formidable here. As he spoke, a fierce smile of enthusiasm emerged on Son Wukong's face. Truly, he is the prince of super geniuses. It is said that upon his birth, his fighting power exceeded 4 digits. Presently, I likely cannot defeat him, but isn't it the thrill of combat that makes it worthwhile? Constantly overpowering weaker opponents will only lead to stagnation. One must occasionally face unexpected challenges like the mighty dragon. Zhang Wutian's unique abilities perpetually position him as a challenger. For him, engaging with those stronger than himself is the sole means of growth. Thus, when confronted by a potential rival like the Vegeta version of Son Wukong, he felt neither fear nor hesitation, instead displaying a spirit akin to that of a Saiyan. Witnessing the undaunted and spirited exchange between the two, Son Wukong silently chuckled. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan stood in shock. Can't even see him with my third eye? Are all the turtle school practitioners monsters? Hey, what is wrong with you? Jiaozi asked anxiously, noticing Tianjin Fan's cold sweat. It's nothing, Tianjin Fan replied, unwilling to appear embarrassed in front of his junior. Taking a deep breath, he continued. According to our original plan, use your psychic abilities to arrange the matchups. I want to face that Zhang Wutian first. I need to gauge the true strength of these fighters, and then proceed accordingly. Understood. Jiaozi nodded and began to utilize his powers to influence the draw. Thus, the freshly minted matchups were presented before all. Match 1, Zhang Wutian vs Tianjin Fan. Match 2, Chaibao Wang vs Pamput. Match 3, Son Wukong vs Son Wukong. Match 4, Shaolin vs Jiaozi. Zhang Wutian, familiar with the matchups, glanced at Jiaozi. In a sense, this seems quite fitting. Very well. I shall deal with Tianjin Fan first. And so, the finals of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Zhang Wutian and Tianjin Fan ascended to the stage. Let me observe that fellow's combat. I hope he is not utterly worthless. With arms crossed, Son Wukong maintained a haughty smirk, standing beside Shaolin to watch the battle unfold. Not far from them, Son Wukong cheered for Zhang Wutian. Go, Zhang Wutian. Defeat Tianjin Fan. Making a gesture towards Son Wukong below the stage, Zhang Wutian positioned himself opposite Tianjin Fan. Come on, Tianjin Fan, as I said earlier. Let us settle this on the stage. Humph. Having witnessed the brief bout between Son Wukong and Son Wukong, Tianjin Fan was now completely on guard, cautiously taking his stance. Show me your strength. Prepare to be astonished. With the announcer's signal, Tianjin Fan took the initiative, launching an attack on Zhang Wutian. Tianjin Fan attacked head-on, then suddenly circled behind Zhang Wutian, delivering a knife hand strike. Zhang Wutian stood firm, motionless, effortlessly blocking Tianjin Fan's strike with his arm. Frustrated, Tianjin Fan escalated his assault, continuously moving around Zhang Wutian and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Yet, Zhang Wutian remained rooted, merely employing his arms to deflect all of Tianjin Fan's attacks. How infuriating. Don't underestimate me. Tianjin Fan, sensing Zhang Wutian's ease, grew increasingly anxious. Eventually, he leaped back, creating distance, and began to transform. Take this. For Demon Fist. 2 additional arms sprouted from his back, granting Tianjin Fan 4 arms as he charged at Zhang Wutian anew. This time, Zhang Wutian assumed a fighting stance and, at the moment of Tianjin Fan's approach, threw a punch into the void ahead. Empty fist. Tianjin Fan, reeling with a nosebleed, was propelled backward, nearly teetering off the edge of the stage. Below, Master Roshi and Jiaozi were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom how their once mighty Tianjin Fan could be so easily outmatched. How is this possible? The disparity in skill is vast. I feel like a child being toyed with. Tianjin Fan stared incredulously at Zhang Wutian, his fighting spirit rapidly waning. Tianjin Fan, are you afraid? Zhang Wutian inquired from the stage. Afraid? I, Tianjin Fan, would never be afraid, he retorted through gritted teeth, though his trembling frame betrayed him. That fellow over there, Zhang Wutian pointed towards Son Wukong. I may not be able to defeat him, but I will never abandon my challenge. A true martial artist continually confronts the strong. Those who only strike the weak are mere thugs. Humph, quite the eloquent speaker. Is that a sign of weakness on your part? Son Wukong scoffed at Zhang Wutian's words. Zhang Wutian did not waver. He merely spoke the truth. Hearing Son Wukong's slight, Son Wukong's advocate, Son Wukong, interjected, when I first met him, Zhang Wutian couldn't even defeat a wild bear in the mountains. I could send him flying with a single punch. Yet he continuously challenged me, and now he has surpassed me. He will prove his words through action. Really? I shall indulge that expectation, but before that, I am far more interested in you. Please do not disappoint me, little girl. I am not a little girl. I am taller than you. Son Wukong huffed, responding indignantly to Son Wukong's arrogance. Struck at his weak point, Son Wukong's face momentarily flickered with embarrassment. Unable to reach the desired height, he wordlessly utilized the flight technique to elevate himself slightly off the ground, turning his head disdainfully. I shan't stoop to the level of a precocious little girl. I shall remember this debt and return to settle it in 3 years. Humph. Tianjin Fan unleashed his unique technique once more. This was an original move, never before seen in the Crane School, destined to shine against formidable foes in the future. Solar Fist. An unexpected burst of light enveloped the entire tournament venue. Not only Zhang Wutian on the stage, but also the spectators below were affected, their eyes unable to open against the blinding radiance. What is this? How infuriating. Shielding his eyes, Son Wukong was compelled to close them temporarily, only reopening them once the dazzling sensation faded, allowing him to gradually regain his sight and witness the unfolding events on stage. However, the scene was entirely contrary to what Son Wukong had imagined. Instead of being helplessly battered due to his blindness, Zhang Wutian had landed a punch squarely in Tianjin Fan's stomach, causing a blend of pain and disbelief to wash over Tianjin Fan's face. Clutching his abdomen, Tianjin Fan trembled in agony, stammering, "How could you see through my technique?" "I did not see through it." With his eyes still closed, Zhang Wutian spoke calmly. "Even without sight, I can perceive your every move. This is an advanced application of qi." Noticing that Son Wukong at the edge of the arena seemed unaffected, he furrowed his brow. So there exists such a method for controlling one's breath? Closing his eyes, Son Wukong attempted to replicate the feat but found himself at a loss, his focus wandering. Meanwhile, the situation on the stage was rapidly deteriorating. "I know you have one lethal move left, but there is no need to use it. Let us end this." For the first time in the battle, Zhang Wutian took the initiative, but just as he was about to strike Tianjin Fan, his motion abruptly halted. This pause granted Tianjin Fan an opportunity. For the first time, he discerned Zhang Wutian's trajectory and quickly retaliated. Zhang Wutian halted, leaping backward, casting a glance toward the location of Master Roshi and Kakarot below the arena, and smirked. "I had forgotten about that. Superpowers can be quite bothersome." He then clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a burst of qi. "Get away from me." The stage began to crack, as Zhang Wutian was enveloped in an ethereal glow, a phenomenon resulting from the qi dispersing outward and reacting with the air. "My superpower has suddenly ceased to function," Kaiatsu exclaimed in disarray. "This match should remain untainted. Let us conclude it." With unprecedented speed, Zhang Wutian charged fiercely. Although Tianjin Fan had exerted all his strength to defend after hearing Zhang Wutian's words, the weight of Zhang Wutian's punch left him no room for resistance. The blow shattered Tianjin Fan's defense, fracturing his arm, and sent him hurtling off the stage. crashing against the wall at the edge of the barrier. Zhang Wutian is the victor. After a moment of stunned silence, the host announced loudly. The audience erupted in a frenzy of cheers, exhilarated by witnessing such a high-caliber battle. Zhang Wutian then approached the incapacitated Tian Xinhan, offering him a senzu bean. "What did you just give me? This is unbelievable." Tian Xinhan, who had thought he might be left crippled, was restored in an instant, gazing at Zhang Wutian with astonishment. Under the scrutiny of 3 eyes, Zhang Wutian shifted uncomfortably before stating, "It's a miraculous herb called a senzu bean. By the way, I have some good news for you. Go to the Korin Tower. After you climb it, the sage above will reveal to you how to grow stronger." "Korin Tower? Why tell me this?" "Because I believe you can still grow stronger. Come back for another match sometime." With that, Zhang Wutian extended his hand, pulling Tian Xinhan to his feet. Observing the markedly different Zhang Wutian from those he had encountered in the past, Tian Xinhan felt his worldview shaken, confused and disoriented. He approached Master Roshi and Kaiatsu, solemnly asking, "Kaiatsu, did you use your superpower against Zhang Wutian?" At Tian Xinhan's inquiry, Kaiatsu hesitantly nodded. "Why interfere in my battle? Even if I cannot defeat him, as a martial artist, I wish to face my opponent with honor. It was my decision to have Kaiatsu do that." Master Roshi interjected angrily. "What good is honor? Losing means losing everything. Winning is paramount. But such methods are meaningless. Are you questioning my decisions, you ungrateful disciple?" Master Roshi nearly shrieked, spitting as he spoke. Tian Xinhan, lacking the courage to oppose his master in the absence of Master Roshi's intervention, felt a rebellious seed planted deep within his heart. Having triumphed over Tian Xinhan, Zhang Wutian descended from the stage, where Son Wukong immediately approached him. "You won. Impressive." Tian Xinhan had trained in the mental and temporal chamber, so defeating him was quite simple. It was almost akin to bullying. "Bullying the weak is entertaining. And you provided quite a show," Son Wukong remarked. Just then, a haughty voice interrupted them. "So, you are Zhang Wutian? You possess some skill? But I hope to find some amusement in our battle." "You are far too arrogant, Son Wukong." Resisting the urge to call him Vegeta, Zhang Wutian replied. "Before you face me, you have other adversaries to contend with, right? Are you referring to this little girl?" Son Wukong scoffed. "I hope your peculiar medicine can save her life. No need for senzu beans. I will defeat you," Son Wukong declared, clenching his fists with determination. "Humph." Son Wukong replied with a cold laugh. Regardless of the ominous clouds gathering beneath the arena, the second match commenced. "Chaiba Wang versus Pamput," the announcer proclaimed. "I forfeit," Chaiba Wang stated calmly. "Oh, it seems you recognize my prowess." The young Muay Thai expert Pamput laughed with pride. "Foolish youth, blinded by fame. Unable to see the strength of those around you. Prepare for your demise." As a former tournament champion, while his fighting prowess did not match that of Zhang Wutian and his peers, Chai Ba Wang's experience allowed him to grasp the disparity in strength between himself and Zhang Wutian's group. Realizing he had no opportunity to fight back, he chose to surrender decisively. However, Pamput viewed the situation differently, believing Chai Ba Wang had lost his edge and fighting spirit. The earlier fight between Zhang Wutian and Tian Xinhan was merely a display of boredom. "Even as a world champion, I cannot perform such sudden appearances or unleash bizarre light. It is all a mere illusion. Tian Xinhan's strange 4 demon fists are nothing but nonsensical phenomena, reinforcing my conviction. To be frightened away by such tricks. The former champion has truly fallen." With that thought, Pamput disdainfully glanced at his semi-final opponent, Zhang Wutian, before stepping down from the stage. "From now on, this is my domain." Then, the third match began. "Don't start crying on stage, little girl." "Who asked crying, you little brat?" With a scoff, Son Wukong resolved to give his all from the outset, intending to teach a lesson to this girl who bore a tale like his own, perhaps a distant kin. In the intense third match, Son Wukong stood cautiously on the stage opposite Wukong. The latter stood carelessly, arms crossed, gazing indifferently at his opponent. "What are you doing? Aren't you going to fight?" Wukong inquired. "There is no need to prepare for a weakling like you. Come at me. Don't be so self-assured. You might regret it." Son Wukong responded with a cold smirk. Despite this, Wukong found herself unable to initiate an attack, although she perceived numerous openings. Her instincts were on high alert. To her, Son Wukong appeared as unyielding as a mountain. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wukong's chin, splattering onto the ground. The moment the droplet struck the earth, Son Wukong launched his attack. "How swift!" Zhang Wutian, watching from the back of the arena, exclaimed as his expression shifted. On the arena, Son Wukong's speed of movement approached the velocity of sound, while Zhang Wutian could unleash a sonic punch with all his might. The disparity between merely achieving sonic speed with a fist and having one's entire body move at that speed was a fundamentally different concept. Zhang Wutian perceived the rapidity, and naturally, Wukong, who was only a hair's breadth faster, would share the same sensation. In the blink of an eye, Wukong's fist was already before Wukong. Fortunately for Wukong, Son Wukong's speed remained within her perceptible range, allowing her to discern his movements and prepare her defenses accordingly. A powerful punch from Son Wukong collided with Wukong's outstretched arms, and she was propelled backward by a tremendous force. As if a 1,000-pound weight had fallen, Wukong forcibly landed, cracking the arena beneath her feet, and harnessed that energy to rebound back into the fray. Son Wukong, with a cold smirk, extended his left arm. With a mere tremor, he intercepted Wukong's counterattack. Realizing that her assault had no effect on Son Wukong, Wukong instinctively crossed her arms in a defensive posture. In the next moment, she was once again sent flying by an overwhelming force. While her body was still retreating, Son Wukong's next assault arrived. He appeared behind Wukong in an instant, executing a swift kick that struck her back, propelling her forward, just as she seemed on the verge of crashing to the ground. Wukong barely managed to perform a landing maneuver, using her hands to brace against the ground. But behind her? No. There was no time to confirm with her eyes. As Son Wukong's presence surged beside her, Wukong rolled to evade a fierce stomp from Son Wukong, who missed and instead left a large crater in the ground. He vanished again, swiftly pursuing Wukong, as if he had no cool down after his attack. Wukong, in a sudden burst, lifted his leg and executed an upward kick. Having just completed her roll, Wukong was unable to evade and was struck directly, soaring into the sky. Observing Wukong ascend, Son Wukong did not pursue but instead remained grounded, assuming a stance to unleash the Kamehameha wave. Wukong, watch out for the Kamehameha, Zhang Wutian shouted from the sidelines. Still ascending and seemingly aware of Zhang Wutian's warning, Wukong turned in midair, positioning herself downward. Then, she mirrored Son Wukong's stance. A powerful beam of Kamehameha energy erupted from both above and below, colliding with one another. Indeed, it was the Kamehameha. In the audience, Master Roshi, who had not participated in the tournament after his previous failure, observed the unfolding scene with a grave expression. Clad in the Turtle School martial arts uniform, every movement and aura exuded the essence of the Turtle School. Leaving no doubt that the girl was indeed a disciple of theirs, yet her identity remained a mystery. Beside Master Roshi, Bulma chimed in. Look, doesn't she bear a resemblance to Wukong? Not only does she have a tail, but even her name is quite similar. Could she possibly be Wukong's long-lost sister? Wukong's sister? Master Roshi stroked his beard thoughtfully. I've never heard of Gohan discovering two infants back in the day. Perhaps they were separated. But that still doesn't explain how she possesses Turtle School techniques. The two found themselves ensnared in a labyrinth of confusion while the battle in the arena escalated to a fever pitch. Despite holding a positional advantage, Wukong found herself at a disadvantage. The center point of their Kamehameha energies was steadily shifting upwards, and Wukong was being pushed back. Her Kamehameha proving no match for Son Wukong's. Is this all? How disappointing. In the next moment, Son Wukong intensified his power. Does he still have energy left? Exhausted from exerting all her strength, Wukong found her Kamehameha swiftly overpowered by Son Wukong's, and she was engulfed in the energy above. Wukong. Zhang Wutian desperately wanted to intervene, particularly at the moment when Wukong was consumed by the Kamehameha. He restrained himself. This was Wukong's battle, and to intervene would only serve to humiliate her in the midst of combat. Yet, this did not mean he could calmly watch the match. Damn it. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from him, momentarily distracting Son Wukong. Turning his head, Son Wukong briefly acknowledged Zhang Wutian, who was radiating fury. That slight distraction prevented him from noticing what happened next. Wukong suddenly appeared above and to the side of Son Wukong, descending with a punch aimed at his left temple. With no defense in place, he absorbed the full force of her attack, causing him to stagger to the right. Immediately following, Wukong landed an upward hook to his right cheek. The force of her second strike lifted Son Wukong slightly off the ground, and in that instant, Wukong, with all her might, leaned forward and struck downwards at his abdomen with both hands. Son Wukong, already suspended in midair, could no longer maintain his steadfast position. Under the weight of Wukong's powerful blow, he was sent hurtling backward. Coincidentally, the edge of the arena was just behind him. In the next moment, Son Wukong's entire form flew out of the arena. Son Wukong's body soared beyond the arena, then inexplicably came to a halt midair, as it literally meant. He did not descend to the ground, but instead remained suspended in the air. Is he flying? Though flying had occurred in previous battles, it had been overshadowed by the ferocity of the combat. The manifestation of such a technique so distinctly and memorably at the tournament was unprecedented. The audience, once loud, fell into a profound silence, their astonishment palpable. The tranquil scene, combined with Son Wukong's suspended posture, created an image reminiscent of a film scene paused in time. However, one individual was dissatisfied with this pause and resolved to shatter the silence. I always knew you could fly. It was not a calculated move. But at this juncture in the match, Wukong's cleverness, or perhaps her instinct for battle, was unleashed in full force. Before Son Wukong could deploy his technique, Wukong had already leaped into the air, executing a forward flying kick aimed at the retreating Son Wukong. Her kick approached him with lightning speed, and she passed through his floating form. Oh no, it's an afterimage technique. Wukong realized in an instant, but Son Wukong offered her no chance to retaliate. I intended for you to know. The illusion of Son Wukong floating in midair was strikingly realistic, while the real Son Wukong positioned himself directly above Wukong. Fists clenched like hammers. With immense force, he delivered a crushing blow that sent Wukong plummeting to the ground. At that moment, both combatants were situated at the boundary between the arena and the audience, and with no mercy, Son Wukong's punch forced Wukong down. Out of bounds, exclaimed the announcer, observing Wukong land on the ground, propped up by her hands. The victor is contestant Son Wukong. The entire venue fell silent for 3 seconds, only to be engulfed by a wave of exuberant cheers. What was that? Absolutely astonishing. These two mere children have displayed such formidable prowess. Could it be a ruse? What kind of deception could possibly reach such heights? This is undoubtedly true martial arts. Remarkable. This competition is truly spectacular. It lives up to its reputation as the greatest martial arts tournament in the world. It has been worth every moment. What a visual feast. The intensity of the quarterfinals is already so fierce. Could the finals be even more formidable? Don't be foolish. This is the final match that has arrived ahead of time. There won't be any stronger battles than this. Both combatants are exceptional, but our Goku is clearly superior. Master Roshi, nestled among the audience, smiled contentedly, taking immense pride in his disciple, even though he wished the young one would show a bit more reverence and soften his gaze. The shadow of the Demon King Piccolo, which once loomed over Master Roshi, had dissipated with the rise of Son Wukong. Incredible. How can that old turtle's disciple possess such strength? Those with discerning eyes remained seated, captivated by the clash between Wukong and Son Wukong. Is this truly their real strength? Tien, with his 3 eyes wide open, gritted his teeth, fists clenched, silently vowing, I refuse to be outdone. I must seek ways to grow stronger at the sacred land of Korin. Wukong. Yet, amidst the fervor of the match, one individual was solely concerned about Wukong's injuries. Zhang Wutian swiftly approached Son Wukong, offering her a senzu bean. How are you, Wukong? Remarkable. Truly remarkable. As Wukong recovered, her body trembled with excitement rather than disappointment, a smile of uncontainable exhilaration lighting up her face. The warrior's blood coursed through her veins, unaltered by any childhood mishap. Quite impressive. Observing Wukong's recovery, Son Wukong stood proudly beside her, declaring, Take pride. You are the first to make me experience the joy of battle. Indeed, in the past, Wukong's opponents were dispatched in an instant. Even the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army was reduced to ruins by a meteor-like shockwave. This back-and-forth exchange of blows seemed to be a first for Wukong. Bulma, who had accompanied Wukong since his debut, suddenly realized the significance of the moment. Hurry up and become stronger. Then we shall compete again, she commanded sternly, after which Son Wukong departed the scene. Although she wished to speak ill of that fellow, she recognized it as mere pride. Such was Vegeta. Watching Son Wukong leave, Zhang Wutian felt his pent-up frustration gradually fade. Ultimately, his anger stemmed from Wukong's severe beating. But such is the nature of martial arts. Aside from one-sided domination, where in the world is there a battle without suffering? Having chosen this path, Zhang Wutian must accept that Wukong may endure injuries during combat. I didn't expect them to be so strong. It seems there is no time to relax yet. Gazing at the departing Son Wukong, Wukong radiated an unprecedented fighting spirit. Upon returning, I shall train diligently in the room of spirit and time, Zhang Wutian replied. With the match between Wukong and Son Wukong concluded, it was time for the final bout of the quarterfinals, Korin versus Kaiotsu. Following the previous match, although it was another rare confrontation, the audience, accustomed to high expectations, remained unimpressed, leading to a lackluster atmosphere as the match concluded. Ultimately, the seemingly slightly superior Korin triumphed over Kaiotsu, sending him flying out of the ring with a powerful Kamehameha. Korin is the victor, with the announcer's shout. The quarterfinals finally came to a close. Next up was the semi-final match between Zhang Wutian and Pamput. Whether by flight or peculiar energy attacks, all of these are mere tricks. I am indifferent to the number of strange tactics you possess. They are all futile against absolute strength. Accompanying his declaration, Pamput demonstrated a series of combos, ultimately demolishing a wall of a nearby building with a ferocious elbow strike. Did you see that? This is my power. If you wish to live, surrender quickly. Zhang Wutian observed his opponent, remarking, your hairstyle resembles that of Mr. Satan. What Satan? Pamput paused, about to respond, when Zhang Wutian suddenly appeared before him. Curling his index finger, he flicked it lightly against Pamput's forehead. In the next moment, Pamput was propelled backward as though struck by a cannonball. Out of bounds. Zhang Wutian is the victor. Shrugging nonchalantly, Zhang Wutian strolled off the stage with an air of leisure. Following this was the internal battle of the Turtle School, featuring Korin against Son Wukong. Undoubtedly, this would be a one-sided affair. The prelude to the match revealed that Korin had requested Son Wukong to hold nothing back, declaring, if you do not give it your all, I shall resent you for eternity. Consequently, Son Wukong unleashed his full might, sending Korin flying with a single punch. Are you not going to give me any respite? What happened to the internal struggle of the Turtle School? Zhang Wutian sighed helplessly as he leapt onto the stage. Stop pretending. Don't you possess that miraculous herb? Observing Son Wukong, who had fully recovered, Tien expressed his disdain, not concerned about the details. Unlike the carefree Kakarot, who often took things lightly, the prince possessed a keen intellect, quickly discerning Tien's recovery level. Because of this shrewdness, despite sharing a degree of brutality with Kakarot, this Vegeta-like Son Wukong was able to coexist peacefully with Bulma, who sought the Dragon Balls. The reason was simple. Upon realizing the other's intelligence and unmatched strength, Bulma dared not provoke or deceive this Son Wukong, allowing them to navigate their initial adjustment period in peace, thus fostering their bond. Speaking of senzu beans, Zhang Wutian produced one from his pocket and tossed it to Son Wukong. Are you certain you wish to give me this? Catching the senzu bean, Son Wukong appeared somewhat surprised. If my stamina is restored, your defeat will be even more brutal. There is no point in battling a half-hearted opponent. I wish to witness your full power. Moreover, this is merely a competition. In a real battle, I would not act this way. Since you seek your own demise, I shall not hold back. With a smirk, Son Wukong swallowed the senzu bean. If what Zhang Wutian had thrown was poison or a miniature bomb, that would have been a masterpiece. Regrettably, Zhang Wutian was not the sort to resort to such underhanded tactics even in a competition. Thus, after consuming the senzu bean, Son Wukong's stamina, depleted from his battle with Wukong, was instantly replenished. Oh, excellent. This herb is truly remarkable. Feeling rejuvenated, Son Wukong beamed with satisfaction. As you wish. I will confront you with all my strength. If you wish to survive, remember to surrender quickly. Zhang Wutian grinned, revealing a competitive smile. Surrender? Being looked down upon by a child half my height is quite the experience. The two stood facing each other, Zhang Wutian appearing incredibly serious, standing upright like a javelin, while Son Wukong, as usual, leaned casually with his arms crossed, observing his opponent. The match begins. After ensuring both were ready, the announcer shouted loudly. In that instant, Zhang Wutian erupted with energy. With his arms crossed over his chest, Zhang Wutian concentrated the energy within him, and in an instant, his internal engine erupted with a thunderous roar. As he flung his arms outward, his chest heaved, and the energy within him exploded violently, enveloping his body in a visible halo of brilliance. Veins bulged on his forehead as he cried out, relentlessly pushing his potential to the limit, showcasing his utmost strength from the very beginning. A powerful gust swept across the arena of the martial arts competition, sending the spectators reeling and debris flying. While the first to feel the brunt of the tempest was none other than Son Wukong. How dull, just a swirl of dust, he remarked disdainfully. Gritting his teeth to maintain his peak output, Zhang Wutian felt his energy simmering down like boiling steam. He turned to his opponent and proclaimed, let us end this swiftly. In the next moment, with the ground shattering beneath him, Zhang Wutian vanished, launching a straight punch towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong extended his palm and intercepted the blow. But the onslaught did not cease there. Despite catching Zhang Wutian's attack, the ensuing force pressed heavily upon him. This punch packs a punch. Now this is what makes a battle interesting. Son Wukong exclaimed, retaliating with a punch of his own. Zhang Wutian likewise countered, and the scene morphed into a stalemate where both fighters simultaneously attacked and defended against one another. The ground beneath them had already crumbled, fracturing layer by layer, and a faint glow began to emanate from both Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong, intertwining in a display of opposing brilliance. As they exerted pressure upon each other, Zhang Wutian seemed to possess a natural advantage due to his towering height, allowing him to press down upon Son Wukong. Yet, despite his relentless exertion, Zhang Wutian found himself at a disadvantage, unable to budge his opponent even a fraction. It was as if he were battling against the very earth itself. No matter how hard he pressed, Son Wukong remained steadfast. Is this all you've got? Son Wukong taunted, sensing the strain in Zhang Wutian. Suddenly, he leaned back, causing the resistance in front of the fully committed Zhang Wutian to vanish. Acting on inertia, Zhang Wutian surged forward uncontrollably. In a swift motion, the self-propelling Son Wukong curled his legs and delivered a powerful kick upward, striking Zhang Wutian in the abdomen and sending him soaring into the sky. Grasping his midsection, Zhang Wutian ascended, with Son Wukong close behind, engaging in a flurry of strikes. In this aerial confrontation, Zhang Wutian, still reeling from the initial blow, found himself at a distinct disadvantage. After barely managing to block a few punches, his defenses crumbled, shattering like fragile glass as Son Wukong landed a solid hit. As the onslaught continued, Son Wukong concluded his flurry with a spectacular inverted hook, sending Zhang Wutian crashing back to the ground. In the fleeting moment before impact, Zhang Wutian's tightly shut eyes sprang open, and with a swift roll, he landed heavily on his feet. He managed to stabilize himself, but the battered arena bore witness to new cracks forming under the strain. He looked up to find Son Wukong hovering above, not rushing to follow up with another attack. Damn it, not enough. The energy within him flowed away like water. Yet even so, Zhang Wutian recognized that he still could not match Son Wukong. The chasm between their abilities felt as vast as that between Lepin and himself. In such an uneven battle, technique became the weaker's ally against the stronger. After all, even a minor character could sever the tail of a cosmic emperor with skill alone. During his half-year at the Western Capital Martial Arts School, Zhang Wutian had not been idle. He had devised a lethal technique centered on slashing strikes, envisioning a blade as thin as a cicada's wing to sever any material in existence. However, this technique remained unfinished. The envisioned razor-sharp edge still resembling a blunt slab rather than a deadly weapon, useless against Son Wukong. Moreover, even if he completed this technique, Zhang Wutian would refrain from employing it in the competition. No matter how furious or reckless he felt, he would never resort to lethal force in a match. As he had previously stated, this was merely a competition, not a battle. Faced with this dire situation, Zhang Wutian summoned the remaining energy within him and unleashed another surge. "Aya!" he shouted with all his might, pouring forth his battle spirit. Still resorting to this tactic? How tedious. Have you exhausted your options? Son Wukong, hovering above, scoffed at Zhang Wutian's actions. Zhang Wutian, grounded and unable to hear Son Wukong's comments, could only infer the arrogant thoughts of his opponent from the latter's demeanor. "Don't get too cocky. Even without that technique, I possess a trump card capable of countering you. The match has only just begun." With brilliance radiating from his fists, Zhang Wutian declared, 054, "I will not yield." However, to Son Wukong, this seemed a foolish endeavor. Concentrating all his energy into his fists would indeed amplify his attack power, but at a significant cost. His overall defenses would diminish drastically, leaving him vulnerable to a single decisive blow from Son Wukong. "Are you betting everything on this? A foolish act that could spell your doom," Son Wukong thought as he observed Zhang Wutian's next move. Zhang Wutian unleashed a barrage of punches, firing off over 20 strikes per second, sending a flurry of golden fist imprints soaring into the sky, a sweeping display akin to a shower of fireworks. Countless fist imprints formed a conical formation, surging towards Son Wukong. "Do you intend to defeat me with such a tactic? How laughable." Son Wukong stood his ground, neither dodging nor deflecting, but simply using his fists to swat away the incoming imprints. The spectacle became truly magnificent as Zhang Wutian, akin to a launch pad igniting fireworks, continued to propel the fist imprints into the air, creating a tide of strikes that collided with Son Wukong, transforming into a chaotic whirlwind. The visual and auditory effects of this display were enough to dazzle any audience. Of course, Zhang Wutian understood that such a method alone would not suffice to defeat Son Wukong. His punches, while lacking the sustained force of a shockwave, possessed a remarkable agility. Though their power was not as great, they offered the user unparalleled freedom. Thus, as Son Wukong continuously deflected the punches, Zhang Wutian suddenly vanished among the chaos, blending into the very fist imprints he had launched and charging toward his airborne target, his fists still glimmering with brilliance. This time he did not release the energy, but instead concentrated it tightly within his fists. Finally, he stood before Son Wukong. "Taste my punch," Zhang Wutian roared, striking from amidst the fist imprints, only to find himself swinging at nothing. Old habits die hard. In what appeared to be a relentless barrage of punches, Son Wukong, seemingly desensitized, abruptly vanished, leaving behind nothing but an afterimage. He swiftly reappeared on the other side, evading Zhang Wutian's strike, and immediately launched a counterattack. At that moment, Zhang Wutian concentrated all his energy into his fist. Had Son Wukong landed a blow, it could have proven fatal. I knew you would resort to this tactic. However, Zhang Wutian's previous punch was merely a feint. The seemingly formidable blow was not delivered with full force. He had retained at least 90% of his strength to counter Son Wukong's anticipated afterimage fist. As Son Wukong approached, Zhang Wutian quickly retracted his fist and redirected it towards the same spot. Indeed, I allowed you to see this. Once again, Zhang Wutian struck only the afterimage. As Son Wukong executed a double afterimage technique, materializing behind Zhang Wutian to initiate another assault. With Son Wukong's fist closing in, Zhang Wutian could only maintain his striking posture, helplessly watching as he was struck. Subsequently, Son Wukong, with a look of astonishment, swung at empty air. The afterimage technique is not solely your domain. The vivid illusion lingered before Son Wukong, while Zhang Wutian's voice echoed from the opposite side. What is yours will be yours. Brace yourself for this punch. Finally, Zhang Wutian's long-suppressed fist struck Son Wukong's abdomen. Without hesitation following the initial blow, Zhang Wutian's other hand, equally radiant, formed a fist aimed at Son Wukong's head. Yet, the second punch was intercepted by Son Wukong's hand. Despite having taken Zhang Wutian's first punch without any defense, Son Wukong appeared unfazed, swiftly recovering and effortlessly absorbing Zhang Wutian's second punch. Well done, he remarked, gripping Zhang Wutian's fist with a cruel smile. But it lacks sufficient weight. He retaliated with a punch to Zhang Wutian's abdomen, causing him to clutch his midsection. At that moment, Zhang Wutian, due to the assault, had relinquished all defense, rendering him as fragile as paper. Son Wukong's punch delivered a devastating impact, depleting Zhang Wutian's health entirely. Then, with both hands clenched into fists, Son Wukong struck down on Zhang Wutian's back, sending him crashing to the ground like a fallen aircraft, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Zhang Wutian was revealed, sprawled on the ground. Zhang Wutian is down. The countdown commenced. Son Wukong landed on the arena, refraining from delivering any additional blows to the fallen Zhang Wutian, instead watching quietly as he appeared to slip into unconsciousness. With the countdown underway, Zhang Wutian, having briefly lost consciousness, seemed to awaken, yet he found himself unable to rise. My body hurts. I can't move. Am I going to lose? Although this was not his first defeat, this loss felt distinctly different. Zhang Wutian had endured defeats before, upon his arrival in the Dragon Ball world. He had often been bested by Son Wukong and had lost to Tien Shinhan multiple times. Yet those had been mere training sessions, unlike the current predicament. Now, realizing he was on the verge of succumbing to Son Wukong, an overwhelming sense of unwillingness engulfed Zhang Wutian, especially upon witnessing Son Wukong's bored expression. It deeply wounded his pride, igniting a fiery anger within him. You defeated me, but does it mean nothing to you? Is this battle merely a tedious game for you? Am I just a stepping stone in your fighting career? I refuse to accept this. Must I bow down to a little brat barely half my height, conceding defeat, acknowledging my inferiority, admitting my weakness, and gradually fading into the background like Lepin and Tien Shinhan? Is this the extent of Zhang Wutian? Must I lie on the ground awaiting defeat in the presence of stronger opponents? No, I cannot allow that, under any circumstances. As the announcer was about to reach 10, Zhang Wutian spoke. You have won this match, but the battle is not over. I have not conceded defeat. Struggling to retrieve a Senzu bean from his pocket, Zhang Wutian consumed it. The rules of the World Martial Arts Tournament prohibited the use of items. Thus, this act of Zhang Wutian was tantamount to forfeiting the match. Yet he remained unconcerned. Defeat was one thing, but as he asserted, the fight must continue. Explode for me. After consuming the Senzu bean, his injuries and fatigue vanished, and Zhang Wutian sprang to his feet, radiating a renewed and intense aura. Observing Zhang Wutian's transformation, Son Wukong chuckled derisively. Futile, even if you rise again. What change will it bring? It merely prolongs the inevitable. Then bring it on. Zhang Wutian, invigorated to the utmost, declared without hesitation, a mere Vegeta? I will never lose to you. 055, a 3-digit battle power, 4-digit battle power. 055, a 3-digit battle power, 4-digit battle power. Vegeta? Son Wukong muttered this unfamiliar name, furrowing his brow. Is my impression of you not sufficiently profound for you to invoke another's name during our battle? It seems I have not hurt you enough. Son Wukong concluded. I will use a heavier fist to engrave my name in your memory. I am Son Wukong. In the next instant, Son Wukong charged. This punch surpassed the limits of any previously displayed by him in the competition, proving that he had not fought seriously before, instead coasting through the match. Zhang Wutian barely had time to react. His eyes caught a glimpse of Son Wukong's form, yet his body could not keep pace with such speed. He was sent flying by a single punch, hurtling backward towards the audience, nearly causing a calamity for hundreds. However, in that moment, Son Wukong materialized behind Zhang Wutian, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the sky. Son Wukong then reappeared before the airborne Zhang Wutian, executing a classic three-hit combo that propelled Zhang Wutian beyond the arena. Each blow was heavier than the last, and while the tournament's rules had previously offered him some protection, Son Wukong, now unbound by those constraints, unleashed his full power without restraint. Zhang Wutian crashed heavily onto a road outside the arena, creating a crater upon impact. Lying in the pit, Zhang Wutian, unsure how many bones were broken, managed to extract a Senzu bean from his pocket, consuming it to regain his composure. Is this truly the extent of that guy's power? So formidable. Zhang Wutian trembled, his body vividly recalling the pain of the previous assault, yet his spirit refused to yield. But this is not a reason for me to surrender. Being effortlessly defeated by an enemy who did not even exert their full strength was intolerably frustrating. While some might succumb to such overwhelming power, believing that revenge can wait, a furious Zhang Wutian would not relent. His hatred for his own weakness compelled him to continue challenging his opponent, regardless of the pain. Once again, his energy surged forth, the brilliance surrounding his body seemingly more intense than before. This is not over, Son Wukong. You are truly troublesome. Son Wukong departed from the arena of the martial arts tournament, soaring above Zhang Wutian, and with an air of impatience remarked, "At least you finally called me by the right name. For that, I might spare your life." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Son Wukong launched another assault. However, Zhang Wutian, standing firm on the ground, blocked the punch with both arms. "Spare my life? Not necessary. Come at me with all your strength." Was he truly so fond of taking a beating? As he summoned renewed power, he nearly pushed Zhang Wutian off his feet with the force of his punch. Son Wukong extended a hand forward, a brilliant light emanating from his palm. "As you wish." In the next instant, a massive shockwave surged towards Zhang Wutian. He barely had time to unleash his energy, forming a defensive barrier before being engulfed by the immense beam of light. As the radiance faded, Zhang Wutian emerged battered, arms crossed defensively in front of him, having absorbed the blow. At that moment, Son Wukong executed a flying kick that struck Zhang Wutian's arm. This kick shattered his defenses, leaving Zhang Wutian vulnerable. If you enjoy taking hits, then buckle up. Son Wukong unleashed a relentless flurry of punches, each strike raining down upon Zhang Wutian's body like a hail of bullets, nearly sending him into the air. Finally, with a powerful kick, Son Wukong sent Zhang Wutian flying across the arena, which was situated on an island. Time and again, Zhang Wutian was launched away until, at last, he was sent tumbling into the sea. Seeing Zhang Wutian plunge into the water, Son Wukong hovered above the surface, seemingly intent on searching for his opponent's whereabouts. "He can't possibly have drowned like that. I still wish to inquire about that fellow." Son Wukong was referring to intelligence concerning Son Wukong, after all. Encountering a being that resembled him since birth was something he could not dismiss lightly. Beneath the ocean, Zhang Wutian, battered and bruised, managed to consume a healing being, restoring his form. Continuing in this manner would only lead to further punishment. He needed a more strategic approach. That fellow still cannot sense energy. After contemplating briefly underwater, Zhang Wutian launched another offensive. His fists flew forth like a swarm of fish leaping from the water, aimed at Son Wukong above. "Come on." Son Wukong's eyes lit up, and he executed a similar technique. He unleashed a barrage of energy spheres with continuous sweeps of his arms, sending a multitude of energy blasts towards the incoming punches. The energy spheres and punches collided midair, triggering a series of violent explosions on the surface of the water. The scene resembled a relentless missile barrage, and the energy spheres gradually overpowered the punches, eventually raining down like watermelon-sized orbs into the sea, causing continuous detonations. The ocean erupted, columns of water shooting skyward. And amidst this chaos, Zhang Wutian surged upward through a water spout. Before Son Wukong could detect him, he landed a punch squarely on Son Wukong's face. Though struck, Son Wukong barely flinched, allowing Zhang Wutian's fist to rest on his cheek as he coldly remarked, "Is that your punch? So weak. A punch should be like this." With a swift counter, Zhang Wutian was sent flying once more, skimming across the water before crashing onto the beach of a nearby uninhabited island. This was Son Wukong's full-powered strike. Had it been before, Zhang Wutian would likely have needed to use a healing beam to save himself. Yet this time, although his face was grotesquely swollen, he seemed to possess enough strength to rise again. Son Wukong's blows had not diminished. In other words, Zhang Wutian's vitality appeared to be strengthening through the battle. Zhang Wutian, standing awkwardly on the beach, gazed at Son Wukong as he descended before him. After all this fighting, Son Wukong had expended considerable energy. While to him, this was merely a low-intensity battle. Even low-intensity battles deplete one's stamina. Observing Son Wukong's slightly labored breathing, Zhang Wutian contemplated and then retrieved a healing bean from his pocket, tossing it over. What does this mean? Is this your only chance to defeat me? And you're willing to let this hard-won opportunity slip away? Son Wukong caught the healing bean, but refrained from consuming it immediately. It's meaningless to defeat you in a complete state. Eat the bean so we can continue fighting. If I can't beat you, I'll just cling to you. How could you let such a rare opportunity pass? You may be an adult, but you're quite reckless, Son Wukong frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. Wukong has said the same to me before. Can't an adult be reckless? Do as you wish. I will continue to defeat you. Let us see how long you can endure. In the next moment, Son Wukong consumed the healing bean. Fatigue vanished, and his full strength surged back within him. Excellent. Attempting to unleash the force within him with overwhelming pressure, Son Wukong launched another assault on Zhang Wutian. This was a strike of Son Wukong's utmost power. He had completely forgotten the notion of holding back. Unlike the restrained punches from the tournament, each of his blows now radiated lethal intent. This menacing punch collided with Zhang Wutian's outstretched arm, pushing him back a distance and leaving deep marks on the beach. Zhang Wutian maintained his upright stance, halting his retreat. Blocked? Even using all his strength, Son Wukong had anticipated Zhang Wutian would be sent flying, yet the current situation defied his expectations. To Son Wukong's perception, Zhang Wutian's defenses seemed to have thickened significantly. This fellow, has he grown stronger in the midst of battle? Observing Zhang Wutian shaking out his arms, a smile crept across Son Wukong's lips. The fighting spirit of the Saiyan surged within him. From birth, he had never known defeat and had never encountered an opponent he could not overcome. Faced with Zhang Wutian in this moment, Son Wukong's fighting spirit, which had seldom been awakened, finally ignited, the warrior gene of the Saiyan roaring to life within him. 056, Vegeta? No, Son Wukong. In this world, Son Wukong was undoubtedly an invincible force, at least on this earth in this era, where no one could stand as his equal. Thus, although he could not be compared to him, Zhang Wutian, who could barely contend with him, instantly transformed into a rare entity. To other martial artists, the clash between the two was undoubtedly a spectacle worth witnessing. Consequently, nearly all who could fly followed the two to the deserted island. Observing from afar this unevenly matched combat, they witnessed the gradual leveling of strength in this battle, as it became increasingly captivating. It was as if the intensity of the fight knew no bounds, continually escalating. To be precise, it was Zhang Wutian who was rapidly growing stronger within the fight, thereby elevating the level of the duel. For the spectators, this was an immense psychological shock. Zhang Wutian's pace of improvement was beyond imagination, making onlookers question their own qualifications. What have I been doing all these years? Has it all been for naught? It felt as if the gains from a year of training paled in comparison to Zhang Wutian's enhancement at that moment, leaving Tianjin Fan nearly overcome with inferiority. In truth, Zhang Wutian had not grown stronger in battle. He consistently adhered to the abilities granted by his external aid, engaging in combat with formidable opponents. And regardless of victory or defeat, he would grow stronger as a result. He did not grow stronger during the battles. Rather, he began to transform after each fight concluded. Every interval between battles was a moment of reflection for him, and following each reckoning, his combat prowess would experience a slight enhancement. Thus, these incremental improvements accumulated over time. When his body could no longer endure and he was compelled to consume the magical beans, the surge in his fighting ability erupted forth, leaving others in awe. His punches became increasingly powerful, and his defenses grew ever more formidable. Gradually, Zhang Wutian found himself capable of standing toe-to-toe with Son Wukong. No longer could he be effortlessly sent flying by a single blow. His own strikes began to yield results, breaking through his opponent's defenses. Son Wukong appeared more exhilarated than ever, each punch imbued with fighting spirit. This was the first time he encountered someone who could rival him, and it marked the first occasion in his life that he faced an adversary he could not defeat in a single breath, igniting a jubilant celebration within every cell of his being. This was how battles ought to be. His previous encounters had been utterly lackluster. Was this truly the limit? Show me just a bit more strength. With those thoughts, Son Wukong soared through the air and launched a punch aimed at Zhang Wutian's face. With equal speed, force, and angle, if this had occurred half a day prior, Zhang Wutian would have undoubtedly been helpless against the blow. Yet now, he was able to catch it and retaliate in kind. Before I can defeat you, I shall become as strong as necessary. Zhang Wutian, also airborne, intercepted Son Wukong's punch and kicked back, while Son Wukong executed a somersault to land above Zhang Wutian, evading the counterattack while simultaneously bringing both feet down upon him in a crushing manner. Zhang Wutian reacted swiftly, executing an upward kick that met Son Wukong's dual feet in a clash, sending both combatants flying in opposite directions. As Son Wukong ascended, he quickly adjusted his stance and gathered strength, unleashing a shockwave towards Zhang Wutian. In his descent, Zhang Wutian was also amassing energy. Once he had stabilized his position, he released a punch into the air. The shockwave and the punch collided midair, neutralizing each other, while the two fighters had already commenced a flurry of exchanges on the other side. Still not enough, Zhang Wutian thought. This level of strength is insufficient. Ultimately, Son Wukong proved to be the stronger of the two. During their fierce exchange, he managed to land a punch on Zhang Wutian's face while simultaneously delivering a cross punch to Zhang Wutian's chest. Staggered, Zhang Wutian leaned backward. He now possessed the resilience to endure a couple of Son Wukong's attacks. However, as he braced against the pain to retaliate, Son Wukong vanished from his sight, reappearing swiftly behind him. A relentless barrage of kicks rained down upon Zhang Wutian's back, akin to a torrential downpour, with Son Wukong unleashing a series of rapid kicks that nearly shattered Zhang Wutian's spine. Once more, Zhang Wutian plummeted to the beach, which had transformed from its once smooth and pristine surface into a landscape riddled with craters, resembling the face of a certain character. Collapsed on the ground, Zhang Wutian felt as if his back had shattered. Trembling, he extended his hand into his pocket, only to freeze suddenly. Son Wukong, having landed, witnessed this scene. His exhilaration was abruptly interrupted, akin to a netizen suddenly being informed of an internet disconnection, leaving him with a breathless sensation that furrowed his brow. In this world, Son Wukong was a shrewd individual. Upon observing Zhang Wutian's actions, he clearly comprehended what had transpired. Have you run out of your medicine? Zhang Wutian managed to roll over, lying flat on the ground, and weakly nodded. I got carried away in the heat of battle, and now I've got a predicament. Son Wukong shrugged, approaching and extending a hand to Zhang Wutian. Upon witnessing this gesture, Zhang Wutian's heart raced. In his eyes, this figure was not merely Son Wukong. He was Vegeta. The Saiyan Prince Vegeta extending a hand to his ally Nappa was a classic scene from the entire Dragon Ball saga. What transpired next would surely leave an indelible impression on anyone familiar with the original Dragon Ball. Early in the series, the prince had unhesitatingly obliterated his remaining kin. Therefore, the sight of Vegeta extending his hand felt akin to the ominous star of death flickering ominously above Zhang Wutian. Son Wukong remained oblivious to Zhang Wutian's unease. Or perhaps he noticed, but chose to disregard it, presenting his hand before Zhang Wutian. Hey, can you still stand? Do you want my help? Zhang Wutian was taken aback. Stop the chatter. It's a shame to lose a worthy opponent like you. The youthful visage of Vegeta bore a resemblance to the future Saiyan prince. Yet it was merely a superficial likeness. Though the face retained its defiance, it lacked the malevolence of the extraterrestrial prince upon his initial appearance. He was Vegeta, yet he was also not Vegeta. In that instant, Zhang Wutian finally discovered his unwavering resolve not to be defeated. It was not merely due to the fact that his opponent was younger, which could lead to embarrassment for him as an adult. Rather, it stemmed from the truth that, in the original narrative, the protagonist Son Wukong had never been bested by Vegeta. Zhang Wutian was an ambitious individual. He aspired to carve a niche in this Dragon Ball universe, rather than fading into obscurity like characters such as Yamcha and Tien Shinhan. While losing to the protagonist Son Wukong would not be unjust, a singular victory could grant him 3 years of quiet satisfaction. Losing to Tien Shinhan, who had also defeated Son Wukong in the original story, would not evoke resentment, for it allowed Zhang Wutian a decade's grace to contemplate it. However, losing to Vegeta, who had never triumphed over Son Wukong, was entirely unacceptable to him. Ultimately, Zhang Wutian overlooked a crucial detail. The individual before him was not the Vegeta of the original narrative. He was not the remorseless Saiyan prince, nor a Vegeta cloaked in the guise of Master Roshi, but rather a Saiyan raised on Earth, bound by familial ties, a mentor and comrades, known as Son Wukong. He would extend a hand to Zhang Wutian, rather than embodying the tyrannical figure from the original story, devoid of mercy. Losing to such a person did not seem like an insurmountable ordeal. I concede, Zhang Wutian finally murmured, accepting the hand Son Wukong offered. With Son Wukong's assistance, Zhang Wutian managed to stand, albeit with some effort. Then, with the support of Son Wukong's comrade, he precariously positioned himself before the latter. Even with cheats, in the end, I am still no match for you. How embarrassing. With that, Zhang Wutian reached into his pocket and retrieved an item. This is a token of consolation for the victor. Son Wukong instinctively extended his hand to catch the object thrown by Zhang Wutian. The familiar texture caused him to pause, as he had recently received something similar. It was the last of the magical beans that Zhang Wutian possessed. Isn't there still medicine left? Why not consume it? Though I can be willful, I am still an adult, Zhang Wutian replied with a smile. If I were to become such a burden after this, I would truly be unable to face anyone. Son Wukong scrutinized Zhang Wutian, battered and bruised, and then snorted dismissively. How dull. With that, he consumed the magical bean tossed to him by Zhang Wutian. Instantly, the various injuries on Son Wukong's body, particularly the bruise on his face, healed completely. Feeling the comfort that complete recovery brought, Son Wukong gazed at Zhang Wutian, whose considerable weight was leaning against Son Wukong's shoulder, and said with a stern countenance, "Answer my question, who are you really? This guy not only has a tail but also bears a name similar to mine. Who is she?" Zhang Wutian smiled, grimacing in pain due to the wound, and replied mischievously, "Wukong? She is Son Gohan's granddaughter, a disciple of Master Roshi." Son Wukong furrowed his brow, casting an annoyed look at the beaming Zhang Wutian. If it weren't for the fact that this fellow was injured, he would have relished the opportunity to land a punch on that smiling face. "Are you from another world?" The Son Wukong of this realm possessed a strong capacity for understanding. As Zhang Wutian provided a brief explanation, he immediately grasped the implications. Understanding was one thing, but belief was another. He glanced at Son Wukong, who was supporting Zhang Wutian. The reality was before him, rendering it hard to refute what seemed to be absurd claims. Zhang Wutian's words elucidated why this world's Master Roshi, despite not having a Wukong, had a girl embodying various characteristics of Master Roshi. The otherworldly Son Wukong pondered before saying, "If in another world, the one picked up by my grandfather is her, then what of me? Where's the version of me from that other world?" "God knows, perhaps floating somewhere in the cosmos," Zhang Wutian replied. "The cosmos?" Son Wukong queried, gazing at Zhang Wutian with confusion. "Why not on Earth? Aside from Wukong, have you ever encountered any other humans with tails on Earth? So I am an alien?" Son Wukong mused, not overly shocked. "No wonder I feel quite different from everyone else. Where do I actually come from? Do you have any clues? Your origins are for you to explore. In the coming years, it is likely that your kind will come seeking you. You can predict the future?" Son Wukong asked, skeptical of Zhang Wutian's assertion, unlike the other Wukong, who had no doubts. "I do not foresee the future," Zhang Wutian clarified. "I am merely recounting historical events that transpired in a certain world." "I see," Son Wukong nodded, accepting Zhang Wutian's explanation. He figured that since Zhang Wutian had traversed to this world, he must have previously journeyed to other worlds and encountered similar phenomena, hence his remarks. Of course, Son Wukong was entirely mistaken. Zhang Wutian had gleaned all this from a comic book. Nonetheless, in comparison to this world, the world depicted in comics could also be regarded as an alternate realm. Zhang Wutian then indicated his intention to depart. "Aren't you going to say goodbye to everyone?" "Forget it. It feels awkward to see someone who looks exactly like me but doesn't recognize me." Pausing for a moment, Zhang Wutian continued, "Moreover, thanks to you, my back now feels as if it has been broken, and I must return to seek treatment." "Humph. Regardless, you merely need to consume that particular medicine to recover. Your world also possesses Senza beans. You can visit a place called Korin Tower." "Korin Tower? I'll remember that." Thus, Zhang Wutian opened the door. A black hole silently emerged behind him and Son Wukong, startling Son Wukong momentarily. "By the way, let me tell you something," Zhang Wutian said as he stood at the threshold of the black hole. "In the future, a being known as King PICCOLO may appear. That being is one with the god of this world. If you kill him, the god will perish too." "Is that so?" Son Wukong expressed indifference. "Who is this god?" "I don't know him. If that King PICCOLO provokes me, it doesn't matter what happens to the god. I'll deal with him first." Then came the crux of the matter. Zhang Wutian, observing Son Wukong's nonchalance, continued with a sense of responsibility for the world. "The Dragon Balls are creations of the god. If the god dies, the Dragon Balls will vanish as well." At this, Son Wukong became uneasy. Having traversed to this point due to the Dragon Balls, he harbored sentiments towards them, particularly the 4-star ball. If possible, he wished for the Dragon Balls to remain in this world. Before launching an attack, you should discuss it with your Master Roshi. His wisdom should prove beneficial. "You half-hearted jerk, you clearly have a perfect solution," Son Wukong stated bluntly. "This is your world's issue. As an outsider, I have already said enough." With that, Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong stepped into the black hole. "Ouch, it hurts so much, my back feels like it's going to snap." Observing Zhang Wutian's pained expressions, Son Wukong hesitated for a moment before ultimately asking, "Will you be back?" "Of course," Zhang Wutian replied without looking back, due to the pain. "I will remember this defeat. I cannot accept losing to you." Upon hearing Zhang Wutian's words, Son Wukong felt a slight sense of peace. I will defeat you again. For the first opponent who truly challenged him. Son Wukong smiled with pride. Next time, I shall grow stronger and continue to vanquish you. Let us wait and see. With Son Wukong's support, Zhang Wutian entered the black hole. As he watched their figures disappear into the void, despite the promise of return, Son Wukong felt a lingering sense of loss. Upon returning to the tournament venue, Son Wukong learned that there had been an attack by the demon race. Fortunately, with numerous skilled fighters present, Master Roshi and Crane Hermit had set aside their differences without hesitation to jointly repel the enemy. Ultimately, aside from a minor injury to Krillin, everyone else emerged unscathed, successfully driving back the demon race. Is it King Piccolo? Due to Zhang Wutian's earlier hints, Son Wukong couldn't help but draw a connection between the two. You know of King Piccolo? Master Roshi appeared greatly astonished. It seemed that the future of this world was diverging onto different paths. A fate sealed the moment Vegeta descended in place of Kakarot. Of course, for Zhang Wutian, while the events occurring in another world were intriguing, they no longer concerned him. At this moment, he was responding to Wukong's inquiry. Zhang Wutian, am I an alien? Son Wukong asked earnestly. Now you're quite clever. I thought you hadn't understood my conversation with that Son Wukong. Stop calling me foolish. If you say that again, I'll get angry. Wukong puffed up, glaring at Zhang Wutian. Haha, you were always a little foolish monkey. I'm really angry now. With cheeks puffed, Son Wukong pushed Zhang Wutian away. Then, Zhang Wutian dramatically collapsed to the ground. Ah, it hurts. My back is going to break. I'll become a cripple and lie in bed for the rest of my life. Zhang Wutian, don't scare me. What is wrong with you? Realizing she had gone too far, Son Wukong hurriedly rushed to Zhang Wutian's side, but was hesitant to touch him due to his injuries, only fidgeting anxiously nearby. At Zhang Wutian's prompting, she helped him back up, guilt washing over her as she looked at his grimacing face. I'm sorry, Zhang Wutian, I didn't mean to. An apology isn't enough. Compensate me, or I will hold a grudge, Zhang Wutian, pale from pain, insisted. What do you want me to do? Wukong asked nervously. Confronted with the unusually submissive Wukong, resembling a chastised spouse, Zhang Wutian smirked. First, take off your clothes. Bulma, you are the only one who can help me with this. Please, whenever you take action, I am utterly confident that there will be no issues, declared Zhang Wutian with unwavering conviction. Given the gravity of his words, I decided to give it a try, but let it be known that if I fail, I shall bear no responsibility. No problem, I entrust everything to you. This conversation took place on a radiant summer day at Bulma's residence in West City. After a brief slumber of approximately 3 hours, Bulma returned to Zhang Wutian, her expression imbued with a weary satisfaction. How did it go? Zhang Wutian inquired. Facing him, Miss Bulma wore a smile of fulfillment, raising her thumb in approval. Everything was encapsulated in that gesture. Then, the main event of the day unfolded. A girl clad in a white dress appeared before Zhang Wutian. Her stubborn hair was tied back with a rubber band, forming a short ponytail suitable for a youthful maiden. The pristine white dress fell to her knees, and her bare feet were adorned with pale sandals. A rare flush of embarrassment graced her features, captivating Zhang Wutian's attention. Zhang Wutian, this dress feels so light and peculiar, said Son Wukong, now adorned in a white dress. She frowned, nervously twisting her body, glancing down at the thin fabric draped over her, hesitant to even touch it for fear of damaging it. Perfect, Zhang Wutian responded, giving Bulma a thumbs up, fully affirming her efforts. I never anticipated such a result. In response to Zhang Wutian's praise, Bulma humbly remarked, I initially thought no amount of dressing up would suffice. To be honest, I was astonished that we could achieve this. My past impressions blinded me to this. Wukong's potential is extraordinary. I came to you with a mindset of merely trying, never expecting we could reach such heights. Observing the radiant Son Wukong before him, Zhang Wutian felt as though he had stumbled into an entirely new realm. I still feel a chill below. I prefer wearing long pants. The shorts Bulma provided are far too short. As she spoke, Wukong lifted her dress, revealing her small shorts to Zhang Wutian. Look, Zhang Wutian, such short shorts are utterly useless. The term blue and white stripes flashed in Zhang Wutian's mind, prompting him to instinctively turn away, diverting his gaze from the captivating pattern. Fool, do not lift your dress. That is not something to be displayed. Why can't it be seen? I'm wearing shorts after all, Son Wukong questioned, bewildered. Even when bathing, one can be seen without clothing. Why is it that wearing shorts makes it inappropriate? I never knew that was the case. Come here, Wukong. Tell me what else Zhang Wutian did for you. Bulma called out as Son Wukong distanced herself from Zhang Wutian. I did nothing, Bulma. Why do you have that judgmental look again? My feelings for Wukong are purely paternal. What is wrong with a father helping his daughter bathe? Wukong's growth has only recently begun. She was still a little girl back then. We cuddle and sleep together every night. It's quite comfortable with Zhang Wutian. Yet again, Son Wukong divulged shocking information. Hello, police station. There's a pervert in my house. Bulma swiftly dialed. Don't say police. Even if the army comes, I'll send them flying. Besides, I did nothing. Bulma, do you wish to endanger those poor officers? Humph, typical criminal rhetoric. I can't believe a pervert has taken residence near my home. So, in your eyes, I am utterly a pervert? Miss Bulma's gaze conveyed everything. As Zhang Wutian held Son Wukong's hand, departing from Bulma's abode, that scornful look followed them around the corner, yet Zhang Wutian felt no discomfort. Must I wear this dress? I still prefer the turtle school attire. Son Wukong expressed her discontent while walking hand in hand with Zhang Wutian. The white dress billowed with her movements. And because Zhang Wutian had advised her against revealing her shorts, the airy garment caused her considerable distress. This is a punishment. Do not forget what you did to me previously. Having visited Master Karin and replenished his supply of senzu beans, Zhang Wutian was now fully recovered and began to revisit earlier matters. Of course, this was merely a small reprieve after enduring a fierce battle. The two strolled hand in hand down the road, with a year and a half until the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. And considering the time accumulated through traversing different realms, Wukong had now reached the age of 15. After a period of development, her height had surged to around 1.6 meters. To onlookers, the two no longer resembled a father and daughter. How they appeared was open to interpretation. Zhang Wutian, have you finally acquired a girlfriend? At that moment, Lu Ping, having temporarily concluded his training with Master Rashi and returned to West City, happened to pass by and noticed Zhang Wutian walking alongside a girl. He approached them. The girl looks quite good, though she seems a bit youthful. Your taste remains as peculiar as ever, Lu Ping remarked with a mischievous grin. Observing the girl holding Zhang Wutian's hand, Lu Ping, is my face strange? Zhang Wutian remained silent, while Son Wukong was the first to speak. That voice. Wait. Could it be? Do you not recognize me? I am Wukong. Wukong? Wukong. Seeing Lu Ping's eyes nearly pop out of his head, Zhang Wutian decided to spare him from a beating today. A sense of accomplishment blossomed within him, witnessing his daughter's initial growth. I didn't recognize you when you had short hair, and now with a new hairstyle and outfit, Lu Ping fails to recognize me as well? After leaving the astonished Lu Ping, Son Wukong inquired. No, there is a decisive difference. Zhang Wutian replied, though it seemed Wukong failed to grasp the vast distinction between the two. Upon returning home, the maid presented afternoon tea sweets, and Zhang Wutian watched as Wukong happily devoured large bites of cake. She then extended the spoon towards him. Zhang Wutian, you should have a taste too. After he consumed the cake from the spoon, Wukong retrieved it and, with her tongue, licked off the remaining cream. Her nimble tongue gliding over the spoon was utterly enchanting, causing Zhang Wutian's heart to flutter. As they continued to take turns savoring the remaining cake, Wukong remarked, Zhang Wutian, there is still cream on your lips. Let me help you remove it. With that, she leaned closer to Zhang Wutian and, with her tongue, licked the cream from his lips. In that moment, Zhang Wutian finally recognized a profound truth. Son Wukong had blossomed into a young woman, and he could no longer regard her as merely his daughter or a child. Coming to this realization, it was only natural that Zhang Wutian leaned in to kiss Wukong, as he savored the sweetness of her cream-laden lips. He did not pursue further advances, but merely brushed against them. What's wrong, Zhang Wutian? Is there cream on my lips as well? No, Zhang Wutian replied. Gazing at the innocent Son Wukong, we typically refer to this as a kiss. A kiss? Is it a peck? Son Wukong inquired, revealing that this term had yet to find a place in her lexicon. Indeed, Wukong, I believe I may have developed feelings for you. I like you too, Zhang Wutian. In response to his confession, Son Wukong beamed a joyful and innocent smile. Does liking someone mean we must kiss? Indeed, Zhang Wutian candidly expressed his desires. Then let us share another kiss, he suggested, drawing closer once more. This time, their lips lingered together for an extended moment. Bulma, you are the only one capable of assisting me with this matter. I implore you, please lend me your aid. It is not impossible. But are you certain you wish to proceed? I cannot guarantee the outcome, she replied. As long as you are involved, I have no doubts. I trust in your exceptional talents. Having said so, I shall give it a try, but let it be known, I am not responsible for any failures. No worries. I leave everything in your capable hands. On yet another sun-drenched summer day, a conversation unfolded within Bulma's home in West City. The dialogue felt strikingly similar to that of the previous day. Zhang Wutian, are you certain you are not doing this on purpose? Of course, it is intentional. It adds an element of fun and allows you to habitually acquiesce to my requests, Zhang Wutian chuckled. You are quite the character, serious in front of strangers, yet revealing your mundane quirks in the company of friends, Bulma retorted. I can assist you with this, but the budget must not be compromised. To speak of money feels rather distant. Miss Bulma, we are comrades. I am not your comrade. I am only begrudgingly agreeing to help you for the sake of Wukong. Moreover, the raw materials for the machine you want me to create will require a significant sum. My allowance is insufficient. What Zhang Wutian requested Bulma to construct was the gravity training room, a remarkable invention that significantly enhanced battle power. Previously, due to his insufficient combat strength, he had not considered such a device. He feared that 10 times the gravity might crush him. However, after contending with the alternate universe's Vegeta, he felt he could endure such training now. Of course, the financial aspect was hardly an issue, as both Bulma and Zhang Wutian had ample resources to invest in the development of the gravity chamber. Bulma's complaints were merely a formality. Once Bulma was on board, the waiting period began. Although Bulma was a genius, she was still young and studying, and her research capabilities could not compare to her future self. Thus, the process of development and construction took her a full 6 months. During this half-year, Zhang Wutian did not traverse other worlds, but remained diligently training alongside Son Wukong in their home in West City. Having emerged victorious from the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament in another realm, Zhang Wutian's combat prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of Wukong, nearing the threshold of 4 digits. In response, Wukong relentlessly pursued him. One could hardly deny that Wukong, though transformed into a female in this world, retained the astonishing growth rate characteristic of a Saiyan warrior. Once a target was identified, she could swiftly catch up. Within mere months, her battle power had surged to nearly 4 digits, whereas in the original storyline, she had only registered over 300 before Raditz' arrival. Should Raditz return now, he would confront a sister whose strength matched his own. Raditz' arrival was expected in 9 years. One could only speculate how formidable Wukong would become by then, perhaps leaving Raditz in tears. As for the Demon King Piccolo, he had little to worry about before Raditz's appearance. 6 months later, the gravity training room was completed. In spite of its lesser capabilities compared to the original, Zhang Wutian still praised Bulma highly. 20 times the gravity. A normal person would be crushed to a pulp. Lepin tried 5 times the gravity and fled immediately. Only you and Wukong can utilize this machine. Is the maximum limit 20 times? That should suffice for both Wukong and me. Thank you, Bulma. Humph. Who said we were friends? Bulma averted her gaze, feigning annoyance. To train under 20 times the gravity is exhausting for me, dealing with you non-humans. Regardless, the gravity training room, a crucial tool for their training, was finally complete. Zhang Wutian set the machine up in his yard, and he and Son Wukong entered the apparatus together. Having grown accustomed to 4 times the gravity in the room of spirit and time, let us start with 10 times, Zhang Wutian declared, pressing the machine's button. In an instant, he felt his body being forcefully pressed against the ground. Zhang Wutian, my body feels so heavy. Son Wukong gritted her teeth, struggling against the gravity, barely able to stand. This is what training is about. With his hands braced against the ground to prevent collapsing, Zhang Wutian mustered all his strength to speak. Wukong, do you wish to grow stronger? Of course, she replied. Then let us devote all our efforts to training. Thus, in the year leading up to the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong immersed themselves in the gravity chamber, akin to youths engrossed in their gaming. What kind of weak attack is that? Come at me with everything you've got. Zhang Wutian scoffed at Son Wukong's feeble punches, which felt as ineffective as noodles. His body drenched in sweat. Naturally, had he been able to assume a proper defensive stance instead of being too feeble to raise his arms, his words would have carried more weight. Curse it again. Son Wukong, her training uniform soaked against her skin, revealing her curves, continued to throw punches unabashedly. This training persisted until the preset bell rang, prompting Zhang Wutian to realize the passage of time. The time for the World Martial Arts Tournament had arrived. As he deactivated the gravity chamber's tenfold pressure, a long-forgotten sense of ease flooded back into Zhang Wutian's body. He felt light as though he could soar, reveling in the transformation. At that moment, sensing a presence behind him, he deftly evaded a punch thrown by Wukong. In the next instant, they both vanished, leaving only the sounds of their sparring echoing within the gravity room. Ultimately, they appeared in the center of the chamber, still locked in a contest of strength. Zhang Wutian, I feel as though I have truly grown stronger. Son Wukong exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Not only have you grown stronger, but you have matured as well. Zhang Wutian's gaze drifted to Son Wukong's increasingly voluptuous form. If 15-year-old Son Wukong had merely grown taller while retaining the innocence of girlhood, the 16-year-old version had undergone further development. This aspect of her transformation brought Zhang Wutian a sense of satisfaction beyond mere combat prowess. Would you like to touch? Son Wukong innocently inquired, noticing Zhang Wutian's gaze lingering on her chest. I heard from Bulma that men like breasts. Do you like them too, Zhang Wutian? Ah, yes, he admitted, candidly revealing his desire. You can touch if you'd like. Son Wukong smiled, taking Zhang Wutian's hand and placing it on her chest. As long as it makes you happy. How can I possibly do that? Zhang Wutian thought, exasperated. Is it only your battle power and physique that have matured? Faced with Son Wukong's unwavering innocence, akin to a blank slate, Zhang Wutian found himself at a loss for how to proceed, no matter how mischievous his thoughts became. In order to truly regard Wukong as a woman rather than a daughter, Zhang Wutian has many challenges ahead and a long road to traverse. The 22nd martial arts tournament is once again upon us, and the atmosphere at the venue remains as vibrant as ever. The crowd is bustling, voices rising in a cacophony. After the previous tournament's high standards, martial arts enthusiasts from around the globe have gathered, eager to witness the pinnacle of combat prowess. Due to an agreement with the tournament committee, the reigning champion, Mr. Zhang Wutian, will continue to participate in this and the next tournament, instilling unprecedented confidence in the audience. With the world's best champion in attendance, the event's excitement is assured. This time, however, the rules have undergone slight modifications. As the previous champion, Zhang Wutian will not partake in the elimination rounds or semifinals. Instead, he will await the outcome atop the highest throne, ready to face the ultimate victor in a decisive battle to determine the world's greatest martial artist. Is that guy planning to take advantage of us after we've exhausted ourselves fighting each other? How despicable. Little Lin, clad in the Turtle School's martial arts attire, began to voice her complaints. Even without such tactics, we are no match for him or Wukong, said Lu Ping, displaying a lack of confidence. His words were grounded. Having once tested the gravity training chamber, he affirmed that those two truly belong to a different dimension of power. Humans cannot compare to monsters. Don't say that. You both have worked hard. Show your strength. The turtle hermit's wife cheerfully encouraged from behind them. At the very least, you must land a punch on that scoundrel Zhang Wutian, Lu Ping. It all rests on you, Miss Bulma urged, clenching her fist for her boyfriend's sake. I'll do my best, Lu Ping replied, feeling overwhelmed. At that moment, three figures approached, blocking their path. It felt inappropriate to merely say they walked. Among them was a tall, peculiar man with a third eye on his forehead, grounded on the earth, while the other two, a pale, zombie-like little fellow and a petite, delicate girl, floated in the air. From afar, I could smell the stench of old age. I thought it was just a shriveled old turtle, the floating little girl remarked. Her voice harsh, yet oddly endearing. You little brat will never grow up. You're still so small, the turtle hermit retorted defiantly. You damned old hag. Hurry up and go to hell. Don't linger here to wreak havoc on the world. Look who is talking, forever a little girl. Pretending to be young for 300 years. I wonder if your brain has regressed too. The two exchanged glances, glaring for a moment before the petite girl suddenly smiled and said, the last tournament saw your turtle school quite active, yet in the end, someone lost. How amusing. With a melodic, youthful voice, she mocked, yet somehow it felt charming. I cannot allow your turtle school to take all the glory, this time. I've decided to lead my adorable disciples to compete, and I shall show the world that the Crane School is the true champion. Whether it's the Turtle School or that last tournament's champion, they are no match for us. Well, I shall anticipate the Crane School's prowess. Came a voice from behind the trio of Tian Xinhan, the little zombie, and the Crane School's little girl. Who goes there? Tian Xinhan spun around, startled, having sensed no one encroaching upon his absolute defense. To his surprise, he found only emptiness behind him. Long time no see, everyone. The voice transitioned to the Turtle School's side. Upon turning swiftly yet again, Tian Xinhan finally laid eyes on the speaker, a man clad in a martial arts uniform strikingly similar to that of the Turtle School, albeit with the sleeves forcibly torn, revealing jagged edges. The back bore writing, not of a turtle, but a large character for sky. Beside him stood a young girl, approximately 165 centimeters tall, also dressed in Turtle School attire, happily greeting the Turtle School members. Neither Tian Xinhan nor the young girl realized when they had appeared, and sensing this, Tian Xinhan broke into a cold sweat. Is this the Crane Master? The young man in the sky-embroidered short-sleeve martial arts uniform, Zhang Wutian, expressed with appropriate surprise while observing the floating girl with a fluctuating expression. If there exists a turtle master who can transform into a middle-aged beauty, then the Crane Master being a perpetual little girl seems rather acceptable. At this point, no matter what peculiarities the world throws at him, Zhang Wutian feels equipped to face them all. So, you are the previous champion, Zhang Wutian? You seem to possess some strength. Since Zhang Wutian referred to himself as a junior, the Crane Master softened slightly, saying, but my Tian Xinhan is the strongest. He is my most perfect disciple. And this tournament will reveal the might of the Crane School to everyone. Hearing the Crane Master's almost boastful introduction of her disciple, Tien Shinhan couldn't help but reflect on how different this little girl's demeanor was from the original version, and he turned his gaze to Zhang Wutian. I've long admired your name, Tien Shinhan. In truth, Zhang Wutian wished to say, it's good to see you again, but that seemed futile. So he merely greeted him politely. Long time no see, Tien Shinhan. How have you been? However, a young girl's voice chimed in from behind Zhang Wutian. Son Wukong. You're greeting Tien Shinhan. Have we met? Tien Shinhan, perplexed by Wukong's sudden address, inquired. Oh, I didn't mean you. I mistook you for another Tien Shinhan. My apologies, I must have mistaken you, Son Wukong replied, a bit taken aback. Are you mocking me, turtle school scum? Tien Shinhan's annoyance flared, exacerbated by Wukong's interruption, and he felt a surge of irritation towards the turtle school. Wukong isn't jesting. There are various reasons for this. If we were to become more familiar, I might share some things you don't know. Zhang Wutian stepped in to support Wukong's explanation. Humph, no need for that. You trickster. Tien Shinhan, unable to comprehend, masked his unease with hostility, still shaken by the duo's silent arrival. Ultimately, the two parties parted ways on an unpleasant note. And only after the Crane School individuals had departed could the Turtle School finally engage in a normal internal dialogue. You've grown up. You've become a young lady. Wukong, the Turtle Hermit's wife, said kindly, stroking Wukong's head, her heart swelling with pride at her disciple's transformation. Of course, I've grown taller too. In truth, while she had gained a bit of height, she was still outstripped by little Lin, who was filled with resentment for her own lack of height. Little Lin, why have you become shorter? In the spirit time room of another world, having spent an additional 6 months. The now 16-year-old Son Wukong looked down at the diminutive little Lin, puzzled. See, I knew you would say that. You jerk, Wukong. I will grow taller again. Little Lin erupted in indignation. To my surprise, as an adult, Son Wukong appears quite beautiful. Although her appearance has not changed significantly from the past, she now radiates a unique vitality that is characteristic of youth. Particularly, her well-developed chest is quite striking, prompting Lepin to murmur to himself. You scoundrel! How can you still look at other girls when you already have me? She has a boyfriend. Bulma exclaimed angrily, tugging at Lepin's ear. Standing beside Son Wukong in outfits reminiscent of Master Roshi's colors, Zhang Wutian chuckled, resembling a couple in matching attire. This time, he refrained from making any remarks about father-daughter relationships. There was no avoiding it. They had shared intimate moments, and to speak otherwise would be a blatant disregard for responsibility. Surprisingly, Zhang Wutian did not rebut her. Observing this, those with keen insight exchanged peculiar glances at the two standing together. Ultimately, whether it was Master Roshi, Bulma, or even Korin and Lepin, they all reached the same conclusion. They were indeed well matched. As for the three major factions of the tournament, the current dynamics of the world's foremost martial arts competition can hardly contain the prowess of Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong. Just how formidable are these two? Although extraterrestrial probes have yet to emerge in this world, we can infer their combat strength through comparison. Both have endured the trials of tenfold gravity. What does this signify? We can deduce that, disregarding the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, they are roughly on par with the Son Wukong, who completed his training on King Kai's planet in the original narrative. And how strong was that Son Wukong? At that time, Vegeta's battle power upon invading Earth was approximately 18,000. After utilizing the threefold Kaioken, Son Wukong's battle power could easily surpass this figure, indicating that in his normal state, his peak battle power must exceed 6,000. Otherwise, he could not have defeated a foe with a battle power of 18,000. What does a battle power of 6,000 represent? For perspective, when Raditz arrived on Earth, he could nearly overwhelm the combined efforts of Son Wukong and PICCOLO, whose battle powers were around 300 at the time. The disparity between 6,000 and 300 is sufficient to render the other competitors in this tournament mere background figures, especially considering that the average battle power in this era hovers around 100. Naturally, Zhang Wutian would not stoop to belittling others. Such behavior is both tasteless and dull. He remains sufficiently intrigued by the impending tournament, eager to witness the unfolding drama, and moreover, Son Wukong's presence ensures that this event will be captivating. Dumpling. Let us separate from the Turtle School folks. I wish to observe their fighting styles first, Tien instructed his disciple before the preliminaries commenced. All right, Dumpling replied, using his abilities to manipulate the draw, ensuring that the Crane School and Turtle School participants would face different opponents in the preliminary rounds. However, this manipulation had an unforeseen consequence. My opponent is Son Wukong? What bad luck. Lepin grimaced as he faced his adversary. Although they had once engaged in evenly matched battles years ago, Lepin recognized that he was no longer a match for Son Wukong. He was acutely aware of his limitations. "Could you perhaps go easy on me, Wukong?" he implored. "Of course not. In battle, one must give their all. It's a matter of respect for the opponent." Son Wukong replied earnestly. "Opponent? At this point, I doubt I can even stand against you, Wukong," Lepin self-deprecatingly remarked. The match quickly concluded, revealing the disparity in their abilities. Though he suffered no significant injuries, Lepin's shattered spirit left him feeling devastated. "Well, I suppose I will go find Bulma and the others. I didn't even make it past the preliminaries this time. Am I cursed? Last time I lost in the finals to Mary Sue. And now I have lost to Son Wukong. I swear I will never participate in such a wretched tournament again. That girl named Son Wukong is quite adept in combat," Tien calmly assessed after witnessing the entire match. Lepin actually showed some strength, but completely lost his fighting spirit, resulting in his opponent never having to reveal her true prowess. "Tien, you can definitely defeat her," Dumpling cheered beside him. "Of course. I would never lose to a girl," Tien responded confidently. Though he remained acutely aware of the formidable Zhang Wutian, whose extraordinary speed lingered in his mind as a threat. Meanwhile, he seemed to overlook the presence of Son Wukong. With a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Tien stepped onto the stage, swiftly executing forehand strikes and 2 kicks, dispatching his opponent with ease. Unbothered by the display, he maintained a stern expression as he exited the ring. "Wukong, that crane school fighter is quite capable," Kirin remarked to Son Wukong, who stood nearby. "Because he is Tien," Son Wukong replied. "Huh? Did you know him before?" Kirin asked, intrigued. "I know Tien, but not this Tien." Son Wukong's explanation only deepened Kirin's confusion. "What exactly are you saying?" "I'm not quite sure. You could ask Zhang Wutian for clarification," she suggested. "Haha, never mind," Kirin replied, feeling that he could not engage in conversation with Zhang Wutian, as they were not particularly close. As the topic shifted, Son Wukong turned her gaze to a participant clad in a black martial arts uniform resembling Zhang Wutian's, but devoid of any lettering on the back. It was Zhang Wutian's disciple Rao. Having spent considerable time around Zhang Wutian, Son Wukong easily recognized the inner disciple of his martial arts school. The young, towering figure effortlessly sent his opponent tumbling from the ring. Zhang Wutian's disciples are quite impressive, Kirin noted. Torch and Aichong are also very strong. They are among the top 3 disciples of Zhang Wutian, Son Wukong remarked, gesturing towards the other 2. Torch wore a white martial arts uniform, while Aichong donned a deep blue one. Both youths exhibited prowess far exceeding that of their competitors, swiftly overcoming their respective adversaries. "It seems this tournament will be the most intense in history. I must give it my all," Kirin thought to himself, harboring a spirit of rivalry against Zhang Wutian. Meanwhile, Zhang Wutian, upon learning that his 3 disciples had not encountered any members of the turtle or crane schools in the preliminaries, smiled slightly. As long as they did not face any plot-driven strong opponents, their advancement was assured. This will enhance our martial arts school's reputation. "It may be time to open a branch," Zhang Wutian mused, already contemplating future endeavors. Ultimately, as the preliminaries drew to a close, 8 contestants emerged victorious. Advancing to the finals, Son Wukong, Kirin, Tien, Dumpling, Chai Ba Wang, Pan Put, Rao, and Aichong. In the competition, Toki was regrettably defeated by the former champion, Chiba Wang, and thus failed to reach the finals. Nevertheless, 2 disciples under Zhang Wutian successfully advanced to the final round. Simultaneously, both the Turtle School and Crane School had 2 disciples who progressed as well. This tournament had nearly transformed into a contest among 3 major sects, the long-established Turtle and Crane Schools, and the emerging faction under Zhang Wutian, capturing the audience's attention. Should we give our sect a name? How about Tianwu School? Thus, it was decided that it would be named Tianwu School. The matchups for this grand tournament were as follows. First match, Tianjin Fan vs. Son Wukong. Second match, Chiba Wang vs. Rao. Third match, Jiaozi vs. Xiaolin. Fourth match, Pamput vs. Quan Sailing. This arrangement was undoubtedly a result of Jiaozi's efforts, yet Zhang Wutian found it surprisingly fitting. The battle between the Turtle and Crane schools was filled with spectacle, while his disciples, Rao and Quan Sailing, also had opportunities to showcase their prowess without facing formidable opponents from the outset. To Zhang Wutian, whose combat strength had reached an extraordinary level, this competition resembled a long-forgotten fighting game. The avatars of the 2 competitors collided, vibrating as they produced crackling sound effects, until one avatar turned gray and was crushed, while the other ascended along the tournament bracket to a higher status. Throughout the tournament, only Son Wukong posed a challenge to him. The matches against the others were likely far less engaging than merely colliding avatars. Then, the first match commenced. Apologies to Tianjin Fan. But this would undoubtedly be the most tedious match of the tournament. In the well-illuminated lounge, where the entire competition venue was visible, Zhang Wutian made this assessment. Even against a woman, I will not hold back. Turtle School, prepare yourself. Tianjin Fan declared solemnly on the stage, not out of any bias against women as his master. The Crane Master was a formidable female martial artist. Tianjin Fan's words stemmed from an unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Indeed, I too will not hold back. Come at me. His words were already an act of leniency. If he truly intended to be merciless, Son Wukong could have decisively ended the match with a swift attack. Go for it, Tianjin Fan. Show that old hag from the Turtle School what. Cheered a girl in the front row, known as the Crane Daughter. Haha, is that young man your beloved disciple, Crane Daughter? Though he has trained well, his luck seems lacking. He is bound to face significant setbacks today, chuckled the Turtle Master. Sitting nearby, my Tianjin Fan will not lose. It will be your disciple who suffers, protested the Crane Daughter, shaking her tiny fists like an agitated kitten. In the next moment, the match began, with Tianjin Fan launching the first attack. Feel my punch, he exclaimed, throwing an unreserved strike at Son Wukong's face. To the other spectators, Tianjin Fan appeared to vanish, instantaneously appearing before Son Wukong. However, Son Wukong was even swifter. Tianjin Fan's punch met only air as he suddenly lost sight of his opponent. Where is he? Even Tianjin Fan's third eye failed to detect Son Wukong, who seemed to have vanished as if teleporting. Not just Tianjin Fan, but everyone present, except for Zhang Wutian, was unable to trace Son Wukong's movements. Not even the Turtle Master or Crane Master. In the next moment, Son Wukong appeared behind Tianjin Fan, swiftly striking him lightly on the side of his neck. Tianjin Fan fell in response to the seemingly gentle blow. After this seemingly effortless strike, Tianjin Fan remained unconscious until the countdown ended, thus disqualifying him from the match. The abrupt conclusion left the atmosphere somewhat subdued, with only a few understanding Son Wukong's formidable prowess, and until he exited the ring, there was little applause. How could he be so strong? Is that old hag's disciple a monster? Though the strength of the Crane Master was not to be dismissed. As a veteran of the same generation as the Turtle Master, she recognized Son Wukong's true strength, sending shivers through her. The fact that her meticulously trained eldest disciple, Tianjin Fan, was no match for him left the Crane Master feeling genuinely powerless. I'm sorry, Master, I've disappointed you, Tianjin Fan said, lowering his head upon regaining consciousness. No, you performed admirably. It is simply that your opponent was too formidable. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists tightly. The strength of his opponent was no excuse for his defeat. Could one simply brush off their failure with the phrase the opponent was too strong? Absolutely not. Tianjin Fan was not the type to lack ambition. The second match soon commenced, with Rao and Chiba Wang already positioned in the ring. Haha, Tianwu School? How laughable. Chiba Wang sneered first. What did you say? Though still a youth, Rao had already surpassed the adult Chiba Wang in height. With his exceptional talent and robust physique, he glared with wide eyes at his opponent. You won a single championship by sheer luck and presumed to establish a sect while disregarding your elders. I have returned to the ring to reveal your superficiality to the world. I shall demonstrate that your master is merely a fraud seeking fame. Pausing briefly, he continued. The Turtle and Crane schools are authentic martial arts sects with histories spanning hundreds of years. The Turtle school girl from earlier was a true expert, whereas your meager Tianwu school, today marks your downfall. Silence. I, Rao, shall unveil the true essence of Tianwu school to you. With the match commencing, Chiba Wang did not hesitate to unleash his most powerful attack. Eight-handed fist. Rapidly swinging his fists, Chiba Wang appeared as though he had sprouted 8 arms. And the furious barrage caught Rao off guard. Struggling to defend against the onslaught, Rao soon found himself overpowered by Chiba Wang. What's wrong? Is this all you've got? After all, you're merely a disciple of a third-rate sect. Ultimately, Chiba Wang delivered a crushing blow to Rao's chest, sending his robust frame flying. Rao soared through the air before crashing to the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble. It's over, Chiba Wang smirked, gazing down at the fallen Rao with confidence. Yet, the next moment, his expression shifted. Rao, bloodied but undeterred, staggered to his feet, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, stained with blood. So, this is the kind of punch that defeated my brother Toki in the preliminaries? Your ability to endure punishment is commendable. But is this truly the essence of your Tianwu school? Bastard! Do not insult my sect. Rao bellowed. I was once a scoundrel who only bullied the weak. But my master taught me the true purpose of strength. I shall never forgive those who insult Tianwu school or my master. Merely shouting will not suffice, this time. I will ensure you never stand again. Chiba Wang unleashed his 8-handed fist once more, yet Rao did not retaliate with his fists this time. He employed the most direct approach. Absorbing Chiba Wang's storm-like attacks with his sturdy body, Rao finally broke through Chiba Wang's offensive. Compared to my Master S and Sister S punches, your strikes lack the necessary force. Breaking into Chiba Wang's defense, Rao flexed his muscles and charged with his shoulder. Witness my Mongolian dominance. This was a special technique developed by Zhang Wutian specifically for Rao. Ugh! Chiba Wang was abruptly sent flying, unexpectedly landing beneath the arena. Curse be that wretched brat! How dare he bring me shame? Though the collision resulted in his defeat, he suffered little physical harm. It was rather his pride that felt the sting of humiliation. Enraged, Chiba Wang climbed back onto the stage, lunging at Rao. A defeated man must exhibit the demeanor of a loser. As a seasoned veteran, your decorum is lacking. Suddenly, Zhang Wutian appeared on the stage, mirroring the earlier aerial display, and struck Chiba Wang directly at his neck. In the audience, Tianjin fans' pupils constricted, instinctively rubbing his own neck in sympathy. Chiba Wang instinctively charged forward a few steps before ultimately collapsing onto the stage. Zhang Wutian approached the bloodied Rao, presenting him with a magical bean to consume, while gesturing towards the fallen Chiba Wang. Look, Rao, that is the quintessential example of how not to behave. Even in defeat, one must maintain composure and strive for future victories. That is the essence of our Tianwu style. Instantly rejuvenated, Rao, with his bold brows and large eyes, solemnly replied, I understand, master. I shall not bring disgrace to the Wutian style. Although he was somewhat distracted by the name and appearance of his opponent due to a memory of some anime, Zhang Wutian held great expectations for this disciple. Unlike the self-initiated Shaolin, who sought out Zhang Wutian to become the strongest human on earth, Rao was chosen from hundreds of thousands of outer disciples training in martial arts. If a certain Broly could be considered a legendary Super Saiyan appearing once every millennium, then Zhang Wutian believed Rao to be a Super Earthling appearing once every 10,000 years. Regarding Rao's future, Zhang Wutian felt certain that, despite any hindrances from his earthly lineage, he would surpass Shaolin. Accepting the feedback from the review section, it was indeed agreed that Tianwu style has a more melodious ring than Wutian style. Following Rao's match, the third match commenced, Shaolin versus Jiaozi. As in the original narrative, Shaolin was evidently stronger than Jiaozi. However, due to the extraordinary prowess of Son Wukong and Zhang Wutian, Shaolin appeared even more formidable than in the original tale. Unable to win on the ground, Jiaozi attempted to teach Shaolin a lesson with his Dodon ray from the air. However, he was taken aback when Shaolin also leaped into the air, floating beside him. Why does your turtle school also practice the air technique? Old turtle, you allowed your disciples to steal my secret move, exclaimed the young crane hermit. Furious, that move isn't mine. It was taught to them by that young man from Tianwu style, replied Master Rashi, unfazed. Having once learned the air technique from Zhang Wutian's dojo, Shaolin soared through the air, while Jiaozi, caught off guard by his opponent's ability to fly, appeared exceedingly flustered. Thus, the outcome became clear. With a Kamehameha wave, Jiaozi was struck from the arena, falling outside. I won. Shaolin cheered, raising his hands in celebration. The turtle versus crane duel had once again determined the victor, resulting in the complete defeat of the crane hermit's disciples. Although the young crane hermit was flushed with anger, he found himself speechless. Outmatched, he could only accept the reality. Subsequently, the fourth match began. Pampet, who had previously secured every fighting championship worldwide besides the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, was evidently a proud and arrogant individual. Facing the taciturn Quan Si Lang, Pampet immediately initiated provocation. He threw a straight punch, halting his fist directly before Quan Si Lang, showcasing his mastery over power and control. No reaction? Have I stunned you with my punch? Pampet boasted, maintaining his stance. I am unaware of what tricks you employed previously. Whether it was emitting beams or soaring into the sky, surely, it must be some form of illusion. How could humans achieve such feats? What turtle school, what crane school? If you were truly so powerful, why have you never participated in global martial arts tournaments? This tiresome Grand Martial Arts Tournament is merely a farce, and I shall use my strength to expose your deception. In response to Pampet's self-assured delusions, the youthfully mature Quan Si Lang remained silent, resembling a statue in his stillness. Pampet interpreted this as a sign of fear and insecurity. Ha! Useless fool, I will finish you in 3 seconds. Declaring his victory, Pampet leaped back, adopting a Muay Thai stance. Quan Si Lang pursed his lips, silently preparing his own stance. The two faced each other, and with the host's command, they surged forward like a gale, swiftly passing one another. You have lost. As they exchanged positions, standing back to back, Quan Si Lang spoke in a low voice. Impossible. Pampet felt several deep imprints on his chest from punches before his knees buckled, causing him to collapse to the ground, his head striking the floor painfully. Zhang Wutian's disciples are formidable. Both this Quan Si Lang and the previous Rao are individuals to be taken seriously, Shaolin remarked, observing the match intently. Do not worry. For now, you are still stronger, Shaolin. I can sense the gap between you two, Son Wukong reassured him, standing beside him in the contestant area. In the face of the now fully grown Son Wukong, Shaolin felt a tad awkward, the familiarity of earlier years spent together having faded. He spoke. Even if I can defeat Zhang Wutian's disciples, I feel no joy. Wukong, do you think I can triumph over Zhang Wutian? No, the disparity is too great. Son Wukong replied honestly. That's hurtful, Shaolin responded with a resigned smile, feeling as though his heart had shattered. With the quarterfinals concluded, the semifinals swiftly approached. Son Wukong faced Rao, while Shaolin confronted Quan Si Lang. This time, it would be a grand showdown between the Turtle School and Tianwu style. As his disciples prepared to enter the arena, Zhang Wutian offered advice. Do not expect to match Wukong's speed. Your only advantage lies in your robust physique. Utilize this strength and prolong the match as long as possible. Every additional minute is invaluable experience for you. Master, is there no way to overcome Sister Wukong? Zhang Wutian regarded Rao, who was merely a teenager yet taller and sturdier than himself, and calmly replied, regrettably, the gap in strength is too vast. Nevertheless, Rao was resolute, declaring, even so, I will not concede easily. As he watched Rao ascend the stage, Zhang Wutian chose not to return to his resting area, but remained close in the contestant zone to observe the match intently. Sister Wukong, please do not hold back, Rao stated seriously as he stood upon the stage, facing Son Wukong. I shall not show mercy, Rao. You must give it your all. Do not let me defeat you in one blow, she replied. Yes, Sister Wukong. With the host's signal, the match between Zhang Wutian and Rao commenced. Come at me, Rao. Let me see your strength. Son Wukong's mischievous nature resurfaced, her slow-starting demeanor having led to her own share of troubles, yet she remained undeterred. Then I shall not be polite. With that, Rao tightened his fists, a faint glow emanating from them. This was a technique directly imparted by Zhang Wutian, the empty fist. Channeling intense energy, he concentrated it in his fist, slightly leaping into the air before delivering a strike at a downward angle that would not endanger the audience. His golden fist, almost tangible, surged toward the unflinching Son Wukong, who extended her hand, palm open, to meet the incoming empty fist. The empty fist collided with Son Wukong's palm, yet Wukong remained utterly unyielding, while Rao's strike shattered instantaneously into a myriad of glimmering particles, soon dissipating into the air. Clearly, the empty fist was merely a pretext employed by Rao to provoke Wukong into a defensive stance, as Zhang Wutian had remarked before the match. It was Rao's robust physique that constituted his true weapon. With the empty fist paving the way, Rao advanced relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of punches with his powerful arms. Akin to the relentless firing of a machine gun, directed at the unwavering Son Wukong. Beidou Berry Fist, a moniker bestowed by Zhang Wutian. It was merely an ordinary series of punches. Rao shouted with unparalleled fervor, his combat spirit soaring to new heights, as he continued to rain blows upon his opponent with a speed reminiscent of a hailstorm. If an ordinary individual were to face such colossal fists, they would surely be pulverized into a mere pulp. However, Wukong was far from ordinary. Facing the onslaught of Rao's fists, she simply extended a single palm, effortlessly blocking all of Rao's attacks, his ferocious strikes failing to even budge her hand. After absorbing Rao's relentless onslaught, Son Wukong suddenly executed a sweeping kick, sending Rao crashing to the ground. You focus too much on your attacks. You must pay attention to your footing when striking. Rao, having been knocked down, sprang back up, consolidating all his strength into a single punch, which radiated a brilliant light, a symbol of the energy he had amassed. Rao committed all his might to this one blow, charging at Son Wukong with an unstoppable momentum. Wukong's response was simplicity itself. She nonchalantly deflected Rao's desperate attack with her palm, then slipped inside his defensive perimeter, landing a punch squarely into Rao's abdomen. Rao gasped like a fish out of water, his mouth agape in a desperate search for air, his body trembling momentarily before collapsing as if all strength had drained from him. Truly merciless, it seems I shall require a sins of being. Although the announcer had just begun the countdown, Zhang Wutian already foresaw the outcome of this match and couldn't help but smile wryly. He had just discovered that the book had received its first steward, and he expressed gratitude to the Night Wind Phantom for casting so many evaluation votes. Merely gazing at that side was already a delight. Additionally, he thanked his brothers for their support and encouragement. The match between Rao and Wukong was rather unremarkable, given the considerable disparity in their strengths. To the audience, it was a lopsided affair. It seemed that in mere moments, the seemingly formidable Rao had met a disgraceful defeat. While the youthful and vibrant girl was a striking presence on the stage, the spectators had come for thrilling and intense competition. Battles of such unequal footing were rampant in this martial arts tournament, leaving the audience deprived of exhilarating encounters, fierce contests, and clashes of conviction, resulting in an experience that felt exceedingly dull. Following the conclusion of Wukong and Rao's match, it was time for Kobayashi Kenshiro to take the stage. In Zhang Wutian's view, although Kenshiro did not possess Rao's exceptional talent, he would still accept him as a disciple based on his name alone. At times, Zhang Wutian wondered if the North Star Fist had begun to infiltrate this Dragon Ball world. After accepting these few disciples, would he someday find himself at the mercy of Rao? However, upon closer reflection, the master of the Dragon Fist in the authentic North Star Fist was purely self-destructive, failing not only in his methods of education but also instilling various problematic ideologies in his disciples, even orchestrating a battle for succession that forced them to turn against one another. Such a degenerate individual deserved to meet their end, Zhang Wutian thought, believing that even if he faltered, he was at least superior to such a twisted mindset. The narrative of Rao slaying his master could hardly resurface in this world. Of course, the paramount factor was Zhang Wutian's own strength. He was far superior to the Dragon Fist weakling who couldn't even best his disciples. Thus, he need not worry about irrelevant matters. Addressing his soon-to-battle disciple, Zhang Wutian inquired, "Are you aware of your advantages?" Kenshiro met his teacher's gaze and nodded silently. "Then go forth and let the world witness the might of the heavenly martial arts." "Yes," came the simple reply, and the young Kenshiro leaped onto the arena. "I shall ascend now, Wukong. We shall meet in the finals," he declared to Son Wukong. On the other side, Kobayashi cautioned Wukong, "Kenshiro is formidable. You must be cautious." With a battle power far exceeding that of the two, and being well acquainted with them, Wukong responded, "Rest assured." After a brief pause, Kobayashi continued, "As a disciple of the Turtle School, I cannot allow you to grow stronger alone. I will surely catch up to you." With that, Kobayashi also leaped onto the stage. Amidst the announcer's declaration, the match officially commenced. "Prepare yourself." Kobayashi initiated the assault, compressing his small frame and surging toward Kenshiro with remarkable speed. He then leaped into the air, extending his body to deliver a flying kick toward Kenshiro, who stood firm. Kenshiro's response was straightforward. He raised his leg and countered with a cross kick. This exemplified Kenshiro's advantage. Despite their similar ages, his physique was significantly more elongated than the still young Kobayashi, allowing him to retaliate more effectively even with a slight suppression in speed and power. The two soon became embroiled in a flurry of strikes. And this was perhaps the most thrilling battle of the tournament, as both demonstrated their strengths with their abilities relatively equal, leading to a standoff that captivated the audience. Ultimately, after a series of exchanges, Kobayashi unleashed the Kamehameha. An orange shockwave surged toward Kenshiro like a rocket. During the preceding exchange, Kobayashi had cleverly manipulated the situation, leaving Kenshiro in an exceedingly awkward position. Thus, he was left with no choice but to defend, bracing himself against Kobayashi's Kamehameha. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, Kenshiro's disheveled form came into view. Did I win? Kobayashi sensed he had seized the advantage. Yet both Wukong and Zhang Wutian were acutely aware that the match was far from over. "My master and senior brother are watching me. I cannot afford to lose like this." Despite sustaining some injuries, Kenshiro's aura surged rather than waned, a fierce energy erupting from within him. "Oh!" Kenshiro's martial arts uniform burst as his muscles expanded, revealing his robust physique to all. "Prepare to receive my Beta-Berry Fist." With that momentum, Kenshiro unleashed an even fiercer assault upon Kobayashi. Caught off guard, Kobayashi absorbed numerous blows, but being a disciple of the Turtle School, he quickly regained composure after an initial bout of panic and began to counterattack. Conversely, Kenshiro, having had his initial fervor mitigated, experienced the adage of a single burst of energy followed by decline manifest within him. In the midst of their struggle, Kobayashi executed a flying kick that sent Kenshiro spiraling out of the ring. Kenshiro was ejected from the arena, and ultimately, Kobayashi emerged victorious in this contest. A poor choice. Zhang Wutian approached Kenshiro, who was now weakly sprawled on the ground. Explosiveness is not inherently wrong, but it must be timely. Erupting recklessly when at a disadvantage is a bad habit. Betting everything on one strike is a foolish combat style. Who taught you such methods? "I apologize, master. I have disappointed you," Kenshiro replied bitterly. "I am not scolding you, but rather instructing you. One must assess the timing and circumstances in battle. Relying solely on brute strength is insufficient." A Senza bean was presented before Kenshiro. "Though you lost, your performance was commendable. You shall win next time." "Yes." Upon consuming the mystical bean, Quan Si Lang immediately regained his vigor, remaining silent and expressionless. Yet, a glimmer of joy radiated from his eyes. As an orphan, he naturally regarded the Tianwu school, which had taken him in, as his true home. In his eyes, Zhang Wutian was akin to a parental figure. And having brothers in arms who felt like family brought him unparalleled happiness, especially when he was both reprimanded and praised by Zhang Wutian. Returning to the contestant area behind the arena, his senior, Rao, patted Quan Si Lang on the shoulder. Meanwhile, thunderous applause erupted as the audience, after witnessing various overwhelming battles, finally experienced the long-awaited excitement of the fight between Quan Si Lang and Xiao Lin. The atmosphere at the martial arts tournament reignited with fervor. Following the conclusion of the semifinals, the final match commenced. The ultimate showdown was an internal battle of the Turtle School, featuring the victorious Son Wukong against Xiao Lin, who had just triumphed over Quan Si Lang. "This is our first serious battle," Son Wukong remarked as he handed a mystical bean to Xiao Lin, who had previously exhausted a considerable amount of energy. "I fought Xiao Lin before," Son Wukong said with a grin, memories of a previous tournament resurfacing. That was ages ago. Xiao Lin mistakenly believed Son Wukong referred to their training under Master Roshi, and after consuming the mystical bean and feeling revitalized, he paused before declaring, "Wukong, this time, you must fight me with your true strength. I want to gauge the distance between us. If you hold back, I shall never forgive you." "Hee, what you just said sounds just like another Xiao Lin," Son Wukong chuckled. "What? Another Xiao Lin? I'll tell you later. For now, let's battle. Rest assured, I will give it my all." As he gazed at the beaming Son Wukong, Xiao Lin gradually rekindled the feelings of their time training together under Master Roshi. "Well then, let's go." Ultimately, the two individuals clad in Turtle School martial arts uniforms leaped onto the stage in unison, standing opposite each other. The final match of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament was finally underway. As Xiao Lin opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the blue sky adorned with white clouds. He soon realized he was lying on the grass outside the arena. What happened to me? As time passed, his muddled mind began to recall the events that had transpired. The words he had uttered, "If you hold back, I will never forgive you," echoed in his mind as he remembered Son Wukong earnestly responding to his resolve. Xiao Lin had no recollection of flying off the stage. His memories ceased when the sunglasses-clad host announced the start of the match. It was only moments ago that his fragmented consciousness returned. "Xiao Lin, how do you feel?" Son Wukong's voice resonated from above. Xiao Lin instinctively touched his head, sensing that his body felt perfectly normal. "You scared me. Thankfully, the mystical being saved you." Son Wukong's voice was filled with relief, as if something dire had indeed occurred. "Did I lose? Haha, how pathetic, not even knowing when I was defeated." Xiao Lin chuckled at his own misfortune. It was evident that things had changed. Upon reuniting with Son Wukong, Xiao Lin noticed that the memory of the little Wukong had vanished, replaced by the present, more mature girl. Wukong had grown taller, more beautiful, and considerably stronger. Perhaps only that old man Zhang Wutian was worthy of such an exceptional Wukong. "Why am I so weak? I want to grow stronger too." The bitterness surged like a tide within him, forcing Xiao Lin to shed tears of frustration. "Xiao Lin, does it still hurt? I'm sorry, I was too forceful." Son Wukong's words only deepened Xiao Lin's distress. The more she tried to comfort him, the harder he cried. Eventually, the wise and understanding Master Roshi approached, silently taking away his ineffective disciple. Why was Xiao Lin crying? The mystical being had clearly healed him. Could he still be in pain? Even as Master Roshi led Xiao Lin away, Son Wukong remained puzzled about her brother's tears. However, the proceedings of the tournament would not pause. With the conclusion of the finals, the champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament was finally determined. Yet, this was not the end, but rather the commencement of the ultimate battle. The sunglasses-clad host, holding the microphone, exclaimed with fervor, "Incredible! Contestant Son Wukong has showcased an unprecedented advantage from the very beginning, defeating all opponents with absolute prowess and claiming the championship. Let us congratulate contestant Son on this remarkable victory. Next, we shall embark on a special match, where this year's champion Son Wukong will challenge last year's champion, Zhang Wutian, who shall emerge as the true number one. Let us await the outcome. Now, let us welcome champion Zhang Wutian to the stage." Amid the cheers of the audience, Zhang Wutian seemingly appeared with the swiftness of teleportation, suddenly standing atop the arena. Of course, it was merely the effect of rapid movement, not true teleportation. Such an extraordinary entrance did not astonish the audience, having endured various battles. Their nerves had become considerably more resilient. If a person could soar through the skies and unleash beams akin to rockets from their hands, then the addition of techniques like teleportation seemed hardly beyond comprehension. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, Son Wukong also returned to the stage. Though the styles of their martial arts uniforms differed slightly, the colors were identical, making them appear as if they were wearing matching outfits. Don't you want to consume a mystical bean to restore yourself? Zhang Wutian inquired of the slightly shorter Son Wukong. No need to waste a mystical bean. I haven't exhausted much energy. I feel like I have an excess of strength, Wukong replied, her eyes blazing with determination. Finally, it begins, Zhang Wutian. I can battle you here once more. It's been 3 long years since we last fought like this, Zhang Wutian mused, reminiscing about their past encounters. This is our second official match. Do not hold back. You better not. Son Wukong retorted. Do not intentionally avoid my face or chest. Do not hold back just because I am a girl. I cannot guarantee that, Zhang Wutian replied, glancing at Wukong's well-developed figure with a smile. If I hold back, will you truly resent me for eternity? I won't hate you, Son Wukong asserted resolutely, but I will be angry. All right. I will do my best not to provoke your anger, Zhang Wutian said, assuming his stance. In the next moment, a tremendous aura erupted from within him, enveloping his body in an orange flame. This is how it should be. Observing Zhang Wutian's full power, Son Wukong expressed her satisfaction. And she too unleashed her energy. Golden radiance enveloped her, clashing fiercely against the opposing force. The two colossal energy flows surged like a tempest, sweeping across the audience surrounding the arena. Even those seated in the last row felt the impact of the two opposing forces as a massive storm ravaged the venue, sending hats and various objects flying throughout the crowd. This was destined to be the most intense battle in the history of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Zhang Wutian murmured, turning to the sunglasses-clad host, who was being blown back by the storm. It's time to implement the previous arrangements. Understood, Mr. Zhang Wutian. Please give it your all. The host in sunglasses nodded eagerly, offering words of encouragement. This is the only battle I lack confidence in, after all. My opponent is Son Wukong. With that, Zhang Wutian turned to the eagerly anticipating Son Wukong and said, fighting on the ground might endanger the audience. Let us take this to the sky, where we 1t risk disqualification. Very well, I'll follow your lead, Son Wukong agreed. Simultaneously, the large screen mounted high lit up, and dozens of cameras began capturing the aerial scene from all angles. Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong ascended into the air, their figures reduced to mere black dots for those on the ground. However, the cameras successfully captured their forms. Let us begin, Zhang Wutian stated. All right, prepare yourself. Son Wukong assumed a stance in the air. With a thunderous crash, the sound of their collision reverberated through the ears of all spectators, while the shockwaves swept across the ground, once again immersing the audience in a tempestuous experience. Waves of fierce winds relentlessly battered the venue, eliciting screams of exhilaration from the crowd. Yet, this was merely a trivial exchange of probing strikes between Son Wukong and Zhang Wutian. What kind of battle is this? Are those two truly monsters? Tianjin Fan gazed up, trembling, at the spectacle in the sky. Of course, for most of the time, he saw nothing. The speed of their movements far surpassed his eyesight. That man aside, is that girl really the one you taught, old turtle? Even you aren't a match for her. The turtle hermit chuckled. Ah, this is what we call surpassing the master. Crane girl, do you believe your disciple will never exceed you? Of course not. My Tianjin Fan is a genius. One day he will ascend to the throne of the strongest. At that time, I shall be the unrivaled master. The proud crane hermit puffed out her flat chest at the mention of her disciple. The turtle hermit glanced at the trembling Tianjin Fan and then at the despondent stallion beside him, sighing, the strongest? Those two in the sky are vying for the crown of strength. Catching up to them will not be an easy task. Martial artists born in the same era may find it quite arduous. Is that truly the extent of Master and Sister Wukong's power? Meanwhile, Zhang Wutian's 3 disciples, Lao, Tuachi, and Quan Sailang, looked up in disbelief. This was their first encounter witnessing Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong unleash their full potential, a scene akin to a calamity, leaving them in utter shock. Absolute power, capable of tearing through the heavens. This is what I, Lao, have devoted my life to pursuing. Gazing at the sky, Lao's restless heart was filled at that moment. In the sky, the two combatants, who had engaged in countless offensive and defensive exchanges, finally paused. If this continues, it will never end. If it turns into a drawn-out battle, it will become tedious. Let us settle this with our strongest attacks. Despite the injuries scattered across their bodies and the bruises on their faces, an expression of satisfaction adorned Zhang Wutian's face as he addressed Son Wukong, who appeared equally ragged but somewhat dissatisfied, as if she had yet to fully unleash her prowess. Nevertheless, she consented to Zhang Wutian's proposal. In the next moment, an even more intense flame erupted from their bodies. Zhang Wutian was engulfed in an orange flame, while a golden brilliance emanated from Son Wukong. They transformed into radiant bodies, shining as brightly as stars in the daylight, easily visible to the spectators below, even from great heights. They flew apart, hundreds of meters apart, then, as if sharing a silent understanding, simultaneously adopted the same stance. With hands together at their waists, they began to gather immense energy at the center of their palms. This was the technique known as the Kamehameha. Son Wukong, notwithstanding, had transformed Zhang Wutian. He was no longer the novice he had been 3 years prior. Arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he could not merely rely on the Kamehameha. Unlike 3 years ago, Zhang Wutian had now made this technique his own. Although the stance appeared the same, through subtle modifications and personal breathing rhythms, he could now exert 120% of its power. Kamehameha. Son Wukong concentrated her power, forming a massive sphere of energy in her palms. Across from her, Zhang Wutian was also gathering energy, condensing all his strength into his hands. In the next instant, a golden beam of light, over a meter in diameter, burst forth from Son Wukong's palms, exuding an aura of annihilation as it surged toward Zhang Wutian. Shockwave. Zhang Wutian preferred this term over the Kamehameha, as the world of Turtle School did not require such a name. He dusted it off for his own use. An orange beam, comparable to Son Wukong's Kamehameha, surged forth to clash with her attack. The two energy waves collided violently in midair, the sheer force sending chaos through the venue below. This time, not only debris but even people and trees were swept away. Fortunately, many skilled fighters were present, including those from both the Turtle and Crane schools, as well as Zhang Wutian's 3 disciples, who busily rushed to rescue the airborne audience, plunging the scene into disarray. Tell those 2 to stop. At this rate, someone will surely get hurt. The petite Crane hermit shouted while using her technique to intercept those being blown away. Those 2 are lost in their battle. Our voices can't reach them now. Enough talking, let us save people. Insufferable old turtle, don't you dare give me orders. The 2 elder masters exchanged banter as they rescued others, while their juniors followed suit. Even characters like Chai Ba Wang and Pan Pu Te joined in the rescue efforts. As martial artists, regardless of their character flaws, they held a duty to assist the weak, an ironclad principle imparted to every disciple upon entering a school. With these formidable fighters aiding in the effort, fortunately, no audience members sustained serious injuries. In the sky, Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong continued their clash, neither yielding, each exerting their utmost to propel their energy waves forward. Neither side considered employing tricks at this moment. It was a straightforward contest of strength, an unadulterated display of power to determine the victor. Until this point, their capabilities remained evenly matched. Zhang Wutian's unique trait meant that even if a gap formed between him and Wukong due to certain circumstances, time would gradually bridge that divide. This characteristic kept him consistently on par with Wukong. Logically, at this juncture, employing technique to determine the victor would be the wisest approach. However, at this moment, both Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong seemed to have lost their sanity, eager to overcome one another solely through raw strength. Initially intending for a swift resolution, it had inadvertently devolved into a protracted battle. I was clearly the stronger one earlier, yet you've caught up too quickly, Wukong. Zhang Wutian strained to push the shockwave forward, veins popping on his forehead, but despite his efforts, the returning force felt like a mountain, making it nearly impossible for him to break through. Yet at that moment, he sensed a slight slackening in his opponent's strength, as if the previously impenetrable force had wavered. What was that? Did Wukong falter? The ripple of energy vanished instantly, but this minute fluctuation was enough to catch Zhang Wutian's attention. Not long after, the sensation in his hands loosened once more, as if the wall that had long obstructed him suddenly became precariously unstable. Zhang Wutian did not revel in this change. Instead, he was engulfed by confusion. What was happening to Son Wukong? The feeling of exertion should not manifest in this manner. If she were truly fatigued, the sensation of the Turtle School's Kamehameha should gradually diminish, not fluctuate erratically as it was now. Realizing this, Zhang Wutian began to moderate the intensity of his wave. Simultaneously, upon sensing Zhang Wutian's withdrawal, Son Wukong also began to retract her energy. Ultimately, both ceased their contest, and Zhang Wutian swiftly moved to stand before Son Wukong. Wukong, what is the matter? He inquired. My stomach hurts, Son Wukong replied, clutching her abdomen with distress. Stomach pain? Zhang Wutian paused, momentarily taken aback. Could it be something she ate? However, upon further reflection, he deemed that having grown up in the wilderness, Son Wukong should be more resilient, prompting him to employ his ultimate method. Forget everything else, regardless of the issue, take this magical bean. No, if I consume that, doesn't that mean I forfeit the match? Son Wukong protested, attempting to endure the discomfort. Yet Zhang Wutian shot her a stern look. At this moment, what does the match matter? Your health is paramount. Listen to me. Under his piercing gaze, Son Wukong instinctively recoiled. Having grown up listening to Zhang Wutian since she was 11, She complied and consumed the magical bean. Nevertheless, even after ingesting it, her condition did not improve. She still felt a dull ache in her abdomen. What if it's a disease? She pondered, but then Zhang Wutian suddenly froze, as if struck by a realization. He quickly supported Son Wukong as they descended to the ground. Is the host wearing sunglasses going to say something? However, Zhang Wutian had no time to concern himself with that. He made his way directly to Bulma in the audience. Bulma, please come and check on Wukong. What is wrong with her? I'm not a doctor. It won't he do any good for me to look? No, actually, Zhang Wutian whispered something into Bulma's ear. She paused, a peculiar expression crossing her face. Could it be her first time? That seems likely. This has never happened before. All right, leave it to me. As Wukong's close friend, Bulma felt compelled to take on this task after hearing Zhang Wutian's words. Zhang Wutian then approached the host wearing sunglasses and quietly conveyed something to him as well. The host was momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing a myriad of emotions. After a brief wait, once Bulma reached a conclusion, the host resignedly announced the outcome of the match. Through the microphone, he spoke weakly. Due to contestant Son Wukong's sudden health issues, she has decided to forfeit the match. I hereby declare Mr. Zhang Wutian the victor. He is undoubtedly the champion. Though he used terms like undoubtedly, the host's announcement lacked vigor and seemed devoid of conviction. The applause from the audience was similarly feeble, despite the earlier tumultuous battle. This conclusion felt anticlimactic, even suggesting a possible conspiracy. However, Zhang Wutian paid no mind to the opinions of others and approached Son Wukong and Bulma. Zhang Wutian, what is a menstrual period? Is it a condition that the magical bean cannot remedy? Son Wukong innocently inquired. Faced with her naive question, Zhang Wutian sighed. Miss Bulma, I earnestly implore you to educate Wukong on the basic knowledge that every girl should possess. Though he had always worried that Bulma might lead Wukong astray in this instance, he felt profoundly grateful that Wukong had such a friend. You don't need to tell me. I will handle this myself. It's because she has been following you around, a lowly enthusiast, that Wukong knows nothing. Step aside. I will teach her about being a girl. For perhaps the first time, Zhang Wutian did not dare to oppose Bulma's commanding demeanor. As the reigning champion, he complied with her reprimand and stepped back obediently. As night fell, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament came to an amusingly absurd conclusion, with Zhang Wutian once again claiming the title of champion. Yet, this victory felt somewhat hollow, as both participants and spectators left feeling unfulfilled, such is the nature of life, where not everything can align perfectly. As the competition ended and the crowd began to disperse, the Turtle School and Crane School factions naturally gathered together. 3 years from now, our Crane School will participate again. And I assure you that it will be my Tianjin fan who emerges victorious. You lot had better be prepared, the lowly Crane Master declared, shaking her delicate fist with feigned authority. Stop putting pressure on your students. Have you wasted these years? You incompetent fool of a master. Turtle Hermit retorted, exasperated. Who are you calling a fool? Ah, old Turtle, say that again. The fool is clearly the one who speaks without thinking. I'll take you on, old Turtle, the lowly Crane Master shrieked, charging at Turtle Hermit, who prepared to engage her in battle. Tianjin fan observed, appearing at a loss, and shared a knowing glance with the equally pained Lu Ping, both exchanging a bittersweet smile. The quarrel between Turtle Hermit and Crane Master seemed poised to continue indefinitely. Zhang Wutian glanced at Son Wukong, who was being lectured by Bulma not far away, before shifting his focus to the somewhat distracted Shaolin. He felt a twinge of concern for Shaolin, not because he sensed any budding feelings for Wukong, which he remained blissfully unaware of, but rather due to the fate that awaited her. In the original narrative, Shaolin would meet her demise at the hands of King Piccolo's minions following this tournament. Her death marked a significant event in Dragon Ball, being the first instance of a companion dying before Son Goku, and signified a pivotal shift in the manga's tone from comedic to intense combat. Zhang Wutian understood the weight of this event and had been vigilantly monitoring the surrounding energies since earlier, prepared to confront any of King Piccolo's subordinates who might infiltrate the venue. Thus far, however, he had detected no suspicious individuals. Had their formidable display frightened King Piccolo's minions away? Zhang Wutian could only speculate. Yet, he was naively unaware that just as he pondered this, the sky abruptly darkened. Oh no, Dragon Ball. Zhang Wutian finally grasped the crux of the matter. King Piccolo's minions had no need to attend the tournament. Their presence would serve no purpose at all. In the original narrative, the Demon King Piccolo, released from a rice cooker by the Pilaf gang, begins to collect Dragon Balls under Pilaf's suggestion, driven by a desire to restore his youth. At that time, Son Goku, the protagonist, possessed a 4-star Dragon Ball, which attracted the attention of the Demon King's subordinates. However, in this realm, there was no need for Piccolo to seek out the Dragon Balls. for they had long been gathered together. In the first alternate world that Zhang Wutian traversed, the world of the evil Son Goku. He had made a wish on the Dragon Balls, asking Shenron to resurrect all those slain by the malevolent Goku. Upon the fulfillment of this wish, the Dragon Balls transformed into 7 stones, which Zhang Wutian and his companions intercepted just before they scattered. A year later, these stones reverted to their original form as Dragon Balls and remained in Zhang Wutian's home, since he could easily obtain what he desired with his own means. He had no particular wishes to fulfill and thus left the Dragon Balls to gather dust in his safe, unaware that trouble was brewing. As darkness fell, heralding Shinran's appearance, Zhang Wutian recalled that apart from Bulma, the Pilaf gang seemed to possess a remarkably accurate dragon radar. Had he been at home, Pilaf and his crew would not have dared to target him, but the overwhelming publicity of the martial arts tournament had made it known worldwide that Zhang Wutian, the previous champion, would certainly participate in this year's Tournament of Power. This provided an opportunity for the Pilaf gang. Damn it, how dare they invade my home? Clearly, I hold no weight in some people's eyes as the champion of the world, Zhang Wutian seethed, determined to teach a lesson to those involved in this incident. Be they the Demon King Piccolo or his seemingly long-lived accomplices. What is this? Hasn't the sky turned dark before? The characters, including Master Roshi, were astonished by the sudden change in the atmosphere due to the plot's alteration. Bulma and Launch, who had encountered Shenron previously, appeared even more astonished. Who is summoning Shenron? Zhang Wutian, having pieced together the circumstances, maintained a stoic silence. Soon, the light returned to the sky, although he did not witness the event. It was highly likely that Piccolo had wished for his youth to be restored through Shenron. Zhang Wutian was uncertain of Piccolo's whereabouts, but knew that the restless fiend would soon take action. He planned to quietly watch television at home, confident he would soon discover his adversary's trail, thus he remained unperturbed. In contrast, Son Wukong could not contain his anxiety. Why would anyone use the Dragon Balls? We locked them away in a box. Indeed, the Dragon Balls are right in your home. Before Zhang Wutian could respond, Bulma exclaimed. No wonder every time I checked the Dragon Radar, I saw the 7 Dragon Balls gathered at the center, flashing. I thought the radar was broken and spent ages trying to fix it, only to find out you were behind this. Now is not the time for that. Who used the Dragon Balls? Zhang Wutian, do you have any clues? Launch inquired, holding Bulma back. Who should I ask? Zhang Wutian replied irately. In any case, let us head to my house and hope the thief left some trace behind. Feeling disconnected from the issue, Master Shun and his companions proceeded ahead, while Master Roshi and his group, who initially planned to host a gathering, resolved to investigate Zhang Wutian's residence in West City, aboard the flying ship provided by Bulma. They swiftly arrived in West City, where they discovered more than mere traces of evidence. Damn it, I am truly furious. Zhang Wutian's mansion had transformed into a massive crater, and the servants who attended to him had suffered heavy casualties, leaving a scene of utter devastation. It was clear from the accounts of the surviving staff who was responsible for the destruction. Demon King Piccolo, no one can save you this time. Zhang Wutian vowed silently. The destruction of his home was not what truly angered Zhang Wutian. Buildings could be rebuilt. What infuriated him was the loss of his loyal servants, though they were employees. They had long been contracted to work in his home, and he had fostered a harmonious relationship with them. Damn it. Even that sister who often helped me with extra meals. Son Wukong gritted his teeth, the physical discomfort compounded by emotional turmoil, causing her to tremble slightly. The Demon King Piccolo will not escape justice. As a grieving employer, Zhang Wutian knew he should provide compensation and condolences for the deceased servants. But he felt a resounding denial within himself. He had resolved that no matter the current state of the Dragon Balls, he would resurrect those slain by the Demon King. The souls of those killed by the demon would suffer eternally, unable to attain peace. This alone justified his need to revive them. Furthermore, these individuals had been unwittingly drawn into a conflict that should never have involved them due to Zhang Wutian's careless handling of the Dragon Balls. He felt immense guilt and a profound sense of responsibility for their deaths, compelling him to take action. Even if the Demon King, as per the original storyline, managed to kill Shenron, thereby rendering the Dragon Balls in this world useless, Zhang Wutian would seek out the Dragon Balls from the world of the evil Son Goku to fulfill his wish. Having made this decision, Zhang Wutian composed himself. Though anger still raged within him, he appeared calm on the surface. In contrast, the others could not maintain such composure. Upon hearing the assailant's description, Master Roshi fell into a panic unbecoming of his age. To her, the green-skinned fiend represented an insurmountable barrier, a source of despair and dread that haunted her for centuries. Though her reason told her that both Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong seemed stronger than the previous Demon King, the memories of that terror were not easily overshadowed. Indeed, it is the Demon King Piccolo. Master Roshi gritted her teeth. The Demon King Piccolo? Her disciples questioned in confusion, though the name seemed peculiar. It belonged to a fearsome demon who nearly obliterated humanity centuries ago. After a pause, Master Roshi continued, "My master, Mateto, sacrificed his life to cast a forbidden technique that sealed that demon away. I never anticipated that the seal would be broken. An evil demon?" Krillin seemed to recall something and asked, "Is it akin to the demon from Old Woman Crystal's tale?" "No. The demon King Piccolo is 100 times more terrifying than that." "There's nothing to fear," Zhang Wutian declared. "I cannot find him now. But the moment he shows his face, I will eliminate him." "Zhang Wutian, do not allow your anger to cloud your judgment," Master Roshi admonished. "I am aware of your formidable strength, which even surpasses my own, but the terror of King Piccolo is beyond your imagination. He is entirely different from the insignificant foes of the past. I understand this." Zhang Wutian, of course, knew the reality of King Piccolo's might and was acutely aware of the disparity in combat power between the two sides. However, he found it exceedingly difficult to explain this to others. Thus he repeatedly emphasized, "I will not be careless, so please rest assured." With no clear perception of the combat power involved, Master Roshi could not elaborate further. He could only offer guidance to Zhang Wutian as an elder. Meanwhile, the rejuvenated King Piccolo had only remained silent for half a day before eagerly commencing his terrifying activities. The political structure of the Dragon Ball world is rather peculiar. The entire realm seems unified under a single regime, yet, within this grand unification, the military power and authority held by the king pale in comparison to that of even a mere commander of the Red Ribbon Army. This can be evidenced by the military presence guarding the royal palace. Upon arriving at the capital's palace, King Piccolo effortlessly annihilated the palace guards and confronted the king. He threatenedly usurped the king's title and then proceeded to deliver a nefarious proclamation on television. "People of the world, I am your new king. I loathe justice and peace, reveling instead in wickedness and violence. From now on, I shall abolish the police and the military. Let the wicked revel freely without interference." What purpose does abolishing the police and military serve? Has King Piccolo forgotten the lessons learned from his previous defeats? The true adversaries capable of vanquishing him are martial artists like us. While watching television and preparing his gear, Zhang Wutian openly criticized King Piccolo's speech. Subsequently, King Piccolo enacted his first decree since seizing power. He would randomly select a region to obliterate, an event that would occur annually, and within a maximum of 43 years. Every city would be reduced to rubble. However, the destruction of these regions was merely a supplementary entertainment activity. King Piccolo's true intent was to instill a perpetual state of fear and helplessness among the people of Earth, thereby showcasing his malevolence. Such a meaningless initiative. I fail to see its significance. Does he believe that chaos and wickedness will empower him? It is not the world. Meaning is unnecessary. He embodies the very essence of evil. Although perplexed by this, Master Roshi answered Zhang Wutian's inquiry, stating that King Piccolo was merely manifesting his inherent malevolence. Akin to the senseless slaughter of humanity centuries ago, he will not be able to remain so arrogant for long. With that, Zhang Wutian prepared for action, intending to fly directly to confront King Piccolo and eliminate him. Son Wukong did not accompany him. Her body was still recovering, although she could move. Zhang Wutian insisted that she refrain from all activity. Perhaps, in the event of Zhang Wutian's defeat, at least one person could oppose King Piccolo. Master Roshi agreed to Zhang Wutian's request, and in the name of a mentor, they both prohibited Wukong from acting. However, beyond this, Master Roshi was not so easily swayed. Under her firm insistence, Master Roshi's entourage set out alongside Zhang Wutian to confront King Piccolo. "There is no need for this. I could defeat him with a single punch," Zhang Wutian remarked helplessly. "You have no comprehension of the terror that is King Piccolo," Master Roshi insisted. "Is it so difficult to communicate with the elderly? I am serious. That fellow is not my opponent. Young man, do not let power blind your eyes. You are the one blinded by fear." Zhang Wutian held this retort within, silently gazing at the obstinate Master Roshi, who returned his gaze with unwavering determination. "Very well, let it be. I shall accompany you if it pleases you." Ultimately, it was Zhang Wutian who conceded to the elder's stubbornness. After all, she was Wukong's mentor and genuinely cared for Zhang Wutian's welfare. Zhang Wutian was no impetuous youth. He could not bring himself to speak harshly to someone with his best interests at heart. Agreeing to join forces with Master Roshi's group, Zhang Wutian decided to bring along 3 of his most promising disciples to broaden their horizons. Together, they boarded a flying vessel emblazoned with the insignia of the Tianwu school and set course for King Piccolo's location. In a moment of inspiration, I plan to incorporate institutional elements into a future book. Currently, I am engrossed in the writings of Uncle Marx, whose eloquence in articulating complex theories renders Das Kapital unexpectedly engaging and utterly devoid of tedium. As for the prelude to the hero's battle with the demon, King Piccolo unleashed a fan-shaped energy wave, decimating a quarter of the capital's architecture. Although the footage did not display the aftermath, it was evident that countless lives were lost in this densely populated area. If anyone is dissatisfied with my actions, feel free to challenge me. Even modern weaponry is welcome. In the end, it will be you who perishes. How audacious, this mere green-skinned fiend. In a remote military base, Dr. Gero calmly observed the televised events. Doctor, let us intervene and teach that monster a lesson. It is time for the world to recognize the might of the Red Ribbon Army. Several beings, seemingly human in appearance, spoke to him. Indeed, it is time to validate our research findings. Number 13. You shall go. Understood, Dr. Gero. Once a human known as Colonel Violet, the now half-mechanical android number 13 possessed eyes as cold as steel. She executed a precise salute before departing. Since that incident a few years ago, number 13 has undergone a profound transformation. She not only volunteered for modification, but also emerged with most emotions stripped away, becoming a machine solely focused on training and strength. Is this change beneficial or detrimental? For my envisioned ultimate life form, this presents an intriguing research opportunity. I shall eagerly await the outcome. Dr. Gero mused, watching number 13's retreating figure with keen interest. Meanwhile, aboard the Tianwu School's flying vessel, Zhang Wutian and his companions watched King Piccolo's address on television. That deranged lunatic. How dare he utter such madness? I shall definitely defeat him. Lu Ping exclaimed, bursting with righteous indignation. Does that fellow have no regard for human life? How many lives did he extinguish with that last strike? Shaolin pondered vacantly. King Piccolo? That name seems familiar. Long ago, in the world of the malevolent Son Wukong, she had heard whispers of this dark monarch, yet due to the insignificance of the information, she had nearly forgotten it. Master Roshi had begun recounting tales of yore. Speaking of how she and Master Turtle followed their mentor, Master Mateto, to vanquish evil, culminating in Master Mateto sacrificing his life to unleash a forbidden technique that sealed King Piccolo within a rice cooker. Sealing? What kind of technique is that? Lu Ping inquired. That technique is called the Demon Seal Wave, but it is so potent that using it drains the user's life force entirely, Master Roshi lamented. But we have Senza Beans. The quick-witted Shaolin interjected. As long as we consume Senza Beans during battle, we can restore our life force instantly, allowing us to use the Demon Seal Wave freely. Master Roshi paused, then suddenly enlightened. Indeed, Shaolin, that is an excellent idea. Let it be, Zhang Wutian remarked. If we still expect the elder to fight on the front lines, then we, the youth, have truly failed. Zhang Wutian, I acknowledge your prowess alongside Wukong. Yet you underestimate the formidable power of the Demon King Piccolo. His strength transcends human limitations. The Turtle Sage, with a heartfelt admonition, expressed her concern that Zhang Wutian, having rapidly expanded his strength, had begun to lose his humility. In her day, she disguised herself to participate in the tournament of the strongest to teach her disciples the lesson that there are always greater powers beyond their own. It seems her disciples have learned respect, while this young man appears somewhat lost in his newfound strength. The Turtle Sage felt it was imperative to awaken Zhang Wutian. If not for humanity's sake, then for Wukong's human limitations? Zhang Wutian asserted, such a concept does not exist. How can a person from an era of combatants with power below 200 speak of human limitations to one who possesses over 6,000? However, Zhang Wutian did not wish to argue with the Turtle Sage. After all, she was an ally, not an adversary. He resolved to let his actions speak for themselves, intending to placate the elder for the time being. I understand. I shall test the strength of the Demon King Piccolo first. If I falter, we shall all engage together. Indeed, that is prudent, Zhang Wutian. Should you find yourself struggling, do not hesitate to retreat. There is no need for honor when confronting the Demon King. We shall coordinate our attack. The Turtle Sage nodded in satisfaction. Before long, the airship hovered over the capital, where the Demon King Piccolo had just determined the site of impending destruction. So what does she do? I have a certain affinity with that city. The memory of regaining his youth through the Dragon Balls brought a smile to Piccolo's face. Moments later, he sensed a presence. How intriguing. It seems some reckless fool has come to challenge me. Very well. I shall impart a profound lesson to you insects before all humanity. According to prior arrangements, Zhang Wutian was the first to engage Piccolo, leaving the others on the airship deck on standby. He descended to an open area outside the palace using his flight technique, where the Demon King had been waiting. Cameras zoomed in on the scene, and a breathless audience across the globe watched intently. That figure appears to be Zhang Wutian, the world's foremost martial artist. Some began to recognize him. Although the camera was at a distance from the battlefield, Zhang Wutian's distinct appearance, A sleeveless martial arts uniform in orange with a red insignia was not difficult to discern. This attire had recently been showcased prominently during the Tournament of the Strongest, which had been heavily advertised on television to boost its profile. Many viewers recalled his distinctive look from those broadcasts. The world's best? Is that the same Zhang Wutian who won the Tournament of the Strongest? Wasn't that event merely a hoax? Questioned a skeptic, referring to Mr. Pamput, who had disparaged the tournament. Fool. That so-called Pamput could not even defeat him. He spread those rumors out of spite. I witnessed the matches firsthand. It was an authentic battle. Look at how the Demon King Piccolo can obliterate the capital with a mere wave of his hand. True experts can unleash such power. Isn't that just a trick involving explosives? Another chimed in. A trick? That ability can only be executed by mastering Ki to its utmost. Ki? You don't even know that? Have you heard of Turtle School or Crane School? No. Surely you've heard of the Tianwu School in Shidu. Their inner disciples can all harness Ki. Do you think this champion can defeat the Demon King Piccolo? He should be able to win. After all, he is the world's strongest martial artist. If he cannot prevail, humanity is doomed. Indeed, I must cheer for him. Go, Zhang Wutian, the world's strongest. Yes, cheer on. Mr. Zhang Wutian. The viewers felt a glimmer of hope and rallied behind him through their screens. Meanwhile, at the distant Korin Tower, Master Korin watched the live broadcast, pondering how far the young warrior had come. Has that young lad grown to such an extent? I hope he can overcome the Demon King Piccolo. But the true challenge lies ahead. The cat-like sage sighed, understanding the intricacies of the situation. God, will you personally intervene in this matter? In the higher sanctum of the Korin Tower, Mr. Popo stood beside the deity, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the aged Demon King Piccolo, quietly observing the world below. That was my transgression. If humanity can vanquish him, I shall accept that outcome. However, should that happen, you would perish alongside the Demon King. Mr. Popo, even a deity must face consequences for their misdeeds. Bound by the divine prohibition against suicide, I have allowed the Demon King Piccolo to act with impunity. In truth, I should have perished long ago. Yet Mr. Popo attempted to speak further, only to be silenced by the deity. Enough, Mr. Popo. Let humanity decide. As victims, they are entitled to determine the fates of both the Demon King and me, the architect of this calamity. Should they fail this time, I shall personally train the girl named Son Wukong, using her hands to sever this sin forever. Faced with the deity's unwavering resolve, Mr. Popo fell silent. Apologies for the wait, everyone. This is yesterday's installment. There will be another chapter tonight. 070. The Demon King's despair. Zhang Wutian's descent from the airship, utilizing his flight technique, caught the eye of the Demon King Piccolo. It appears he possesses some degree of strength, but this half-baked power will only lead to your demise. Piccolo laughed coldly. As Zhang Wutian landed before the Demon King, he felt a twinge of irritation at the imposing height of his opponent. Piccolo sneered at the comparatively diminutive Zhang Wutian. So, a fool dares to defy me? Huh. I shall take your head and display it upon the palace flagpole for all to witness the fate of rebels. Upon hearing the Demon King's words, Zhang Wutian remained unfazed, replying coolly, that is perhaps the most tedious remark you could make. Soon, the only sounds escaping your lips will be screams. After such a long time. It seems humanity has forgotten the terror of the Demon King Piccolo. I shall use your blood to remind these foolish mortals of the horror of my reign. Humanity need not recall such trivialities. Rather, you, Demon King Piccolo, will remember the terror that humanity can unleash upon you. Zhang Wutian retorted with a sardonic smile. I hear you possess remarkable regenerative abilities. How unfortunate for you. In the next instant, Zhang Wutian vanished. With a resounding crack. It was as if Piccolo had been struck by a cannonball, sending him sprawling backwards several meters, landing on his back, bewildered. Stand up. Zhang Wutian's silhouette appeared before the fallen Demon King. What just happened? Piccolo stammered in confusion. With a sudden leap, the formidable Majin Piccolo sprang backward, gritting his teeth as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Wutian. What just happened? What was that? I merely struck you with an ordinary punch. It was nothing extraordinary. An ordinary punch? How could that be? Undoubtedly, it was a blow of considerable weight. In fact, Majin Piccolo still struggled to catch his breath, for that single strike had shattered his nasal bone. It was solely through his remarkable regenerative abilities that he was able to recover swiftly and speak once more. Proceed, he declared. I warned you that from now on, all that will escape your lips are cries of agony. I have no intention of breaking my word. In the next moment, Zhang Wutian vanished once again before Majin Piccolo's eyes. The great demon was utterly unable to perceive Zhang's presence. Another punch, heavy enough to nearly incapacitate him, landed squarely in his abdomen. On television, reporters broadcast the astonishing scene live. Oh, the world's greatest martial artist, Mr. Zhang Wutian is mercilessly pummeling the Demon King. He holds the advantage. Zhang Wutian, keep it up. So handsome, the #1 in the world. The airwaves were filled with jubilant shouts. Though it was a fleeting moment, the shadow of Majin Piccolo had once loomed over the entire world. At this instant, Zhang Wutian peers through the clouds, covering the sky like a sword of light descending from the heavens, naturally earning him the adoration of the entire globe. Do you find it exhilarating to slay humanity? With a swift punch, Zhang sent Majin Piccolo into a state of levitation. Is it amusing to intimidate humans with your tedious evil, to annihilate cities and carry out mass slaughter? With a flying kick, Zhang sent the Demon King sprawling back. Majin Piccolo soared through the air, skidding along the ground upon landing, dragging his form for a considerable distance before crashing against the corner of the royal palace. Finally coming to a halt, Zhang Wutian approached step by step, seizing Majin Piccolo by the neck and lifting him up. Now, as I pound you, do you find this delightful and entertaining too? Do not underestimate me, Majin Piccolo. Suddenly, the Demon King summoned his strength, unleashing a fan-shaped energy wave that had previously decimated cities. This fast wave engulfed Zhang Wutian's body, pushing forward and completely obliterating the buildings behind him. Once again, the structures near the palace were reduced to rubble, revealing a wide expanse of empty ground. Fortunately, the nearby residents had long since fled, averting further casualties. Despite being struck by the Demon King's attack at such close range, Zhang Wutian remained unscathed, not even a tear in his clothing, merely dusted with a bit of debris. Is your technique only capable of stirring up some dust? Are you, perhaps, a monster? Faced with Zhang Wutian's unblemished state, Majin Piccolo trembled uncontrollably. It appeared even the great Demon King could feel fear and tremble. Silence. How could I, Majin Piccolo, ever fear a mere human? Die. In the next moment, an even more potent energy wave was unleashed, once again swallowing Zhang Wutian. Yet, a fist effortlessly pierced through the barrier formed by the energy wave, striking Majin Piccolo in the abdomen, nearly obliterating his very being. How much do you truly understand of the fear and suffering of those you have slain? Allow me to enlighten you. This is the wrath of humanity. Zhang Wutian unleashed a flurry of consecutive punches, causing Majin Piccolo to tremble like a ragdoll, enduring relentless blows while being held by the neck. On the airship, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Zhang Wutian appeared to be mercilessly beating Majin Piccolo. Did the Demon King truly lack the strength he once possessed? This puzzled Lu Ping. Not at all. Majin Piccolo remains as formidable as ever. If it were you or me, we would likely be killed in an instant, Master Roshi observed, silently watching the brutal assault on Majin Piccolo, then sighed deeply. The fears of the past clouded my judgment. My inadequacy prevented me from accurately assessing Zhang Wutian's combat prowess. I am truly aging. Watching the scene with a complex expression, Master Roshi had to concede that his judgment had been gravely flawed. The once nightmarishly invincible Majin Piccolo was now being mercilessly beaten by Zhang Wutian, resembling a mere child. This was not a matter of error. It was simply that the youth had grown beyond all expectations, surpassing past boundaries that the older generation could not reach, achieving a realm unattainable even by the outstretched hands of their predecessors. Perhaps it was time to take a break. A profound sense of fatigue washed over Master Roshi. Ultimately, with one final punch, Majin Piccolo was sent flying, lying on the ground like a lifeless sack, oblivious to his fate. Zhang Wutian could sense the energy within him and knew that Majin Piccolo was still alive. Faced with the Demon King, stripped of all capacity for resistance and as helpless as a fish on a chopping block, Zhang Wutian found himself in contemplation. Eliminating Majin Piccolo here would be a simple task. A single punch would suffice. However, if he were to kill the Demon King, then God would perish as well, and the Dragon Balls of this world would forever turn to stone. The death of God was inconsequential to Zhang Wutian, as he had never dealt with the divine. Yet, the loss of the Dragon Balls would be regrettable. The disappearance of Shenron was one aspect. Moreover, the 4-star Dragon Ball, treasured by Wukong, would also turn to stone, undoubtedly causing him great sorrow. As for delivering Majin Piccolo to a just trial, that was a laughable notion. Human law applied only to humans. Judging a biting canine or an alien intent on global destruction in a human court was absurd. At that point, the canine could argue that biting was in its nature, a right bestowed by the Dog Emperor, while an alien might claim their laws permitted the harvesting of human heads, as humans were deemed inferior beings outside the protection of interstellar law. Faced with the sanctity of innate canine rights and interstellar laws more civilized and advanced than human laws, who would have the final say? Thus, the notion of judgment was never within Zhang Wutian's contemplation. As a martial artist, he believed in tangible action, fist to flesh. And if one was unwilling to concede, then one must fight. In contemplating whether to kill Majin Piccolo, Zhang Wutian hesitated momentarily. As he gazed down at the Demon King lying like a dead dog on the ground, he deliberated for 3 seconds before arriving at a decision. Why should I be the one to worry? Shouldn't the one who caused all this be the one in distress? Having made up his mind, Zhang Wutian approached, grasping one of Majin Piccolo's legs, and began to drag his body upward. Where are you taking him? Master Roshi called out as Zhang Wutian passed by the airship. To the temple, Zhang replied. Let God decide this creature's fate. In the next moment, with a swift motion, Zhang soared into the sky, vanishing from everyone's sight in an instant. God? Surely, Zhang Wutian is not jesting? Kobayashi inquired, puzzled. No, Kobayashi, you are mistaken, Master Roshi gravely instructed his disciple. I never anticipated Zhang Wutian would be aware of his existence. His existence? Kobayashi asked, astonished. Indeed, the divine does exist, Master Roshi affirmed solemnly. But if the divine truly exists, why does he not intervene to eradicate the world-threatening Majin Piccolo? Questioned Rao, Zhang Wutian's senior disciple, in a serious tone. The divine may possess thoughts that are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Even the turtle hermit himself lacks a profound understanding of the divine, thus can only offer tenuous explanations. However, such attempts at clarification may yield counterproductive effects. Rather than placing faith in an ineffectual deity, it would be wiser to believe in one's own strength, a sentiment likely shared by my master, muttered Rao in a voice only he could hear. Meanwhile, Android 13, formerly known as Colonel Violet, soared through the skies unaided by any aircraft, propelling herself toward the capital with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in her ear, mission aborted. King Piccolo has been eliminated. Return. Who did this? A frigid voice transmitted from the communicator. Zhang Wutian, came the succinct reply. A flicker of emotion crossed Violet's indifferent gaze, and she silently altered her course. Zhang Wutian, carrying the battered King Piccolo, ascended rapidly above the sacred grounds of Garen, with a sharp upward cut at a right angle. He climbed the Korin Tower, quickly surpassing the height of the Korin sage. The sage, leaning on his staff, gazed upwards at Zhang Wutian and the King Piccolo in his grasp, shaking his head in resignation. Upwards he soared, until Zhang Wutian finally reached the abode of the divine. In the world of the malevolent Son Wukong, Zhang Wutian had once visited this place, where the god had perished alongside the Demon King. In the deserted divine realm, only Mr. Popo remained, while in this world, a deity resembling King Piccolo, yet adorned in white robes bearing the character for God, still existed. With a dismissive gesture, Zhang Wutian discarded the King Piccolo as if he were refuse, then turned his gaze toward the deity standing at the edge of the divine domain, clearly awaiting him. Zhang Wutian, the deity began, I have been watching you for quite some time. And what of King Piccolo? How long have you observed him? After a moment of silence, the deity replied, from the very beginning, I have kept my gaze upon him. Did you watch him while he committed murder? Indeed, the god replied, his expression unyielding. Just watching? Yes. I suddenly feel compelled to strike you, Zhang Wutian retorted. This is the sin I have sown. As a human, you possess ample reason to strike me. The deity assumed Zhang Wutian was unaware of the underlying cause and slowly elucidated the relationship between the divine and the Demon King. King Piccolo is the embodiment of evil expelled from my being. Everything stems from me. I am aware of humanity's suffering, yet I am powerless to intervene. I am an unworthy god, and I should have long been condemned to hell. If it were me, I would absolutely deny any accountability. After all, I did not commit those acts. Why should I be held responsible for the actions of a mere doppelganger? You truly are an honest Namekian. With the deity openly confessing his guilt, Zhang Wutian found his ire dissipating. He remarked, no wonder the previous generation of gods chose you as the new deity. Namek? What are you talking about? The deity blinked in surprise and pressed further. I have acquired knowledge from other sources regarding matters that should remain undisclosed, including the relationship between you and the Demon King, as well as your true identity. Zhang Wutian added, since you have been observing me, you must be aware that I occasionally vanish for periods. Even if you disregard this, as the creator of the Dragon Balls, you should at least sense the changes occurring with them. You even know I am the creator of the Dragon Balls. It appears you possess quite a wealth of information. Pray tell, what is this Namek you speak of? It refers to extraterrestrial beings, of course. You are an alien from another planet. Although Zhang Wutian had yet to experience a world related to Namek, it did not hinder him from using his knowledge as a basis for conversation. An alien? Am I truly an alien? No wonder I feel so different from the life on Earth, the deity mused, momentarily forgetting the purpose of their initial meeting until the King Piccolo lying on the ground groaned back to consciousness. Is it you? You hypocrite. Are you finally willing to show yourself before me? The Demon King glared at the deity, who responded, I did not expect our reunion to unfold in this manner. Demon King? No, we are one and the same. I am you, All of this began with you. It is all your fault. You are the root of evil. King Piccolo raged, attempting to rise and attack the deity, but his injuries rendered him incapable of doing so. So, this is your justification for your unceasing malevolence? To shift the blame onto the divine and force him to reveal himself? Zhang Wutian interjected. It bears a resemblance to the relationship between Saiyan and Chunkuan. Is it you? King Piccolo whirled around, spotting Zhang Wutian on the other side. He bellowed, "Why do you hesitate to act? I am the King Piccolo who has slain countless lives. Kill me, avenge the fallen humans." Even now, he sought to drag the deity down with him, embodying the essence of a forsaken evil. Silence. I am the true essence. This hypocritical wretch is the unnecessary fragment. Such a bold yet defeated dog. May I strike him? Zhang Wutian declared, delivering a punch to King Piccolo's face, sending him crashing to the ground. You have indeed struck him. The god and Mr. Popo barely restrained their exclamations. Evildoers possess no rights, Zhang Wutian asserted, clapping his hands. I care not for your grievances and entanglements, but as a deity, you must assume your fundamental responsibilities. You speak the truth. This is a burden I must bear. King Piccolo has a point. I am indeed a shameless hypocrite, believing I could expel evil. Yet the discarded remnants have led to countless tragedies. I am not referring to that, but to the Dragon Balls. Zhang Wutian interrupted the deity. You must resurrect all those who perished at the hands of the Demon King. This is your duty, and you cannot evade it. Observing Zhang Wutian's nonchalant demeanor, the deity paused, then gradually nodded. Mr. Popo, please summon the dragon I have created. He instructed Mr. Popo, who nodded and shortly thereafter approached with a diminutive model of the dragon. The model had been shattered into several pieces, evidently due to King Piccolo's actions in the original tale, where he annihilated the dragon that had restored his youth. Mr. Popo reassembled the broken dragon. How casual. And the deity concentrated his power into his fingertip, directing it toward the restored dragon model. Under the effect of the beam, the dragon was revitalized. Good. The dragon has been restored. You may now seek the Dragon Balls and fulfill your wish. While it appeared that a year would typically be required before the Dragon Balls could be used again, the deity's intervention granted Zhang Wutian a special exception. With this matter settled, the focus shifted once more to the Demon King. How do you intend to resolve this creature? Will you seal him once more? No. I have reached enlightenment, the deity replied, a smile of relief spreading across his face. He is, after all, a part of me. His sins are my sins. This burden belongs to him, yet it also belongs to me. From now on, I shall bear this sin, not as a god, nor as a demon, but as an Namekian, helping those in need until my good deeds can somewhat atone for this sin. As he spoke, the deity placed his hand upon King Piccolo's chest. What are you doing? Sensing a lethal threat, King Piccolo awakened once more from his stupor. I shall return you to my being. We will become whole once again. The deity declared solemnly. 072, divine and demonic? 072, divine and demonic? I wish to return to your essence, so that we may once again become whole. The divine being placed his hand upon the chest of the Dark Lord and spoke. Am I not the evil you have scorned? Do you not fear the taint of wickedness, O great deity? With Zhang Wutian lurking nearby and his own injuries weighing heavily upon him, the Dark Lord Piccolo, having grasped the fate that awaited him, ceased his hysteria and presented himself with the dignity befitting a Dark Lord. I apologize for allowing you to endure your suffering alone. I am truly sorry. Faced with the deity's apology, the Dark Lord Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, unable to anticipate such a response, leaving him momentarily speechless. Perhaps what he had long awaited was merely this single utterance of remorse. I shall no longer evade my fate, regardless of what the future holds. Let us confront it together. How ironic it is that you abandon me and yet consume me, revealing yourself as the very source of evil. I, the Dark Lord Piccolo, shall remain within you, watching as you, the hypocrite, descend into the depths of hell. Ah, hell? Perhaps that would be a fitting end, the deity replied softly, a smile gracing his face. Farewell, my other half. In the next moment, the Dark Lord Piccolo, lying on the ground, was enveloped in light that flowed along the deity's arm and into his being. Hypocrite, I shall not become a mere memory. I will be your eternal nightmare. These were the final words left by the Dark Lord Piccolo before he vanished, leaving the deity alone in his stead. Having absorbed the Dark Lord, the deity fixated on his hands. I am neither god nor demon now. I am simply the original Namekian. Rising once more, the deity, having taken on the appearance of a middle-aged Namekian due to the absorption of the youthful Dark Lord, murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Zhang Wutian's heart was in turmoil. Well, he has become immensely powerful. Before the merger of the Dark Lord and the deity, Zhang Wutian could easily sense the divine presence hidden within. For someone as strong as Zhang Wutian, the deity's power was entirely transparent and unguarded. Yet now, he felt an endless aura emanating from the being before him. Just how powerful was this Namekian now? Was it 1, 10, even 100? Regardless, with a battle power of only 6,000. Zhang Wutian could not fathom the extent of this energy. Can I still call you a god? Zhang Wutian inquired tentatively. I am now the Namekian from beyond the stars. The deity replied, presenting a gentle smile as the wrinkles on his skin had completely vanished. This fusion is primarily under my control. Fundamentally, I remain as I was, with memories and thought processes closely aligned with the divine. Since you are in charge, does that mean the Dragon Balls are still usable? Zhang Wutian asked. Indeed. As my creation, the Dragon Balls remain operational. This notion was rather straightforward. In the original narrative, the second-generation Piccolo, as a warrior Namekian, had lost the ability to heal and create Dragon Balls. If he had absorbed the deity, he would acquire immense fighting prowess, but lose the ability to create the Dragon Balls, rendering them inert. Conversely, should the deity absorb Piccolo, the outcome would differ. Although the fused deity would not possess exaggerated combat abilities like Piccolo, the complete deity would wield extraordinary powers, such as healing, creating Dragon Balls, unlocking potential, and even reproducing eggs as the Dark Lord did. For this complete version of the deity, these feats would be easily accomplished. Originally, the Dark Lord Piccolo could only create monsters, and it was only at the end of his life that he birthed the second-generation Piccolo. Now, however, the deity could create entirely new Namekians at will, though he remained unaware of this capacity. Regardless, the deity had nearly transformed into a smaller version of the Grand Elder of Namek. With his singular strength, he could now regenerate a new Namekian civilization on Earth. Perhaps this was the very reason the Namekians had sent him away during their planetary calamity. Neither the deity nor Zhang Wutian, who was well-versed in the original tale, comprehended the changes that had transpired within the deity. Zhang Wutian could only express a singular sentiment. So powerful, I hope you can guide me in my training. Ah, you are the hero who saved all of humanity. I would be delighted to share my wisdom and experiences with you. Then it's settled. I will bring Wukong and the others along. The more forces of righteousness, the better, the deity responded with a smile. After bidding farewell to the deity, Zhang Wutian leaped down from the divine realm and arrived at the lower level, where Korin awaited him. Master Cat, I have come to see you. Humph. It has been so long since you last visited. If it weren't for mere chance, I might have been forgotten by my own disciple. Not at all. I always remember your teachings, Master Cat. I often use your methods to instruct my disciples. Speaking of his disciples, Zhang Wutian suddenly became animated. Among my new students, there is one who is particularly suited to inherit your legacy, a kind-hearted lad who naturally shuns conflict. I will bring him next time for you to teach him the art of cultivating the sacred beans. So, you still have an eye for my sacred beans, do you? Haha, Master Cat, do not say such things. I am merely trying to lighten your burdens. Speaking of which, I am almost out of the last batch of sacred beans. Could you spare me another jar? None left. None. Impossible. I distinctly saw you hoarding several jars. I have no disciple as troublesome as you. Get out. Korin's first stood on end in outrage. With laughter echoing, Zhang Wutian flew out of Korin's abode, calling back to him, next time, I will bring my disciples. Master Cat. Make sure to teach him well and do not mislead him. Take care. I must take my leave now. Watching Zhang Wutian gradually depart, the flustered Korin slowly regained his composure and smiled as he gazed into the distance. Well done, Zhang Wutian. Truly worthy of being my disciple. His tone brimmed with pride and joy, although it was difficult to discern any emotion other than happiness on his feline face. 073 Press Conference 3 days later. Zhang Wutian held a press conference at his martial arts school. As a newly minted superhero, his standing had undoubtedly risen. Previously, Zhang Wutian was merely a nominal champion, his title known only in limited circles. Though his strength was undeniable, the fame he garnered from the martial arts tournament was insufficient to command respect. In stark contrast, Zhang Wutian had now become a hero who saved all of humanity. Before the entire world, he had vanquished the formidable Dark Lord Piccolo and restored peace. This heroic title was well-earned, indeed. The Tianwu school was already bustling with activity, with an overwhelming number of applicants seeking to join. Now, the flood of applications had reached unprecedented levels, inundating the entire office. Zhang Wutian generously approved a bonus, leaving the staff to work tirelessly, balancing their grueling shifts with the avalanche of applications. In response to the public's curiosity and unease, questions emerged. Was this battle real? Could humanity truly unleash beams of light from their hands? In response to inquiries regarding the ultimate fate of the great demon king Piccolo, Zhang Wutian convened a special press conference, permitting journalists to pose questions. On the day of the conference, The number of reporters present at Zhang Wutian's martial arts school exceeded even that of the renowned martial arts tournament. Despite mobilizing his own disciples, Zhang Wutian struggled to manage the chaotic scene, ultimately relying on personnel borrowed from the transforming capsule company to facilitate crowd control, ensuring the press conference did not descend into disarray from the outset. After a selection process, a group of journalists was allowed entry into the main hall, while a larger contingent was relegated to watching the live feed from other rooms. As the chosen journalists gathered in the modestly decorated hall, the press conference officially commenced. Zhang Wutian invited several guests, all of whom had participated in the confrontation against the great demon King Piccolo, with the exception of Master Roshi. Whether disciples of the Turtle School or Zhang Wutian's own students, they appeared somewhat reserved in the presence of countless reporters, feeling unworthy of attending what was ostensibly Zhang Wutian's press conference. However, Zhang Wutian acknowledged their valor, recognizing that not everyone possesses the courage to face the great demon king. Unbeknownst to them, they were unaware of the disparity between Zhang Wutian and Piccolo. Their willingness to confront the demon, even at the cost of their lives, was commendable. Wukong did not attend the conference. Although her physical ailments had healed, her absence stemmed from not having participated in the battle, compounded by a minor rift with Zhang Wutian for not including her in the confrontation. Zhang Wutian believed that a meal or two would mend their slight discord. Once the host announced the commencement of the conference, reporters eagerly raised their hands to question Zhang Wutian. "Good day, Mr. Zhang Wutian. I am a reporter from West City Television, and I have a question for you." A beautiful blonde reporter led the charge, her excitement palpable. "Has the great demon King Piccolo truly been vanquished?" "Yes, he no longer exists in any corner of this world." "Did you personally defeat the great demon king, without any assistance from others?" Another reporter boldly inquired. "You all watched the broadcast. I later reviewed it myself, and it was quite clear, albeit from a distance." "It seems the courage of that reporter still requires fortifying," Zhang Wutian replied. "Mr. Zhang, I have a question. Was your battle with the great demon king genuine?" A less than innocent reporter probed. "Anyone lacking such basic discernment, I refuse to answer your question." Next, "Were those explosions not caused by bombs? Both you and the great demon king are frauds." Zhang Wutian directed a shockwave at the reporter's camera, which exploded, sending the journalist crashing to the ground. This was a mere act of restraint on Zhang Wutian's part. Otherwise, the explosion would have claimed more than just the camera. Amidst the journalist's anguished cries, staff quickly whisked him away. Yet, the plight of their colleague did not evoke sympathy among the other reporters. Rather, they descended into frenzy. This was authentic power,
presenting an entirely different sensation from watching it on television, leaving everyone entranced. As the atmosphere gradually stabilized, another question emerged. "Mr. Zhang Wutian,
we noticed that at the climax of the battle, you flew away with the great demon king. Where did you go?" "I took the great demon king to the realm of the gods and handed him over to the divine being." God. This concept sent the reporters into a frenzy. The wealth of revelations extracted today was overwhelming, leaving them breathless. Could such a bombshell not have been saved for a calmer moment? Some reporters mused inwardly. "God, are you implying that a deity truly exists in this world?" A reporter inquired. "Indeed, I have just returned from the domain of the divine," Zhang Wutian stated with composure. "Why did you specifically take the great demon king to the divine realm? Couldn't you have executed this evil demon before the eyes of the world?" "Well," Zhang Wutian fabricated a narrative on the spot. "The great demon king cannot be annihilated. Even if his physical form is destroyed, his soul will linger on earth. And after several decades or centuries, he will resurrect, returning once more. Historical records should attest to the chaos caused by the great demon king. That serves as evidence. In this era, perhaps I and a few other martial artists can contend with him, but should he re-emerge after centuries, no one will be able to oppose him. And humanity would face tragedy. Only the divine can truly obliterate the demon king's soul. It is this understanding that compelled me to take the great demon king to the divine realm, seeking the gods to permanently eradicate him, thereby resolving this issue once and for all." Zhang Wutian lied before the press without a flicker of his eyelids, though there was a kernel of truth in his deception. At least, the complete destruction of the great demon king was indeed a verifiable fact. If there truly exists a deity, why did they not intervene and eliminate the great demon king before he wrought havoc upon the world? One reporter posed a pointed question. "It seems there are regulations preventing the divine from directly intervening in human affairs," Zhang Wutian replied ambiguously. "Even if humanity faces annihilation at the hands of the great demon king, the divine remains passive?" The reporter pressed on. "I ask you," Zhang Wutian frowned, "do you genuinely desire such a being to loom over humanity, dictating our actions?" "No, that is not my stance. I believe the current relationship between humans and the divine is optimal." Zhang Wutian concluded, of course, the divine feels sorrow for human misfortunes and thus granted me an opportunity. With that, Zhang Wutian mysteriously raised a finger. While he posed dramatically, the reporters erupted into speculation. Some conjectured that the divine had conferred upon Zhang Wutian the gift of immortality. Others speculated that he would ascend to become a new deity. Subsequently, Zhang Wutian unveiled the mystery. This is a rare exception, unlike those who perish in car accidents or due to natural disasters. The souls of those slain by the great demon king cannot attain enlightenment and are doomed to wander in agony. The divine, recognizing their suffering, has granted all those killed by the great demon king a chance to resurrect. The atmosphere instantly erupted into chaos. If Zhang Wutian's earlier shockwave had ignited the first wave of astonishment, the revelation of the divine's existence constituted the second shockwave, and now, as he uttered the word resurrection, the third wave struck. Only those slain by the great demon king? At that moment, a few journalists maintained a semblance of composure, raising lingering doubts. Pointing out grammatical errors is futile, Zhang Wutian remarked. Anyone who perishes due to the malevolent actions of the demon king of short flute, even if succumbing to a heart attack from sheer fright, shall still be granted an opportunity for resurrection. To all those watching from their televisions, should you have lost a loved one, remember to delay their burial. Although their physical forms may be absent, resurrection is possible. However, who would wish to witness their own coffin and gravestone? Is what you say true, Mr. Zhang Wutian? My current reputation is quite commendable. Do you believe I would jeopardize it with embellishments? At that moment, the viewership of the press conference, broadcast live by major global media outlets, soared to an astounding 98, far surpassing the audience during the Demon King's sinister proclamation and the subsequent battle with Zhang Wutian. In this instant, Zhang Wutian's renown transcended that of an ordinary hero, elevating him to the status of a savior. The new cover image was captured from Baidu. Should there be any issues, I kindly ask the original author to inform me, and I shall promptly remove it. Of course, it would be even more delightful if the original author permitted me to use the image. Shortly after the press conference, Shenlong was summoned. It granted Zhang Wutian's wish, resurrecting all those who had fallen victim to the Demon King of Short Flute. Consequently, Zhang Wutian's prestige skyrocketed, surpassing mortal bounds and reaching the realm of saints. However, with fame came its own set of challenges. As Zhang Wutian found himself engulfed in the bustling pace of urban life, his personal space constricted to its limits, such as the price of notoriety. In this context, one day, Son Wukong arrived at Bulma's residence. What? A date? Came the startled exclamation from Bulma's room. Yes, a date. Son Wukong was perplexed by Bulma's exaggerated reaction. He nodded and, in a tone of inquiry, asked, Bulma, please tell me how one goes about a date. Let me think for a moment. That scoundrel Zhang Wutian, who claims to cherish father-daughter bonds, can no longer restrain himself from pursuing you, can he? Bulma mused, scrutinizing Son Wukong from head to toe. Astonishingly, the little monkey had transformed into a young woman. During their travels together, she had been but a small child. Now, her figure seemed to rival her own. Could martial arts truly enhance one's physique? She pondered, reaching out to squeeze Wukong's chest. Stop it, Bulma, that feels strange. Son Wukong was at a loss. Though he could easily push Bulma away, such an act might hurt her fragile feelings. Thus, he endured Bulma's antics. How infuriating. Is this the benefit of practicing martial arts? I want to train too. Yet, the burden of her chest was bothersome, heavy and obstructive in battle. Bulma, you once told me that men appreciate chests. Is that true? Bulma withdrew her hands, fixing Son Wukong with a disapproving gaze. Do not utter such boastful sentiments again. If you do, we may cease to be friends. How strange. It's merely excess flesh, Son Wukong mused, lifting his chest in confusion. Is it truly necessary to bestow this pair upon that overaged Zhang Wutian? I am not yet 18. This is a crime. I should report this. Yet, upon witnessing the innocent glimmer of yearning in Wukong's eyes, Bulma could not help but reflect that, as a girl, perhaps only a world champion superhero like Zhang Wutian was worthy of her. Thus, despite her aversion to him, the notion of reporting him felt trivial. Very well. Let Bulma teach you the essence of dating step by step. Considering you, Zhang Wutian likely will not engage in anything too extravagant. He will probably take you to see a film. Are you familiar with movies? Wukong shook his head innocently. All right, it seems there is much to teach. Bulma sighed, covering her forehead. Typically, dates involve watching romantic films, but considering your feelings, that aging bachelor should sensibly take you to an action film instead. Bulma then played a popular action movie for Wukong. This person is incredible. Why did he not compete in the Tournament of Power? Because it is a movie. It is fictional, and the people are merely actors. So it is not real? Wukong's face fell. as she genuinely wished to duel with the formidable characters from the film. After the movie, Zhang Wutian would likely take you shopping and dining. At that point, simply express your culinary preferences. By the way, if you dine on Western cuisine, do you know the etiquette at the table? Wukong tilted her head, gazing at Bulma with wide eyes. Do I say itadakimasu before eating? Well, it is my fault for presuming you would know that. Zhang Wutian likely will not mind such details. For some reason, I find myself feeling a bit sympathetic toward him. After dining, he might feign the desire to continue exploring, leading you to peculiar places. Remember, Wukong, if he attempts to take you to an inn or similar places, you must firmly refuse him. Do not hesitate, just punch him in the face. Why? Wukong inquired, puzzled. Just do not go. Those are not places for good children. Bulma insisted firmly. All right, I will follow your advice and return home with Zhang Wutian after the meal. Return home. Bulma exploded, realizing in that moment that Wukong had been living at Zhang Wutian's home for quite some time. They had essentially been cohabiting, making inns unnecessary for their activities. Has Zhang Wutian ever done anything strange to you? Bulma asked anxiously. No, we have kissed and cuddled, often sharing the same bed. Wukong said with a bright smile. Zhang Wutian is very kind to me. Faced with Wukong's naive smile, Bulma felt an unsettling pang of jealousy, as though her sister were about to be lured away by a nefarious man. On the day of your date, remember to wear a dress. Bulma continued, collecting her thoughts. But I do not have a dress. I knew it would be like this. Do not worry, I can lend you some of my old clothes. Dressed in Bulma's former attire, Wukong stood before the mirror, observing her reflection that no longer resembled her own. Bulma, this dress is too small. It feels tight around my chest. Are you trying to show off? You must be flaunting. I told you it was my old dress. Just bear with it. Bulma's frustration was mounting. Soon, the day of the date arrived, and Wukong appeared before Zhang Wutian in a simple dress. What is this outfit? You cannot wear this to where we are going. Zhang Wutian paused, then addressed Son Wukong. But Bulma said to wear this for a date. Is that incorrect? Wukong asked, bewildered. Did you inform Bulma about our date? Zhang Wutian scratched his head. Well, generally, Bulma is right, but our date is not a typical one. For now, change out of that outfit and wear your usual martial arts garb. All right. Wukong, already somewhat reluctant to wear unfamiliar clothing, preferred her martial arts uniform, which she had donned since childhood. Once clad in her streamlined martial arts attire, the two set out. Son Wukong followed Zhang Wutian as they soared farther and farther, crossing a vast ocean until they arrived at a deserted, colossal island. The island is shrouded in dense jungle, with snow-capped mountains visible in the distance. After landing on the beach at the island's edge, Zhang Wutian turned to Son Wukong and said, Welcome to the deserted island. Let us indulge in a grand adventure here. Are we not going to watch a movie? Wukong inquired, puzzled. A movie? Zhang Wutian paused, then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, did Bulma come up with that idea? How creative. If the opportunity arises, I might take you to see one, though I suspect you may not enjoy it much. With that, Zhang Wutian gazed towards the vast jungle at the end of the beach and remarked, Wukong, you must find city life rather uncomfortable. There are many rules in the city. But as long as I am with you, Zhang Wutian, I find joy wherever I am. Son Wukong replied earnestly. How adorable, Wukong. Truly delightful. I am so touched. Ignoring Wukong's protests against being called father, Zhang Wutian embraced her tightly, pulling her into his arms. You've endured much, Wukong, accompanying me in the city. Today, let us cast aside all the rules and troubles of urban life. Have we not hunted in the wild for quite some time? Yes. Son Wukong nodded vigorously. Excellent. Today's goal is to hunt a Tyrannosaurus Rex for a barbecue. Let us go. Zhang Wutian proclaimed loudly. A shadow darted past him, rushing into the depths of the forest. I'll teach you how to hunt, Zhang Wutian. Let us compete. Just don't let a bear take you down. Son Wukong's face lit up with an exuberant smile. While she could cry, laugh, and sulk in the city, such vibrant expressions were rare. Do you think you can outpace me by sneaking off? Naive little monkey girl. Watch my prowess. I want to lose to you. I am the expert in hunting. With that, two trails of dust plunged into the primeval forest. Regardless, the island's wildlife seemed destined for misfortune. Now my keyboard is sticky. I'm considering purchasing a mechanical one. If anyone knowledgeable could recommend one, I'd appreciate it. Ideally, it should be priced under 500, without unnecessary flashy effects. Comfortable. After fatigue, one must luxuriate in warm water. At the foot of the mountain, Zhang Wutian reclined in an outdoor hot spring, gazing at the crescent moon above, indulging in the soothing water. When with Wukong, his only regret was not being able to admire the full moon. Although removing Wukong's tail would resolve this, the tail is a part of her being, and Zhang Wutian did not wish to cause her distress. Thus, unlike in the original narrative, Wukong's tail remained intact. At that moment, a bit of alcohol would enhance the experience. Lazily soaking in the water, Zhang Wutian's thoughts wandered. Suddenly, a youthful, athletic figure leaped into the hot spring, splashing water all over him. Ugh, what on earth? Wukong, can you not enter properly? Of course, if she could enter gracefully, she would not be Wukong. Under the crescent moon, the bear son Wukong laughed joyfully amidst the misty vapor. Wukong's physique had not become overly muscular due to her training. Her strength was complemented by the feminine grace of her slightly smaller frame, creating a harmonious and enchanting presence akin to a beautiful, yet perilous female leopard. Indeed, my Wukong is a formidable young woman with six-pack abs. May I call you Lord Kong? A blend of joy and regret flickered across Zhang Wutian's face. What are you saying? Zhang Wutian, what is Lord Kong? Haha, that is merely a nostalgic reference for me. No need to mind it. Come here. As he spoke, Zhang Wutian beckoned her closer. Wukong settled comfortably in Zhang Wutian's embrace. He had always enjoyed baths, having constructed a spacious bathroom at home where they could swim, and their daily indulgence post-training was a relaxing soak, much like this moment. As Wukong nestled in his arms, their bodies pressed closely together. It was once a tender father-daughter bond, but as Wukong matured, it became something premeditated. With a youthful, beautiful girl in his arms, if Zhang Wutian could maintain composure, he would not be a man. Thus, his hands began to wander restlessly. Wukong's cheeks flushed slightly, her breath quickening, feeling warmth surging within her. She instinctively pressed her lips to Zhang Wutian's, their mouths meeting. If Bulma were to witness this scene, she would surely be left speechless, exclaiming how they had become so proficient. After a moment of intimate closeness, Zhang Wutian paused. Not continuing? I know there is more to come. Did Bulma tell you that? Wukong nodded, her hair brushing against Zhang Wutian's nose, causing it to tickle. What is this 16-year-old girl thinking? We can discuss such matters once you reach adulthood. I am already an adult. No child wishes to be seen as merely a child, and Wukong was no exception. Such conversations can wait until you can master your weaknesses. With a playful smirk, Zhang Wutian pinched Son Wukong's tail. Ah! Wukong gasped, her body jolting as if electrocuted, collapsing weakly against Zhang Wutian. Don't touch there. She murmured softly, her voice like that of a small bird. Hee, that's not permissible. It's a punishment for disobedient children. Ah! Wukong squealed like a little girl. I will. Wukong's face flushed crimson, her lips pressed tightly to suppress any strange sounds. She lay against Zhang Wutian, her eyes dreamy, breathing heavily. Together, they spent an enchanting night under the crescent moon. The following morning, after freshening up and having breakfast, Zhang Wutian made a suggestion. Let us not rush home. How about we explore a different world? Son Wukong eagerly supported Zhang Wutian's proposal. Both of them shared a fascination for those intriguing, yet seemingly nonsensical alternate realities. Concurrently, due to the ongoing repercussions of defeating the Dark Overlord, both Zhang Wutian and Wukong found themselves facing varying degrees of disturbance in West City. This was primarily why Zhang Wutian wished to return to nature with Son Wukong. If the previous so-called title of the world's #1 had brought Zhang Wutian convenience and comfort in life, the now well-deserved status of a superhero felt somewhat excessive. While it garnered him immense fame and greater benefits, it also disrupted his lifestyle. Thus, Zhang Wutian resolved to disappear for a while until the situation cooled down. Apart from the uninhabited island, only a realm unreachable by his reputation could satisfy his needs. Which world should they visit? Let me ponder. It must not be one characterized by excessive power. First, there can be no super Saiyans, as being obliterated in one punch would render any advantage moot. Secondly, it would be best to steer clear of Frieza. That ruthless cosmic overlord is not a foe Zhang Wutian could contend with at present. Consequently, the options for suitable timelines became quite limited. The world's combat power cannot be too weak, nor can it be excessively strong. The conditions are indeed harsh. Will the door I open align with my desires? Although Zhang Wutian can freely open doors in that peculiar realm of pure white space with his will, the worlds beyond those doors are random. He can only perform a rough selection at best. Even then, he often ends up in unreliable worlds, such as that one resembling a Saiyan version of Son Wukong, where the combat power far exceeded his limits at the time. Fortunately, that version of Vegeta was influenced by Earthlings and had abandoned evil. Otherwise, Zhang Wutian was unsure if he could return alive. What sort of world awaits him this time? As Zhang Wutian opened the door, a spiral wave of energy, akin to a coiled aura, surged past his nose and, in the next moment, penetrated the bodies of two individuals on the other side. What the hell? The demon flash cannon. Zhang Wutian, drenched in cold sweat, immediately recognized the person who executed this technique, none other than the second-generation demon King Piccolo, who had been harmonized in his own world. Piccolo was equally startled by the sudden appearance of someone emerging from a black hole. Then, he was startled again, as not only was a figure nearly blocking the path of the demon flash cannon emerging from the black hole, but also a girl strikingly similar to Son Wukong. Demon King Piccolo. Upon seeing the resemblance between the second-generation Piccolo and the first, Zhang Wutian's expression shifted, and he hesitantly inquired, "This fellow should not be an enemy. The real enemy is over there." As he spoke, Zhang Wutian shifted his gaze toward the target of the demon flash cannon. In a decisive moment, the demon flash cannon pierced through the bodies of Raditz, who invaded Earth, and the Son Wukong who was confronting him. This version of Son Wukong seemed quite normal, and the plot appeared to align. Could it be that he had finally entered the original world? Upon seeing the injured Son Wukong, Zhang Wutian instinctively rushed over, pulling a senzu bean from his pocket and stuffing it into the other's mouth. Senzu bean? After a series of crunching sounds, Son Wukong stood up, looking surprised. "I almost died. Thank you for the senzu bean." Zhang Wutian suddenly realized, "Oh no, I might have messed things up. If Son Wukong doesn't die here, how will he train with King Kai and learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb? Without those techniques, how will he cope when Vegeta and Nappa invade Earth?" It seemed he had inadvertently disrupted the original plot entirely. What should he do? Because it was Son Wukong, because the other's face was so familiar, and because he just happened to have senzu beans, these three factors combined led Zhang Wutian to act without a second thought. Only after saving Son Wukong did his intellect begin to re-engage. While he did not regret his actions, feelings of anxiety were inevitable. Upon seeing Wukong, Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback, but he had more pressing matters at hand. "Gohan, how are you?" Initially, Raditz had kidnapped Son Wukong's son, Gohan, threatening him to kill enough Earthlings to prove his severance from them, compelling him to join Raditz in the cosmic invasion. Naturally, Son Wukong, having grown up on Earth, refused. Thus, he and Demon King Piccolo launched an assault on Raditz. During the battle, while Raditz, whose power far exceeded theirs, pummeled Son Wukong, Gohan unleashed unprecedented strength, sending Raditz flying and securing victory. However, Gohan himself fell into unconsciousness due to the excessive exertion. The original plot should have unfolded like this. But upon seeing Gohan lying on the ground, Zhang Wutian felt uncertain. Observing the small figure with a striking resemblance to the original Gohan, yet sporting soft purple hair, Zhang Wutian sensed a profound malevolence emanating from this world. To hell with the original world. Everything here is completely chaotic. Disregarding the matter of this world as Son Wukong treating his son, and ignoring Zhang Wutian's distraction by the purple-haired Gohan. The only one left at the dying Raditz was Demon King Piccolo alone. Damn it, how could I die at the hands of you pathetic fools? Why is Kakarot still alive? Fool. On Earth, there exists something called a senzu bean. Just one can heal any injury. Senzu bean? Raditz, lying on the ground, managed a grotesque smile. Heh, how nice. Such treasures on Earth, too wasteful for you weaklings to use. You think Earth has only senzu beans? Piccolo boasted. Even if Son Wukong dies here, there are Dragon Balls on Earth, which can grant any wish. We can use them to resurrect Son Wukong later. Resurrection? Raditz was even more astonished by the existence of the Dragon Balls than by the senzu beans. At that moment, stripped of all ability to act and facing death, he could do nothing, but that did not mean Raditz would simply lie there waiting for death. Heh, Earth has so many good things, whether senzu beans or Dragon Balls. They should belong to us Saiyans. Here is some good news. Everything that happens here will be transmitted to my companions. After I die, they will come quickly. And you weaklings will be eliminated. I can also be resurrected through the Dragon Balls. When will they come? Piccolo's expression darkened as he inquired ominously. At most a year. Ha, those two are stronger than I am. Enjoy your brief peace. In a year, you will surely die, having endured a grievous wound and still managed to persist. The resilience of the Saiyans was evident. However, Raditz's life was finally reaching its end. With all the information gathered, Piccolo granted him a swift end. At this moment, Zhang Wutian approached the lifeless Raditz. What do you want? Piccolo warily watched Zhang Wutian. His identity was somewhat delicate. Theoretically, all humans were his enemies, given that he had just recently been the Demon King. However, Zhang Wutian ignored the tense Piccolo and knelt beside Raditz, fiddling with the power-level scouter on his face. Is anyone there? Can you hear me? Zhang Wutian spoke into the scouter. There was no response, as if the connection had been severed. Then he shouted into the scouter. Vegeta, if you're a man, answer me. Oh, you know my name? Who are you? Finally, a sinister voice emerged from the communicator. Who I am is unimportant. Come to Earth, Zhang Wutian replied to the scouter. I will prepare a grand welcome ceremony for you. Heh, I will come in a year. A grand welcome ceremony? Don't disappoint me, Earthling. This time, The communication was truly cut off. Holding the scouter inscribed with alien characters, Zhang Wutian fell into a brief silence. The current situation was as follows. Son Wukong curiously gazed at the otherworldly Wukong. Could this person also be my relative? He looks so much like me and even has a tail. The purple-haired Gohan, healed by a Sins Bean, also stared at the other Wukong, his mind in a state of confusion. Is this my dad? No, it should be my mom. Or is it neither? Meanwhile, Wukong surveyed this world as Son Wukong and his son. In this world, I am male, just like the evil version of me before. But he seems to be a good person. That child is named Gohan. Unable to bear the subtle silence that echoed his grandfather's name, the short flute could not restrain himself and spoke up. Who are you? Why does that girl bear such a striking resemblance to Son Wukong? Startled by the flute's words, Zhang Wutian, who had been fiddling with the detector, replied, reiterating is quite tedious. I shall explain everything once everyone has arrived. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you even know who I am? Suddenly, a tremendous wave of energy grazed the short flute's body, obliterating a mountain behind him. Zhang Wutian was rather petty, viewing this as a means to settle the score for a previous encounter with the magical cannon. The short flute, drenched in cold sweat, scowled and fell silent. At last, the others arrived. A small airship descended, and its door swung open, revealing Son Wukong's companions in this world, Bulma, Master Roshi, and Krillin. Wukong, Gohan, how are you? Are you hurt? Bulma, having just disembarked, rushed to Son Wukong and his son, anxiously checking for injuries. Naturally, given that the father and son had been healed by the Sins of Beans, there were no wounds to be found. But the gaping holes in Son Wukong's attire were enough to send Bulma into a panic. Bulma's violet hair contrasted beautifully with Gohan's, and Zhang Wutian, observing the scene, smirked to himself, silently pondering the existence of the Bull Demon King's daughter, Chi-Chi, in this world. Krillin, what about me? Vegeta. Then came the explanation phase. Since it was not a matter in need of concealment, Zhang Wutian readily shared his and Wukong's origins. The alternate version of Wukong gazed at the female Son Wukong, and everyone stood in stunned silence. Greetings. My name is Son Wukong. Having faced familiar strangers before, Son Wukong greeted everyone with grace. In a tone reminiscent of old acquaintances, she addressed Bulma. Bulma, isn't your boyfriend Krillin? Why are you so close with my counterpart in this world? Enough with the nonsense. Don't ask such foolish questions. Bulma instinctively responded with a familiar brusqueness, her words escaping before she realized their inappropriateness. Is it even necessary to ask? These two are married, and look, they even have a child, Zhang Wutian remarked, pointing at the purple-haired Gohan nestled in Bulma's arms. Wait, what? Bulma married my counterpart in this world? What about Krillin? Son Wukong exclaimed, taken aback. So, enough about Krillin, Zhang Wutian interjected. Is that why the child is named Gohan, to honor his grandfather? Son Wukong mused, refraining from further mention of Krillin. Indeed, the Son Wukong of this world affirmed. It seems our worlds share numerous similarities, Master Roshi chimed in after listening for a while. Our Master Roshi is female, Zhang Wutian added. Well, that's a significant difference, Master Roshi fell silent. Now is not the time for such discussions. A year from now, a far more powerful extraterrestrial force will invade Earth. How do we plan to deal with them? The short flute interjected, exasperated, disrupting the cheerful conversation. Regarding that, I have something to say, Zhang Wutian began to weave a tale. In the other worlds I have visited, most Son Wukongs perish in this battle. Noticing Bulma tighten her grip on Son Wukong's hand, Zhang Wutian chuckled inwardly and continued. The deceased Wukong is taken by the gods to train under someone known as King Kai, ultimately gaining the strength to confront the aliens. King Kai? Everyone was perplexed. And Zhang Wutian elaborated, however, it seems I have inadvertently disrupted the future of this world. I accidentally revived Son Wukong with a Sins Bean. And it appears only the deceased can reach King Kai. No, I am grateful that you revived me. Even without King Kai, I should be able to train and prepare for the future extraterrestrial threats with my own strength. Moreover, you seem quite powerful, Zhang Wutian. Might I enlist your assistance when the time comes? Son Wukong proposed. I doubt Wukong, and I can defeat the aliens a year from now. I have a suggestion. Zhang Wutian replied. Since we cannot rely on King Kai, we must find other methods to enhance our combat abilities. Wukong, would you consider training in our world? In our realm, the god merged with the demon King PICCOLO, acquiring tremendous power. Training under him would undoubtedly expedite your strength. What did you say? The short flute exclaimed, shocked. I defeated the demon King PICCOLO from our world, your father, and banished him to the realm of the gods. Regrettably, you do not exist in our world. Despicable humans. The short flute seethed at Zhang Wutian's calm demeanor, yet ultimately refrained from acting. He felt he could not defeat Zhang Wutian. and the events of other worlds felt too distant to him. Will you come? Absolutely. I wish to see what the amalgamation of the Demon King and the God looks like. The short flute retorted fiercely. Furthermore, I hope Gohan and Bulma can join us. Huh. I can understand Gohan's inclusion, but why Bulma? Son Wukong inquired. Gohan possesses immense potential, which will undoubtedly aid in combat. As for Bulma, Zhang Wutian glanced at Bulma, now transformed into a member of the Sun family, and continued, I previously requested our world's Bulma to invent a remarkable training machine. With another Bulma, we should be able to develop an even more advanced machine at a faster pace. Since Wukong and Gohan are going, I must also go, Bulma stated. Working alongside my counterpart from another world sounds quite intriguing. Are we to join as well? Krillin asked from the side. No, to be honest, including Tien and Krillin. Your levels are far too disparate. You should focus on training with the god of this world for a while, Zhang Wutian replied bluntly, unafraid of hurting feelings. As he had no ties to Krillin in this world. After dismissing Krillin, Zhang Wutian continued, besides you all, I must find one more person. If it's that individual, they should play a significant role in the battle a year from now. As he spoke, the image of a certain individual clad in the Turtle School martial arts uniform, exuding arrogance, with hair standing on end, naturally emerged in Zhang Wutian's mind. 077. Farewell Son Wukong Vegeta. Zhang Wutian instructed Wukong to temporarily join forces with the Son Wukong of this world. Then opened a door leading to the second alternate world he had previously visited, the world of Vegeta's version of Son Wukong. Zhang Wutian's manipulation of the door resembled Son Wukong's instant transmission in the original story. He could not accurately lock onto unvisited timelines. So entering such worlds was a matter of random chance within limited conditions. However, for worlds he had previously visited and individuals he had encountered, Zhang Wutian could easily pinpoint their locations and open a door beside them. While training atop the Korin Tower, Vegeta's version of Son Wukong suddenly sensed an anomaly nearby. As he remained vigilant, a black hole materialized not far from him. What is that? In the next moment, Zhang Wutian emerged from the black hole. You are Zhang Wutian? Long time no see, Vegeta's Son Wukong. If the youthful Son Wukong resembled the familiar Vegeta about 70%, this current version, now sporting a receding hairline, was a complete embodiment of Vegeta, lacking only the fierce aura. How did you come out of there? I have told you that I hail from another realm. Is traversing worlds in this manner not a marvel? Indeed. Son Wukong lowered his guard, allowing a faint smile to grace his face. It has been a long time, Zhang Wutian. Your arrival is most fortuitous. Shall we engage in a contest? A duel can be held at any time, yet I have matters to discuss and require your assistance. Oh, in your world, are there still issues you cannot resolve? After a 2-year absence, Son Wukong sensed that Zhang Wutian's combat prowess had significantly increased. Although he still felt stronger, he could not dismiss Zhang Wutian's remarkable ability to grow stronger in battle, a quality that left a lasting impression on him. How to put it? Although it seems somewhat inappropriate for me to relay this, there is no time to dwell on such concerns. Zhang Wutian then shared the events surrounding planet Vegeta, the origins of Vegeta himself, and the future occurrences that would transpire, as well as happenings in other realms, much of it based on conjecture. Why conjecture, you ask? Because the narrative of Vegeta's descent to Earth does not exist in the original storyline. Zhang Wutian could only draw parallels with Kakarot's arrival on Earth. Attempting to reconstruct the script, you say my true identity is that of an alien prince? Sent to Earth as a child, my name among my kind is Vegeta? Even a Vegeta version of Son Wukong struggled to assimilate such an immense influx of information in a brief moment, appearing somewhat bewildered. Indeed. But that is not the crux of the matter. In another world, the one who fell to Earth and was found by Son Gohan is not you, but a Saiyan named Kakarot. His Earth is under threat from his own kin, who will invade in a year. Another world as Son Wukong is not I, but another individual? Then where is the alternate version of me? Son Wukong inquired. Now, this is the key point. A subtle expression crossed Zhang Wutian's face. I have confirmed that among the aliens poised to invade Earth in that world, Kakarot's brethren, there exists you, the alternate world as Vegeta. The Vegeta of another realm seeks to invade Earth? The notion that the protector of Earth in this world would become an invader in another is utterly absurd to Son Wukong. That world has elapsed 6 years beyond your own, meaning they have matured at least 6 years more than you, considering you fell to Earth as an infant. While your counterpart in the alternate world is already capable of combat at the same age, he is likely several years your senior. Additionally, the differences in your growth experiences must be weighed. You were raised in the gentle embrace of Earth, having scarcely faced hardship, whereas the other you has been in constant conflict with various extraterrestrial foes throughout the cosmos. When all these factors are considered, his combat strength will likely far exceed yours. What do you think? Are you interested in meeting the other version of yourself? The other version of me? Son Wukong replied without hesitation, a fierce and excited smile illuminating his face. You say that fellow is stronger than I. How intriguing. I long to witness the extent of his strength. I have grown weary of the weaklings on earth. I shall accompany you. Excellent. Zhang Wutian smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, the god and Mr. Popo, having sensed the presence of an additional individual, approached the two, presumably having overheard the latter part of their conversation and grasping the intentions of Son Wukong and Zhang Wutian. Wukong, are you truly going to battle in another world? The god inquired. Indeed, God, there are no worthy opponents left for me in this world. I must seek formidable foes in other realms. Moreover, the alternate version of me intends to invade Earth, which I cannot allow. However, according to Mr. Zhang Wutian, you are not yet a match for the other world's version of yourself, the god expressed with concern. Thus, both Son Wukong and I, alongside the alternate Son Wukong, must engage in training. Zhang Wutian stated, they will assault Earth in a year. We have ample time for preparation. In our world, the god merged with Demon King Piccolo and acquired tremendous power. I believe training under him would yield significant benefits. What? Your god merged with Demon King Piccolo? The god of this world gasped in shock. This is not an unusual occurrence. In other realms, there are instances of Demon King Piccolo merging with a deity. Although the order differs, with the positions of God and Demon King Piccolo reversed, the god quickly comprehended the implications and felt a profound sense of malevolence. By the way, what has become of the Demon King Piccolo in your world? He must have appeared, correct? Indeed. Son Wukong replied. You informed me of his connection with the god before departing, so before seeking him out, I first found the god. The god taught me a technique that does not kill but seals him away. This technique was originally devised by Master Roshi. The Demon King Piccolo of this world evidently faced a tragic fate, first being overwhelmed by the immensely powerful Son Wukong, then being sealed away once more by the Mafuba technique, only to have Son Wukong store the rice cooker containing him within a super capsule developed by Bulma, which evades detection by all radars and instruments. Ultimately, Son Wukong cast the capsule into the sea. Thus, the Demon King Piccolo vanished without having had the chance to wreak havoc. Did he not spawn or leave any remnants? Zhang Wutian inquired. To my knowledge, he had no time to leave any contingencies, the god responded. Haha, it seems that the Demon King Piccolo of this world is truly a tragic figure. Zhang Wutian expressed a cheap sympathy for the ill-fated Demon King Piccolo. After reaching a decision, Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong resolved to depart the realm of the gods. By the way, let us bring Bulma from this world as well. Bulma? What do we need her for? Son Wukong frowned. She cannot fight. Yet, she can develop machines suitable for our training. The Bulma from over there has also agreed to join us. With 3 Bulmas, the speed and performance of our machine development should triple. This was, of course, a jest, but having an additional Bulma would certainly enhance our strength. Son Wukong found this reasoning sound, and thus, the two made their way to West City. Bulma, come with me to another world. Upon meeting her, Son Wukong stated directly. Another world? Bulma paused, then retreated in fear. Are you asking me to accompany you to your demise? Wukong, I never imagined you harbored feelings for me. But I am already with Yajirobe. It is impossible for us. TCH, women are such a hassle. Observing Bulma's bewilderment, Son Wukong rolled his eyes, exercising patience as he briefly recounted the circumstances. You wish to battle with your counterpart from another world, while I am to collaborate with my alternate self on machine development. Wukong, are you feverish? And what is going on with your hair? Have you overtrained? As she spoke, Bulma placed her hand on Son Wukong's bald head. Perhaps for Zhang Wutian, Vegeta's hairstyle should resemble this. But for the people of this world, the transformation in Son Wukong's hairstyle was drastic. Whatever happened to his bangs? Enough of this rambling. If you dare mention my hair again, I swear I shall end you. It was clear that Son Wukong was not indifferent to his appearance. He brushed Bulma's hand aside and spoke gruffly. Are you coming or not? In just 2 years, you have changed so much. You truly are careless. Alas, I suppose I shall reluctantly accompany you on this venture. As she spoke, Bulma regarded Son Wukong's forehead with a look of pity. You scoundrel. Do not look. I have already said not to look. Zhang Wutian, do not laugh. You scoundrel. If you continue to laugh, I shall truly make you pay. In the midst of Son Wukong's furious roar, Zhang Wutian covered his mouth, barely suppressing his laughter. It seems that this world's Vegeta truly embodies the essence of its Sundara. This is yesterday's installment. Another chapter awaits us this evening. The Collision of Two Worlds, Chapter 078. Let us first clarify the titles of different worlds. Main world. Son Wukong resides in the world of girls. First world. The world of the evil Son Wukong. Second world. The Vegeta version of Son Wukong. Third world. The world where Son Wukong marries Bulma and they have a purple-haired Gohan. Original world, yet to be discovered. Having delineated these realms, matters became straightforward. Zhang Wutian forged a passage from the second world to the third world. In the next moment, Zhang Wutian, the Vegeta version of Son Wukong, and Bulma from the second world appeared in Bulma's home in the third world. The expansive courtyard of Bulma's residence was hosting a feast. With Wukong and Son Wukong as the main attractions, everyone was indulging in food and revelry. Wukong was engaged in a contest of appetite and speed with Son Wukong of the third world, and judging by the mountain of empty bowls on the table, it appeared they were evenly matched. You are quite impressive. No wonder you are the counterpart of me from another world, Wukong said, cheeks stuffed with food. Though female, you are remarkable as well. I have never encountered someone who can match my veracity, Son Wukong replied, devouring his meal with equal fervor. I am beginning to believe she is indeed another version of Wukong. Her appetite is undeniable, Shaolin remarked to the nearby Master Roshi. Another world's Wukong is a charming girl, huh? Such ample bosom. Master Roshi leered unabashedly at Wukong's figure. Master Wutian, that is Wukong. You cannot behave like this. Shaolin tugged at Master Roshi's attire, but to no avail. Ha, it matters not. No matter the world, Wukong is still my disciple. A disciple being admired by his master won't cost me any flesh. The Master Roshi of this world had wholly abandoned his decorum. Only Piccolo stood in a corner of the courtyard, quietly meditating, feeling out of place among the festivities. Meanwhile, the purple-haired Gohan joyfully darted around everyone. This Gohan differed significantly from the original, exhibiting a more vivacious and energetic demeanor. When a black hole materialized before the crowd, reactions varied. Son Wukong instinctively shielded his wife and son, while Shaolin and Master Roshi stood alert, prepared for any eventuality. Only Wukong, already familiar with such occurrences, approached cheerfully. Zhang Wutian, you have returned. Wukong exclaimed, approaching him with grease-stained hands, raising a chicken leg she had taken a bite from. Are you hungry? Here, have this. I am in the midst of a meal, Zhang Wutian replied, ruffling Wukong's hair before accepting the chicken leg. However, their small exchange went unnoticed by the others, whose attention was fixated on the two newcomers accompanying Zhang Wutian. Is that another me? Bulma of the third world gazed in astonishment at the slightly younger girl, whose attire mirrored her own from years past. She could almost ascertain that this was indeed another version of herself. While Bulma from the second world busied herself examining the courtyard. It's identical to my courtyard, and those people are surely from another world. Once skeptical, Bulma from the second world had now genuinely acknowledged Zhang Wutian's words. This is truly another world. She and Son Wukong had indeed traversed dimensions. Beside her, Son Wukong Vegeta had been fixated on Son Wukong of the third world since his arrival. The third world as Son Wukong was similarly engrossed in the other. Their gazes clashed across the space, and the third world as Son Wukong was the first to step forward. Wukong? Bulma called out from behind him. It's all right, Bulma. I am merely going to greet him, the third world as Son Wukong assured her. Correspondingly, Son Wukong Vegeta advanced towards him. The two, both clad in turtle school martial arts attire, stood face to face. Hello, my name is Son Wukong. Welcome to my home, the third world as Son Wukong said, extending his hand first towards Son Wukong Vegeta. You share my name? Son Wukong Vegeta scrutinized the taller man who claimed to be Son Wukong, refraining from shaking hands. An unusual sensation surged within him. He felt a profound sense of rivalry with this individual, a fierce competitive spirit echoing within his core, as if his very soul yearned for a decisive confrontation. Pragmatic and decisive, Son Wukong Vegeta spoke. Shall we have a contest? Certainly, I too wish to challenge you. The third world as Son Wukong, sensing a similar sentiment, readily agreed. They retreated a few paces, taking their positions, while the others swiftly cleared a space for the duel. Both fighters adopted the Turtle School stance. The spiky-haired lad must be a disciple from another world as Turtle School. It seems like Wukong versus Wukong. How amusing. Shaolin. Pay attention. This battle promises to be captivating, Master Roshi remarked to his disciple. Indeed. Shaolin nodded vigorously. Piccolo, having concluded his meditation, focused intently on Son Wukong, Vegeta. He sensed an uncanny resemblance between the voice of this alternate Wukong and the one transmitted through the communicator, though the distortion had left him uncertain. Father will surely triumph. Right? Gohan, cradled in Bulma's arms, queried. He will undoubtedly win. Your father is the mightiest warrior on earth, Bulma asserted with unwavering confidence. Even if it was a facade she needed to uphold before her child. Zhang Wutian, I too wish to fight them, Wukong declared, her fist clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly in excitement. Fear not. There will be ample opportunities to battle them. Zhang Wutian grasped Wukong's clenched fists, and she relaxed her grip, intertwining her fingers with his. Not long ago, I discovered that I am not actually from Earth, the third world's Son Wukong stated while facing his counterpart. My true name seems to be Kakarot, yet I am Gohan's grandfather, a disciple of Master Roshi, raised as a Saiyan Son Wukong on Earth. Though I have not endured your trials, the beings from that world have imparted everything to me. My extraterrestrial name is Vegeta, but that bears little significance to me. I simply need to remember that I am Son Wukong, faced with someone sharing his name, style, movements, and even attire. Son Wukong, Vegeta, and the third world's Son Wukong ignited an unprecedented fighting spirit. It was not animosity, but a pure desire to surpass the individual before them. Let us have a good match. The third world's Son Wukong said with a spirited grin. I hope this will be an engaging contest. Show me all your might. Son Wukong, Vegeta, replied, his smile tinged with an intensity and coldness absent from his opponent. The battle was on the brink of commencing. In the courtyard of Bulma's residence, two men sharing the name Son Wukong confronted each other. One was a young man in his 20s, while the other was a youth transitioning into adulthood. Surprisingly, it was the latter who exuded a more formidable presence. The atmosphere was palpably tense, not only among the combatants, but also among the onlookers, who felt an almost suffocating pressure. The air seemed to solidify, akin to the stillness before a tempest. Even the earth held its breath in anticipation of the impending storm. This clash might very well be the most potent display of combat prowess ever witnessed on this planet, with the potential to obliterate it entirely. Recently, the Son Wukong from the third world had narrowly escaped death, having been pierced through the chest by a devastating attack from PICCOLO, only to be revived by the use of a magical bean from Zhang Wutian. This brush with mortality awakened his Saiyan instincts, causing a meteoric rise in his combat power from over 300 to more than 1,000, nearly reaching the level of the so-called useless raditz. However, when facing the Son Wukong, from the second world, he felt an immense pressure. This opponent was no easy foe. The third world Son Wukong quickly concluded that against such a flawless adversary, he could scarcely muster a proper attack, fearing that any offensive move would lead to his own demise. If you do not strike, I shall. Son Wukong wore a classic smirk reminiscent of Vegeta, then lunged forward with remarkable speed, colliding headfirst into the third world Son Wukong's face. The latter staggered backward, gritting his teeth against the pain, and swung his arm in retaliation, but his attack went wide. Son Wukong, swiftly ducked, evading the blow, and launched an uppercut aimed at the third world Son Wukong's chin. As he was propelled into the air, the third world Son Wukong struggled to maintain his balance, clashing with the advancing Son Wukong in a flurry of strikes. What on earth is happening? That guy was nearly my equal in our combat against the Saiyans, and now he seems even stronger. What transpired during this time? Piccolo expressed his discontent, wondering if the Saiyans could somehow enhance their powers through gluttony, while they, the Namekians, subsisted solely on water. However, the others did not share this sentiment. To them, Son Wukong was already incredibly powerful, and the distinction between powerful and beyond powerful was negligible, as both could easily vanquish them with a single blow. Nonetheless, each observer had their own perspective on the unfolding battle. Our Wukong appears to be outmatched by this other Wukong from a different world, Korin remarked to Master Roshi, albeit with some uncertainty in his assessment. It cannot be called suppression, but our Wukong is evidently at a disadvantage. Now we shall see how he attempts to turn the tide. Gohan, tell your mother how your father is faring. Bulma, unable to witness the battle and only hearing the sounds of conflict, anxiously turned to her son. Gohan, nestled in Bulma's embrace, squinted his eyes and attempted to sense his father's movements through the techniques he had learned from him, finally voicing, "It seems Dad is struggling against his opponent. I have a feeling that Uncle is hiding even greater strength." Gohan's intuition was correct. Aside from Zhang Wutian and Son Wukong, he was the only one who perceived the true nature of the Son Wukong from the second world. "Is this all you are capable of? How dull. I might as well engage Zhang Wutian in a match," Son Wukong declared, hovering proudly in the air as he paused the battle. "You are indeed formidable. But the fight is not over. I have yet to be defeated." Despite his battered appearance, the third world Son Wukong's spirit remained unyielding, his resolve nearly overflowing. "Annoying fool. Do you not realize that I have been holding back my strength to match yours?" With that, Son Wukong began to gather energy. "Very well. Let us measure our differences, and perhaps you will come to terms with your limitations." In the next instant, Son Wukong unleashed a surge of power. What? Such strength! Even the spectators, without directly confronting Son Wukong, were compelled to retreat in response to the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. The ground began to fracture, and the sheer force of his aura caused chaos in Bulma's courtyard. At that moment, a hand rested upon Son Wukong as shoulder. Enough, Son Wukong, this must cease. If this continues, Bulma's house will collapse. Zhang Wutian intervened, appearing behind Son Wukong B to halt his escalation. Son Wukong B turned sharply to face Zhang Wutian, who stood unfazed by the oppressive energy, and remarked, "This battle is tiresome. It is far more interesting to contend with you. There will be ample opportunity." Zhang Wutian chuckled. "And do not underestimate the Son Wukong from this realm. He possesses great potential, merely lacking the opportunity to soar." Observing the third world Son Wukong, who appeared astonished yet not fearful or despondent like his previous foes upon witnessing true strength, Son Wukong B scoffed, "I hope your words hold merit. Otherwise, I will not acknowledge that fellow. A weakling bears no right to the name Son Wukong." With Zhang Wutian's intervention, the battle could no longer continue, thus concluding this inconclusive encounter. The third world Son Wukong was promptly healed by the magical beings. However, the devastation wrought upon Bulma's courtyard could not be restored instantly. Consequently, upon Zhang Wutian's suggestion, they resolved to relocate to his main world. Is the deity in your world truly as formidable as you claim? Having witnessed the unreliability of Son Wukong from this world, Son Wukong B now regarded the combat prowess of all he had not personally observed with skepticism. "Fear not. He is indeed powerful at the very least. I cannot discern the full extent of his abilities," Zhang Wutian reassured him. Then, the group, primarily from the third world, began to bid farewell. "Farewell, Wukong. It is a pity I cannot train alongside you. My strength would only hinder you," Krillin lamented. "Do not say such things, Krillin. Focus on training with the deity of this world, and we shall reunite in a year," Bulma said as she bid farewell to Gohan and her parents. "Another world? How fascinating. Perhaps we can devise a machine to bridge these two distinct realms." Dr. Briefs contemplated the possibilities. "Everyone, we shall meet again in a year." With that, all gathered beside Zhang Wutian as he delivered a closing statement. Shortly thereafter, a black hole appeared, swallowing all those destined for the main world. 080. The collision of three worlds upon their initial arrival in the main world, the group inevitably stirred a considerable commotion. The most bewildered among them was undoubtedly Bulma, as three versions of herself from different ages stood silently together. At the center of this whirlwind was the violet-haired Gohan, a veritable focal point of chaos. "Bulma, look. Your sister's child is already able to hold his own in a fight. It might be time for you to find a man to marry, perhaps that Lapin fellow?" "I have no sister. Mother, you only gave birth to me. They are from other worlds," Bulma retorted. "Silly girl, all three Bulmas are your mother's good daughters." As she spoke, Bulma's mother extended her arms, drawing all three Bulmas into a warm embrace. "How wonderful. With only you as my child, I have often felt lonely, even imagining that I had another daughter. Now, not only do I have three lovely daughters to keep me company, but I also have a grandchild. Oh, how blissful I am." A gentle smile adorned Bulma's mother's face as she addressed Gohan, saying, "Come here, little Gohan. I am your grandmother." "Hello, Grandma," Gohan replied obediently, for this woman resembled his grandmother from his own world. It was no shame to call out for treats. "How adorable. Little Gohan is simply too cute." Bulma's mother continued. "Bulma, perhaps it is time for you to present me with a child of your own. If you find Liping unsuitable, you could always consider Zhang Wutian, as you often spend time with him. Don't joke around. How could I ever be with that perverted, lowly enthusiast? Even if it meant being with Wukong Baiha, I would never date that Zhang Wutian." Bulma exclaimed. "Wukong is quite lovely, and if you genuinely like her, I have no objections," her mother replied gently. "Perhaps you could ask your father to assist in creating a machine for birthing lilies?" "Mom, enough." The Bulma from the main world felt her brilliant mind on the verge of exploding, while the Bulma from another realm regarded her with pity. "Marriage?" The Bulma from the second world pondered deeply, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Her relationship with Lu Ping had stagnated. In her youth, she had believed that mere looks sufficed. However, the choices of the Bulma from the third world stirred ripples in her heart. Once, she had seen Goku B merely as a younger brother, never contemplating the possibility of being together. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the boy she cared for was currently facing an unprecedented crisis. He was sent flying by a punch, plummeting beyond the divine realm. "I apologize. I have yet to fully acclimate to this newfound power. I exerted too much force," the deity, having merged with the Dark Lord and gained tremendous strength, expressed regret after delivering the blow. "You bastard. What a powerful punch." Goku B groaned, clutching his abdomen as he floated back up from below the divine platform, panting heavily and glaring at the one who had struck him. As the undisputed strongest in the second world, this was the first time he had suffered in battle. Even Zhang Wutian, who had previously caused him minor inconveniences, had never left him in such a woeful state. "Bastard, come again." The proud Goku B was not one to concede easily, charging once more at the deity, only to be sent flying again. Not just him, but also the Goku from the third world, Piccolo, Wukong, and Zhang Wutian. All engaged in a relentless assault on the deity, only to be continuously repelled, a routine practice for them. The Saiyans had the ability to endure significant injuries and not perish, gaining strength through the struggle between life and death. This was how it was explained in the original manga. During a training break, when Zhang Wutian proposed this notion, he was immediately met with Goku B.'s scorn. Fool. If such a convenient ability existed, Saiyans would self-harm daily to grow stronger. Why bother with training and fighting? Goku B countered. Yet, I find your argument compelling. I nearly perished from Piccolo's special beam cannon, and upon recovery, my strength surged dramatically, supporting Zhang Wutian's claim. The Goku from the third world asserted, backing Zhang Wutian's statement. Ultimately, the deity, seemingly awakened to various divine powers and ancient wisdom, elucidated the crux of the matter. The struggle between life and death merely excavates the potential accumulated from the past, releasing it explosively. This potential, cultivated through training and combat, lies deeply embedded within. When the Saiyans encounter life-threatening peril, their instincts for self-preservation awaken, unleashing this potential in a single burst. However, this potential is finite. Without past accumulation, all else is moot. Zhang Wutian likened this to a mechanic in a game, wherein one acquires substantial experience points that cannot be directly translated into power during battles, only to convert them into tangible strength at a later time. If this mechanic holds true, then the Goku from the third world should have exhausted his potential and would need to slowly rebuild it. Whereas the Goku B from the second world and Wukong from the main world should still possess room for growth. How about we conduct an experiment? Zhang Wutian suggested, fixing a dangerous gaze on Goku B. You want me to be your test subject? Goku B protested with discontent. I can't have my Wukong be the subject. Zhang Wutian replied matter-of-factly, she's a girl. TCH. Goku B scoffed dismissively, yet he ultimately acquiesced to Zhang Wutian's reasoning. After all, with the presence of Sin's beings and divine healing abilities, the so-called experiment merely entailed a moment of pain. Thus, Goku B was struck through by a wave of energy unleashed by Zhang Wutian. Following the experiment, after his initial serious injury and recovery, Goku B indeed experienced a significant boost in combat power, yet the second time, the increase became excruciatingly slow, rendering it hardly worthwhile. Goku B's strength had doubled in an instant. If quantified, it approached the staggering figure of 1314, undoubtedly eclipsing everyone else present save for the deity. Wukong appeared somewhat intrigued. Yet Zhang Wutian, protective of her, firmly halted her attempt. You don't need such a minimal increase in power. Since this theory is valid, what belongs to you will ultimately remain yours. Training in the gravity chamber, though slower, yields the same results. There's no need to harm yourself. But I want to grow stronger. Wukong replied, her eyes pleadingly fixed on Zhang Wutian, akin to a kitten begging for food. Stop dragging this out. If you can't do it, let me. In the next moment, Goku B unleashed a Kamehameha, piercing through Wukong's form. Vegeta, Zhang Wutian bellowed, charging furiously at Goku B. How intriguing. Allow me to test my own strength. Goku B responded with a cold smirk, ready to face the enraged Zhang Wutian. At that moment, the deity had already utilized his powers to heal Wukong. Wow, this power is incredible. After this severe injury, Wukong's strength surged significantly, elevating her combat power beyond that of Zhang Wutian, who had previously surpassed her. Witnessing Goku B receiving a thorough beating from the newly empowered Wukong, she charged fiercely into the fray. You shall not bully Zhang Wutian. I will fight you. To possess such strength, you surpass that useless waste over there, she remarked, referring not to Zhang Wutian, who boasted a combat power of over 6,000, but to the Goku from the third world, who had temporarily exhausted his accumulated potential, barely surpassing 1,000 in combat power. Everyone is so strong, but I will not concede. I will catch up to you all. The Goku from the third world gazed with gleaming eyes at the battling Goku B and Wukong, seemingly unfazed by discouragement, immediately embarking on various exhausting training regimens. As Wukong took his place in battle, Zhang Wutian watched her vitality with a mix of disbelief and simmering frustration. His inner ire had been doused. After all, Wukong had already sprung back to life and engaged in combat. Although his outward anger seemed to have subsided, discontent brewed within. Damn you, Vegeta. I will have my day to show you the consequences. Demon King Piccolo observed a Saiyan, who had transformed into an exceptionally powerful being, with a slightly displeased expression, though to others, he still appeared as a small green face. At that moment, God leisurely approached his side. You are the son of the Demon King from another world, he remarked. Piccolo refrained from responding, harboring considerable animosity towards God due to inheriting all the memories of his predecessor. I sense no malevolence within you, only a pure pursuit of strength. It seems you have diverged entirely from your father, God continued. What do you wish to convey? Piccolo replied coldly. Though we are from different worlds, I possess a fragment of your father's emotions within me. I merely wish to assist you. As he spoke, God extended his hand towards Piccolo. Instinctively, Piccolo adopted a defensive posture, yet God remained unfazed, smiling gently. Do not be concerned, I mean you no harm. Open your heart and embrace this power. At last, God placed his hand upon Piccolo's head. In the next moment, an immense force erupted from the realm of God, capturing everyone's attention. Goku ceased his battle with Wukong, while Zhang Wutian and the tirelessly training Goku from the third world also momentarily diverted their gazes. Withdrawing his hand, God observed as Piccolo gazed in astonishment at his own hands. What have you done to me? Piccolo demanded. I merely awakened the latent power within you. To wield this force effectively, your own efforts are essential, God replied with a smile. Awaken latent power? Is that all? Goku exclaimed in surprise, initially believing his own strength was sufficient. However, he soon realized Piccolo's power had surged beyond his own, reaching an unparalleled level, second only to God himself. A sense of competitiveness arose within him. You Namekians have unique methods to enhance your combat abilities, but I am not merely a human from Earth. The balance of strength remains uncertain. Once more, I shall not hold back. Goku declared to Wukong. Very well, I too shall not show mercy. Let us both unleash our true capabilities. Wukong responded loudly. The two then resumed their fierce battle. Damn it, everyone is growing stronger, while I remain stagnant. Piccolo, come and face me, Zhang Wutian exclaimed in frustration. You are no match for me now, Piccolo replied with an air of indifference. Enough chatter. I demand you be stronger than me. Only then will our battle hold meaning. Do you think only your extraterrestrial friends have tricks up their sleeves? Zhang Wutian charged forward. Zhang Wutian was sent flying. He could not rise again. God healed him, and Zhang Wutian charged anew. Once more, he was sent flying, unable to rise again. He felt as though he had returned to the days of his arrival in this world, constantly being defeated by Goku and Wukong. In the main world where Zhang Wutian resided, he gathered 3 Bulmas, not merely for idle chatter, but with the intent to collaborate on developing a new gravity chamber.
The Bulma from this world was just 19, though a genius. Her knowledge was not yet sufficiently refined,
resulting in her gravity chamber falling short compared to the original machine crafted by the future Bulma in the original narrative. Zhang Wutian sought a more advanced gravity chamber, thus requiring the assistance of Bulmas from other worlds. 3 individuals, 3 geniuses, united their strengths to create something extraordinary. Soon, the new gravity chamber took shape. Despite being the same person, the 3 Bulmas shared similar personalities, comparable talents, and aligned values, naturally forming a close sisterly bond. To distinguish themselves, they adopted different titles based on their ages. The Bulma from the third world, being the eldest and a mother, was affectionately referred to as elder sister, while the Bulma from the second world was called Little Bulma, and the youngest, from the main world, was Tiny Bulma, known as the Bulma Sisterhood. One day, during a break from work, Tiny Bulma broached the subject of marriage, inquiring of elder sister. Upon hearing this, elder sister from the third world shared bittersweet memories of her own experiences. This recollection took place during the 23rd martial arts tournament, where Goku faced off against the second incarnation of Piccolo. Suddenly, Chi-Chi declared her marriage to Goku, and with an overwhelming presence, claimed him as her own. As an unsuspecting observer, Bulma watched the scene unfold from the edge of the arena, her face breaking into a smile of blessing. That little Goku had transformed into a true man, while her boyfriend, Ping, remained unfaithful. Reflecting on her past with Goku, memories flooded back. The time she had embarrassed herself in front of him, her first rescue by this boy, and their innocent bathing together. Despite being only 12, Goku had become someone a girl could truly lean on. She recalled the unforgivable incident that had humiliated her before Master Roshi. Even now, Goku remained blissfully ignorant of many things. Could he truly adapt to a domestic life without her guiding presence? The Goku who defeated the Red Ribbon Army, the one who vanquished the Demon King, and the one who returned from training, transformed into a tall, handsome figure. Goku. Bulma realized that, unbeknownst to her, Goku had occupied her thoughts entirely. Why not join me in searching for the Dragon Balls? Sure, echoed in her mind, bringing forth memories of their initial encounters. Observing the mysterious Chi-Chi clinging to Goku, Bulma felt her composure fray. The facade of her smile shattered, and tears streamed down her face. No, I was the first to know Goku. I have spent the most time with him. I refuse to let him be with another woman. Realizing Goku's significance in her heart and uncovering her deepest feelings, Bulma felt as if she had returned to her 16-year-old self, ready to embark on an uncharted adventure for an unverified legend. Resolutely wiping away her tears, she recognized that she had always been an observer, watching Goku's battles as though from another world. Now, it was her turn to step onto the arena she had never dared to touch. With each step onto the tournament stage, Bulma thought, it's not so difficult after all. She then proclaimed her first battle declaration. Wait, let go of Goku. I'm the one meant to be with him. Bulma, came Luping's astonished cry from behind, but in that moment, Bulma regarded him merely as background noise. What are you saying? Goku and I made a lifelong promise long ago. I am Goku's bride. Chi-Chi pouted, displeased. At that time, Goku didn't even understand the meaning of bride. He was merely responding to your whims. Throughout past travels, I found myself at a loss for words regarding Wukong's lack of common sense. In light of this, Bulma, who possesses a profound understanding of Son Wukong, incisively elucidated the situation at hand. Such a one-sided agreement bears no significance. Indeed, I had foolishly believed that the bride was a delectable entity. Wukong scratched his head, adding a humorous remark. Regardless, I am the daughter of the Bull Demon King, and Wukong is the son of Son Gohan. We are, in every sense, a match made in heaven. Master Mateto would surely wish for us to be together. Oh, well, although Chi-Chi is the daughter of one of his disciples, Bulma is equally a girl he has watched grow up. To this, Master Roshi declared neutrality, letting the youth resolve their own matters without involving the elders. What does social standing matter? Do you truly understand Wukong? He is not cut out for work. Forgive my candor, but do you possess sufficient income? Are you aware of Wukong's appetite? How will you sustain yourselves after marriage? I am the heiress of a capsule corporation with ample income to support our lives. I can afford for Wukong to live freely without the burdens of work for a lifetime. Once Wukong and I marry, he will surely transform into a responsible family man and will find work, right, Wukong? Chi-Chi looked at Son Wukong eagerly. Work? I have never held a job. Wukong replied with a hint of distress. Forcing Wukong to alter his lifestyle according to your will such a marriage bring happiness? You do not truly know Wukong. If he marries me, he will have no need to work. I will provide for him. Bulma made a bold declaration. I do not want your money, Bulma. Silence. We are discussing a matter of marriage. Bulma shot a fierce glare at Wukong. Oh, Wukong instinctively shrank his neck. Such a fierce heiress. I am gentle with Wukong. Am I not? With that, Chi-Chi tightened her grip on Wukong's arm. No matter how fierce, at least I will not participate in martial tournaments, even in future quarrels. Wukong and I will not resort to violence at home. If it were you, every argument would likely escalate into domestic violence. Such a thing would never happen. We would not quarrel. Wukong and I are truly in love, right, Wukong? With a gaze full of yearning and anticipation, Chi-Chi looked at Son Wukong. Wukong, please answer me earnestly. If we are to live together forever, would you choose to be with her or with me? Bulma asked Son Wukong with a serious expression. Wukong glanced between the two, hesitating for a moment before gently extricating his hand from Chi-Chi's embrace, apologizing. Chi-Chi, I did not understand what a bride was at that time. So I responded carelessly. I am sorry, I apologize. Aside from my grandfather, Bulma is the first person I ever knew. She brought me out of that forest. It was then that I met Master Roshi, Krillin, and everyone else. Although Bulma can be fierce, unreasonable, and frequently loses her temper, I know she is a good person, my best friend. I may not articulate it well, but if I were to live with someone forever, I would hope that person to be Bulma. Wukong's words caused Bulma's heart to tremble violently, and tears flowed unbidden. Son Wukong. Chi-Chi was first stunned, then in disbelief, and ultimately spoke through gritted teeth. Since that day, I have counted the days each year, waiting for you to marry me. Is this your answer? Chi-Chi, I am sorry. Wukong lowered his head, hands clasped together, addressing Chi-Chi. Yet, Wukong's apology fell on deaf ears. She directed her gaze of hatred towards Bulma. It is you. It is all your fault. Why did you seduce my Wukong, you wretched vixen? Before she could finish, Chi-Chi launched a furious attack on Bulma. What are you doing, Chi-Chi? Wukong swiftly positioned himself in front of Bulma, a steadfast mountain shielding her from all harm. Just like before. Step aside, Son Wukong. I will kill this woman who has bewitched you. No, I will not allow you to harm a single hair on Bulma. Wukong asserted resolutely. You scoundrel. Chi-Chi unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, yet against Wukong, they were utterly futile. His overwhelming strength rendered her every attack effortlessly thwarted. Eventually, Chi-Chi, panting heavily, ceased her assault, glaring at the man before her. Every year, every day, every moment, she had immersed herself in the fantasy of marrying this man. nearly becoming his wife. Until just now, the dream had continued. Now, awakened from the dream, she realized that she did not truly love the man before her, but rather an illusion that had existed in her dreams for so long. The man in her dreams would protect her, whisper sweet nothings, obey her every command, and would never resort to violence for another woman. That was certainly not the man before her. The young girl's beautiful dreams lay shattered. Wukong, I hate you. Tears streaming down her face, Chi-Chi cast one last, deep glance at Wukong and Bulma before departing from her place of sorrow. In the future, when this scar has healed, Chi-Chi may seek a happiness of her own, finding a man who loves her and cherishes home. Someone who will listen and never engage in fights or dye his hair blonde, rather than spending a lifetime with a man entirely unsuited to her based on a nebulous promise. After Chi-Chi left the venue, Wukong turned to Bulma, whom he had shielded. Throughout, Bulma had regarded Wukong as a younger brother, yet in this moment of realization, she found herself unable to meet his familiar gaze. Bulma, although I do not fully comprehend, marriage is simply two people living under one roof, correct? Essentially, that is accurate. Bulma's cheeks flushed scarlet, her eyes darting away. Unable to meet Wukong's gaze. Bulma, why is your face so red? Are you ill? Wukong asked, placing his hand on Bulma's forehead, only to cause her face to redden even more. No, nothing of the sort. Bulma hurriedly swatted Wukong's hand away, flustered. As long as you are not ill, Bulma, let us marry, Wukong said cheerfully. The time, place, environment, and atmosphere are all inadequate. You foolish romantic. Bulma exclaimed angrily, yet deep down, she found herself drawn to this man who, despite his lack of romantic flair, provided her with a sense of security. What? Wukong was momentarily taken aback by Bulma's outburst. Really, why do I find myself attracted to such a fool? Bulma fumed, then tightly embraced Wukong's arm, the very spot where Chi-Chi had previously clung to him. Do not come too close, Bulma. This makes it impossible to walk. Wukong lamented. Quit your complaining. This is how couples should behave, Bulma retorted. Thus, all was well, and congratulations were in order. Naturally, the lone figure kneeling on the ground, Lo Ping, was the exception. The following year, a baby with gentle purple hair, resembling his mother, was born and named Son Gohan at Wukong's request. This marks the divergence point in the third world. The events that transpired between Bulma and Son Wukong.